The end of the world, survival, passion, development, thriller, no system, no special abilities. An extremely dark thunderstorm descends, and the Earth's magnetic field undergoes drastic changes. In an instant, the civilization that humanity was once proud of almost completely collapses. There are hordes of zombies and a mysterious virus that can penetrate every nook and cranny. How on earth can one manage to survive? Chapter 1: The Final Countdown. Damn it, Chun Huan's mind seethed with anger. Who was meddling with the electronic devices, making such a cacophony, unafraid of attracting a horde of zombies? If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Chun Huan abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. He intended to silence the music emanating from the electronic device and chastise these foolish souls courting death. Yet, in the next moment, the ferocity in his gaze was replaced by an overwhelming astonishment. There was no dim sky, no pungent scent of blood, no howls of the undead, nor was there dismembered flesh scattered about. Instead, warm sunlight streamed through the bright glass windows, lazily pooling on the floor. A computer, its screen aglow, continued to play music, displaying an unfinished manuscript. As the sights of a world long lost to him flooded his vision, Chun Huan's distant memories were stirred anew. What is this? He slapped himself hard, as if to awaken from a dream. Something within him began to illuminate, causing his entire being to tremble with exhilaration. He had inexplicably returned to 8 years ago, before the apocalypse had descended. This signified he had time to prepare, to rectify the pains and regrets of his past life. With this thought, Chun Huan hastily snatched his phone from the bedside and pressed the power button. The previously dark screen illuminated in an instant. August 9th, 2024, Tuesday, 9 a.m. How could it be today? Chun Huan's pupils constricted, and his heart raced in urgency. For at 2:30 p.m. on that fateful day, the world would plunge into an impenetrable darkness, accompanied by terrifying thunderstorms, not to see the sun again until 2:30 p.m. the following day. Why then, civilization would have collapsed entirely. In other words, he had a mere 5.5 hours left before the apocalypse struck, and only that time to prepare. There was no time for grooming. Chun Huan grabbed his phone and keys and rushed out the door. His first action was to dial his home number. Beep, beep. The call connected swiftly, and his mother's cheerful voice resonated through the receiver. Son, what made you think to call me today? Even though Chun Huan had hardened his heart over the 8 years of darkness, hearing that long-lost voice brought a lump to his throat. Once, he'd been so focused on achieving greatness that he overlooked his family. When he returned home after the outbreak, he found the place in disarray, and his parents had vanished. He had searched for 8 long years to no avail. He knew what had transpired, yet dared not contemplate it. Suppressing the tumult of emotions, Chun Huan inquired, Mom, where is Dad? Is that you, my child? Have you been under too much pressure from the film crew to forget what day it is? It's Tuesday. He must be at work. What's wrong? Do you need to speak with him? His mother detected something amiss in her son's tone. The long-forgotten, distant term work sent a shiver through Chun Huan, and his expression shifted dramatically. Mom, quickly, tell Dad to take a leave of absence and come home. Realizing that his demeanor had become overly agitated, Chun Huan hastily moderated his tone and said, The resurgence has begun, and it is even more severe than the previous monkeypox outbreak. You all need to prepare some food and bottled water at home, stock up as much as possible. Go buy now. Otherwise, if the situation escalates, there may be nothing left. Chun Huan understood that the notion of an apocalyptic outbreak would be too shocking for his mother to believe. So he resorted to referencing last year's events, which had only just begun to stabilize. His parents resided in Binrin City. While he was in Lansheng, there were no direct flights between the two locations, and taking the train back would take at least over 7 hours, leaving no time to spare. Thus, he could only urge them to prepare in advance, striving to minimize the impending danger. As for the so-called rumors, he had no time to concern himself with such matters. What? How has it resurfaced again? Is it from abroad? Upon hearing that the situation was worse than monkeypox, his mother became flustered, recalling the high mortality rate among those infected in recent years. I am not sure the news hasn't reported anything yet. Just make sure you and Dad stay indoors and avoid any contact with outsiders, Chun Huan emphasized. But do ensure that you have ample supplies of water and food, the more, the better. No one can predict how long this will last. All right, they'll call your dad and have him take a leave of absence to come home, his mother promptly replied. You take care over there, and make sure to stock up on food and water as well. Rest assured, I have enough supplies here, but you must finish your shopping before noon and then stay indoors, don't go anywhere. Wait for me at home. I will find a way to return as soon as possible. And please, do not spread the word about this. After hanging up, Chun Huan still felt uneasy and quickly called his father, reiterating the fabricated story while emphasizing the urgency of the situation. His parents, both over 50, would find it exceedingly challenging to confront a zombie threat, and he could not afford to be indifferent. Having completed this, Chun Huan felt a slight sense of relief and promptly hailed a taxi, heading straight for the nearest shopping mall. He needed to gather supplies. However, it had been too long since he last shopped, and the prices from 8 years ago had faded from his memory. Upon arriving at the mall, Chun Huan found himself uncertain about how much he could actually procure. Firstly, he needed weapons, which were paramount for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Zombies could only be killed by destroying their cerebellum, thus requiring weapons with sufficient lethality. Military hammers, firearms, and triangular bayonets were currently unattainable. Axes were prone to getting stuck and were physically exhausting to wield, so knives were the most viable option at present. Arriving on the third floor at a craft store, the shopkeeper, noticing a customer, eagerly approached him. Handsome, what kind of weapons are you looking to buy? How about this 8-sided Han sword? Its appearance and quality are undoubtedly commendable. Ignoring the offer, Chun Huan directly selected the most expensive Tang Dao from the shelf and placed it on the counter. Sharpen it for me. Sharpen it. The proprietor was taken aback. The Tang Dao was a genuine weapon used in ancient battles, and once sharpened, its lethality was chilling to contemplate. Yes, the sharper, the better, meeting Chun Huan's gaze. Imbued with the steely resolve forged in the apocalypse, the shopkeeper felt a tremor of unease. Young man, sharpening the blades is against the rules. Clang. Chun Huan selected 2 more daggers and placed them upon the counter. I require these 2 daggers sharpened as well. In total, I will offer you 5,000. 2,000 serves as a deposit. I shall return in 3 hours to collect them. His swift and decisive manner left the shopkeeper at a loss for words. The prospect of earning an additional 600 from the sharpening was too enticing to dismiss. Reluctantly, he swallowed hard, watching Chun Huan complete the payment via scan before turning away. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to engage in idle chatter with the shopkeeper. Each weapon had been chosen with careful consideration. The Tang sword was intended for dispatching zombies, effective for both cleaving and piercing, while the daggers, aside from serving as a last line of defense should he become disarmed, were primarily for protection against other humans. In the early days of the apocalypse, morality still held sway for the most part. However, once the undead laid siege, humanity's essence began to erode, giving rise to unspeakable acts of violence and depravity. Chapter 2. The Dark Storm. Over the span of 8 years, Chun Huan has endured an overwhelming array of experiences. At times, he would rather face an army of the undead than entrust his back to 1 or 2 unfamiliar humans. For the intricacies of human nature have always been the most enigmatic of all. Having secured the most crucial weapon, he now turned his attention to procuring a series of supplies. His first purchase was a waterproof and tear-resistant hiking backpack, ideal for storing or collecting provisions during extended journeys. However, he removed all the accessories, as the metallic buckles would create clattering noises that could easily attract zombies. When it came to clothing, Chun Huan was equally discerning. He selected a set of high-quality Cordura fabric mountaineering attire, valued at 3,400, which endowed him with a sense of security due to its softness, quick-drying properties, durability, and resistance to tearing. Ideally, military-grade gear would be preferable, but such items were currently unattainable. As for food, he made no extravagant choices, opting solely for an array of compressed biscuits and beef jerky. In the struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, gourmet meals were unnecessary. All he needed was sustenance. And both compressed biscuits and beef jerky had long shelf lives and were convenient to consume, along with the scarce medical supplies that were essential in this dire time. Having completed his errands, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Chun Huan exited the pharmacy and once again initiated a video call to his parents, ensuring they were safe at home and had stored the necessary supplies as he had requested. Satisfied, he returned to the mall and made his way to the craft store on the third floor. Without uttering a single word, he settled the outstanding payment of $3,000, departing under the peculiar gaze of the shopkeeper. Fortunately, most melee weapons were now disguised as crafts, neatly packaged in gift boxes. Otherwise, carrying a gleaming tang sword through the streets might have led to an unwanted invitation for tea, followed by an unwelcome confinement in a small room, where he would call for help to no avail. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Huan's first action was to securely lock the door. He then pushed the sofa against it for added reinforcement, drew the curtains in the living room, and finally retreated to his bedroom with his numerous bags. The onset of the apocalypse heralded a 24-hour period of profound darkness, during which temperatures plummeted and all life on Earth succumbed to an extended slumber. Thunderstorms would incapacitate all delicate electronic devices. When the world awakened, it would be irrevocably altered, with 70% of humanity transformed into terrifying creatures driven solely by instinct. While waiting for his instant noodles to cook, Chen Huan donned the mountaineering attire, fastening 2 daggers to his left arm and right leg, respectively. He then drew the tang sword from its sheath, placing it within easy reach, before securing the bedroom door and taking a seat by the window to enjoy his meal. This junk food had become a long-awaited delicacy for him. Yet, the pristine blue sky, the clean streets, and the air devoid of the stench of decay would soon vanish. Beep, beep, beep. With little time for nostalgia, the alarm rang, signaling that the clock had struck 2:27 in the afternoon. Only 3 minutes remained until the advent of the apocalypse, the final countdown to the collapse of civilization. Chen Huan took a deep breath, gripping the tang knife as he approached the bed, determined to avoid a tumble that might leave him bruised and battered. Soon time passed. As the clock struck 14:30 on August 9th, 2024, Tuesday, the screen abruptly blacked out. Simultaneously, the once brilliant sun outside was swallowed by darkness, and a terrifying thunderstorm surged across the globe. Upon awakening, the corridor echoed with the chilling roars of zombies, accompanied by screams from men and women, and the sound of objects crashing to the floor. Foolishness. Shaking his somewhat dazed head, Chen Huan had no intention of venturing out to assist. After attempting to power on his phone with no success, he settled back onto the bed, munching on compressed biscuits, indifferent to the heavy thuds of zombies battering against the door and the grating sound of their nails scraping against it. With the apocalypse upon him, his foremost priority was to replenish his energy. Compared to the outside world, the safest refuge lay within the confines of the apartment complex. It was a Tuesday, and few remained at home, so escaping wouldn't pose a significant challenge. As for the zombies outside, their fearsome appearance was inconsequential, as long as their numbers were limited. They were hardly a threat. After finishing his biscuits, Chen Huan glanced out the window while filling his water pouch. Although the sun had reappeared, the sky remained overcast. The streets were littered with crumpled cars, and several buildings emitted thick plumes of black smoke. Zombies wandered aimlessly, some clustering together to feast on something, with bloodied remains of human bones strewn about. Once the water pouch was filled, Chen Huan meticulously reviewed his supplies before shouldering his backpack, securing the scabbard of his knife with straps and gripping the tang knife tightly in both hands. His current physical condition rendered one-handed wielding of the knife impractical, and carrying the backpack would deplete his stamina. Yet, despite these limitations, he transformed into a formidable entity, radiating ferocity akin to a beast poised to pounce. Leaving the bedroom, he pushed aside the couch that blocked the door, but refrained from opening it immediately. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently, relying on his experience to assess the distribution of zombies. The length of the tang knife was ill-suited for a single-handed breach, so he gently set it aside and withdrew a dagger, gripping it in reverse. Then, with a decisive click, he turned the handle and, at the moment of opening the door, thrust his right hand forward without a glance. The blade plunged into a zombie's skull, its gray-white eyes and cracked. Pallid skin mere inches from Chen Huan's face. Blood gushed from the zombie's temple, splattering him, filling his nostrils with the stench of decaying flesh. Wiping his face fiercely, he yanked the dagger from the lifeless head, watching as the body collapsed with a thud, blood staining the pristine white tiles in a grotesque display. He recognized the fallen figure as a college student from across the hall, but that offered him no mercy. Yet in that moment, the noise of the fallen zombie drew the attention of others in the corridor, their stiff bodies beginning to shuffle toward him. They were draped in fragmented flesh, their countenances pale and ghostly. With each ear-splitting roar, viscous blood oozed from their mouths, cascading onto the ground and leaving behind a trail of crimson streaks. Only 5 zombies responded to the cacophony, yet their howls resonated like the mournful cries of the damned, echoing hauntingly through the dimly lit corridor. Reduced to mere instinct, they confronted the living human as if they had never feasted before, their sharp claws extended, yearning to devour Chen Huan's flesh and extract his steaming, fresh entrails. In the face of this grotesque menace, Chen Huan remained motionless. Having been reborn, he possessed none of the physical prowess from his previous life. He was merely an ordinary individual in a suboptimal state of health, utterly incapable of fending off the assault of 5 zombies at once. It was imperative to remember that a scratch or bite from them could lead to infection. Chapter 3. The Apocalypse Survival. Chen Huan stood behind the door, refraining from stepping out. The zombies, devoid of cognition, would swarm recklessly. Yet the fundamental rule of survival in this apocalyptic world was to exploit every advantageous factor to stay alive. Thus, barricading the half-open door with a sofa was a strategic maneuver, intending to utilize the confined space to prevent a horde of zombies from overwhelming him, allowing him to tackle them one by one through a strategy of attrition. This time, however, Chen Huan chose not a dagger, but a tang knife. Inside the room and at the entrance were 2 entirely different realms. The tang knife was no longer restricted by the limitations of slashing, making it unnecessary to resort to the risk of a dagger that could get lodged in a skull. In a moment, the zombie approached. Chen Huan braced himself against the sofa, gripping the hilt of the knife tightly, his expression a mask of ferocity as he swung fiercely forward. With a sickening thud, the blade cleaved through the zombie's head, severing it in half, and a torrent of blood and brain matter splattered across Chen Huan. Yet at that instant, as the second zombie fell, a third one charged through the door, lunging onto the back of the sofa, its hands flailing, eager to unveil its putrid maw, teeth gnashing with remnants of human entrails. Disregarding the gore smeared across his face, neck, and even within his nostrils and mouth, Chen Huan leveraged the momentum to swipe the tang knife sharply upward to the right, although this reverse motion lacked the force of a downward strike. The weight and sharpness of the tang knife were undeniable, and it found its mark, embedding itself in the zombie's forehead. While it didn't sever the head as cleanly as the first, it was nonetheless a fatal blow, spitting out the blood pooling in his mouth. Chen Huan slightly leaned back, utilizing inertia to withdraw the knife. In his previous life, he had fought zombies without concern for hygiene. After all, who had the luxury of such thoughts amidst battle? But now it was different. The onset of the apocalypse had left him with a weakened resistance to viruses. Before long, 3 remaining zombies collided against the door, desperately pushing inward. This time, the influx was not singular, and the force of their assault caused the sofa to slide backward with a grating noise, compelling Chen Huan, who was conserving his energy, to swiftly alter his strategy, striking at their necks with his blade. If he allowed them to breach the sofa, at least one would undoubtedly tackle him. In a fleeting moment, as the cold gleam of the blade reflected in Chen Huan's eyes, a head was sent soaring amidst a shower of blood, rolling across the floor while its mouth continued to snap open and shut in a futile roar. Simultaneously, the last 2 zombies, previously obstructed by the sofa, vaulted over. Driven by the primal instinct to survive and the desire to find loved ones, Chen Huan's arm muscles tensed, seemingly acclimating to his current frail condition. As he wielded the tang knife, he gradually synced with the combat style etched in his memory. The 2 zombies no longer posed a threat. As Chen Huan grew bolder with each encounter, the tang knife in his grasp seemed to come alive. In a swift motion, he cleaved the last zombie's head clean in 2. Leaning against the wall, Chen Huan panted heavily, tightening his grip on the knife's hilt. He approached the severed head on the floor and plunged the blade into it, then stepped over the pile of corpses to stand at the doorway, glancing left and right. Despite the dimness of the corridor, Chun Huan had ascertained that there were no zombies on this floor. After all, only the instinctual ones remained, lacking the cunning to hide. The doors, some tightly shut and others flung wide open, did not pique his curiosity. The banging of doors was clearly the result of zombies reacting with excitement to any noise, while the open doors signified that the inhabitants within had long since perished. How else could these uninjured zombies be smeared with blood and bits of flesh? As for the risk of infection or transformation, it was unnecessary to worry about such things for the first 6 months of the apocalypse. The time for being bitten to becoming a zombie varied between 8 to 12 hours, depending on individual constitutions. By 6 months, however, with the mutation of the virus, infection time would drastically reduce to a mere 8 to 15 minutes, and even normally deceased humans could rise as zombies. Most crucially, the speed and strength of these zombies had significantly increased, allowing them to run with the agility of an ordinary person. Of course, the law of nature dictates survival of the fittest. As zombies mutated, human physiology also experienced a degree of enhancement. The notion of supernatural abilities, as depicted in novels and films, is utterly far-fetched. On the 13th floor, where Chun Huan resided, he typically relied on the elevator for outings. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, although the elevator remained operational, using it was tantamount to courting death. Thus, the often closed emergency exit had become the optimal choice. As he descended the stairwell, Chun Huan endeavored to minimize the sound of his footsteps, his ears filled with the howls of zombies and the anguished cries of humans. Even though he knew numerous survivors were hiding within the rooms, his 8 years of experience in the apocalypse left him disinclined to meddle, as he slowly made his way down the stairs toward the first floor. Fortunately, he encountered no zombies along the way. However, upon reaching the first floor, Chun Huan faced a dilemma. The lobby of his rented apartment opened onto the road, and peering through the glass, he observed 2 security guards wandering aimlessly like headless flies inside the lobby, while dozens of zombies roamed freely on the street, visible within his line of sight. With his current physical state, confronting the 2 zombified guards would be manageable, yet the throngs of zombies littering the street posed a significant challenge. To successfully obtain the car keys from the security room, he needed to devise a plan to eliminate the 2 zombies in the lobby and swiftly dart into the security room to retrieve the keys before retreating. As for why he did not seek the car keys before descending, the answer was simple. Following the intense thunderstorm, all precision electronic devices had failed, and electric vehicles were rendered inoperable. Furthermore, the demographic of the apartment's tenants skewed younger, with many doors tightly shut, rendering the quest for fuel vehicle keys an uncertain endeavor. However, the security personnel were a different matter altogether. Chun Huan distinctly recalled that the portly security guard drove a vintage Jetta, with the car keys conveniently placed in the first drawer of the security room. In his previous life, it was this very vehicle that enabled him to escape the chaos of Lawn City with relative ease amidst the panic. However, at that time, he had fled 4 days after the apocalypse erupted, when the streets were not yet teeming with zombies, rendering the danger almost negligible. Pushing open a crack in the door of the safety passage, Chun Huan cautiously peered into the blind spot, and then an idea sparked within him. He gently rapped twice on the door. The sudden sound pierced the tranquil atmosphere, instantly capturing the attention of 2 security guards, who turned around with excitement gleaming in their eyes. Viscous, greenish saliva dripped from their mouths as they opened their jaws to emit a chilling howl, lumbering toward Chun Huan with their rigid bodies. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Chun Huan retracted his head, bracing the door with his foot while gripping the tang knife in both hands, positioned defensively across his chest. The bloodstained tip poised at the slightly ajar door of the safety passage. With his muscles taut, he thrust the tang knife forward. The blade pierced the skull of the foremost zombie, its brain matter and blood oozing grotesquely as it collapsed lifelessly. Yet, Chun Huan did not immediately withdraw the knife. Instead, he exerted all his strength to stabilize it against the body of the undead, which was less than an inch away from him. Once he replicated this maneuver to impale another zombie, he gently lowered them to the ground. Though his arms grew increasingly fatigued from the exertion, the commotion had not attracted any zombies from the street. shaking off the soreness in his arms. He finally extracted the tang knife from the skull and retreated into the safety passage for a brief respite. He retrieved his backpack, pulled out the hydration tube, and took a few sips of water before arming himself with the knife once more and re-entering the hall. The subsequent actions unfolded smoothly. Upon acquiring the car keys, Chun Huan swiftly returned to the safety passage, securing the main door with the guard's baton before hastily making his way to the parking lot on the second basement level. Screenwriter Chun Huan, hurry, save me, help me. Just as Chun Huan carefully navigated past the dozen or so wandering zombies on the second basement level, a voice filled with terror suddenly echoed from a nearby vehicle. Fool! Chapter 4. The sudden cry for help pierced through the tranquil atmosphere like thunder on a clear day, reverberating in the air. Upon hearing the sound, Chun Huan's eyes ignited with a murderous intent. He swiftly turned to locate the source of the distress call. There, through the partially open window of a parked electric vehicle, a woman was shouting frantically for assistance, her voice drawing the attention of a dozen wandering zombies who began to converge towards her. Screenwriter Chun Huan, I'm here. Please save me. Just get me out of here, and I'll do anything you want. The woman, clad in a revealing outfit, became increasingly agitated as she saw Chun Huan glance back, pounding on the window and crying out desperately. Yet, Chun Huan remained indifferent, his pace quickening instead of faltering. He paid no heed to her pleas and had no intention of risking his safety for her. A horde of zombies surged into the street, and the door to the safety corridor could hold for only a brief moment. With her cries, every second wasted increased the peril. It wouldn't be long before this place succumbed to the undead. In this apocalyptic world, aside from tangible resources, nothing held value. With just a bottle of water or a compressed biscuit, one could acquire what was once unattainable. Status and wealth became mere illusions, easily shattered in the face of survival. Listening to the screams and the growls of the zombies behind him, Chun Huan knew all too well the inevitable outcome without needing to look back. Before the virus mutation, remaining inside a vehicle was relatively safe against a small number of zombies. However, once the hunger of 10 or more zombies was provoked, the humans inside the car were akin to cans of food awaiting to be opened. With a swift motion, he decapitated a zombie that obstructed his path, then darted behind a pillar to evade several others that were excitedly moving towards the woman's cries. Soon, the familiar sight of an old Jetta came into view. The interior was immaculate, a family photo tucked neatly under the sun visor. Yet Chun Huan had no time to appreciate such details. He secured the windows, fastened his seatbelt to protect himself from potential injury during a collision with a zombie, and inserted the key to ignite the engine. At the same moment, the radio crackled to life. Although a relentless 24-hour thunderstorm had ravaged all sophisticated electronic devices, leading to a complete collapse of the power and information networks, the radio and similar primitive technologies remained largely unaffected. The government had swiftly implemented measures to address the crisis, and subsequent announcements were communicated through the radio. As the military commenced their forceful suppression of the zombies, they also began distributing relief supplies across major cities, evacuating survivors. However, Chun Huan could not afford to wait for such assistance. He understood that the military's indiscriminate use of force would ultimately prove futile. The virus mutation had rendered the zombies nearly unmanageable, and despite even nuclear options being employed, the military could only establish defensive lines and safe zones in key urban areas. The situation mirrored that of foreign nations as well. Even though the radio had yet to relay any news, Chun Huan refrained from shutting it off. After all, among the supplies dropped by the military, there were not only medicines and food, but also weapons. For instance, triangular military daggers and stab-resistant vests. If fortune favored him, he might even stumble upon the weaponry and ammunition pre-deployed for the army. Before long, as the vehicle traversed the road, the exit of the parking lot swiftly came into view, where several zombies aimlessly wandered. Chun Huan gripped the steering wheel tightly and pressed down hard on the accelerator. The engine roared to life, and the car shot forward like a cannonball, crashing through the barrier and maintaining its speed as it sent the mindless zombies sprawling. The tremendous noise attracted the attention of a horde of zombies on the street, who responded with ecstatic howls, surging toward him in a formidable wave. Reminiscent of a hellish legion, they craved flesh, yearning to tear apart the occupants of the vehicle and devour every inch of muscle and organ. Faced with the throng of zombies, Chun Huan merely adjusted his direction slightly and accelerated towards the relatively deserted street. He aimed to return to Binran City as swiftly as possible. At this early stage of the apocalypse, devoid of the tourist rush, the highways were relatively clear, presenting an opportune moment to make haste. Delaying until the military began to evacuate survivors would result in congested highways, where even the most urgent journeys would be reduced to a crawl, exponentially increasing the peril. It is imperative to understand that the greater the number of people, the greater the risk. Even with military escort, it would be impossible to cater to the countless civilians. From 8 years of surviving the apocalypse, Chun Huan had gleaned a crucial principle. Any encampment that could not withstand a zombie horde exceeding 3 to 7 times its own number should not exceed 20 individuals. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to doom, resulting in becoming either a meal for the undead or one of them. On the highways, the throngs of people numbered in the thousands, an undeniable feast for the zombies. Moreover, it was essential to note that in this grim storm, the transformation into zombies was not limited to humans. At that moment, the city was a scene of utter devastation. Cars lay strewn across the roads, most having collided into one another, while zombies trapped inside pounded furiously against the windows. Smoke billowed from several buildings, and the sudden plummet of aircraft had created heaps of rubble. Bodies and bloodstains, alongside gory remnants, littered the streets. The apocalypse had struck with startling abruptness. The survivors had all taken refuge, and despite the clusters of zombies on the streets, Chun Huan soon left them far behind. Thus, his journey progressed almost uninterrupted. Driving swiftly, he left Lawn City and merged onto the highway in just over 2 hours. However, once on the expressway, he did not intend to drive straight through, but rather planned to stop at the first gas station to gather additional supplies, particularly fuel containers and siphoning tubes. The distance between Lawn City and Binran City exceeded 1,000 kilometers. A single tank of gas would be woefully insufficient, and recklessly carrying gasoline was overly hazardous, posing an imminent risk of explosion. Hence, at critical moments, the utility of fuel containers and siphoning tubes became paramount. The highway is not a national road. Every so often, road signs appear, making it quite easy to locate a gas station. One simply needs to continue driving forward. After merely half an hour on the road, Chun Huan spotted a gas station, as indicated by the signs. Vehicles were haphazardly parked within, while private cars were relatively orderly. However, the door of a bus stood ajar, revealing the interior and surrounding area teeming with zombies. There were at least 30 of them. In the direction of the restroom lay a disfigured corpse, identifiable by its clothing as that of a gas station employee. At this moment, several zombies were hunched nearby, gnawing at the body, one tearing out a section of intestine along with its foul contents and shoving it into its mouth. The convenience store at the gas station had its door firmly shut, clearly a deliberate act, suggesting that survivors were taking refuge inside. The sound of Chun Huan's approaching vehicle was not subtle. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombies became agitated, their attention shifting to the fresh prey, baring their teeth, their faces and mouths smeared with blood and remnants of flesh. Chapter 5. Attracting the hordes of the undead, the multitude of zombies, drawn by the sound of the automobile, emitted a ghastly howl that was more chilling than that of any demon. As they drew nearer, Chun Huan could discern the yearning glimmer in their hollow, grayish-white eyes devoid of pupils. Without further contemplation, Chun Huan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, engaged the handbrake, and pressed the brake pedal in a fluid motion. The tires of the speeding vehicle screeched against the asphalt, colliding violently with the door of the bus. The impact violently severed the body of a zombie that had just emerged, crushing it beneath the vehicle, blood splattering across the chassis, causing even the windshield wipers to spring into action from the force of the collision. Inside the convenience store, 2 survivors, taking refuge, cautiously peered outside, alert to the commotion. They witnessed an old Jetta racing towards them, dramatically smashing through the bodies of the undead, effectively barricading the bus door and trapping the 20 or so zombies within. forcing them to clamber awkwardly over the roof of the Jetta one by one. Then, a young man with short hair, clad in mountaineering attire, swung open the opposite door and emerged, wielding a gleaming tang knife. Goodness, this fellow is quite brave. Is he a police officer or perhaps a veteran? Thought one of the young survivors, astonished yet invigorated by the sight. I sensed this could be an opportunity to escape, he mused. A middle-aged man, also fortunate to have evaded disaster while shopping at the convenience store, replied, "And what will we tell them? To repay kindness with enmity? I am not so noble. When they retreated to the storeroom, did they call for us? Did they open the door when we pleaded? If it weren't for that gas station attendant, we would have been consumed long ago." Reflecting on their previous experiences, the young man's expression shifted. The middle-aged man continued, "He must have come to refuel. Let us inquire when he approaches." However, as the words left his lips, both men's faces paled. The newcomer outside was not engaging with the zombies. After swiftly dispatching two that lunged at him, he sprinted towards the service hall. "Over here." Seeing that the stranger's intent was not to refuel, the two men, now anxious, seized a fire axe and a shovel they had found, bursting through the door to rush towards Chen Huan. The middle-aged man, speaking rapidly, introduced himself. "I'm Zhang Jinghan, and this is Wang Yu. May I ask which direction you intend to head? Perhaps we could join forces for mutual protection. Rest assured, we have our own vehicle." Zhang Jinghan's words flowed swiftly, and before he reached Chen Huan, he had finished speaking. Chen Huan furrowed his brow, remaining silent and not breaking his stride, as the throng of zombies outside surged towards them. Zhang Jinghan and Wang Yu understood that there was no time for lengthy discussions. Gripping their weapons tightly, they followed Chen Huan into the service hall, where they worked together to secure the door from within before collapsing against the wall, utterly spent. As Chen Huan brandished his knife and scanned the surroundings, Wang Yu, breathless, exclaimed, "There's nothing sinister left inside. Those who devoured people have long departed." Despite his words, Chen Huan paid little heed, continuing his vigilant inspection. Once he confirmed that the hall was devoid of zombies and that the employee passageway was securely shut, he pulled a chair over to rest and recuperate, all the while observing the two individuals slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. His thoughts lingered on the grotesqueries of his past life. The horrors of the apocalypse had eroded any trust he might have held in humanity. Faced with the specter of death and paralyzing fear, individuals had resorted to using the flesh and blood of their companions to lure zombies. A stark reminder that when survival instincts dominate, rationality and morality become mere trifles. Under his piercing gaze, Zhang Jinghan and Wang Yu felt a chill course through them, their hearts racing with terror. What a pair of eyes they were, cold, frenzied, and imbued with a thirst for bloodshed. Even with Zhang Jinghan's considerable experience, he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. He swallowed hard and forced a chuckle. "Young brother, shall we venture forth together? If you require assistance, we would be willing to lend a hand." At this moment, he dared not mention mutual support, fully aware that their presence was a burden to one another. Chen Huan regarded him with a knowing glance. "Are you so certain that our paths align?" Zhang Jinghan cast a wary glance at the zombies crashing against the glass doors, shuddering involuntarily. "I cannot say for sure, but I know that following you is the safest option. If we remain here, we will inevitably be consumed by those wretched creatures." Wang Yu nodded fervently, desperation etched across his face. Chen Huan's gaze swept over the fire axe and shovel in their possession. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and declared, "Gather all useful items, particularly fuel cans and siphons. With a vehicle at our disposal, our supplies will be secured to a greater extent." As for whether any survivors remained at the gas station, he had no desire to meddle in such matters, nor was he inclined to play the role of savior. At certain junctures, killing was as simple as a swift stroke of the blade, provided these two complied and refrained from causing trouble. "Understood." Zhang Jinghan and Wang Yu responded with evident relief, promptly setting to work. Chen Huan made his way to the fire equipment cabinet situated in a corner of the hall, where he discovered a bright flashlight, bandages, electric batons, gas masks, and several fire extinguishers. Without hesitation, he collected the flashlight, bandages, and electric batons into his backpack, then proceeded to search other likely locations for additional supplies. Boss, aside from the fuel cans and siphons, there's nothing else here. Even the medications were discovered in the fire equipment cabinet. If we want water and food, we'll have to return to the convenience store. Soon, Wang Yu trotted over to report their findings. Even though Chen Huan had not explicitly detailed the needed supplies, the two could easily surmise the essentials. For in this transformed world, survival hinged upon access to water and food. Boss, Chen Huan chuckled softly, not at the title, but in acknowledgement of Wang Yu's efforts. Go gather all the portable loudspeakers from here, and then prepare to return to the convenience store. His purpose for visiting the gas station was simply to procure a fuel canister and a siphon. However, having resolved to bring along a vehicle for enhanced supplies, the collection of food and water became indispensable. Moreover, even in the absence of these two individuals, he would not miss the opportunity to stockpile additional provisions within the car. In the realm of survival during an apocalypse, no one ever deems their resources to be excessive. With a firm nod, Wang Yu departed, and Zhang Jinghan, who was busy gathering supplies, promptly joined in the search. Within mere minutes, 5 handheld megaphones were arranged atop the table. Once they had gathered their belongings, they prepared to escape through the window at the moment the zombies were lured away, making a dash for the convenience store. Should anyone find themselves surrounded along the way, they should not expect rescue. Perhaps during dinner that evening, he would even express gratitude to one among them for their selflessness. After casually outlining the precautions, Chen Huan secured the 5 handheld megaphones together with a strip of cloth. As they were set to broadcast mode, the instant they were activated, an ear-piercing sound erupted, driving the zombies banging against the glass doors into a frenzy. Additionally, with more zombies spilling out from the bus, the entire horde at the gas station began to converge towards the service hall. Zhang Jinghan and Wang Yu, who stood atop the table awaiting Chen Huan's command, felt a chill run down their spines, their limbs growing weak with trepidation, fearing that the glass door might shatter under the relentless pressure of the encroaching undead. Run. Chapter 6. Dispose of the corpse, just as the iron chain locking the glass door was about to give way under the relentless assault of the zombies. Chen Huan issued a command and was the first to leap through the window, racing towards the nearby convenience store. Following closely were Zhang Jinghan and Wang Yu, who had been on the verge of collapse. Wang Yu landed relatively unscathed, being youthful and accustomed to physical exertion. Even with supplies gathered from the service hall, he merely stumbled upon landing. However, Zhang Jinghan was in a different predicament. His age and deteriorating physical condition, combined with his weight, caused him to twist his ankle upon landing, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. The clatter of the fire axe and flashlight he dropped drew the attention of 2 nearby zombies, who immediately turned their grotesque faces towards him, baring their teeth stained with flesh. "Save me, please," Zhang Jinghan cried desperately. With his right leg unable to bear weight due to the sprain, he frantically crawled backwards, terrified of being torn apart and devoured by the abominable creatures. "Little brother, save me." Wang, trembling with fear, he was overwhelmed by panic, momentarily forgetting to stifle his cries. Wang Yu hesitated, glancing back at Zhang Jinghan cornered by the 2 zombies, then at Chen Huan, who showed no signs of turning back. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the shovel and prepared to rush to his aid. However, barely taking a few steps, he noticed several more zombies attracted by Zhang Jinghan's desperate pleas, their frenzied roars echoing in the air as they charged towards him, with some even beginning to converge on his position. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Yu's brow. Terror gripped him, extinguishing any thoughts of heroism. He turned and stumbled back towards the convenience store, instinctively believing that staying close to Chen Huan was his safest bet. "Wang Yu, help me, get away." As Wang Yu turned back only to retreat, despair washed over Zhang Jinghan. He began to kick at the 2 zombies lunging at him, one of which had already sunk its teeth into his calf, tearing away a chunk of flesh. In truth, Chen Huan had heard Zhang Jinghan's pleas for help. He possessed the capability to rescue him, but prior to leaving the service hall, he had made it clear that if anyone found themselves surrounded by zombies, they should not expect his assistance. He might even express gratitude for someone else's selflessness during dinner later that night. Furthermore, he was not a paragon of virtue. Thus, what merit was there in rescuing someone who failed to heed warnings, could not keep quiet, and lacked the ability to escape from two zombies. Upon arriving at the convenience store, Chun Huan paid no mind to whether Wang Yu had followed him and began organizing boxes of bottled water stacked beside the freezer. "Boss, old Zhang." Wang Yu hurriedly closed the door behind him, still bearing the haunted look of someone who had narrowly escaped. Chun Huan, however, remained silent, seemingly prioritizing the value of the bottled water over a human life. Seeing this, Wang Yu chose not to speak further. He set down his supplies and shovel, moving forward to gather food from the shelves, all the while lost in a daze. Others may fare well, but Zhang Jinghan is one who has shared life and death with him. Just moments ago, they were conversing, yet now he finds himself surrounded by zombies, reduced to mere sustenance for them, and he, paralyzed by fear, can do nothing. Suddenly, with a crack, a glass door of the convenience store shatters, and in strides a figure drenched in blood and brains, wielding a fire axe, stepping over the shards of glass with a blood-soaked leg. In a daze, Wang Yu is first startled by the commotion, but upon recognizing the person, elation floods him. "Old Zhang, you're alive?" Zhang Jinghan pushes Wang Yu aside with a grim smile, revealing teeth smeared with decaying flesh. "What? Surprised I'm alive? Do you think I deserve to be devoured by those creatures?" "No, that's not what I meant, Wang Yu hastily explains, but is interrupted by Zhang Jinghan's low growl. "Not what you meant. Then what do you mean? When I called for help, did any of you come to my aid? Don't tell me it was because of the zombies. Killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. There were only two heading my way. Could he not have saved me?" Zhang Jinghan, filled with resentment, points an accusing finger at Chun Huan, who is perched on a water cooler, watching for any signs of danger outside. To put plainly, he simply did not wish to rescue me. Among all the distractions in the service hall, nothing attracts zombies more than living, breathing humans. From the moment we entered that hall with him, he had plotted everything out. Holding a loudspeaker was merely the first step. We were the true bait for his escape. And you, do you think you are safe just because nothing has happened yet? If you choose to follow him, you will inevitably become bait, just like I did. In this damned world, do not expect kindness from a stranger. As Zhang Jinghan's agitation grows, his voice escalates, prompting Chun Huan to frown, for several zombies have begun to wander closer. Silence. Afraid? Afraid I'll draw them all in? Let me tell you, I am not afraid. Not anymore. At that moment, the other survivors, roused by the commotion, muster their courage and begin to emerge from the warehouse. 11 in total, a mixed group of men and women, gas station employees, and vehicle owners or passengers. Yet, when they glance at Zhang Jinghan and Wang Yu, their expressions betray their apprehension. They cannot meet their gaze, their hopeful eyes lingering on Chun Huan, ready to retreat back into the warehouse at a moment's notice. Neither Chun Huan nor Wang Yu pays them any mind, but upon seeing those who abandoned him to survive, Zhang Jinghan's already heightened emotions can no longer be contained, erupting into wild, mocking laughter. Did you not seek safety? By all means, follow him. He will take good care of you, provided you can survive the journey. As Zhang Jinghan's voice crescendos, the few wandering zombies outside begin to stir with excitement, unleashing a chorus of howls, seeking death. Upon witnessing the scene, Chun Huan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, in full view of the gathered onlookers. He rose and struck down upon Zhang Jinghan's neck with his blade. Blood gushed forth from the severed artery, instantly staining the ceiling and floor, while the dislodged head rolled ominously to the entrance. A collective gasp of horror erupted as the shocking turn of events sent waves of panic through everyone present, shrill screams echoing in the air. Silence, if you wish to survive. Chun Huan's fierce gaze swept over the remaining survivors, the blade dripping with crimson, menacingly pointing towards the 11 individuals at the entrance of the warehouse. The unmasked intent to kill sent a jolt through the onlookers. The lifeless body, headless and sprawled on the ground, only heightened their terror. Trembling uncontrollably, many covered their mouths in fear, with some having soiled themselves. Yet, Chun Huan showed no regard for their feelings. As the advancing zombies drew nearer, he directed his knife towards the paralyzed Wang Yu. Dispose of his body. Chapter 7. Eliminate the murder and dispose of the bodies. As this series of brutal actions unfolded before their eyes, a palpable fear surged within the survivors. whose minds still lingered in the realm of civilized society. They looked at Chun Huan as if he were a deranged killer, their hands instinctively covering their mouths to stifle their screams. Wang Yu was not in a much better state, although he had narrowly escaped death twice since awakening. Both instances had been due to zombies. However, witnessing Chun Huan directly commit murder, decapitating another, was a first for him. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses, and the warm blood that stained his face had yet to dry. As Chun Huan pointed his tang knife at him, he finally snapped out of his shock and terror, only to kneel and retch violently, as if he were expelling every last drop of bile. Observing this, Chun Huan did not rush him. Instead, he tightened his grip on the tang knife and positioned himself beside the shattered glass door. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, entrusting one's safety to a stranger was the height of folly. Blood was a potent lure for zombies, and whether they disposed of the corpse outside or maintained the status quo, the undead would be drawn in. The shattered glass door offered an optimal vantage point to eliminate the zombies that might surge through. After all, the human body had not improved in resilience since the viral mutation, and Wang Yu, currently in a suboptimal state, could not hope to confront the 7 zombies outside, which were eagerly thrashing and growling, unless he utilized every available resource, be it the environment or the corpses. The rationale behind Wang Yu disposing of Zhang Jinghan's body outside was straightforward: to mitigate the pressure by preventing a horde of zombies from flooding in at once. The closer the zombies drew, the more pungent the scent of blood became. Outside, the undead revealed their jagged, foul-smelling jaws, with greenish-red liquid dripping from the corners of their mouths. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone in the convenience store could see the ravenous hunger reflected in the featureless, gray-white eyes of the zombies. "Run!" Several timid women could no longer contain their fear and shouted. Chun Huan turned sharply, his gaze filled with a cruel intensity, yet the women's screams persisted. At that instant, his murderous intent peaked, but just as he was about to act, the men standing beside the women trembled and quickly covered their mouths. "Keep quiet if you wish to live," he growled, having already taken one life. He cared not for the lives of others. The first to react, a stout man, shivered under Chun Huan's gaze and immediately hissed a warning. Sure, with that low admonition, the women hurriedly nodded, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, who had been kneeling and retching, slowly rose, supporting himself against the wall. He realized, as Zhang Jinghan had said, that this was indeed a cursed world. To seek refuge and survive, one could not be a burden. He turned to Chun Huan and said, "Boss, I apologize. I'm still trying to adjust." As his words fell, he cast a fleeting glance at the nearby zombies, which could almost be described as within arm's reach. Then, in full view of the onlookers, he bent down to grasp the headless corpse of Zhang Jinghan and dragged it outward. Chun Huan observed this with narrowed eyes. Wang Yu's transformation was entirely unexpected for him. Yet, it was precisely this change that endowed Wang Yu with a greater chance of survival in this apocalyptic world. However, the weight of an adult corpse proved cumbersome, akin to transporting an inebriated man rendered unconscious. "I'll assist you." The portly man, who had just let out a low growl, noticed Wang Yu's struggle and, despite trembling with fear, rushed forward to lend a hand as the zombies drew perilously close to the convenience store. Chun Huan stood quietly beside the shattered glass door, his indifferent demeanor suggesting that he was utterly unconcerned about the fate of the 2 men. The other survivors held their breath at that moment, cautiously inching backward. A cacophony erupted as 7 zombies lunged from outside the convenience store, intent on sinking their teeth into the 2 men, eager to shred their bodies and feast upon their steaming, fresh entrails. Even as the 2 men abandoned the corpse and fled in sheer terror, the proximity of the threat proved overwhelming. One of the zombies managed to seize Wang Yu's ankle, toppling him to the ground, where it bared its sharp, fetid teeth and aimed to bite into his calf. "Get off me!" Wang Yu shouted, kicking wildly at the zombie's head in a desperate attempt to dislodge it. Yet, driven by its primal instinct to feed, the zombie felt no pain, rendering Wang Yu's efforts futile. Even the 3 zombies nearby, who were engaged in tearing apart Zhang Jinghan's corpse and feasting upon its entrails, were drawn by the commotion, their bloodied mouths eagerly approaching. With the zombie still gripping his ankle, and 3 more advancing upon him, Wang Yu realized that escape was no longer an option. But it was precisely at that moment that a cold glimmer flashed before his eyes. With a swift motion, the zombie that had seized him was cleaved in 2 at the head, its brain matter and blood splattering all over him. Raising his gaze, he saw Chen Huan wielding a knife, having pierced through the skull of one zombie, while simultaneously delivering a forceful kick to another that had drawn too near. With a swift withdrawal of his blade, he coldly remarked, "Were you waiting for me to help you up?" Startled, Wang Yu scrambled to his feet and hastily retreated into the convenience store to retrieve the fire axe previously used by Zhang Jinghan. "Take the fire axe. You shall wield the shovel." Chen Huan, having returned to the store, observed Wang Yu brandishing the fire axe. After dispatching 2 zombies in the lobby of their apartment building, he coldly cautioned Wang Yu. While the fire axe possessed formidable lethality, it demanded exceptional physical prowess and skill, as it could easily become lodged in a skull. Wang Yu's physical condition rendered him ill-suited for its use. The portly man would fare somewhat better in this regard. He had just slain 4 zombies, yet the muscles in his arms were already showing signs of fatigue. Although he could still position himself to eliminate the remaining 3 zombies, he chose not to do so. Time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu swiftly exchanged weapons with a hefty companion and stood shoulder to shoulder before the shattered glass door, facing the 3 approaching zombies head-on. There was no finesse in his actions, only frantic swings driven by sheer terror. Unfamiliar with the art of wielding a shovel, Wang Yu resorted to repeatedly smashing the flat side against the zombie skulls. In contrast, his companion, armed with a fire axe, unleashed a powerful strike that brought the blade crashing down onto one zombie's head. With a resounding thud, the fire axe descended with remarkable speed, and the zombie's head erupted upon impact, sending a spray of brain matter splattering across both men. Chunks of decayed flesh followed the trajectory of the explosion, landing directly in the mouths of Wang Yu and his companion, while 2 eyeballs were dislodged, rolling across the ground for several revolutions. The horrifying spectacle was a visceral assault on the senses, particularly for Wang Yu and his companion, who, with remnants of rotting flesh in their mouths, immediately retched, their bodies weakening as they instinctively recoiled to evade the remaining 2 zombies' advances. Standing off to the side, Chen Huan relaxed his arms to regain his strength, his nerves taut as he coldly observed the unfolding chaos. Eliminate them. Chapter 8. A new beginning. Fear is an instinctual trait of living beings. However, it proves to be futile for the zombies, which are devoid of any semblance of conventional life. Eliminate them. The moment Chen Huan's cold voice echoed, it sent a shiver through the bodies of the plump man and Wang Yu, compelling them to instinctively retreat. Gritting their teeth, they raised their weapons and brought them down with great force upon the head of the recently risen zombie. With a resounding thud, the skull of yet another zombie was shattered, and once more, the grotesque scene unfolded. Although the zombie was thoroughly lifeless, the fire axe became lodged within its cranium, rendering it impossible to extract. Meanwhile, another zombie met its fate under Wang Yu's near-manic assault. Its skull gradually deformed as brain matter and blood mingled with decaying flesh, splattering in all directions. In a mere few moments, Wang Yu's relentless blows had completely flattened the creature's head, and only when the shovel broke did he finally pause to catch his breath. Raising his gaze, his eyes were now a vivid crimson, his face and body smeared with blood, brain matter, and rotting flesh. The remaining survivors, already engulfed in sheer terror, recoiled as if confronted by a demon from the depths of hell. Under Wang Yu's fierce gaze, they instinctively retreated several paces, particularly the women who had previously screamed, some of whom scrambled back to the warehouse, while others collapsed in fright, trembling as they shrank back. They feared that the frenzied Wang Yu would seek retribution for past grievances. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man, pale and trembling, stammered, "Young brother, we left you behind because there were too many of those." Silence. Wang Yu shot a menacing glare in his direction. He then propped himself up with a half-broken wooden stick and turned to the ever-unfazed Chen Huan. "Boss, do we need any more supplies? The more usable items we acquire, the better," Chen Huan replied casually as he wiped the blood from his knife on the zombie's corpse. Wang Yu nodded, gripping the half-stick and heading toward the warehouse. As he passed the survivors, none dared to meet his gaze, hastily clearing a path for him. "Can I accompany you?" The plump man, having finally retrieved the fire axe, asked cautiously. Chen Huan appraised him and the bloodied axe before nodding. "Yes, bring back more food and water from the convenience store." The man, elated, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. My name is Li Feng. I'm 29 years old, and I—" Before he could finish, Chen Huan interrupted. "I'm not interested in your age, profession, or origin. Time is of the essence. Just follow instructions." "Understood." After dispatching Li Feng to assist, the remaining survivors in the convenience store cautiously spoke up. Could you also take us along, big brother? The more, the merrier, right? It's good to have someone to look out for each other. If anything arises, you'd have more hands at your disposal." The act of clinging to the powerful has always been a prevalent norm, particularly in this transformed world, where such behavior is ubiquitous. Since their awakening that afternoon, the group has been at a loss, hiding in hopes of rescue, uncertain of how to continue their existence. With newfound hope, they are undoubtedly eager to seize any opportunity. However, as Chen Huan surveyed their faces, a sly smile crept upon his lips. "You heard the words of that corpse outside, did you not? Are you not fearful that at some point I might eliminate you and use your bodies as bait for the zombies to facilitate my escape?" Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere within the convenience store grew tense. A middle-aged woman chuckled nervously and replied, "But you did not do that just now. You saved that young man with the shovel." "Indeed. Did you not agree to take along that hefty fellow?" Another retorted sharply. Hearing these responses, Chen Huan perched atop a makeshift seat of stacked water bottles, glancing toward the service hall, and mockingly countered, "They possess sufficient value for me to consider their inclusion. But what of you? Is your greatest worth merely a burden?" "You." One individual nearly erupted in anger, but, recalling the identity of the person he was about to insult, hesitated and instead suggested, "We too can demonstrate our worth." "Very well," Chen Huan replied, gesturing outside. "If you can retrieve some powerful flashlights from the service hall or slay a couple of zombies, I shall acknowledge your value." At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. They were acutely aware of what lay beyond. The risk of proving their worth could very well lead to their demise. Chen Huan chose not to engage further with them. His decision to include the rotund Li Feng was simple. He possessed an understanding of the situation and a degree of combat capability, even if lacking in technique. He was the strongest in terms of physicality. Wang Yu, though not as adept, had shown significant adaptability, thereby increasing his survival chances in this apocalyptic reality. Most crucially, he was obedient. "Boss, we are nearly prepared," Wang Yu announced as he and Li Feng approached Chen Huan, hauling boxes of food, salted duck ham sausages, luncheon meat, grabbing whatever ready-to-eat items they could find. Chen Huan nodded and tossed the car keys he had retrieved from Zhang Jingan's remains to Wang Yu. "You two will take one vehicle." Without waiting for their response, he brandished his knife and sprinted towards the bus. 2 vehicles meant more supplies. After 8 years of survival in the apocalypse, Chen Huan harbored deep suspicions towards everyone, even if he had decided to take these 2 along. Unconditional trust was a luxury he could not afford. The convenience store was over 100 meters from the bus. Running at full speed would not consume much time. Yet as the bus faced the service hall, the zombies, lured by the sound of a loudspeaker, surged through the broken doors. Therefore, it was imperative to tread lightly to avoid alerting them before they could start the vehicles, allowing more time for transporting supplies. "Open the door, get in the vehicle." As Wang Yu and his companion completed refueling and climbed into the vehicle, Chen Huan deftly turned the key, engaged the gear, released the brake, and pressed the accelerator, executing the entire sequence with seamless precision. The car surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly maneuvering into a sharp turn before halting abruptly in front of the convenience store. Wang Yu and his companion followed closely behind. The engine remained alive as the 3 of them flung open the trunk, hastily loading it with boxes of mineral water and provisions. The urgency was palpable, for the horde of zombies in the service hall was advancing towards them. The cacophony of their ravenous growls resonated like the tormented wails of demons from the depths of hell. After securing the fuel canister and siphon, Chun Huan closed the trunk and cast a fleeting glance at those inside, their eyes filled with desperate hope. If they wished to survive, they should return to their previous hiding spot. Having offered them the greatest kindness he could muster before departing, Chun Huan climbed into the vehicle, engaged the gear, and immediately slammed down on the gas pedal. With a thunderous roar, the engine awakened, and the tires screeched against the pavement, propelling the car forward and sending one of the zombies sprawling. Before the creature could rise, it was crushed under the weight of the vehicle driven by Wang Yu, its head bursting upon impact. Chapter 9. The blocked highway. The time has now reached August 10th, 2024, Wednesday, at 9 p.m., marking a full 5.5 hours since the apocalypse began. This unforeseen catastrophe has plunged every corner of the world into chaos. As night descends, the chilling howls of zombies grow ever more distinct. They scent the presence of humanity, relentlessly searching for sustenance. Windows without security bars and flimsy doors are easily breached by the undead, who attack indiscriminately, leaving behind ghastly remnants of flesh. Cities long succumbed to despair are engulfed in flames and billowing smoke, while the collapse of communication has severed all ties to the outside world, leaving only fear, helplessness, and desolation to pervade every corner of the globe. In Huagua, on the Jianglan Expressway, Chun Huan drives an old Jetta stained with the blood and decay of zombies, leading the way, closely followed by an SUV. The entire stretch of highway is shrouded in darkness. The power grid had failed the moment the storm broke, rendering the once vibrant streetlights utterly useless. Thankfully, they had departed early. Had they waited 4 days like in the past, the expressway would have been in far worse condition, filled with overturned vehicles. While a few zombies occasionally appeared, they were not a significant threat to a vehicle moving at a steady pace, especially as their movements were sluggish at night, and the car's speed remained a steady 80 kilometers per hour, allowing ample time for reactions. However, after traveling over 300 kilometers from the gas station, Chun Huan noticed through the rearview mirror that the SUV had activated its hazard lights and was gradually slowing down. What could be wrong? He parked the car, drew his tang knife, and with a flashlight in hand, cautiously approached the vehicle behind him. "Boss, we haven't seen any cars on this stretch, and likely no zombies either. Should we rest here for the night before continuing?" Both Wang Yu and Li Feng wore expressions of exhaustion. Chun Huan pondered briefly before nodding gently. The surrounding environment was engulfed in darkness, making it impossible to discern any nearby dangers. Furthermore, since the outbreak had forced him to leave his apartment, he had been on high alert, his physical stamina severely depleted, necessitating a rest. 6 hours, 2 shifts, he declared, and after speaking, he returned to switch off the engine, both to conserve fuel and to avoid attracting zombies with the noise. In this new world, the absence of other vehicles on this road signified a certain level of safety. Soon, as both vehicles fell silent, the lights extinguished, and the highway was enveloped in utter silence and darkness. An unsettling chill crept into their bones. "Boss, it's pitch black and so cold here. Shouldn't we start a fire? It would help us react quickly in case of any unforeseen events," Li Feng said, rummaging through the trunk for water and food. The three of them gathered between the two cars, with Li Feng glancing around cautiously even as he opened a bottle of water. Chun Huan took several deep gulps of water, wiped his mouth, and replied, "Any light or sound will expose us to them. Only absolute darkness and silence can guarantee a measure of safety." Wang Yu, puzzled, responded, "But we haven't seen any vehicles on this road." Chun Huan scoffed, "Who says only humans can mutate?" Upon hearing this, the two individuals, already feeling insecure in the encompassing darkness, broke out in cold sweat. Not just humans. Does this imply that animals and even plants could also be affected? With this thought, Li Feng's voice trembled as he spoke. "Boss, should we not just continue on our journey? We can endure a bit longer." Wang Yu echoed his sentiment, "Yes, boss. Both Li Feng and I can manage to hold on." Chun Huan handed him a powerful flashlight he had collected, acknowledging that their current situation was relatively favorable and advised them to cherish it. "As for mutated creatures, only humans and animals should concern us. Do not dwell excessively on it." Gulp. Both men swallowed audibly, the sound stark in the stillness of their surroundings. What is most prevalent in the wild? Undoubtedly, various animals. In such an environment, how could one not be consumed by thoughts? Chun Huan glanced at the two in the darkness, instructed them to rest, stating that one should sleep while the other keeps watch, and when the watcher felt fatigue, they could switch roles. With that, he rose, knife in hand, and walked toward the vehicle, adding, "Stay inside the car." At 3 a.m, darkness still enveloped the world, the sky devoid of stars. Suddenly, two beams of bright light illuminated the Jianglan Expressway, followed swiftly by the sound of the car igniting. "Fatty, Fatty, wake up, hurry and drive." Seeing the vehicle ahead start up, Wang Yu, tense for a full 6 hours, swiftly slapped Li Feng awake. "What is happening? Are there zombies?" Li Feng, jolted awake by the slap, blinked in surprise, his cheeks quivering. "No zombies, just time to rest is over," Wang Yu replied, reclining his seat. "The boss is ready to set off. You need to hurry." "Okay." Noticing the brake lights ahead had turned off, Li Feng quickly started the vehicle, pressing the accelerator to keep up. As before, with dawn yet to break, their speed remained slow, hindered by the occasional tilted cars and clusters of 3 to 5 dazed zombies wandering aimlessly, mouths agape, moving at a bizarrely slow pace. Some of the zombies had hollow abdomens, clearly indicating they were once humans bitten and had now mutated. Bang! 2 days later, while driving on the expressway, Chun Huan collided with a zombie that he could not evade, bringing the car to a halt, his face contorted with displeasure as he stared at the tunnel entrance ahead. They were still quite a distance from Binren City, and at their current speed, it would take at least a day and a half to arrive. To his dismay, despite having reached this point, the expressway was completely blocked by an overturned, exploding fuel tanker. If it were just a small vehicle, they could tow it away, but the collapsed tunnel, due to the explosion, eliminated any possibility of passage. This meant that they could not use the expressway and would have to resort to a national road that posed significantly higher risks and would be time-consuming. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, all navigation systems had failed, and 8 years of survival had rendered him unable to recall the routes of the national roads. Does anyone know the route for the national road? Upon opening the door and alighting from the vehicle, Chun Huan swiftly severed the head of a zombie with a single strike. He turned to the approaching Wang Yu and Li Feng, remarking, "Boss, you truly overestimate us. In this era, everyone relies on navigation to venture outside. The highway is the most convenient route, aside from long-distance drivers who could possibly remember the national roads, especially the interprovincial ones." Indeed, Wang Yu concurred, his expression grim as he and Li Feng gripped their weapons tightly. The dire state of the city had become painfully clear to them through the radio broadcasts over the past 2 days. Even the forces tasked with evacuating survivors had suffered significant losses. The peril they would face if compelled to abandon the highway was all too evident. Chun Huan's gaze fixed upon the tunnel entrance, obstructed by piles of rubble, his countenance shifting between hope and despair. He turned back towards the roadway, declaring, "Let us enter the city and procure a map." Chapter 10. Inferno on Earth. Reversing the vehicle, I navigated the route back onto the ramp, with road signs whizzing past in reverse. The speed gradually decreased with each bend, and soon the Yunhe County toll station came into view. A crooked line of about 20 vehicles was parked haphazardly, among which a box truck lay overturned. The broken railing indicated that the driver had panicked and fled in haste to evade the encroaching zombies when the apocalypse struck. Scattered fish and shrimp littered the ground, mingling with the pervasive black blood, emanating a foul stench. The vicinity was eerily quiet, devoid of any zombies. Chun Huan parked the car, slinging a tang knife over his shoulder, and glanced around, his gaze lingering momentarily on the glass of the toll booth smeared with dark blood. Further off were the dormitories and cafeteria for the toll station staff. "Boss, are we going in?" Wang Yu asked, swallowing hard, gripping tightly the entrenching tool he had scavenged from the truck's toolbox the previous day. Chun Huan shook his head. "You two focus on refueling. I'll conduct a patrol." There was no need for explicit instruction. Over the past 2 days, Wang Yu and Li Feng had become adept at their task, working seamlessly together without fear of being trapped inside the vehicle by zombies. Chun Huan, on the other hand, unsheathed his tang knife and approached the toll booth. Due to the nature of the job, the booth doors were locked, preventing the mutated staff from exiting. As he neared the window, a zombie suddenly lunged, crashing against the glass with a thud, yet Chun Huan remained unfazed, meticulously surveying the interior. The booth was a mess, chairs overturned, tickets strewn about. But instead of the anticipated map, it was the intercom lying in a corner that piqued his interest. After 2 days of companionship, he had come to accept Wang Yu and Li Feng. Direct communication during their journey would undoubtedly enhance their safety. With this thought in mind, he gently rapped twice on the glass. The zombie inside became frenzied, desperately trying to squeeze through the narrow opening, eager to eviscerate the human standing before it. However, what awaited it was not the succulent flesh it craved, but a gleaming blade. With a swift motion, Chen Huan thrust the knife forward, piercing the creature's skull and ending its life. Blood sprayed across the glass and onto him. Yet he calmly withdrew his blade and, utilizing the advantage of its length, unlocked the door and stepped inside. After rummaging through the booth, he successfully located another intercom and a battery, repeating his search in several other booths to gather 3 more intercoms. Boss, we're all set. Just as Chen Huan adjusted the channels on the 4 intercoms, Li Feng, having finished refueling, waved from a distance. Chen Huan approached and handed one of the intercoms to them, instructing, if anything seems amiss, use these to communicate. Once we enter the city, pay particular attention to bookstores and pharmacies. If any survivors call for help along the way, ignore them. Also, he paused, emphasizing the rooftop. There may be military supplies dropped there. Yunhe County, though modest in size, clearly lacks the presence of military forces as evidenced by the situation at the toll station. However, this observation is not absolute. In these pressing circumstances, one cannot discount the possibility of armed helicopters transporting advanced troops. Understanding this, Wang Yu and Li Feng felt a chill run down their spines, fully grasping the purpose of their expedition into Yunhe County. Beyond the crucial acquisition of maps, their mission also entailed the gathering of supplies, particularly potential weapons such as firearms and triangular bayonets. They ignited the engines, and the 2 halted vehicles resumed their journey. Yet in contrast to their previous speed, they now advanced at a leisurely pace of no more than 30 miles per hour. The road ahead was strewn with colliding vehicles and aimlessly wandering zombies. The oppressive darkness of the past 24 hours had caused many leaves to fall from the roadside trees, casting an air of desolation over what was once a bustling county town. This grim state of affairs became increasingly prevalent as they approached the urban center, with a stench of decaying flesh pervaded the atmosphere, creating an infernal ambience. As a vehicle approached with a thunderous roar, the zombies turned their vacant gazes and emitted frenzied howls of excitement upon the discovery of potential prey. While they did not move in concert, the number of wandering zombies amounted to several hundred. Amidst the cacophony of their guttural cries, even Chen Huan felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. Suddenly, the intercom position before the windshield crackled to life, revealing Li Feng's trembling voice. Boss, there are simply too many zombies here. We need to shake them off quickly. Undoubtedly, Li Feng's suggestion was highly prudent, yet Chen Huan's intentions extended far beyond mere evasion. It is vital to recognize that urban areas are the most common haunts of zombie hordes, and once encircled, survival becomes a mere waiting game. Thus, in the quest for essential supplies, the foremost objective must be to establish a secure perimeter. Raising the intercom to his lips, Chen Huan commanded, "Maintain speed and stay close to me." Li Feng, seated in the passenger seat of the trailing vehicle, paled at his words. Boss, you're not suggesting we lead all the zombies in circles, are you? Indeed. Otherwise, searching for supplies will become exceedingly troublesome. With that, Chen Huan placed the intercom back down, then pressed his hand firmly on the steering wheel, unleashing a resounding horn that sent chills down the spines of his companions in the rear vehicle. In the current environment, the noise of the car was already considerable, but now, with the sudden horn blast, it took mere minutes for the trio to witness a swarm of zombies emerging from every corner of the street. Some even tumbled from the windows of nearby shops, crashing to the ground. While a few fell and could not rise again, others landed atop the vehicles below, triggering a chorus of alarms. Some were ensnared by air conditioning units, their innards spilling forth from gaping wounds. Goodness, how revolting! Li Feng gasped, his stomach churning as he nearly retched, subsequently glancing at Wang Yu. Don't you dare vomit. Focus on driving. Don't talk. I'm already on the verge of losing my lunch, Wang Yu replied, his words barely escaping his throat amidst the nausea. He cast a fleeting glance at the cracked rearview mirror, a deep sense of nausea swiftly replaced by an overwhelming horror. How could there be so many individuals in Yunhe County who had transformed due to bites? At that moment, Li Feng also discerned the gravity of the situation and hastily seized the walkie-talkie. Boss, something is amiss. A significant portion of these zombies outside have transformed due to bites, and I even spotted a few soldiers among the horde. Continue to maintain our speed, Chen Huan responded through the walkie-talkie. In truth, he had already perceived the anomalies Li Feng mentioned, aside from the soldiers. The majority of the zombies bore numerous bite marks, clearly not the result of mutations during the extreme dark thunderstorms. This alone could indicate that the survivors had gathered and moved en masse due to the prospect of rescue. Otherwise, in a state of profound fear and despair, no large group would venture outside. It was hard to say, but it seemed that Yunhe County had already become a ghost town. Gradually, as the number of zombies continued to swell, the vehicle's speed began to increase. Corpses of zombies riddled with bullet holes or blown to pieces by high-explosive grenades began to emerge in the trio's line of sight. Chen Huan exhaled a sigh of relief and instructed Li Feng to observe the gathering of zombies from the sunroof. Without hesitation, he slammed down on the accelerator, speeding across the bridge to shake them off. Chapter 11. The incoming bullets. Anhui County lies within the Yangtze River Basin, with the old town embraced by water on three sides, connected to the new town by two long bridges that span the river. Thanks to the prior efforts of rescue teams, the bridges had been cleared, allowing Chen Huan and his companions to drive swiftly, unimpeded. Apart from the massive horde of zombies trailing behind, the bridge was devoid of any undead presence. Only a scene of devastation remained. Viewed from above, the dense mass of corpses resembled a vast, black ocean. The two vehicles ahead cut through the air like arrows, racing through the tumultuous waves. As their speed escalated, the sluggish, stiff-bodied zombies were soon left behind on the bridge. Regrettably, if only they could detonate the bridge. Casting a glance back at the bridge teeming with zombies, Li Feng shook his head in disappointment and then picked up the radio, saying, "Boss, we've lured the horde onto the bridge. It won't be long before they flood into the old town. Are we preparing to turn back now?" Chen Huan surveyed the distant entrance of another bridge and replied, "No rush. The zombies move slowly. It will take them at least another hour to cross. Let's first take a tour of the old town and search for a police station or municipal office." The old town had been cleared by rescue teams, and while its supplies would surely pale in comparison to those of the new town across the river, especially since many fleeing civilians would have taken water, food, and medicine with them. Now that they were here, he could not simply leave after a cursory glance. Particularly, they were in dire need of a map. The disparity between the old town and the new town was stark. The new town boasted wide streets and towering skyscrapers, while the old town's streets were narrow, filled with buildings that bore the marks of age. Yet, compared to the new town, the old town exuded a more vibrant life, albeit a more tragic one. However, due to their unfamiliarity with the strange city and the fact that some streets were blocked by abandoned vehicles, after several fruitless circuits searching for a police station or municipal office, Chen Huan had to settle for a roadside bookstore, as their time in the old town was limited. He parked the car and turned off the engine, securing a dagger to his left arm and right leg, and equipping a powerful flashlight. Chen Huan finally stepped out of the vehicle, ready for action. They sought a map. Other supplies could wait until they returned to the new town. After succinctly issuing orders, he approached the half-closed side door next to the rolling shutter, muscles tensed in anticipation of a zombie lunging forth at any moment. He switched on his flashlight, illuminating the partially ajar door ahead. Wang Yu, following closely behind, nodded gently at Chen Huan and reached out to push the door inward with care. The rolling shutter was prone to making noise, and even with Wang Yu's delicate touch, the nearby locked door rattled, producing a clattering sound amidst the rush of air. Simultaneously, Chen Huan thrust his tang knife forward and swept the flashlight up and down to ensure safety before stepping inside to assess the environment. The bookstore was not exactly chaotic. It was far from orderly. Pens and books lay scattered all over the counter, in stark contrast to the neatly arranged volumes on the shelves. Indeed, in the face of an apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, who would concern themselves with a bookstore? Surviving was a feat in itself. Soon, after the trio completed their inspection of the store, ensuring no zombies lurked in the inconspicuous corners, they set about searching for the necessary maps. Boss, I haven't seen any detailed domestic transportation maps, but I did find a globe. Do you think could be of use? Li Fim exclaimed, rising with a globe the size of a basketball clutched in his hands. Chun Huang glanced at him, a smirk on his face. Are you planning to use that for lunch? Li Feng chuckled awkwardly. His intention was merely to lighten the mood, and he wasn't foolish enough to think the globe would serve any practical purpose. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, rummaging through the corners, unearthed a dusty cardboard box that had evidently been neglected by the owner for quite some time. He sliced through the tape with his entrenching tool, revealing its contents. Inside were old maps of China, the kind that people had once hung on their walls in the 2000s, laminated and filled with various transportation markers. Albeit still far from what they sought. Chun Huan picked up a map, folded it with determination, and tucked it into his pocket. Let us continue searching for books that might contain the maps we need. If we find nothing, we can look for them when we resupply. All right. As the two continued their search, Chen Huan was not idle either. The bookstore housed more than just books. It also contained various educational materials. However, the compasses and binoculars he found were somewhat lackluster. Indeed, while they could serve a purpose, they were utterly redundant compared to judging direction with the naked eye and reference points. In the end, after turning the bookstore upside down, the trio discovered nothing particularly useful aside from a few utility knives. History and geography books contained numerous maps, yet they were overly simplistic, lacking the comprehensiveness of the general transportation map tucked away in Chun Huan's pocket. Boss, how about we head back and search for a police station or municipal office street by street? The zombie horde has been led away, so the danger should be minimal. Wang Yu proposed, glancing at the mechanical watch he had taken from a corpse. They had lingered in the bookstore for a full 43 minutes. Just before they were about to leave, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. That seems to be our only option. However, unbeknownst to Chen Huan, as their vehicle traversed the Jiang Bridge, an observer lay prone on the rooftop of an apartment building across the way, peering through a sniper rifle towards them. Buzz, calling Falcon, vehicles are approaching rapidly on the bridge, 3 in number. They are likely the instigators behind the diversion of the target group. Weapons unknown. A soldier, who was assuaging the fears of dozens of survivors, felt a sudden jolt upon hearing a voice through his earpiece. Without hesitation, he pressed the button and commanded, "Wait for the opportune moment to fire and halt their advance. Remain vigilant to the movements of nearby targets." The sniper, known as Tiger Head, understood immediately. Lying prone on the rooftop terrace, he responded affirmatively, adjusting his breathing as his crosshairs followed the movement of Chun Huan's vehicle. His finger gradually settled on the trigger. Then, with a resounding crack, as Tiger Head squeezed the trigger, a faint gunshot echoed, and a 7.62 millimeters bullet surged forth, hurtling towards the distant Jiang River Bridge over 1,000 meters away. At that moment, a spent casing was ejected, spinning through the air before clattering to the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound. Chapter 12. Friend or Foe? Without any forewarning, everything arrived with unexpected suddenness. Just as Chun Huan firmly grasped the steering wheel to stabilize the vehicle, a sudden explosion of crimson erupted in the air. The zombie, which had been roaring in excitement moments before, collapsed instantly, only to be crushed by the speeding car, its head bursting upon impact. A jolt of alarm surged through Chun Huan, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. A sniper. They were under the watch of a sniper. With a screech, he slammed on the brakes, the tires locking up and leaving long, dark skid marks on the bridge. The SUV, trailing closely behind, nearly skidded off the bridge in a frantic attempt to avoid a collision, teetering on the brink of plunging into the churning river below. Boss, what happened? Quickly unbuckling their seatbelts, Wang Yu and Li Feng exited the vehicle, pressing against the side as they whispered their inquiries. Chen Huan, gripping the tang knife that was slowly being drawn from its sheath, wore a grim expression. We are being targeted by a sniper. What? Both Wang Yu and Li Feng gasped in astonishment. Was there still anyone alive from the rescue team? when they had previously drawn the horde of zombies. They had assumed that all the soldiers had perished, leaving Anha County a forsaken city. Now, however, they were informed by Chun Huan that they were being hunted by a sniper. It is important to note that in Huagua, the term sniper is inextricably linked with the military. As for ordinary citizens, aside from the affluent who might occasionally visit shooting ranges, there was no opportunity to come into contact with firearms, especially high-precision sniper rifles. Even if a survivor were fortunate enough to stumble upon military supplies, mastering such weaponry in a short time would be impossible. Chun Huan spoke gravely. Regardless of whether they are from the rescue team, we must exercise utmost caution until we ascertain their intentions. Li Feng gripped the fire axe tightly. Boss, what should we do now? Chun Huan glanced at the zombie with its head crushed beneath the vehicle, remaining silent. He bent slightly, retrieving an outdoor backpack from inside the car, then cautiously raised it along the side of the vehicle, hoping to gauge whether the other party was friend or foe. Wang Yu and Li Feng fixed their gazes intently on the water bag in Chun Huan's hand. After all, life is singular, and no one wished to lose it so abruptly. Even though the creature that had just fallen to the ground was a zombie, they could not dismiss the possibility that the sniper's aim was directed at the three of them, and that the deceased zombie had fortuitously shielded Chun Huan from the bullet. As time ticked away, the water bag used for testing remained intact, while the zombies approaching the trio were systematically dispatched with precise shots to the head. Let us go. At this moment, Chun Huan finally exhaled in relief, quickly sheathing his knife and racing towards the opposite side of the bridge. He had come to a firm conclusion that the sniper was indeed a survivor from the rescue team, and he could surmise the purpose behind the gunfire aimed at them. ZZZZ. Calling Falcon, Tigerhead has successfully compelled the target to approach. Identity confirmed. 3 survivors, male, Chinese. Weapons: tang knife, military shovel, fire axe. The vehicle contains a substantial amount of supplies. On the rooftop, the vigilant Tigerhead maintained his watchful gaze upon the moving vehicles, simultaneously relaying updates to Falcon through his earpiece. Falcon exhaled deeply, approached the window, and lifted his binoculars for a brief observation. He pressed the earpiece and inquired, Tigerhead, "How much ammunition do you have left?" 5 rounds, came the reply. 5 rounds. A bitter expression crossed Falcon's face. From a combat squad of 58 personnel, only the 2 of them remained, and their ammunition was nearly depleted. He pondered how much longer they could endure, how much longer they could safeguard the civilians. While they were temporarily untroubled by concerns of water and food, the relentless zombies lurking in the corridor posed a formidable threat. Although they could deftly escape via the fire escape, what would become of the women and children? Could they simply abandon them? They could not, nor would they entertain such thoughts. Even in death, they would fight valiantly. The 3 individuals who had unexpectedly diverted the horde on the bridge represented the greatest hope for the dozens of civilians seeking to evacuate Anha County. Otherwise, Falcon would not have resorted to extreme measures to compel Tigerhead to fire and seek their assistance. May everything proceed smoothly, he mused inwardly. With a sigh, Falcon drew his pistol, checked the ammunition, and casually chambered a round. He then handed a dagger to a robust young survivor, patting his shoulder and instructing, "As per our usual practice, protect them well." "Understood," the young man affirmed, gripping the dagger firmly, while hope flickered in the eyes of the others. As Chun Huan and his companions drew away a significant number of zombies from New City, the survivors realized that a glimmer of hope for their escape had emerged. Even though they could not witness the entire process of the diversion, the distant sound of honking was unmistakably clear in the deathly silence of the city. Amidst the crowd's agitation, the soldier named Falcon had been reassuring them, fearing that the noise would attract the zombies. Everyone understood the gravity of Falcon's recent words and actions. As Falcon prepared to descend the fire escape, he pressed the earpiece and instructed, "Tigerhead, utilize the terrain to guide me. Refrain from firing unless absolutely necessary." After a brief pause, he added, "If no opportunities arise, fire to compel them to move." Meanwhile, 2 vehicles on the Jiangxi Bridge finally reached the ravaged exit. In stark contrast to the opposite side, this area was littered with corpses and blackened blood, swarming with flies. As the vehicles sped past, The air erupted into a chaotic buzz. Nearly 100 zombies, aimlessly wandering the streets, turned rigidly at the sound of the cars, emitting a cacophony of growls. Their lifeless eyes alight with the thrill of spotting potential prey. Stay calm, boss. There are too many zombies here. If we charge through, we will surely be torn apart. Li Feng trembled at the sight of Chen Huan heading towards the horde. Although the zombies moved sluggishly, the difference between turning to flee and confronting them head-on was stark. If the wheels became stuck or the vehicle overturned, they would meet a fate worse than death. As they drew nearer, the plan was to suddenly veer off and sound the horn, thereby luring them all away at once. Inside the lead vehicle, Chen Huan's palm was slick with fine beads of sweat as he clutched the walkie-talkie. Despite having anticipated the survivors from the rescue team might attempt to halt his progress, the sensation of being coerced was utterly unbearable. Moreover, the zombies before him were indeed a dire threat. As Li Feng had articulated, should they charge straight ahead, it would be a certain demise, particularly as the vehicle could hardly withstand such vigorous jostling any longer. The sole recourse lay in employing the same tactic to divert them. However, just as he began to decelerate and sharply maneuver the steering wheel, a sudden gunshot shattered the tense atmosphere, abruptly interrupting Chen Huan's next move. Before he could react, another gunshot rang out from not far away, accompanied by a barrage of furious curses. "Come on, come bite me. Aren't you famished, you grotesque creatures? Come on." Chapter 13. The plan in stark contrast to the bloodied metal boxes, it was evident that those humans, exuding a tantalizing sweetness and making a greater commotion, attracted the zombies far more. Thus, amidst the gunfire and the furious curses of the falconer, the horde of zombies halted their advance, their rigid forms twisting as they turned their heads, unleashing a chorus of ravenous howls as they surged en masse toward the side street. They yearned to feast, to pounce upon that individual and devour him from the outside in. Before long, only a few zombies remained near the vehicles, still inching closer. "Boss." This Li Feng and Wang Yu sat within the car awaiting Chen Huan's next command, their gazes fixed on the retreating horde. In their estimation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that soldier was undoubtedly doomed. At that moment, several wandering zombies approached, their sharp claws scraping against the glass with a grating sound. Unknown, foul secretions smeared the windows as they relentlessly battered the vehicle, seeking to gnaw at every inch of human flesh within. With each violent impact, the car shuddered slightly. The windshield was now obscured, stained with darkened blood and decaying flesh. "First, deal with them." Chen Huan withdrew his gaze, discarding the walkie-talkie, and pressed the accelerator. After shaking off a few zombies clinging to the car, he suddenly slammed on the brakes and shifted into reverse, crashing into the approaching zombies. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of consecutive impacts echoed as the rear bumper detached, sending zombies tumbling to the ground, some even crushed beneath the vehicle, limbs severed. The SUV that followed mercilessly ground the dismembered parts into a pulpy mess. Shut off the engine, exit the vehicle. Chen Huan and his companions armed themselves and approached the fallen zombies, some crawling and others sluggishly rising. Unfazed by their missing limbs, the creatures fixated on the approaching food, their pallid, pupil-less eyes gleaming with excitement. With a firm grip on the knife's handle, Chen Huan summoned his strength and executed a swift horizontal slash. Swoosh! In the chilling arc of the blade, black blood splattered as a head, still gaping its mouth, spun and crashed to the ground. Simultaneously, he delivered a brutal kick to the face of a zombie that was left with only a half body, evading another lunging, limbless creature. And with a vertical strike of his Tang Dao, he cleaved yet another zombie's head, along with its skull, in twain. Bang! The limbless zombie he had evaded met its end beneath Li Feng's ferocious swing of the fire axe, its head exploding like a watermelon, spraying the three with a shower of viscous gore. Ugh! Spitting out the foul matter, Chen Huan shifted to a one-handed grip on the knife, pressing the handles in with his left hand, and plunged it into the head that had just been severed, still gnashing its jaws. Although Wang Yu's movements lacked the same precision, every zombie that fell to his entrenching shovel met a fate nearly as gruesome as those dispatched by Li Feng's axe. In less than a minute, The few zombies had been thoroughly dispatched. "Boss, there are people on the 7th floor." As Chun Huan focused on the commotion among the horde of zombies at the side road, Wang Yu's somewhat breathless voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Following the direction indicated, he beheld a group of 12 or 13 individuals frantically waving from the 7th floor balcony of a nearby residential building, situated about 100 meters away. In their desperate attempt to attract attention, some even removed their clothing to use as makeshift signals. Yet, despite their frantic gestures, not a single sound escaped their lips. "Damn it!" Chun Huan cursed inwardly. With his extensive experience in surviving the apocalypse, he could easily deduce the dire situation within that building. Furthermore, the horde of zombies that had been drawn away would not have lingered along this stretch unless a significant number of humans were gathered there. "Boss, do you think the sniper might also be in that building?" Li Feng asked, gripping his fire axe and remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of the possibility that the diverted horde might return. "Most likely." With the sniper silent, Chun Huan felt uncertain about the adversary's location. This area was adjacent to the Cross River Bridge, situated at a crossroads, with buildings lining the road and across the river, providing an expansive view. If the sniper were indeed in the survivors' building, everything except the side road that had diverted the horde would fall within their line of fire. It was possible they had not repeated their previous tactic of driving away the zombies to prevent any attempt at an escape. While it was feasible to abandon their vehicle to evade danger near the community's commercial area, what if the enemy were in another building? Chun Huan did not always assume the worst. Rather, he understood that human nature is the most unpredictable variable. He could not fathom the soldier's unwavering belief. Having been granted a second chance at life to rectify past regrets, he had no desire to be foolishly shot in the head, even if the likelihood was minimal. Moreover, with the onset of the apocalypse, the very foundations of civilization had become mere illusions. 8 years of survival had exposed him to countless atrocities, and even soldiers, who were willing to sacrifice everything for the populace, could not be trusted entirely. In his view, the fact that they had resorted to gunfire to halt him, regardless of their intention to seek help, was inherently threatening. It suggested they had already made sacrifices of a few to save many. "Should we run or enter the community to rescue them?" Wang Yu whispered, acutely aware that the number of surviving military personnel in the rescue team was undoubtedly limited. Otherwise, they would have utilized their firepower to escort the civilians to safety instead of being trapped in the building. Chun Huan glanced at the survivors waving from the 7th floor. Narrowing his eyes, he decided to enter the community with supplies to attempt a rescue. If that proved unfeasible, they would find a way to ascertain the sniper's position and escape utilizing blind spots. The notion of risking everything to save others was alien to Chun Huan. He believed that survival was paramount, and the only being he could trust completely was himself. He cast a glance at Li Feng and Wang Yu, then unsheathed the dagger strapped to his right leg, handing it to Li Feng. "If the axe gets stuck, use the dagger." "Understood." Considering the likelihood of abandoning the vehicle to proceed on foot for a while, Chun Huan paid no heed to the provisions of food and drinking water in the trunk. He merely stuffed 2 additional walkie-talkies and a spare flashlight into his already overflowing backpack before concluding his preparations. In contrast, Wang Yu and Li Feng took a little longer to organize their supplies. Chun Huan, however, refrained from commenting on their delay. Instead, he gazed towards the intersection, walking forward while softly murmuring, the earlier commotion was quite significant. The zombies at the main gate on the other side of the community were likely drawn there. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant and not rely on any potential rescue fire. Once we enter the community, we should maintain our formation and advance steadily. If we encounter more than 7 zombies, we must retreat immediately, with particular attention to conserving our energy. The 2 responded affirmatively. Subsequently, Wang Yu inquired, "So how do we locate the sniper?" Chapter 14. I just want to survive. How to find the sniper? In response to Wang Yu's inquiry, Chun Huan licked his lips and decided to prioritize saving the person according to their wishes. He refrained from offering further explanation, as there were certain matters he preferred to keep unspoken. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu and Li Feng exchanged contemplative glances. Suddenly, Chun Huan halted abruptly at the corner ahead. Swiftly turning to press Wang Yu and Li Feng against the glass wall of the shop, raising a finger to his lips as a signal for silence. Anxious, Wang Yu and Li Feng instinctively softened their breaths. Li Feng then gestured, inquiring whether they had stumbled upon a horde of zombies. Chen Huan shook his head slightly and continued to observe the scene ahead against the wall. Before them, a soldier clad in combat attire, his face painted with camouflage, approached with a measured gait. His left arm was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, while he brandished a Type 92 pistol in his right hand. The earpiece nestled near his right ear clearly served as a means of communication with his comrades. How could I have overlooked this? Chen Huan cursed under his breath, tightening his grip on the tang knife. Let us go. Wang Yu and Li Feng exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions grim as they stepped out, their hearts racing. If I were in your position, I wouldn't merely settle for a simple bandage, Chen Huan began as they exited the corner. The approaching soldier offered a non-committal smile, his gaze shifting between the three of them, particularly focusing on Chen Huan. As a special forces soldier, he discerned immediately that the young man wielding the tang knife was no ordinary civilian. Despite his apparent lack of physical prowess, the aura he emanated sent a shiver down the soldier's spine. Provide him with bandages and alcohol. I have no desire to accompany someone who is attempting morsel for zombies. The two parties halted, approximately 2 meters apart, and Chen Huan's muscles tensed as he spoke to Wang Yu behind him. All right. As Wang Yu reached for his backpack to retrieve the bandages and alcohol, the soldier spoke up, You need not be so guarded. We do not shoot at civilians. Chen Huan scoffed, Yet you have fired upon civilians. Perhaps that sniper is currently aiming at us. He gestured toward his temple. The soldier fell silent. We resorted to such extreme measures out of urgent necessity for rescue. I apologize. Chen Huan's gaze lingered momentarily on the soldier's pistol. However, I do not appreciate being threatened with a firearm, and your presence poses a significant threat as well. The soldier understood Chen Huan's insinuation. He could relinquish the gun, but nothing else. In that case, you may keep it, but from now on, I require your obedience. Aware that a sniper was watching and that the Special Forces soldier possessed formidable close combat skills, Chen Huan recognized that whether armed or unarmed, his situation remained precarious until he was out of the sniper's range. It would be wiser to leverage the soldier's strength for his own protection. Understood. Without a trace of hesitation, the soldier readily agreed. How should I address you? Private? Special Forces operative? After confirming that the only weapon on the adversary was a handgun, Chen Huan pondered briefly before instructing Li Feng to hand over the fire axe, pretending not to notice the dagger on his own left arm. You may call me Falcon. The soldier responded with composure while applying alcohol to his wound and rewrapping the bandage. Falcon. Chen Huan nodded, beginning to inquire about the situation. I'm not entirely sure. I only know there are numerous zombies inside, especially on the 7th floor. Falcon paused in his bandaging, a bitter expression crossing his face. If it weren't for their overwhelming numbers, we would have fought our way out long ago and wouldn't have been trapped for so long. Chen Huan's gaze flickered, but he remained silent. Once Falcon had tended to his injury, the four of them commenced their advance into the community. With Falcon's addition, their formation was readjusted. Prior to entering the building, they positioned themselves back-to-back in a circular formation to effectively counter the zombies approaching from all directions. Once inside, they adopted a plan with Falcon at the forefront, followed by Chen Huan, with Wang Yu and Li Feng moving in parallel. This arrangement was not solely based on Falcon's formidable combat prowess. Chen Huan had his own underlying intentions. At that moment, the sniper rifle would no longer pose a threat. And if the zombies were too numerous and rescue failed, then boom! Upon entering the community, without the need for Chen Huan and the others to intervene, Falcon swung the fire axe and shattered the head of zombie that was only half intact. In an instant, decaying flesh, black blood, and brain matter spattered across the ground. I've drawn most of the zombies to the south gate. Only 6 are wandering nearby, but those inside the building haven't emerged. Falcon informed Chen Huan through his earpiece. Let's ignore them for now and ascertain the situation inside the building. Whether for rescue or for our own escape, we must enter. However, Chen Huan was utterly unprepared for the sheer volume of zombies that awaited them indoors. The sight was overwhelming, with zombies densely packed together, making movement nearly impossible, as if they were filling every available space. The glass door lay in shattered fragments, its frame hanging askew, clearly forced open by the mass within. Although he had anticipated a significant number of zombies in areas with large human gatherings, the reality of the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. Gulp! Wang Yu and Li Feng swallowed hard in unison, their legs growing weak. Were they truly expected to eradicate the horde of zombies and ascend the building to rescue those trapped? Boss, this is tantamount to a death sentence. Lin Feng gripped the dagger that Chen Huan had entrusted to him, peering through the treetops at the interior, as if envisioning the grim fate that awaited him. In response, Chen Huan began to reconsider their course of action. If there were so many zombies on the first floor, what could be expected of the escape routes and other levels? As his gaze fell upon Falcon, who was frowning in contemplation, Chen Huan felt a spark of inspiration and softly inquired, "Do you have any additional weapons?" Falcon looked up, but remained silent. Chen Huan shrugged indifferently. "Since you are unwilling to disclose anything, let's part ways early. I have no intention of foolishly rushing in to feed the zombies. There is no need for probing. The answer was precisely as you had conjectured. Yet, given your considerable experience in dealing with zombies, could you not spare a thought for the survivors?" Falcon furrowed his brow, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Chen Huan. From the outset, he had discerned Chen Huan's intentions, though they remained unspoken. However, with the number of zombies within the building exceeding expectations, silence was no longer an option. It was imperative to make an attempt. Should all efforts fail and result in Chen Huan and his companions facing peril, he would execute the plan devised with Tiger Head, creating an opportunity for their escape. Chen Huan scoffed repeatedly. "What do I care for their lives? I'm not like you, nor do I possess such lofty ideals of self-sacrifice. In this damned world, all I yearn for is survival. If it weren't for being inexplicably targeted by a sniper, I would have left Anha County long ago, rather than endure the frustration of devising ways to save you." Falcon's chest heaved violently as he questioned, "So, are the lives of others so insignificant in your eyes?" Just as Chen Huan was about to retort, challenging the fairness of placing them in danger, Wang Yu's voice suddenly broke in. "Boss, some zombies inside have already taken notice of us." In response, Chen Huan merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to exit the community. Chapter 15. The day does not understand the darkness of night, regardless of the circumstances one faces. The thoughts and intentions of an individual ultimately determine the outcome. Chen Huan and the Falcon share no similarities. One is a self-serving individual, indifferent to others and even to life itself, while the other is a steadfast and valiant soldier, prepared to sacrifice himself for the sake of others, even if it means resorting to extreme measures to save lives. However, Chen Huan is profoundly guarded, consistently prioritizing his own interests. It is only now, with everything laid bare, that the Falcon truly comprehends what life signifies to Chen Huan. His anger is palpable. He cannot fathom how someone could possess such a cold heart. If Chen Huan were an ordinary person, it would be understandable. Yet from the moment they first crossed paths, the Falcon recognized that Chen Huan was no ordinary man. Someone capable of instilling hope in the survivors within the building, which is why he was willing to follow Chen Huan's lead. But the outcome upon leaving the community, Chen Huan suddenly posed a grim question to the visibly distressed Falcon. "If sacrificing you, your comrades, and the three of us could save the survivors inside, how would you choose?" The soldier's duty is to remain loyal to the nation and its people. If our sacrifice could ensure the safety of the populace, then it is our obligation, the Falcon instinctively replied. Chen Huan scoffed and mercilessly doused the conversation with cold reality. "So, you desire to save the survivors while ensuring the safety of the three of us, correct? Indeed, a commendable decision. But do you truly believe you can achieve this with your dwindling resources? I can candidly inform you that merely facing the overwhelming zombies inside with cold weapons, regardless of our methods, even if we resorted to burning with gasoline, would only suffice to eliminate the zombies on the first floor. As for the escape routes, and other floors do not even entertain the thought. We are but humans, not deities, lacking such capabilities. And do not forget, zombies are not confined to merely within the building." Having comprehended the Falcon's armament, Chen Huan felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. He now sought to extinguish any desire the Falcon harbored to rescue others, allowing him to make his departure. He longed to return home, to be by his parents' side. As for others, he scoffed. In his previous life, he had exhibited great benevolence, but what had it ultimately yielded? Betrayal, treachery, humiliation, and attracting hordes of zombies as food. The Falcon trembled slightly. He was acutely aware of the truth in Chen Huan's words. Yet, he gazed at the youth before him, who regarded life as inconsequential, and hoarsely inquired, "Isn't there even a chance to attempt?" Attempt? Chen Huan seemed to find the notion absurd. "I previously agreed to assist you in rescuing people because I was unaware of the specific circumstances within the building, believing it was worth a try. But now, the situation is clear and exceeds my capabilities. To attempt a rescue now would be tantamount to seeking death, unless what?" The Falcon pressed eagerly. "Unless at least half of the survivors are willing to act as bait." Gradually luring them out of the building, Chen Huan proposed a brutally pragmatic solution. Impossible. The Falcon immediately rejected the notion, asserting that they could never resort to such despicable acts. There seemed to be no way out. Chen Huan gazed up at the survivors gathered on the balcony of the 7th floor. Even if they managed to rescue every single one of them, how long could they truly survive? A day? Perhaps 2? He could hardly believe they hadn't noticed how zombies instinctively gravitated toward densely populated areas. Taking a deep breath, the Falcon recognized that Chen Huan had completely abandoned any hope of assistance and understood the dire situation they were facing. He returned the fire axe to Li Feng and then drew his handgun from its holster, offering it to Chen Huan. "To be honest, I find you quite distasteful, even more so than some cold-blooded killers. Yet, in this dire predicament, it is individuals like you who tend to endure the longest." Pausing momentarily, the Falcon cast a glance at Wang Yu and Li Feng, who stood flanking Chen Huan, and murmured an apology. "It's all right. We understand your urgency to save lives," they replied, taken aback by the Falcon's unexpected apology. "Indeed, but the number of zombies inside is simply overwhelming." Their expressions lightened now that the possibility of leaving had materialized, and they no longer wore frowns. Chen Huan accepted the handgun, ejected the magazine, and noted the single remaining bullet, barely a consolation. With a click, he reinserted the magazine and signaled to Li Feng to hand the dagger back to the Falcon before inquiring. "You must have a map with you, correct?" He refrained from asking about the locations of military supply drops, for if such information were available, the Falcon and his companions would not be in such a passive state. The Falcon regarded Chen Huan, quickly discerning the reason for the trio's entrance into Anha County, and retrieved a neatly folded military map from within his tactical uniform. However, as he handed it to Chen Huan, he leaned closer and whispered a few words in his ear. "Boss, what did the Falcon just tell you?" Li Feng, seated in the passenger seat during their drive along National Road 214, turned back with curiosity. Due to the damage sustained by the old Jetta and SUV from colliding with zombies, which had rendered them incapable of enduring further strain, the three had sought out a new off-road vehicle after restocking their supplies. "I have some rather unfortunate news. Would you like to hear it?" Chen Huan replied without lifting his head from the map, silently calculating their time of return home. "Maybe let's skip it." Li Feng retreated his head, muttering, "The situation is already bad enough. I don't want to know if it can get any worse. Just focus on what you need to do." Chen Huan brushed him off, his mind no longer inclined to study the map. The national road differed greatly from the highways, and considering their experiences in Anha County, even without any unforeseen incidents, they would not arrive until the afternoon or evening of the day after tomorrow. Nearly 3 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and he worried about his parents. Although he had seen ample supplies during their video call, he dreaded the thought of someone seeking help or waking to check on the situation. "Boss, we've got something. The radio station is coming to life." Suddenly, Li Feng's excited voice broke through Chen Huan's heavy worries. Immediately, before he could utter a word, the vehicle's audio system blared with a cacophony of chaotic noises. "This is the Jiangnam military base. Attention to all residents of Jiangnam and the surrounding areas. If you hear this broadcast, please seek refuge immediately. We will provide shelter and sustenance. Additionally, airdrop packages will be dispatched to the nearby roads. We urge everyone to remain calm. These airdrop packages contain food, first aid kits, and weapons. This is the Jiangnam military base. Attention to all residents of Jiangnam and the surrounding areas. If you hear this broadcast, please seek refuge immediately. We will provide shelter and sustenance. Additionally, airdrop packages will be dispatched to the nearby roads. We urge everyone to remain calm. These airdrop packages contain food, first aid kits, and weapons. Chapter 16. Parting ways. The broadcast reverberated repeatedly, accompanied by a cacophony of static. Yet its significance as humanity's first contact with the outside world after the outbreak of the apocalypse was profound, especially in the depths of despair. Chun Huan remained relatively unfazed, for his 8 years of survival had tempered his spirit like iron. He was well aware that the restoration of the radio station was merely a matter of time, even if he could not recall the exact moment. However, Li Feng and Wang Yu were different. Since leaving the gas station, everything they had witnessed only deepened their sense of hopelessness. Their only semblance of security lay in following Chun Huan. The news of the radio station's restoration and the establishment of safe zones at military bases provided a glimmer of hope amidst the boundless darkness. Boss, we can finally breathe easy. With military bases and shelters, even if the hordes of zombies are attracted by the sheer number of people, the army will manage to handle them with ease, Wang Yu exclaimed, abruptly slamming on the brakes, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Though his experiences in Anna County had left him frustrated and discontented, he had witnessed the extent to which soldiers would protect civilians through the actions of the Falcon. They would not abandon their charge, even in death. Besides, with safe zones established at military bases, weaponry and ammunition would be in ample supply, given the current military strength. This apocalyptic scenario could soon be vanquished. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with hope as he cast a longing glance at Chun Huan in the back seat. He possessed no spirit for adventure. He merely wished to survive. Chun Huan smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over the two before him. Since you both wish to seek refuge in Jiangnam City, we shall part ways then. There was no attempt to retain them, nor any sense of reluctance. Wang Yu was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. Boss, Jiangnam City has military bases for protection. Why would you choose to remain outside? Indeed, boss, it is perilous out here, especially in the wilderness where dangers lurk at every turn. Li Feng recalled a harrowing incident from the previous afternoon, still haunted by the memory of a seemingly innocuous bee that had mutated. Had he not sensed the anomaly in time, he would have surely joined the ranks of the undead. Chun Huan's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, I'm merely going home. The response left both men astonished. They had not anticipated that the indifferent Chun Huan harbored such a profound attachment. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu spoke. Boss, while I do not know where your home is, the apocalypse has been unfolding for nearly 3 days now. The roads are treacherous, and danger lurks at every corner. By the time you reach home, everyone understood the implications of time in the current situation. Even the possibility of mutation was uncertain. Chun Huan's gaze turned icy, and he forced a grim smile. There is no perhaps. No matter the circumstances or obstacles encountered, nothing can deter me from returning home. Otherwise, what is the point of reliving the apocalypse? Then, boss, I wish you a safe journey. Li Feng did not believe that Chun Huan's family could endure until the moment he returned home, yet he still expressed his blessings, indicating his own intentions. Chun Huan nodded in silence. At that moment, Wang Yu appeared somewhat conflicted, glancing at Chun Huan before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, Boss, I will not seek refuge at the military base in Qingnan City. I will return home with you. Upon hearing this, Li Feng was taken aback, and Chun Huan cast him an unusual look. In the face of an apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, where civilization had crumbled and life hung by a thread, the pursuit of safety was the greatest aspiration for everyone. Just moments ago, Wang Yu had expressed a longing for a safe zone, yet now, he was willing to forsake that seemingly attainable existence. Perhaps he might encounter family and friends. What about your family and friends? For the first time since their encounter at the gas station, Chun Huan inquired about Wang Yu's situation. Wang Yu shook his head in silence, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Boss, I will follow you from now on, as long as you don't mind me. All right, Chun Huan replied affirmatively. Li Feng observed the two, his expression somewhat awkward as he hesitated to speak, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. perhaps due to his own instinct for self-preservation. Let's continue onward and keep an eye out for supply drops along the way. Chen Huan harbored no sentimentality, nor did he press Wang Yu further. Despite a fleeting moment of nearly forgotten feelings, the trials of survival over the past 8 years had hardened his resolve. Boss, then I. As the vehicle resumed its journey, Li Feng remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. If we come across a suitable vehicle, we should part ways. The directions to Qingnan City and Binran City diverged, and regardless of their urgency to return home, Chen Huan had no habit of taking detours to drop anyone off. Oh, understood. Li Feng Rablia, Faling Silin Dariafte. The subsequent hours passed in a monotonous yet swift manner, focused solely on watching for supply drops, dispatching zombies, clearing roadblocks, and searching for suitable vehicles. During this time, the radio broadcast remained unchanged, continuously replaying the same announcement. By the following morning, within the off-road vehicle traversing the national highway, only Chen Huan and Wang Yu remained. Boss, how long do you think it will take for the country to eradicate all the zombies? Wang Yu, seated in the passenger seat and checking the route, suddenly posed a question. Eradicate them all? Indeed, with the current military might, clearing out the stiff and sluggish zombies and mutated creatures was akin to a one-sided massacre. But what about 6 months from now? Chen Huan inquired with an intriguing tone. Will they be eradicated? Wang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. I don't know. It's just that from the zombie-themed films. Mid-sentence, an epiphany struck Wang Yu, and he sprang up from the seat. Boss, I think I've grasped the truth of the apocalypse. Yet, Chen Huan merely glanced away, dismissively uttering 2 words, biochemical? Yes, it's a biohazard crisis. Seeing Chen Huan's disbelief, Wang Yu immediately began his analysis. You know, our neighbors in the United States have been diligently developing biological weapons, and monkeypox serves as the most compelling evidence. Furthermore, the biotechnological advancement announced in 2022, which purportedly enhances cellular vitality and extends human lifespan, is unequivocally reminiscent of the T virus. Chen Huan found this amusing. And how do you account for the communication breakdown? The drop in temperature and the blood-red hue of both the moon and the sun? So, stop indulging in those unfounded speculations and guide me properly. Chen Huan harbored no curiosity about the truth behind the apocalypse, as no one had unraveled the mystery of the extreme dark storms in the 8 years of his previous life, let alone the origins of the virus. Moreover, if it were indeed the doing of a particular nation or organization, to what level of technology would that imply? Wang Yu chuckled awkwardly. This doesn't seem quite right. Chapter 17. The Lingnan Mountains. On this night, the celestial sphere remained devoid of twinkling stars, with only a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky. On National Highway 214, an off-road vehicle, stained with the blood and flesh of the undead, sped forward, its tires stirring up the dark remnants of fallen, withered leaves, which then danced lightly before settling back to the ground. As they veered further off the beaten path, the number of vehicles and zombies diminished significantly. The 2 beams of headlights illuminating the surrounding desolation, while the wild winds and grasses on either side of the road seemed to exchange wary glances, apprehensive of the lurking, fearsome beasts. The date was August 15th, 2024, a Sunday, at 5 in the morning. It had been 4.5 days since the apocalypse had descended, and over a day since parting ways with Li Feng. In this calamity, the entire world appeared to have been disordered and reassembled, fragmented into numerous small maps. Each locale survivors fiercely striving for their existence. However, the vehicle driven by Chen Huan and Wang Yu was in stark contrast to the hope conveyed by the radio broadcasts. Boss, do you think we might encounter some large wild animals? Wang Yu, seated in the passenger seat, gripped his firearm tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Despite being utterly exhausted, sleep eluded him. In their haste, they had only paused to collect 2 supply drops and refuel briefly, ignoring the desperate cries for help from fellow survivors. They merely needed to traverse the looming Tianjia Mountain, which cut east to west and divided the north from the south, to officially enter the Jiang province. Yet, the terrain of this mountain range was perilous, with snow accumulating year-round above the mid-slope. Although the road did not lead to the summit, it was one of China's largest wildlife habitats, home to various creatures such as giant pandas, golden monkeys, taquins, jackals, wild boars, black bears, and more. The mere thought of a zombie-infested wild boar charging at them sent chills down Wang Yu's spine. While the off-road vehicle was formidable against zombies, it would be ill-equipped to withstand an encounter with a massive wild boar or black bear. Chen Huan's gaze was fixed intently on the road ahead, his mind taut with tension. His grip on the steering wheel was so tight that his fingers began to pale. Stay vigilant about the sides of the road. Their movements are slow for now. If you see anything charging at us, do not hesitate. Fire immediately. Without a silencer, the gunfire would resonate loudly in the stillness of the night. Should a large zombie-infested creature collide with them, Chen Huan could not afford to concern himself with the potential disturbance of other mutated animals. After all, they had already dealt with several mutated creatures on their way to the Lingnan Mountains, fully aware of the inherent dangers, yet still choosing to travel through the night. Just my shooting skills, Wang Yu swallowed hard. The persistent ache in his shoulder serving as a constant reminder that he was merely a novice who had just learned to wield a firearm. Remember what I taught you this afternoon. Do not worry about conserving ammunition. As long as one bullet from the magazine hits its target, it suffices. Mastery of marksmanship is cultivated through practice, and you are no exception. No one is born a sharpshooter. Oh, and remember to activate the infrared. It will enhance your accuracy. Understood. Wang Yu responded with a hum, slightly rolling down the car window. Instantly, a chilling breeze surged in, as if they had swiftly transitioned from the sweltering summer into the early chill of winter. Wang Yu shivered uncontrollably, pulling a blanket around himself for warmth. Chen Huan, on the other hand, fared better, clad in a base layer of mountaineering attire, supplemented by a military-grade stab-resistant vest, offering a level of insulation far superior to Wang Yu's combination of a t-shirt and stab vest. However, as they ascended the winding mountain road, this advantage began to wane, prompting Wang Yu to wrap himself even more tightly in the blanket. Although they were still on the lower slopes, the pale moonlight illuminated the distant expanses of pure white snow, coupled with the temperature drop brought about by the apocalypse. The mountain and the valley felt like entirely different realms, especially with one window still ajar. Chen Huan nibbled on a small piece of dried beef to generate body heat, carefully regulating the vehicle's speed. In such precarious territories, even seasoned drivers from the pre-apocalypse era had to exercise extreme caution. A moment's inattention could send them and their vehicle tumbling off a cliff, let alone in these current times where road conditions were a complete unknown. Fortunately, during their prolonged descent, they had yet to encounter any large wild animal attacks. The only casualties had been the unfortunate squirrels and birds that had met their demise on the road, reduced to mere pulp under their tires. Still, this was a national highway, and the sparse traffic did not imply an absence of vehicles altogether. Just as Chen Huan navigated the car around a bend, preparing to descend, he spotted 3 off-road vehicles tangled together in the middle of the road, their belongings and tents strewn across the ground. Damn! Chen Huan cursed inwardly, fearing the very thing he had dreaded. He promptly halted the vehicle and instructed Wang Yu, "Prepare the tow rope." "Understood," Wang Yu replied, having performed this task countless times in recent days and now executing it with ease. Yet, in this moment he felt a surge of trepidation, given the choice. He would rather confront a horde of zombies, for the unknown was far more terrifying, especially with dawn yet to break. Click! The safety was disengaged, and the bullet was chambered. Chen Huan opened the door, wielding a powerful flashlight in his left hand and a gun resting on his left arm, cautiously approaching the off-road vehicles. The crunch of shattered glass beneath his feet echoed ominously. Wang Yu followed closely behind, one hand gripping a gun and the other clutching the tow rope. From the scattered belongings, it was evident that the 3 vehicles belonged to tourists on a self-drive adventure. The number of zombies inside was likely minimal. However, Chen Huan's concern did not lie with the zombies within the vehicles, but rather with the potential lurking animals. Prior to the viral mutation, their movement had been slow, but that was only in comparison to typical wildlife. As they neared the vehicles, a seemingly dormant zombie suddenly twisted its head, letting out a series of guttural howls, expressions of their intense hunger. eager to escape the confines of their metallic prison and feast upon the entrails of Chun Huan and Wang Yu, savoring every morsel of flesh inch by inch. Chun Huan counted 3 vehicles, a total of 6 zombies, and 2 decaying heads still attached to their skeletal remains. As for mutated animals, there were none in sight for the moment. "Boss, I'm ready to prepare the tow rope," Wang Yu stammered, unsure if his shiver was due to the cold or the sight of the 2 decaying heads. Noticing the absence of mutated creatures within the vehicles, he set down the tow rope, preparing to assist with the towing. "Wait." As Wang Yu was about to attach the towing rope to the vehicle, Chun Huan suddenly interjected, halting him. Wang Yu, already in a state of heightened tension, shuddered at the sound of his voice, dropping the towing rope and retreating several steps, swiftly aiming his firearm at the hillside to the right. "Boss, have you discovered something?" He swallowed hard. The zombies inside the vehicle were momentarily unable to escape, and no mutated creatures had been detected within. The only possibility for an anomaly lay elsewhere. Chun Huan gestured for calm, suggesting they inspect the surroundings before proceeding with the towing. For reasons unknown, despite the absence of any findings within the vehicle, Chun Huan felt an unsettling disquiet. Observing the scene, it was evident that the 3 vehicles had collided during a fierce thunderstorm, and the zombies inside were all the result of mutations. Yet, the 2 remaining half-eaten heads were unmistakably those of individuals who had been devoured alive. If this had occurred elsewhere, it might have been explicable, but in the wildlife-rich Lingnan Mountains, it was decidedly abnormal. One must consider that with the car windows shattered, the scent of blood from a zombie feeding could not possibly remain contained. Chapter 18. Terror. It is imperative to recognize that with the advent of the apocalypse, the instincts and behaviors of animals have undergone a profound transformation. Much like the humans afflicted by the zombie plague, these creatures no longer experience fear, pain, or the discomfort of extreme temperatures. The sole instinct that remains is the primal urge to consume. The scent of blood and entrails undoubtedly exudes an irresistible allure to them. Thus, in the densely populated wilderness of the Lingnan Mountains, the moment any hint of blood wafts into the air, it is impossible for the wildlife to remain indifferent. Even if they fail to find sustenance, these creatures, devoid of independent thought, are drawn to the source, aimlessly wandering in close proximity. Chun Huan's unease stemmed from this very reality. Despite being mentally prepared for the anxiety gnawing at him, he was nonetheless taken aback by the scene before him. For nestled in the obscured trench lay a distended monkey, concealed by thick underbrush, rendering its species unidentifiable at that moment. A significant portion of its fur had fallen away. One leg was mysteriously absent, and its head bore a grotesque, crown-like tumor oozing pus. Strangely, despite the apocalypse having unfolded 4.5 days prior, its abdomen remained unnaturally swollen. Upon noticing the 2 individuals illuminating the area with a powerful flashlight, the creature strained to make a sound, yet was unable to do so. Nevertheless, it turned its head, gazing longingly at them, its jaws clenching in a desperate attempt to convey its yearning for nourishment. "Boss, it's just a monkey, so bloated it can hardly move. Is there really any need for such alarm?" Wang Yu remarked, noticing Chun Huan's changed demeanor. Unperturbed, he drew out a tri-pointed military dagger, intending to dispatch the creature. Suddenly, Chun Huan interposed his hand, speaking in a grave tone. "Leave it be. We must hasten to move the vehicle." "But," Wang Yu began to protest, yet Chun Huan interrupted him, insisting, "Just get the vehicle moving." Wang Yu paused, puzzled by the source of Chun Huan's palpable anxiety. After all, they had already identified the mutated animals in the vicinity, which posed no immediate threat. Eliminating this one and moving on should be equally feasible. However, under Chun Huan's urgency, he refrained from further argument and dashed back to retrieve the tether they had previously discarded. Left behind, Chun Huan's gaze remained fixed on the monkey, attempting to glean insights from the traces it left behind to ascertain its origin. As Wang Yu had articulated, a solitary, bloated monkey seemed hardly worthy of such alarm. Yet the implications of its presence were decidedly daunting. It is common knowledge that monkeys are social creatures. While solitary foraging may occur, they typically do not stray far from their groups. Given the abruptness of the apocalypse, Even if some monkeys within a troop had not succumbed to zombification, their numbers would inevitably be limited. The appearance of this lone monkey indicated an undeniable truth. There must be a nearby horde of zombie monkeys. This was an inevitability. Even with firearms at their disposal, confronting a horde of monkeys remained exceedingly perilous. It was not that bullets cannot harm them. Rather, the act of firing a weapon would inevitably draw other mutated creatures from the mountains, compounding the danger. However, in contrast to larger animals, Chun Huan's greatest fear lay in gazing up at the dimly lit sky, where the jade disk had yet to descend, its eerie crimson hue seemingly narrating a tale of ominous foreboding. Suddenly, the engine roared to life, and the first vehicle that obstructed their path began to retreat slowly under the tension of the tow rope, gradually clearing the way. Meanwhile, the zombies inside the vehicle also stirred. "You drive, I'll keep watch." Chun Huan swiftly coiled the tow rope and, upon returning to the car, retrieved all the magazines from his bag, placing them within easy reach. "Boss, is that monkey causing trouble?" Witnessing this scene, Wang Yu broke into a cold sweat, carefully maneuvering the steering wheel to avoid the two other off-road vehicles while inquiring. Since leaving the gas station, it was the first time he had seen Chun Huan, who usually disregarded everything, appear so anxious, which only heightened his own unease stemming from the trepidation of the Lingnan Mountains. Chun Huan responded off-topic. "If we encounter a troop of monkeys, as long as their numbers aren't overwhelming, we'll just plow right through." "Monkey troop?" Recalling the mutated monkey, Wang Yu shivered and forced a laugh. "Boss, it's already tense enough. Please don't jest." Just then, before Wang Yu could finish his sentence, a classic exclamation escaped his lips. Having just turned a corner, the monkey troop Chun Huan mentioned emerged into view. Alongside them were snakes, hedgehogs, and a gazelle. They were everywhere, densely populated on the hillside and the road, particularly within 600 meters of their trailer. Retreating was not an option, as they had frequently fired to clear mutated animals on their way up the mountain. "Boss, with so many of them, are you sure we can just crash through?" Wang Yu's legs trembled, regardless of what happened upon colliding with the gazelle. A moment's inattention could send them and the vehicle tumbling down a precipice. Chun Huan's expression hardened, his eyes filled with ferocity. "Plow right through." As he spoke, he had already leaned halfway out of the window, raising his gun to take aim at the mutated creatures ahead. The first target was the gazelle, towering and formidable. The gazelle stood nearly 2 meters at the shoulder. Should it collide with their vehicle, neither of them would stand a chance of survival. Especially as they emerged from the bend, the headlights and engine noise had drawn the creatures towards them, surging like relentless waves, moving at a speed far surpassing that of the zombies. Simultaneously, their own speed escalated wildly. Bang, bang, bang. In that moment, the sounds of gunfire and impacts filled the air. A gruesome spectacle unfolded as flesh and blood flew before the car, splattering against the cracked windshield, while the bumper dangled precariously. Even though Chun Huan had retracted his body just in time before the collision, his face was splattered with blood, and the stench of decay filled his nostrils. "Reload," pulled a bolt. However, this time, Chun Huan refrained from leaning out again. Instead, he rested his gun against the rearview mirror. In the chaos of their high-speed collision, any further exposure could easily result in injury from bites or scratches, and the jostling vehicle could easily eject him, necessitating a change in shooting technique. Unfortunately, there were simply too many mutated animals. It wasn't too long before the drawbacks of using the car to crash through the horde became evident. Amidst the road strewn with mutated creatures, the tires were caked with the foul residue of decayed flesh and dark blood. As they crushed the thigh of an antelope and the corpses of several monkeys, the rear wheels suddenly skidded and became ensnared in the muck. At that moment, a mere bone of a thigh transformed into a pivotal element determining the fate of the two souls. Hurry, we must act swiftly." Wang Yu's eyes glowed crimson as he roared, a manifestation of his boundless terror. Yet, despite his relentless pressure on the accelerator, the vehicle remained obstinately immobile, with the rear wheels mired in the cadaverous mass, sending a multitude of flesh and debris soaring through the air. Bang! Another magazine was emptied. the immobilized off-road vehicle resembling a tin can awaiting its inevitable opening. With no time to reload, Chun Huan withdrew the pistol gifted by the Falcon and aimed at the brow of a monkey, simultaneously shouting at Wang Yu, "Shift into reverse and charge once more." Chapter 19. The target. Observation station. The animals surged forth like relentless waves crashing upon the shore of the deep sea, their density almost suffocating. In mere seconds, the off-road vehicle was swarmed by monkeys, frantically battering against the windshield, desperately attempting to breach the accursed barrier, yearning to indulge in a feast of flesh, to savor the taste of the two occupants within, even relishing the bones. Their heads adorned with fleshy tumors, oozing pus, their bodies smeared with the blood and remnants of their kind, yet their ashen eyes glimmered with an unsettling excitement. The off-road vehicle, already on the verge of losing its bumper due to the incessant impacts, had its windshield wipers forcibly torn off, and the rearview mirrors were all but obliterated. Moreover, the serpents, now grotesquely mutated, declared their presence, slithering onto the hood, albeit lacking the agility they once possessed. In the face of such chaos, Chun Huan, after bellowing at Wang Yu and striking down a monkey with the butt of his pistol, hastily rolled up the window to afford himself a moment to reload. However, this respite would be fleeting. The windshield was perilously close to shattering, as if the next moment would see it obliterated by the relentless monkeys. Caught in the throes of extreme fear, Wang Yu, roused from his emotional stupor by Chun Huan's shout, engaged the gear and slammed the accelerator. The engine, having briefly paused, erupted once more in a furious roar as the reversing wheels wreaked havoc, flesh and blood scattering. The vehicle, previously immobilized by slipping, finally stirred into motion, albeit only laterally. Yet, the national highway paled in comparison to the expanse of a freeway, particularly in the rugged depths of the mountains, where the road barely accommodated two small cars side by side, compounded by the nearly 2-meter frame of the Bison occupying a significant portion of the roadway, and with the off-road vehicle's cabin precariously close to the cliff's edge, as the vehicle shifted into reverse and the accelerator was floored. The front wheels teetered dangerously off the pavement. Wang Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, wrestling to maintain control, exclaiming, "The car is going to fall. Don't hesitate, floor it." Chun Huan urged, his nerves taut as he compelled himself to remain composed. The windshield represented their last line of defense. Should the vehicle stall, the inevitable shattering of the glass would herald their demise. Outside, sensing the tantalizing prospect of food, the monkeys became increasingly frenzied as the metal box began to move. While the snakes could not assault the glass with the same fervor, they too sought an entry point, longing to burrow into the abdomen of their prey from within. Fortuitously, the only impediments ensnaring the wheels were a few monkey corpses and the thigh of the Bison. As the vehicle reversed, it no longer needed to navigate the slick leg bones. In mere moments, the mass of flesh was ground away by the rapidly spinning tires. Thus, as the rear wheels reconnected with the ground, the entire off-road vehicle shot forth like a cannonball. Due to the suddenness of the event, Wang Yu pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the unexpected inertia left him no time to react before he slammed his head into the steering wheel. Instantly, the blaring horn filled the air, and crimson blood flowed from his nostrils, trickling down his lips and chin, drop by drop. The vehicle shot straight towards the edge of the cliff. "Hit the brakes." Chun Huan's expression changed abruptly. Disregarding the searing pain from the gun barrel that had burned his hand, he forcefully corrected the steering. At that moment, Wang Yu regained his composure, slamming his foot down on the brakes and simultaneously pulling the handbrake. The tires, already slick with blood and flesh, struggled to maintain traction. The sudden braking while in reverse at high speed caused the off-road vehicle to spin wildly on the road, flinging several monkeys that had not been dislodged by inertia into the air. Boss, after finally managing to steady the vehicle, Wang Yu felt as if all his strength had been drained away. "Let me." Noticing Wang Yu's precarious state, Chun Huan quickly pushed him aside and took the driver's seat. Without delay, he shifted gears, released the handbrake, and pressed the accelerator. Roar! The vehicle, which had only just come to a halt, surged forward once more, the engine's RPM and speed escalating rapidly. 10 km/h, 17 km/h, 30 km/h. Thanks to the vehicle's exceptional performance, it had reached its speed before the oncoming horde of mutated animals, and with continuous acceleration, the speed kept climbing. Pushed to the back seat, Wang Yu's face turned pale. He had been driving just moments ago and knew all too well how insurmountable the pile of corpses ahead was. With the speed now so great, they needed not fear the animals colliding with them. The mere act of skidding tires was enough to spell their doom. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collision erupted again, but this time the impact was far more brutal, as the leading monkey's head exploded upon contact. The front windshield shattered entirely, large chunks falling away, and a bone-chilling wind, laden with a nauseating stench, rushed into their nostrils. Thankfully, the windshield was reinforced with high-strength polycarbonate film, preventing it from shattering into countless pieces. Otherwise, with the blood and flesh smeared across the glass, even if they managed to escape, they would only find a place to await transformation in silence. Boss, crows. There are so many crows behind us. Just as the off-road vehicle narrowly evaded the thigh of a fallen antelope, Chun Huan had no time to breathe a sigh of relief when Wang Yu's voice, filled with dread and anxiety, suddenly pierced through the chaos. Damn it! Without a rear-view mirror, Chun Huan was utterly unable to assess the situation behind him while driving at high speed. Now that the windshield was shattered, there was no way to fend off the oncoming crows. All he could do was accelerate to full speed. However, the previous commotion had drawn a multitude of mutated creatures. The vehicle's front bumper had already fallen off, losing its initial formidable impact capability. Witnessing another overturned vehicle ahead that needed to be cleared, Chun Huan had no choice but to swerve the vehicle towards a rocky path leading up the mountain. The Lingnan mountain range was not low in altitude, as evidenced by the year-round snow capping its peak. At present, the absence of a front windshield allowed the biting cold to invade the vehicle incessantly. Despite Chun Huan donning a mountaineering outfit, he found himself shivering uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he dared not reduce his speed. He instructed Wang Yu to keep an eye on the crows in the sky while he organized supplies and ammunition, knowing that they could not continue their journey until the flock had departed. At this moment, they could only hope to encounter a ranger's outpost to devise a new plan. Boss, take the road to the right. As they neared a junction, Wang Yu suddenly recalled certain markings he had seen on the military map and hurriedly exclaimed, "Drive approximately 3 kilometers to the right. There's a wildlife observation station in Lingnan where we can take shelter." A wildlife observation station in Lingnan? Upon hearing this, Chun Huan's spirits soared. An observation station was certainly preferable to a ranger's outpost, as its construction of reinforced concrete offered a level of safety far superior to that of a ranger's wooden cabin. Chapter 20. Temporary Escape. 5 minutes later. At the Lingnan Wildlife Observation Station, a thunderous crash echoed as a speeding off-road vehicle forcefully burst through the half-closed iron gate, sending a wandering zombie that lingered behind the door flying. Following this, the vehicle, resembling a projectile, skidded to a halt in front of the flower bed with a screech of tires. The doors swung open, revealing 2 young individuals, fully armed and carrying backpacks. Nearby, several zombies clad in work uniforms swayed aimlessly, while in the corner lay a corpse. A female zombie was hunched over the remains, incessantly licking at the ribcage, determined to consume every morsel of decayed flesh that other zombies had failed to devour, unwilling to waste any food. Flies and maggots crawled over the skeletal remains, and occasionally, the female zombie would grasp these wriggling larvae and savor them with a distinct relish. Unlike the other zombies whose abdomens were slightly distended, she had been starved for quite some time, desperately in need of sustenance. Upon noticing the newcomers, her reaction was far more animated than that of the others, as she crawled and rolled towards the two. However, both Chun Huan and Wang Yu paid her no heed. After disembarking from the vehicle, their gazes quickly fixed upon the single-story building adjacent to the 3-story structure. Although there were numerous rooms on this side, the independent nature of each room, coupled with the absence of protective screens, rendered them vulnerable to the relentless assault of the crows, making escape nearly impossible. In contrast, the cluster of buildings designated for the rescue and study of wildlife offered an ideal refuge, fortified by iron mesh screens and sturdy iron doors. Yet, as the two approached, they discovered that the unlatched door refused to budge, evidently secured from within. "What now, boss?" Wang Yu's expression darkened as their attempts to push the door open proved futile. The pursuing flock of crows was alarmingly close. If they could not gain entry, their fate would be sealed. "Break a window," Chun Huan commanded without hesitation, his attention shifting to the iron mesh windows. The door was too heavy, and the nature of whatever secured it inside remained uncertain. Forcing it open was futile. The window, with its single layer of mesh and absence of railings, presented a viable point of entry. However, the mesh was secured far too tightly, and they found themselves unable to pry it open. "Stop dawdling, hurry up," Chun Huan exclaimed, turning to dispatch the approaching zombies with a few precise shots. He then drew his dagger and trident, launching an assault on the edges of the iron mesh. It seemed the observation station staff had deemed direct fastening of the mesh insufficiently secure, reinforcing it with cement nails against the wall, and additionally securing the edges with a row of wooden slats and nails. Fortunately, destruction proved easier than installation. The length and hardness of the trident were more than adequate. Thus, with their combined efforts, the wooden slats were finally pried off in a flurry of splintered fragments. However, the removal of the screen was merely the first step. "Boss, there's no time left. We're running out of time." At that moment, the sharp, eerie cawing of crows filled the air, drawing closer as if it were a haunting lament from the depths of the underworld. Wang Yu glanced back at the ominous clouds threatening to descend, desperately pounding on the screen, ignoring the blood streaming from his hands, which had been lacerated by protruding cement nails. After all, with his life hanging by a thread, who could afford to care about their hands? He continued to pry. Chun Huan's expression was grave, his nerves taut to the breaking point. He turned and aimed his firearm skyward, pulling the trigger. In the next instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and his spent cartridges clattered to the ground. Grotesque crow corpses began to plummet from the sky. Yet, against such a massive swarm, a mere assault rifle proved insufficient, despite several crows falling. It was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the overwhelming black cloud. "Are you done yet? I'm running low on ammunition. Just a moment. Just a moment." Wang Yu's face was drenched in sweat, and the blood flowing from his hands dripped onto the ground, each drop exploding into vivid crimson blossoms, further inciting the ravenous crows. "Hurry! Soon!" Chun Huan's assault rifle was entirely depleted. With no time to change magazines, he discarded the weapon and drew his Tang Dao, severing a crow that charged at him. Time was of the essence. If they were to wait until the entire flock descended upon them, it would take but a heartbeat for their remains to be reduced to mere skeletons. Bang! 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 With no time left to swing his blade, Chun Huan drew his handgun and swiftly dispatched 5 crows, then used the blade to swat away another that lunged at Wang Yu. At that moment, he felt the specter of death looming perilously close. Only 8 seconds left? No, 5 seconds. In another 5 seconds, they would be devoured by the swarm, leaving not even a trace of their insides. "Now, crack!" As Wang Yu called out, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Chun Huan had no time to exchange words. He fired the last 4 rounds from his handgun and leaped toward the window. He disregarded the jagged shards of glass and the partially removed iron screen, fully aware that he risked injury. Wang Yu, the first to enter the room, took a swift step forward upon landing and opened the door leading to the corridor. "Hurry up!" Bang! Just as Chun Huan burst from the room, Wang Yu slammed the door shut behind him. The crows that followed collided violently against the door, creating a cacophony of thuds. "That was close. We almost lost our lives." Wang Yu leaned against the door, as if grappling with a relentless force outside. Utterly drained of strength, sinking to the floor, gasping for breath, his body trembling violently. The after effects of terror surged forth, leaving his lips pale as parchment. Similarly, Chun Huan also found himself sitting on the ground against the door. However, unlike Wang Yu's profound terror, he experienced a dual fatigue, both psychological and physical. After all, he had faced countless perilous situations in his previous life, some even more dangerous than this one. Once he retrieved the bullets from his bag and filled the emptied magazine of his handgun, he then took out a powerful flashlight and tossed one to Wang Yu. "This place is unsafe. We must swiftly relocate." As he spoke, Chen Huan rose, sheathing his tang knife, wielding the flashlight in his left hand and the gun in his right. The wounds on his elbow and cheek, inflicted by shards of glass, were not his immediate concern. Was he afraid of the crows breaching the door? Wang Yu, leaning against the door frame, slowly rose while leaving a stark blood handprint behind. Chen Huan scanned the pitch-black corridor, his ears filled with the frenzied sound of crows violently battering against the door, reminding him of the gravity of their location. Chapter 21. Poor acting. This place serves as a sanctuary for wildlife and a site for studying their behaviors, and it is self-evident what may exist here. Whether the creatures have escaped remains unknown to Chen Huan, yet one must never lower their guard. This is one of the fundamental rules for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, the gate has been secured from the inside with an iron rod. "Boss, you're actually on guard against the survivors inside, aren't you?" As they proceeded along the corridor, they encountered neither zombies nor any mutated animals that had broken free. Wang Yu, observing Chen Huan's unwavering vigilance, quietly inquired. Chen Huan did not conceal his thoughts, but candidly replied, "Indeed, in the current situation, the most terrifying aspect is not the zombies or the hordes of mutated creatures, but the unseen and intangible human heart." Wang Yu frowned, "But we can't condemn everyone indiscriminately. The debate over whether human nature is fundamentally good or evil has always been contentious." Although he had witnessed some cruel events during their travels, he found it hard to accept labeling others as evil from the outset. Chen Huan turned back, illuminating Wang Yu with his flashlight. "Do you remember the gas station?" "The gas station?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was taken aback. How could he possibly forget everything that transpired there? Chen Huan smiled and continued to tread cautiously forward. In today's world, if one wishes to survive long-term, they must not easily trust anyone, nor should they readily extend their compassion and kindness, even to those who were once their closest brothers or friends. Wang Yu fell silent, pondering, what if the other party is a woman or a child? Chen Huan did not respond directly, but countered. "What do you believe is the greatest distinction between humans and beasts?" "Humans are primates, endowed with high intelligence, empathy, and subjective awareness." Wang Yu's words were cut short by Chen Huan's interruption. "Wrong. The greatest distinction lies in the bottom line. 8 years of apocalyptic survival had forged in Chen Huan a unique set of rules and perspectives. Despite the fact that, from any viewpoint, women and children are the most vulnerable and deserving of protection, often evoking sympathy in others, Chen Huan regarded this principle as virtually meaningless. Or rather, the harsh realities of 8 years of survival had repeatedly shattered this notion. Ultimately, the adherence to or abandonment of one's moral boundaries is what fundamentally separates humans from beasts. Wang Yu, somewhat perplexed, ventured, "So, what do you consider to be that bottom line?" "Murder, failing to help those in peril, selfishness, and extreme suspicion," he reflected, based on his recent experiences with Chen Huan. However, Chen Huan's sudden mention of a bottom line piqued his curiosity. Just as Chen Huan was about to answer, footsteps echoed ominously from the depths of the corridor, silencing him instantly. Simultaneously, the darkness swallowed the corridor as their flashlights extinguished. "There is someone," Wang Yu whispered urgently. However, Chen Huan did not respond. He merely gestured for Wang Yu to remain here and be prepared to fire at any moment. "You must be armed police or soldiers, right? Rest assured, this place is quite secure. There are no dangerous creatures here, provided you do not enter the animal enclosure." The footsteps continued to approach, accompanied by a deep male voice. Chen Huan smiled silently, reopened his flashlight, but just as he was about to round the corner, he hesitated slightly and retrieved another powerful flashlight. "Are you the only survivor here?" As he stepped around the corner, Chen Huan tucked the flashlight away and directed the beam at the approaching man. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket, seemingly in his mid-30s, holding a shovel in his right hand and a candle, unearthed from some unknown place. In his left, when Chen Huan shone the flashlight in his direction, the man quickly raised both hands, squinting against the intense light and instinctively turning his head while covertly assessing Chen Huan. "You are neither armed police nor soldiers." "No, that couldn't be right. I distinctly heard gunfire moments ago. If you're not armed police or soldiers, how could you possibly possess a firearm? The middle-aged man's gaze lingered momentarily on the gun in Chen Huan's hand before shifting to his hair. Both police and military personnel typically sport crew cuts. It was impossible for one to have hair this long. Thus, his earlier assumptions about the man's identity were entirely overturned. Chen Huan narrowed his eyes slightly. You still have not answered my question. Observing the inclination of Chen Huan's finger towards the trigger, the middle-aged man was startled and quickly replied, I am the sole survivor at this observation post. As if fearing his response lacked credibility, he cautiously pointed behind him. I entered with 2 colleagues, but they are both dead, transformed into those flesh-eating creatures. All dead. A profound expression crossed Chen Huan's face. Where are the bodies? The bodies are further back, the middle-aged man said, glancing towards the corner of the corridor Chen Huan had just exited. Young man, are there still others? Do you wish to see them? No, I would rather not, Chen Huan replied, shuddering at the thought of the ominous swarm of crows outside. He had no desire to encounter them up close. As for that young man's companions, their fate was all too evident. Chen Huan holstered his gun and moved forward. Is there any other exit? There is indeed one exit, but currently there are man-eating creatures outside, and with so many crows, it is impossible to escape. The middle-aged man sighed deeply. Take me to see it. All right, Chen Huan said, leading the way with his flashlight, while the middle-aged man fell a step behind, holding the candle and inquiring about the situation outside. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained at the corridor's corner. He slightly leaned out, observing the 2 figures gradually receding into the distance. His brow furrowed in confusion over why Chen Huan had left him behind as a precaution. Both men were armed, even without knowing the other's numbers or intentions. It seemed unnecessary to do so. Could it be? Bang! Bang! As Wang Yu stood in a fog of confusion, 2 starkly contrasting gunshots suddenly pierced the silence ahead, followed by a haunting cacophony that shifted from despair to a mournful wail. Boss! Wang Yu's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his weapon and rushed forward. He was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, unaware if Chen Huan had been struck, yet he instinctively understood the reason behind Chen Huan's decision to leave him behind. Notably, one of the gunshots was unmistakably not that of a handgun. Driven by urgency, Wang Yu sprinted forward, ready to fire at a moment's notice. However, upon arrival, he was momentarily paralyzed by the scene before him. A middle-aged man lay sprawled in a pool of blood, his abdomen marred by irregular gashes, his clothing and flesh torn to shreds, charred and lifeless. Meanwhile, Chen Huan crouched beside him, relentlessly tearing pieces from the man's body and force-feeding them into the gaping mouth that emitted anguished cries. Not far off, a corpse clutched a hunting rifle lay motionless. Boss, are you all right? Wang Yu quickly lowered his weapon and approached, crouching beside him to shine the flashlight for assistance. With a faint smile, Chen Huan replied, What could possibly be wrong with me? Just look at his performance. Even a child could do better. Chapter 22. The bottom line upon mentioning this matter, Chen Huan couldn't help but find it amusing. The inconsistencies in words and actions, the blatant motives, and the multitude of flaws in their discourse rendered every statement utterly unworthy of scrutiny. Although he grasped the general reasoning behind it, the occurrence involving a middle-aged man left him somewhat speechless. It seemed as though over 30 years of life had been squandered. Boss, should we deal with the body? After assisting in loosening the middle-aged man's shoelaces and belt, firmly binding his hands, Wang Yu directed his flashlight towards the corpse ahead and inquired. No need. I shot him in the head. Even if he wished to transform, it would be futile. Chen Huan firmly grasped the collar of the writhing middle-aged man on the ground and hoisted him up. All right. Wang Yu took hold of the middle-aged man and swiftly slapped him across the face. Behave yourself. Don't expect me to carry you. The already agonized middle-aged man, suffering from his gunshot wound, now whimpered even more pathetically after the slap and was compelled to walk, his face contorted in terror, his eyes filled with dread of the unknown fate that awaited him. He attempted to speak, but his mouth was gagged, leaving him only to produce muffled whimpers as he sank to his knees, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Get up. Wang Yu kicked the man in the back. Now you know fear? Now you wish to beg for mercy? Why didn't these thoughts occur to you when you intended to kill? As he spoke, Wang Yu spat disdainfully onto the ground. If he doesn't move, then just kill him. Chun Huan bent down to retrieve the shotgun from the corpse, inspecting it thoughtfully without glancing back. Fine, I've had my fill of him anyway. Just as Wang Yu raised the weapon and placed his finger on the trigger, the fallen middle-aged man trembled all over, momentarily forgetting his abdominal injury, writhing like a worm before laboriously pushing himself against the wall to stand upright. Then let us go. Wang Yu pressed the gun against the man's back. I wouldn't mind wasting a bullet on you. The middle-aged man nodded fervently, his face devoid of color due to his injuries and fear, but this was of no concern to Chen Huan. And Wang Yu certainly had no intention of showing mercy to a stranger harboring murderous intent toward them. Boss, what now? After traversing the corridor for a while, the sight of 7 grotesque zombie corpses came into view, one of which had nearly been reduced to a pulp. Judging by their attire, it appeared that among these zombies were not only personnel from the observation station, but also 2 outsiders. Chun Huan narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the ajar door. We have arrived. Having journeyed a considerable distance and narrowly escaping death twice, both their bodies and minds were in a state of extreme exhaustion. The room, utilized by poachers as a rest area, was perfectly situated for a brief respite. However, upon opening the door, the scene within caused Wang Yu's expression to darken, and he erupted in outrage, cursing the scoundrels inside. By the window, a woman lay bound in a starfish position upon the bed, her naked form marred by an array of bruises and traces of peculiar fluids. The scene was harrowing. Her lower body was a testament to violence, drenched in blood, and to stifle any potential cries, her mouth had been gagged with cloth. It was evident that in the wake of the apocalypse, she had endured unspeakable horrors. With a sudden jolt of fury, Wang Yu, for the first time, felt a murderous intent towards a living being. He whirled around and struck the middle-aged man across the face with a resounding slap, drawing forth a triangular military dagger. He seethed, "Boss, I yearn to slay this scoundrel." Yet, the woman bound upon the bed merely stared vacantly, her expression devoid of terror, fear, or hatred. Only a profound numbness lingered, a resignation to the loss of her will to live. Chun Huan restrained Wang Yu's hand that clutched the dagger and spoke calmly, "Bind him securely. We shall need him to lure the crows once we have rested." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, who had thought himself saved, began to writhe frantically on the ground, his face contorting with fear and deep-seated malice, his eyes burning with a vengeful desire to see Chun Huan suffer. However, Chun Huan paid no heed to the man's glare. After retrieving some compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack, he casually pulled up a chair and began to eat. The woman, still bound, was not offered assistance in her liberation, nor was there any intent to end her suffering. Chun Huan's focus remained solely on the food in his hands. "What shall we do with her?" Wang Yu inquired after binding the middle-aged man with the bed sheets. "Leave her for now," Chun Huan replied, leaning back in his chair and nibbling on the biscuits. Such an ordeal, regardless of the woman it befalls, constitutes a grave psychological blow. As you can see, if we were to release her prematurely, it might lead to unforeseen complications. Wang Yu fell silent, draping a blanket over her before taking a seat opposite the bed, lost in thought. It was not until Chun Huan had finished his meal and lay upon another bed that Wang Yu broke the silence. "Boss, how is it that mere days into the apocalypse, someone could descend to such bestial acts?" Chun Huan, resting his head on his arm, replied with closed eyes. "It is quite natural. When a person faces extreme fear, they will seek various means to release their pent-up emotions, and sex is one of the most common outlets." Wang Yu gripped the bottle of mineral water, speechless. Chun Huan opened his eyes and turned his head, recalling their earlier conversation about boundaries. "Do you remember what I mentioned?" he asked. Wang Yu nodded. "I do, but you did not finish. Now you shall hear the conclusion." Chun Huan raised 3 fingers and stated, "In my presence, any guilt stemming from failing to save a life is mere nonsense. From beginning to end, I adhere to 3 principles. Do not betray women, do not kill for pleasure, and do not partake in cannibalism." Upon hearing Chun Huan's 3 bottom lines, Wang Yu suddenly lifted his head. The first 2 were comprehensible, but the last one, "do not partake in cannibalism," left him taken aback. Boss you. Chun Huan replied with a smile that was neither here nor there. It means exactly what it says. Gulp. Wang Yu swallowed hard, and even the middle-aged man bound like a Zongzi ceased his struggles. Chun Huan remained unfazed by the impact of his words on Wang Yu, and continued, in situations like this, you will encounter more in the near future. If you cannot uphold your principles, you too will become one of them. After all, the world has changed. Without the constraints of morality and law, the demons within will no longer be restrained. Finally, he reiterated to Wang Yu, one can maintain goodwill in all matters, but do not squander that goodwill recklessly. Chapter 23. Reserve bait in the harsh reality of survival during the apocalypse. One must be wary of excessive benevolence. For a single act of kindness may inadvertently lead one to the precipice of death. Chun Huan had reluctantly accepted Wang Yu. Yet he was apprehensive that a moment of compassion from Wang Yu could result in either his direct or indirect demise at the hands of humanity. It was akin to the woman bound to the bed. No one could assure that she would refrain from engaging in reckless behavior once freed. Wang Yu gazed at the vacant-eyed woman lying on the bed for a prolonged moment. He then took a deep breath, twisted the cap off a bottle, and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Rest assured, boss, he said, I comprehend the reasoning you presented. After all, every act of kindness is predicated on the premise of one's own survival. Chun Huan kept his eyes closed, muttering a sound of acknowledgement, choosing not to continue the conversation. After finishing his meal, Wang Yu rose, tore the bed sheets, and resecured the middle-aged man who had been discarded on the floor. He then proceeded to tend to his hand injuries, preparing for some much-needed rest. Both Chun Huan and Wang Yu were utterly exhausted. Since departing from Anha County, they had been in a relentless journey, and upon entering the Lingnan mountain range, they had narrowly escaped death twice. Their bodies and minds had reached their breaking point. As soon as they lay down, the sound of snoring filled the air. The middle-aged man, now sprawled on the ground, had surrendered any final struggle. Bound in 3 layers of ropes by Wang Yu, he could not even move like a chrysalis. He could only await his fate amidst resentment and fear. Time passed, and suddenly Wang Yu was jolted awake by a cacophony of clinking sounds. Instinctively, he grasped the triangular military dagger at his waist upon opening his eyes. But he relaxed upon realizing it was merely Chun Huan counting ammunition. Boss, are we preparing to depart? He inquired. Indeed, the flock of crows outside has mostly dispersed. Chun Huan replied, slotting a magazine into his weapon with a click, engaging the safety, and stowing it in his holster. And what about her? Wang Yu gestured towards the woman on the bed. Chun Huan responded, if she wishes to descend the mountain with us, we shall take her. If she prefers to remain, so be it. We shall not compel her. Understanding the implications, Wang Yu reached out to remove the cloth gagging the woman's mouth and asked, you heard our conversation. Do you wish to accompany us down the mountain, or do you choose to stay here? However, the woman remained silent, her gaze vacant as she stared at him. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and continued, while the observation post is secure, it is still situated deep within the Lingnan Mountains. Moreover, with communication severed and no external assistance. Even with ample supplies, you will not survive long here alone. If you remain unresponsive, I shall assume you have opted to stay. Under Chun Huan's guidance, Wang Yu gradually tempered his own kindness. He understood that if Chun Huan were making the decisions, he would have never considered bringing this woman down the mountain. At most, he would have merely unbound her. The reason for allowing himself to inquire about her desires was simply a means of acclimatizing to the harsh realities of a world gone awry. Yet despite this, he still wished to elucidate the stakes involved, not wanting this unfortunate woman to choose a path of despair. However, even at this juncture, the woman remained unresponsive. In resignation, Wang Yu let out a sigh. After severing the ropes that bound her hands and feet, he tossed her a bottle of mineral water and a packet of compressed biscuit from his backpack. Chun Huan, witnessing this, chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, this tacit approval allowed Wang Yu to perceive a hint of humanity in Chun Huan, who no longer seemed so indifferent. Yet in the next moment, Chun Huan's words caused the air in the room to stagnate. He gazed out the window and murmured, keeping her seems somewhat wasteful on the mountain roads. One can never be sure what one might encounter. Habit or might prove useful. A chill ran down Wang Yu's spine, and even the woman, who had just risen from the bed, trembled at the implication. Boss, you can't possibly be thinking of using her as bait, can you? As he spoke, Wang Yu felt the fleeting warmth of Chen Huan's humanity dissipate, especially since this action fell outside of Chen Huan's moral boundaries. Chen Huan turned. I meant the corpse outside. The corpse, so he was referring to the corpse. Wang Yu let out a couple of awkward laughs to ease the tension, only for Chen Huan to add, if she truly wishes for death, then it would be more valuable for her to perish with purpose. Boss, isn't that a bit cruel? Even after spending some time with Chen Huan and understanding his ways, Wang Yu still felt a wave of coldness wash over him upon hearing those words. Cruel? Chen Huan smiled, then turned his gaze to the woman on the bed. So what do you think? Under the gaze of Chen Huan's exceedingly indifferent eyes, the woman was engulfed by a fear that surpassed any she had felt before. Oblivious to the exposed patches of her skin, she instinctively recoiled, pressing her back firmly against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. Leave or stay. The choice is yours. I do not have the luxury of time to wait for your deliberation. I'll go. Whether it was Chen Huan's overpowering presence or the terrifying intensity of his gaze, the woman, who had remained silent despite Wang Yu's attempts to explain the stakes, finally broke down in tears and provided her answer. Silence. Chen Huan's brow furrowed as he commanded. Since you have chosen to descend the mountain, you must abide by my rules. Do you understand? With both hands tightly covering her mouth, the woman nodded fervently. Wang Yu, unable to bear the scene any longer, glanced at the torn t-shirt on the floor, then retrieved a somewhat clean garment from the corpse outside and tossed it to her. As for evasion, Chen Huan was unconcerned. Meanwhile, Wang Yu averted his gaze, choosing to turn his back. First, eat and regain your strength. I will need you for something shortly. Once she had gathered her things, Chen Huan donned his backpack and stepped outside to the corpse. Boss, that's brilliant. Rescuing her in such a manner. As he smeared the blood and flesh of the zombie onto himself, Wang Yu suppressed his disgust and quietly gave a thumbs up. Chen Huan, with a smile that bordered on irony, remarked, Save her? Perhaps. The plight of the woman within the room was indeed pitiable, yet to him, her sole worth lay in serving as bait. Should those mutated creatures still linger on the path, a single corpse would prove insufficient. Thus, the time had come for the woman inside to demonstrate her value. Meeting Chen Huan's gaze, Wang Yu trembled slightly as he dropped the intestines of the zombie, realizing the gravity of his leader's earlier words. Those were not mere threats, but rather stark realities. What? Do you find it cruel? Chen Huan inquired with a smile, causing a shiver to run through Wang Yu. Cruelty indeed. Wang Yu, devoid of any pretense, responded directly. She is already quite unfortunate. To use her as a backup bait is rather. At that moment, Chen Huan placed a segment of intestine into Wang Yu's gloved hand and calmly stated, In light of your consideration, I have graciously afforded her a glimmer of hope for survival. Whether she becomes a secondary bait, however, will ultimately depend on her fortune. Chapter 24 means after a little over 10 minutes, as the necessary preparations neared completion, the trio departed from a lounge. However, there remained one crucial task, to transport the corpse of the individual who had met a gruesome fate. Boss, this body is exceedingly heavy. Perhaps we should leave it here for now and only dispose of this scum if any unforeseen circumstances arise on our way. As Wang Yu bent down to lift the lifeless form from the ground, his expression shifted slightly. Though he had moved a corpse at the gas station, this one, compared to the decapitated figure, was palpably heavier. Chen Huan, dragging the middle-aged man, who resembled a wrapped Zongzi, spoke calmly. No, he has been dead for several hours now. The blood is nearly congealed, limiting its allure to mutated creatures. If we are to avoid the crows and exit successfully, we must use a living person as bait. With a sigh, Wang Yu ceased his protests. At that moment, Chen Huan added, Hand the body over to her. The woman's expression faltered. I might not. There's no possibility. This is what you're meant to do. What? Are you unwilling? Chen Huan interrupted her. No, I am willing. Then hurry. After this, Chen Huan turned to Wang Yu. Assist her. Understood. Wang Yu nodded, comprehending Chen Huan's intent. He stepped forward to detach a strip of fabric from the middle-aged man, then draped the corpse over the woman's back, securing them together. As for himself, he assumed the role of lookout and pathfinder. Before long, they arrived at the door through which they had forced entry. The cacophony of crows battering against the door had ceased, yet in the stillness, the faint rustle of wings could still be discerned. The middle-aged man, aware of his impending fate, began to emit muffled sounds the moment they reached the door, desperately trying to voice his plight. However, Wang Yu had bound him too securely for any effective struggle. Nevertheless, the man's whimpering still drew the attention of the crows lurking behind the door. Silence. Chen Huan suddenly stamped his foot onto the middle-aged man's face, crimson blood gushing forth from his nostrils. He then drew a dagger from his left arm, methodically slicing through the sheets and strips that bound the man, leaving only the belts and cloth strips securing his hands and feet. Next, Chen Huan aimed the blade at the man's charred abdomen and plunged it forcefully into the flesh. The sickening sound of steel piercing skin reverberated, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to widen in horror as his body convulsed violently, blood pouring forth like a mountain spring from his wound. Yet, Chen Huan's assault showed no signs of abating. After withdrawing the dagger, he inflicted further wounds to the man's thighs and arms, even carving jagged lines along his neck and cheeks. Witnessing such a scene, akin to a brutal execution, the woman turned pale with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Even Wang Yu, who had witnessed Chen Huan's previous acts of violence, felt a chill run down his spine. Enough, Wang Yu. Prepare to open the door. Wiping the bloodstains from the dagger and securing it away, Chen Huan seized the collar of the middle-aged man, pinning him against the doorframe. With gunshot wounds already inflicted and now multiple stab wounds, the man was barely drawing breath, his strength utterly sapped. Even though Chen Huan restrained him with a single hand, he offered no resistance, only leaning against the doorframe, gasping desperately as if striving to inhale every last breath of life. I am ready to commence, Wang Yu gulped nervously, stepping forward to grasp the doorknob. Chen Huan gave a slight nod. Listen for my countdown. Understood. Then, Chen Huan's voice resonated. 3, 2. Wang Yu tightened his grip on the doorknob. 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, Wang Yu forcefully pushed the door ajar, and a few grotesque crows burst into view, lunging toward them. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Huan raised his hand and fired 3 shots, then swiftly tore away the rag that muffled the middle-aged man's cries, kicking him inside. Immediately following, the door slammed shut, muffled screams and the crow's excited cawing echoing from behind. Boss, can we prepare to leave now? Wang Yu inquired as the sounds reached his ears, causing him to shudder. Not yet. Let's wait a moment, Chen Huan replied, his expression unchanging. He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently until the man's screams began to fade. He then gestured for them to prepare to open the door. The room they had entered through the window was in close proximity to the main door, which was secured from within with a metal rod. So opening it would not take much time at all, though it would create some noise. After all, it was an iron door, and silence was impossible. Fortunately, the middle-aged man's plight would attract the remaining crows, minimizing their risk. Boss, there's no key. Wang Yu returned hurriedly, his face pale as he reported. Having searched the corpse for the vehicle key, their off-road vehicle was beyond repair. The bumper had fallen off, the windshield shattered, and the hood was crumpled beyond recognition. Now, their only option was to consider the vehicles at the observation station. However, after hastily transferring some essential supplies to the pickup truck, they had failed to locate the keys. Chen Huan glanced at the trembling woman standing by the vehicle with the corpse slung over her shoulder and instructed Wang Yu, when I start the engine, you all should get in the car as well, using something to block the gap to prevent the crows from entering. If too many crows are drawn by the noise, toss that corpse outside. I understand. Wang Yu took a deep breath, fully aware of his responsibilities even without Chen Huan's reminders. They had brought the corpse precisely to use as bait. However, he cast a glance at the woman and sighed inwardly. At this moment, Chen Huan leapt from the off-road vehicle, clutching the fire axe previously wielded by Li Feng, and approached the pickup truck. With a vigorous swing, he stepped forward and struck the rear window with a resounding crash. The force was so tremendous that the glass shattered into countless fragments, prompting an ear-piercing alarm to blare. As he turned, Chun Huan noticed that all the crows circling nearby had flocked down, with even those drawn by the fresh scent of blood flying out of the windows in droves. With a clang, he discarded the fire axe, hastily opened the car door, and jumped inside, tossing his mountaineering backpack and tang knife onto the seat before scrambling towards the driver's position. Simultaneously, Wang Yu forcefully shoved the woman and the corpse she bore into the vehicle, exhibiting no tenderness whatsoever. "Boss, they're nearly all out," he remarked as he secured the car door. Unable to find anything else, Wang Yu propped his backpack against the window and addressed Chun Huan, who was struggling to pry open the panel beneath the dashboard to connect the ignition wires. "Secure it," Chun Huan replied, not lifting his gaze, his focus unwavering on the task at hand. The act of starting the car's engine was one he had performed countless times in his previous life. However, he understood that unless absolutely necessary, finding the keys would be a more prudent course of action. After all, prior to the viral mutation, an intact vehicle was not merely a means of transportation, but also provided a significant degree of safety, particularly in terms of convenience. Chapter 25. The Descent. As Chun Huan connected the circuit, several swiftly flying crows approached. They incessantly battered against the glass, attempting to block the shattered window with a backpack, occasionally extending their sharp talons to scrape against the glass, producing an unsettling screech. A foul, unidentifiable liquid smeared across the window, and their numbers swelled, encircling the vehicle in a relentless assault. They yearned to feast, intent on pecking the occupants clean and devouring every morsel nestled within their bones. The carcass, partially consumed by their kin, was of no concern to them. The humans within were far fresher and more plentiful. With each violent impact against the car, more crows were drawn in, causing the vehicle to tremble slightly, while the windshield and backpack became smeared with their darkened blood. An attempt to dispose of the corpse was futile, as there was no opportunity in sight. The moment a slight gap appeared, they would swarm in, devouring the three of them entirely. "Why are you just standing there? Help me," Wang Yu shouted, straining to hold the backpack against the onslaught, his voice tinged with desperation as the relentless battering grew more intense, threatening to shatter the window. What can I do to help?" The woman, paralyzed by fear, was in disarray, utterly clueless about what actions to take, her only response being tears. Observing her panic, Wang Yu felt a surge of frustration and bellowed, "If you want to live, block the window with me." Just as the woman placed her hands on the backpack, Chun Huan finally established the connection, starting the engine with a reassuring roar. "We'll find a chance to discard the body," he declared, glancing at the swarm of crows enveloping the vehicle, then suddenly pressing the accelerator to the floor. With a thunderous roar, the tires screeched against the ground, billowing clouds of black smoke. The revving truck shot through the flock like a cannonball, piercing through the murky darkness as it burst forth from the observation station's entrance. The powerful wind pressure pinned several crows firmly against the windshield. Wang Yu understood. Wang Yu tossed the backpack aside and, with the woman's assistance, heaved the corpse through the shattered window. With a thud, dust erupted as the body struck the ground, its flesh instantly torn apart, releasing a potent stench of blood that wafted in all directions. The crows, drawn irresistibly to the fallen carcass, descended upon it, while a few continued to pursue the receding source of fresh prey. "Boss, the road ahead," Wang Yu gasped, leaning back in his seat, suddenly recalling that they had been forced to the observation station due to a vehicle overturned on the highway, with a multitude of mutated creatures hot on their heels. Chun Huan gripped the steering wheel tightly, stealing a glance at the terrified woman in the back seat, and said, "We'll have to push through. If anything seems amiss, remember your instructions." As the matter was conveyed, Wang Yu felt a tremor in his heart and nodded, saying, "I understand what I must do." Departing with the same fervor as their arrival, they sped away. However, due to the vehicle's performance, the pickup truck was significantly inferior to the off-road vehicle. Fortunately, the descent from the observation station provided a slight advantage in speed compared to their journey to the site. Before long, Chun Huan maneuvered the vehicle back onto the main road. It seemed that the mutated creatures had not encountered any food on the highway, and having surpassed 7 hours since they left the observation station, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, save for a zombie whose body had been crushed. Prepare to tell. Chun Huan halted the vehicle, strapped on his Tang sword, opened the door, and stepped out, with Wang Yu following closely behind. The woman, however, remained curled up in the vehicle, her eyes wide with terror as she fixated on the zombie. Get out! Chun Huan's cold gaze swept over her as Wang Yu moved to retrieve the tow rope. No, I want to stay in the car, I don't. The woman shook her head fervently, but upon seeing the ominous barrel of the gun aimed at her, she reluctantly stepped out. As Wang Yu passed by her while holding the tow rope, he paused and said, "You go attach it." I'll do it." Wang Yu secured one end to the pickup and tossed the other end to the woman. All right, I'll take care of it," she stammered, trembling violently, her eyes fixated on the half-bodied zombie on the ground. Each step she took felt precarious, as if she were walking on the edge of a cliff, poised to plunge into oblivion. Chun Huan glanced at Wang Yu, standing nearby, questioning whether he intended to squander time, allowing her to acclimate to the harsh realities of this new world. His directive to have the woman exit the vehicle was merely in adherence to a fundamental rule of the apocalypse: never leave strangers in your means of transport, thus avoiding the risk of it being commandeered. However, Wang Yu's insistence that she attach the tow rope was an entirely different matter. Wang Yu chuckled softly. Since we Haven T encountered the anticipated mutated creatures here, there's no need to use her as a spare bait. Rather than abandoning her outright upon descending, we might as well let her witness the zombie up close, as a way of accumulating some merit for ourselves. Are you implying that I lack virtue? Chun Huan inquired. No. Boss, please don't misunderstand. I merely meant that since it's just attaching a tow rope, it doesn't affect anything. We might as well take the opportunity to do a good deed. Under Chun Huan's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Yu swallowed hard, his voice dwindling. But Chun Huan merely smiled. So you've cast aside my advice? Absolutely not. Wang Yu's heart raced as he quickly waved his hands in denial. How could I possibly forget your words? It's just that thinking of her plight makes me feel a pang of sympathy. Refrain from your sympathy. In this situation, it is entirely unnecessary. Chun Huan gazed at the woman lingering hesitantly before the overturned vehicle and remarked calmly, "You understand why I chose to bring her along. If her timidity incited the flock of crows to pursue us, then that would signify her worth in my eyes." He paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, let this be a lesson for the future. With that, he set off to retrieve the tow truck. As his words lingered in the air, Wang Yu turned and dashed towards the overturned vehicle, prompting Chun Huan to shake his head in quiet disapproval. Ultimately, it was evident that the apocalypse had only just begun, and Wang Yu had encountered far too little. Regardless of the circumstances, he still struggled to relinquish the innate kindness within him, despite his abundant words. He found it challenging to act upon them, even in a situation where approaching the zombies posed no immediate danger. He still sought to create opportunities for survival for a stranger, which, although framed as compassion in his narrative, appeared utterly ludicrous to Chun Huan. In Chun Huan's perspective, kindness was not a requisite for survival in this harsh new world. Merely upholding one's principles sufficed. Such incidents, he resolved, were not to be witnessed again. Should Wang Yu persist in his ways, Chun Huan would not hesitate to embark on his solitary path. "Boss, all is well," Wang Yu announced as he approached, securing the tow strap before turning to Chun Huan to indicate that all preparations were complete and the towing could commence. Chapter 26. Mother has fallen asleep, whether it is the grace of divine providence or mere fortune, as the group descended from the mountains. They encountered no more swarms of mutated creatures, although a few solitary hedgehogs and squirrels occasionally wandered across their path. They were unable to react before being crushed under the wheels of the speeding car, reduced to mere pulp. Nevertheless, Chun Huan dared not reduce his speed. Within the confines of his control, he was determined to drive as fast as he could. He was unwilling to experience a repeat of their previous ordeal. Had they not been ambushed and driven to desperation, they might have nearly reached Binran City by now. "Boss, I apologize." After leaving the Lingnan Mountains and allowing the woman to depart, Wang Yu, seated in the passenger seat, gazed silently at the desolate landscape for a long while before speaking. "You were right. In this current predicament, everyone is fighting for survival. The laws and morals that once constrained them have become mere whispers in the wake of the apocalypse. If one's mindset has not undergone a complete transformation, one could easily perish at the hands of those they wish to assist, driven by a fleeting moment of compassion. Chun Huan focused intently on driving, remaining silent. He had already conveyed these sentiments to Wang Yu, recognizing them as one of the most fundamental tenets of survival in this new world. Wang Yu continued, "Through our experiences over the past few days, I feel I have changed. I am no longer timid or weak. I possess the courage to confront fear. However, from another perspective in this apocalypse, which survivor is not like this? To survive, one must face their fears head-on." As he spoke, Wang Yu seemed intent on expressing everything that weighed on his mind. It was only after a lengthy monologue that Chun Huan finally interjected, "Then, if we encounter such a situation again, what will you do?" Wang Yu took a deep breath and, with deliberate clarity, responded, "While maintaining my humanity, I will prioritize my own safety to the utmost extent." As they descended the mountain, he had been reflecting on his actions since entering the observation station. Though his behavior had seemed appropriate from his perspective, he recognized that this was merely a subjective view. Given Chun Huan's capabilities, he did not believe that Chun Huan was indiscriminately challenging him. If that were the case, he would not have made concessions regarding the rescue of the woman. Thus, after introspection and in light of Chun Huan's previous counsel, Wang Yu understood that the fault lay squarely with himself. If one were to struggle for survival in this new world, they could no longer adhere to the beliefs and mindset that prevailed before the collapse of civilization. This was precisely the lesson that Chun Huan had endeavored to impart to him. Chun Huan corrected him, saying, "It is not merely about maximizing your safety. It is imperative that your safety is your foremost priority." Wang Yu nodded. "I understand. What I desire is not your understanding, but your ability to execute it." Chun Huan abruptly pressed the brake and turned to Wang Yu, understanding that the ability to act and the will to act were two entirely different matters. He reminded him that one should never trust strangers, nor allow them to engage in actions that could potentially expose them to danger, directly or indirectly. The only ones truly worthy of trust were themselves. This thought led Wang Yu to reflect on his past experiences at the gas station. Chun Huan smirked slightly. "Haven't you already realized this?" Wang Yu paused, then slapped his forehead with a rueful smile. "Indeed, when we asked the boss to take us along, you clearly articulated the value of our presence. Therefore, you must uphold this principle moving forward. Even if survivors plead for our help, we cannot afford to be soft-hearted. If we're to take them with us, we must assess the level of threat they pose and their inherent value." Chun Huan was uncertain whether Wang Yu could genuinely align his actions with his words, yet since he had begun to reflect, a few additional remarks would not be amiss. Nevertheless, his overall impression of Wang Yu remained unchanged. Should he continue to falter, there would be no reason to include him in their future endeavors. As dusk fell, the duo arrived at a gas station. The pickup truck had meager fuel reserves, and, after leaving the observation post, they had driven at high speed, depleting what little gas they had. Chun Huan parked the vehicle and, fully armed, exited the car. "Boss, something feels off here," Wang Yu remarked. Following closely behind and surveying the surroundings, a sense of unease creeping over him. The silence was unnerving. Not a single vehicle was in sight, and the absence of zombies and mutated creatures heightened the eerie atmosphere, making the gas station seem as if it had been abandoned for years. Yet he understood that this was merely an illusion. Chun Huan swiftly unsheathed his Tang sword, focusing on the service hall, and instructed, "Fill the tank quickly and leave." Wang Yu nodded and hurriedly grabbed the fuel nozzle, but soon exclaimed, "Boss, it's not working. I'll have to pry it open and siphon the gas out." "Be swift," Chun Huan urged, his expression tightening further. The longer they delayed, the greater the danger. He had yet to discern any signs indicating what had transpired at this gas station, as not even a single zombie could be found. While it was possible that no staff had transformed during the dark storm, other unforeseen circumstances could also be at play. However, what kind of incident could render a gas station so utterly silent, devoid of even a whiff of decay? Even with his 8 years of experience in the apocalypse, Chun Huan found himself in the dark regarding the situation. He had no intention of venturing into the dim service hall, which stood isolated in the desolate wilderness with its doors wide open. An essential rule of survival in the apocalypse was to avoid curiosity at all costs. Thus, his sole focus now was vigilance. Unexpectedly, as Wang Yu struggled to pry open the fuel barrel, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the shadowy service hall ahead. The leader. You continue? Chen Huan's gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, fixated on the source of the sound. His grip on the hilt of his knife tightened, ready to unleash deadly force at a moment's notice. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of slight astonishment. For the figure approaching was a young girl, seemingly no more than 7 or 8 years old, clad in a tattered floral dress, her face and hair in such disarray that she appeared to have just emerged from a refuse heap. Clutched in her arms was a dust-covered doll. Uncle, can you take me and my mother with you? The little girl stood at the entrance of the service hall, her large eyes gazing imploringly at the 2 men by the pickup, evoking an instinctive urge to protect from deep within. Chen Huan forced a smile onto his face. Of course, little sister, but why are you out here all alone? As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized the girl. My mother is asleep, and no matter how much I call, she won't wake up. The girl bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes like pearls slipping from a broken string. It's getting dark and I'm so scared. Chapter 27. The corpse eater. The appearance of the little girl was already pitiful, and now, with her tears flowing, she evoked even deeper sympathy. Chen Huan sighed softly, approached her, and gently ruffled her hair, speaking in a soothing voice. Do not be afraid. Once the uncles fill up the car with fuel, we will take you and your mother away, all right? The little girl obediently nodded. Chen Huan then retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack and handed them to her. Go inside and give your mother some water to drink, and you should eat a little too. We can continue eating in the car once we set off. Thank you, Uncle. Tears streamed down the little girl's face as she clutched the food and water tightly in her hands. Hurry, perhaps your mother will wake up after drinking some water. Chen Huan bent down to wipe the tears from her face. To Wang Yu, this scene appeared as something utterly extraordinary. Boss, you can't be seriously considering saving someone, can you? Wang Yu quietly inquired as Chen Huan approached to assist. If it were anyone else, it would be understandable, but for Chen Huan, it felt akin to witnessing a rare spectacle. Chen Huan smiled enigmatically. Why shouldn't I save someone? Saving is possible, but it's simply too astonishing. Wang Yu glanced toward the service hall, where the heavy doors swung open, revealing a dimly lit interior. He swallowed nervously, and just as he was about to say more, he suddenly saw the little girl, who had just gone inside with water and food, rushing out in a panic, her expression one of fright and helplessness, calling out for her uncle. What's wrong? Chen Huan set down the oil can and approached, with Wang Yu closely following. Mommy, she. Upon seeing Chen Huan, the little girl rushed into his arms, trembling violently, her cries preventing her from articulating a coherent thought. Do not worry. Tell Uncle what happened to your mother. Chen Huan steadied the girl's shoulders, wiping her tears as he asked. Yes, little sister, please tell us what happened to your mother. Wang Yu added, squatting beside her, signaling her not to fret. However, upon hearing this, the little girl burst into tears again, crying, Mommy, she vomited so much blood. So much. Uncle, please save my mother. Chen Huan turned to Wang Yu. Go fetch some medical supplies. They may come in handy. Understood. After giving his instructions, Chen Huan spoke to the little girl. First, lead me to see what is wrong with your mother. If her condition is critical, we must hasten to the nearest hospital. Faced with the situation, the little girl felt utterly lost, unable to do anything but weep helplessly, obediently following Chen Huan's lead. However, as the 2 figures, one large and one small, made their way toward the service hall, Wang Yu, rushing with his backpack, noticed that Chen Huan's hand was poised at the position where he could swiftly draw his handgun from his leg holster. But for now, saving lives took precedence. He had no time to ponder further, attributing it to Chen Huan's usual vigilance. Where's your mother? Upon entering the service hall, Chen Huan surveyed the environment, a shadow flickering in his gaze as he inquired of the little girl. Within that small room, hope seemed to have been grasped, as the little girl ceased her prior weeping, raising her hand to point toward the tightly shut wooden door on the left. Uncle, my mother will be all right, won't she? The girl gazed up at Chen Huan with hopeful, tear-filled eyes, their mistiness still evident. Chun Huan ruffled her hair, a strange smile resurfacing on his face. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. You've worked so hard to find food for them. How could anything possibly go wrong? It's just unfortunate for you that, no matter how hungry you are, you cannot consume human flesh or that of the undead. With that, Chun Huan withdrew a pistol and pulled the trigger against the girl's forehead. Bang! In that instant, a burst of crimson blossomed from her brow, radiant in the glow of the setting sun, as the force of the bullet sent her crumpling to the ground, her wide-open eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Boss you. Wang Yu, who had just rushed in, stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The backpack he had been carrying slipping from his grasp with a thud upon the floor. He approached the little girl lying in a pool of blood, his expression a tumultuous blend of anger, sorrow, confusion, and disbelief. He could not comprehend why Chun Huan would unleash such brutality upon a mere 7- or 8-year-old child. Was it a cruel jest at the expense of the weak, or a burgeoning love for the thrill of slaughter? Had he chosen to ignore it from the very beginning, he might have remained silent. Yet, Chun Huan had not only exhibited kindness toward the girl, but had also promised to save her mother and take them away together. Was this what one called the bottom line? He gently closed the girl's eyes and then raised his gaze toward Chun Huan, who stood silhouetted against the light at the door, a deep breath escaping his lips as he inquired, "Boss, why did you do this?" Chun Huan remained silent, his gaze coldly sweeping over the girl's lifeless form before he stepped closer to the closed wooden door, as if the earlier warmth had been merely an illusion. Just as he reached the door and was about to turn the handle, Wang Yu suddenly grasped his arm. "Boss, are you truly intent on exterminating all the survivors here? If that was your plan from the outset, why did you have me bring the medicine to save them? Survivors?" Chun Huan chuckled darkly. "So, you wish to impede me?" Under the penetrating gaze that seemed to peer into a sea of corpses, a chill ran through Wang Yu's heart, yet he did not release his grip. "I do not understand. Boss, you possess your own principles. Just this morning, you told me you would not kill for the sake of pleasure. Yet now you have not only cruelly murdered a little girl, but also intend to eliminate the other survivors. Of course, if you were to slay zombies or evildoers, I would not stand in your way. It's just that you." As he reached this point, Wang Yu endeavored to steady his emotions and continue, only to find Chun Huan effortlessly prying his hand from his arm. "Leave." In stark contrast to Wang Yu's lengthy discourse, Chun Huan simply uttered these 3 words. "Leave? No, boss, what do you mean?" Wang Yu asked, disbelief etched across his face as he pointed towards the small girl lying in a pool of blood behind him. "Is it simply because I said you have violated your principles?" Chun Huan let out a cold laugh, turning away with his gun in hand. "Throughout our journey, I have afforded you numerous opportunities and have repeatedly offered guidance. However, when faced with matters of moral integrity, your so-called promises of contrition are ultimately mere rhetoric. If you wish to protect them, then stay and do so." With that, he turned and walked away. As he passed by the backpack filled with supplies, Chun Huan did not pause, his sole objective being the pickup truck that had half a tank of fuel. Wang Yu stood at the doorway, watching Chun Huan's silhouette recede into the blood-red glow of the setting sun, his fists clenched tightly. He glanced at the lifeless body of the little girl and the closed wooden door before gritting his teeth and hastily following after him. "Boss, wait for me." Chapter 28. Binrin City. Once Chun Huan had made his decision, it was not one he would easily alter, even as Wang Yu chose to follow him. Chun Huan's stride towards the pickup truck remained unbroken, until Wang Yu interposed himself between him and the vehicle. Chun Huan regarded him with indifference, stating plainly, "I have been quite clear. Must I reiterate?" After a moment of silence, Wang Yu replied, "I need a reason. I require no justification for my actions." "Not even for murder," Chun Huan retorted, brushing past Wang Yu, opening the car door, and taking his seat to start the engine. At this juncture, he felt no obligation to provide Wang Yu with further explanations. From the moment Wang Yu grasped his hand, Chun Huan had effectively excluded him from the ranks of allies. If one's trust had eroded to the point of folly, there was no need for excessive discourse. Before departing, Chun Huan casually tossed a blanket from the truck, a gesture to conclude their recent companionship. There was no sense of longing, nor any feelings of anger. Throughout the ordeal, Chun Huan maintained a tranquil disposition, having long prepared for the potential abandonment of Wang Yu. The rapidity of events was merely an unforeseen aspect of the situation. However, the emergence of the flesh-eaters merely days after the apocalypse began was something he had never anticipated, though he sensed something amiss upon arriving at the gas station. The cause eluded him, and he had no intention of investigating further. His only desire was to refuel swiftly and continue his journey. It was only after the little girl appeared seeking help that a vague hypothesis began to take shape. Interacting closely with the girl, petting her head, and providing water and food served as a means to validate his suspicions. The outcome was unmistakable. The little girl's skull bore dense, protruding bony spikes, and she exhibited no desire for ordinary sustenance, exuding a subtle yet distinctive aroma. This was a hallmark of the flesh-eaters. Furthermore, that peculiar scent had the power to influence zombies and mutated creatures. Prior to the virus's mutation, these beings perceived flesh-eaters as akin to a lizard-esque camouflage. After death, flesh-eaters did not transform into the sluggish, stiff-limbed zombies. Their speed and strength were comparable to that of a normal human. In fact, some biologists in the past speculated that mutations spurred the evolution of zombies or were intrinsically linked to flesh-eaters. After all, cannibalism inevitably touched upon the subject of genetic mutation. And considering that they were perpetually in a state of evolution, this theory, although unverified, garnered considerable acceptance. Even though flesh-eaters had a fleeting lifespan, their discovery would incite a vehement public outcry. Though Chun Huan did not align himself with the masses, he certainly would not resign himself to becoming their prey. Thus, when the little girl appeared a second time, a murderous intent ignited within him. However, since Wang Yu seemed eager to protect her, let him do so. Ultimately, her fate was of no concern to Chun Huan. It was futile to counsel the doomed soul. Upon traversing the Lingnan mountain range and entering Jiang province, the journey home was nearly complete, as he parked by the roadside and consulted the military map to calculate the distance. He realized that he only needed to enter provincial route 321, 57 kilometers away, and then drive at full speed for 3 to 5 hours to reach home before 1 o'clock in the morning, where his parents awaited him. It was Sunday, August 15th, 2024, 10 o'clock at night, 5 days since the apocalypse had descended. Alone on his journey home, Chun Huan had now departed from the provincial road and was progressing along rural paths, drawing ever closer to the urban district of Binren City. According to announcements from the radio station, nearly all survivors had vacated their homes, hastening to the military base in Yunlin City, Jiang province, in search of refuge. Now surrounded by the desolate countryside, silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional sighting of aimless, wandering zombies and mutated farm dogs. Darkness enveloped him, and the slow, stiff figures of the undead loomed in the night, as his vehicle cast 2 beams of light into the void. It felt as though the entire world had been reduced to this singular moment. Even the blood moon that had hung ominously in the sky for 5 days had vanished from sight. Yet for Chun Huan, this was a familiar solitude. He felt no loneliness. Home lay ahead, and his heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation at the thought of reuniting with his parents. Even though he was aware that unpleasant surprises could await him, he chose not to dwell on them. The regrets of 8 years could not be allowed to repeat. He was determined to seize the present firmly in his grasp. However, the closer he drew to the city, the more zombies he encountered, and numerous wrecked vehicles littered the road, presenting formidable obstacles. Despite his urgency, Chun Huan had no choice but to take a detour. Brother Long, their SA car below. As Chun Huan navigated around shopping mall, a young man with a buzz cut, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor, informed a middle-aged man with tattooed arms who was reclining in a rocking chair, sipping a drink and humming a tune. Is he also leaving the city? The tattooed man didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, clearly accustomed to such situations. No, yes, heading into the city. The buzz-cut youth shook his head. What? Into the city? Hearing this, the tattooed man abruptly halted his humming, sitting up straight. Are you sure you didn't team his C? Without waiting for response, he rose from his chair and hurried to the window to peer down. Below, on the darkened street, 2 beams of light pierced the gloom. racing into the depths of the city amidst the exultant roars of the zombies, soon vanishing from view. Since the radio station had resumed operations, they had frequently witnessed individuals departing from Binrin City towards the military base in Yunlin City, but in recent days, the number of those leaving had dwindled. However, this was the first time they had encountered someone daring to venture deeper into the city. Brother Long, should we find a way to contact him? The buzzcut youth was perplexed by the driver's reckless decision. This was not a wise way to meet one's end. The tattooed man shook his head. Forget it. Let us wait until he makes it back alive. Yet, despite his words, he had already mentally condemned the man to death, lamenting the missed opportunity to inquire about the outside world from a newcomer. Unlike others, the tattooed man harbored a persistent skepticism regarding the safety of reaching the military base. A few days prior, when the rescue team arrived to evacuate the populace, he became acutely aware of a grave concern. The greater the number of individuals, the more likely they were to attract the attention of zombies and mutated creatures. Many survivors were leaving in large groups. Thus, he resolved never to venture out of Binrin City without a comprehensive understanding of the external situation. If it were otherwise, he would not have gathered over a dozen survivors to take refuge in a resource-rich shopping mall. Returning to his rocking chair, the tattooed man seemed to be lost in thought. He had just raised his glass only to set it down again, saying, by the way, have a few more people keep an eye on the surrounding movements and see if any vehicles are entering the city. Chapter 29. The convergence of reality and memory. Chun Huan remained oblivious to the fact that his movements had been thoroughly exposed to another group of onlookers. At this moment, his heart yearned for home, and his mind was taut with tension as he deftly maneuvered to evade the clusters of zombies that roamed the streets. Moreover, given his current state of mind, even if he were aware of being silently observed, it would not dampen the urgency of his return home in the slightest. However, as he neared his residential complex, his countenance began to darken. The anxiety that had previously hung over him began to sink slowly. This was due to the conspicuous scarcity of zombies near Huashu Street. In stark contrast to other areas, this particular stretch was sparsely populated with the undead, lacking the overwhelming presence of hundreds wandering in packs. It was not that Chun Huan wished for his parents to be surrounded by zombies. Rather, the instinctual behavior of the undead and mutated creatures drew them unconsciously towards areas populated by humans. A greater number of zombies indicated a higher human presence. There existed a vector relationship between the two. Yet now, the distribution of zombies along Huashu Street was sparse, showing no signs of congregating towards a specific location. Although the possibility of few survivors could not be dismissed, they certainly did not exceed a mere handful. Coupled with the familiar sights before him, he parked, turned off the engine, and donned his backpack, fully equipped for what lay ahead. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and struck. A sickening thud echoed as a zombie's head spun through the air before hitting the ground. Black, putrid blood oozed from the severed neck, while the remaining mouth, stained with decayed flesh, continued to gnash in a futile attempt to consume its last meal, even in the absence of a body. Yet, Chun Huan paid it no heed, turning instead towards the entrance of the complex. This once vibrant community now lay in utter silence, save for the frenzied roars of zombies keen on discovering sustenance. The once illuminated scene, cast by streetlights, had become a mere relic of memory. With a creak, he pushed open the iron gate, the harsh sound piercing the stillness of the dark night, instantly attracting the attention of the zombies within, drawn to the source of light. Although there were few of them, the vantage point of the security booth enabled him to dispatch them swiftly and silently. Nevertheless, Chun Huan was too eager to return home to bother with such distractions. Thus, he sprinted ahead, soon distancing himself from them and arriving at the base of Building 8. Like the other buildings, the condition of Building 8 was hardly better. Blackened blood and remnants of flesh littered the ground, and swarms of flies buzzed incessantly. Even the large, open glass windows appeared as if a child had haphazardly affixed a layer of black and red paper. It resembled a scene from a battlefield. Chun Huan shone his flashlight into the building, revealing an eerie silence devoid of the excited roars typically elicited by the sight of light. Instead, the few zombies pursuing him grew increasingly agitated. With a decisive slam, He shut the door and bent down to retrieve a decaying thigh, infested with wriggling maggots, to jam against the doorknob. Once this was accomplished, Chen Huan cast a glance back at the eager zombies that had followed him, illuminating the way with his flashlight as he ventured further into the building. He ascended via the safety corridor. Unlike the apartment in Lawn City, the house in my hometown is located on the 3rd floor, easily accessible via the safety passage. However, the scene before Chen Huan increasingly weighed upon his heart, as it was all too familiar. The once recognizable sights now nearly overlapped with his memories, intensifying his ominous premonition. He sheathed his dagger and drew his pistol, his mind set not on cautiously ascending the stairs, but rather on hastening home to ascertain the safety of his parents. With a flashlight in his left hand and a gun in his right, he approached the door of the safety passage. He pressed his ear against it, listening intently, then abruptly pulled it open. In that instant, a zombie clad in security attire, its neck gnawed and decaying, and its belly grotesquely swollen, lunged through the doorway, propelled by the light. It was but a fist's distance from Chen Huan. In his previous life, he had been caught off guard by such an encounter and had nearly met his demise. Yet in this life he was different, armed with extensive combat survival experience. He instinctively kicked the creature in the waist as it lunged, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot erupted in the quiet corridor like a thunderclap, piercing the air and causing dark blood to ooze from the bullet's entry wound. Simultaneously, the other zombies outside, incited by the sound, became increasingly frantic, battering against the door. Nevertheless, Chen Huan had already secured the safety passage door and was making his way up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of further undead encounters, save for a pool of putrid, decaying flesh. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he spotted 2 zombies lingering near a neighbor's door. Bang! Bang! The gunfire rang out again, and the 2 zombies, caught off guard by the noise, fell to the ground with their skulls shattered, their lifeless bodies crashing onto the pristine tiles. The cacophony ceased abruptly with their demise. Stepping over the corpses, Chen Huan approached his own door. As in his previous life, the door was firmly shut, smeared with repulsive pus and claw marks, the auspicious character affixed to it almost entirely torn away. He understood the grim reality within, yet his hand trembled as he reached out and gently rapped on the door. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Though hardened by the trials of the apocalypse, Chen Huan felt a tremor of uncertainty, akin to a lost child when silence met his call. He realized he had returned too late. His parents were nowhere to be found. Extracting his keys from his backpack, he unlocked the door, and the interior was illuminated by the beam of his flashlight. Piled high in the entrance were several boxes of bottled water, 2 unopened bags of rice, a disordered living room, and wilted houseplants. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed Chen Huan, and the fatigue from his hurried journey washed over him like a tide. He stood at the doorway, staring blankly at everything before him, and in a moment of daze, it seemed as though he beheld another version of himself, frantically shouting and searching within the confines of the room. The distinction between past and present blurred. Suddenly, a loud bang. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chen Huan managed a bitter smile, pulled the door shut, and slowly made his way to the sofa, where he collapsed onto its surface. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to lie there in silence. For 8 long years in his previous life, he had failed to locate his parents, possessing not even a shred of news about them. Had they perished during their flight? Or did they continue to exist somewhere, their thoughts entwined with their son? Chen Huan was utterly oblivious. The only action he could undertake was to traverse the nation in relentless search, clinging to the belief that they were still alive. In this life, he had returned 12 days earlier than before, striving to amend the regrets of the past. Yet fate had still conspired to render his return too late. "Where have you all gone?" Chen Huan murmured softly, his right hand gripping the sofa cover tightly, as if to clutch onto everything. Yet reality left him powerless to maintain his grasp. It felt akin to an indomitable curse of fate that he could never break. Chapter 30. Shanjingsi. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Huan composed himself, rising from the sofa to unfurl a military map upon the coffee table. His earlier despondency was fleeting, He now needed to hypothesize the possible locations his parents might have fled to. The military base in Yunlin City, repeatedly broadcasted by the radio, emerged as the most plausible destination. Although he had failed to locate his parents there in his previous life, it was still conceivable that they had become ensnared on their way to the Yunlin military base and were compelled to divert elsewhere. In his prior existence, he had returned home only 17 days after the onset of a dire tempest, having missed countless crucial moments. Furthermore, the routes from Binrin City to Yunlin City numbered as many as 7, encompassing various local, provincial, national roads and highways. Therefore, after dismissing the 312 provincial road and one of the local roads he had traversed upon his return, he was left with 5 routes to explore. He did not intend to overlook even the highways he had already searched in his previous life. Additionally, he could not ascertain whether his parents were still in a particular location within Binrin City. On August 9th, he had repeatedly urged them to stockpile supplies, secure their doors and windows, and await his return home. If they remained there, locating them would merely be a matter of time. However, if they had left, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Presently, he had already eliminated 2 routes from consideration. It was essential to recognize that as one ventured further from Binrin City, the number of paths increased, along with the uncertainty. With a pencil, he sketched the routes and approximate areas he intended to search on the map, marking essential thoroughfares leading out of the city, particularly those abundant in supplies, such as shopping malls and convenience stores. These would be his primary focus in Binrin City. Once he had completed this task, Chun Huan retrieved a bottle of mineral water and some compressed biscuits from his backpack, nourishing himself. With a plan firmly established, he deemed it fruitless to dwell on sorrow. Rather than wallowing in despair, it was far more prudent to seize this time to rest and concentrate his energies on the search ahead. The following day, perhaps due to the accumulation of clouds throughout the night, dawn had yet to break, and the outside world was shrouded in a misty rain, rendering the entire city ethereal. The gentle patter of rain seemed to muffle the distant roars of the zombies, as if everything were merely an implausible dream. Click! Chun Huan reloaded a magazine filled with bullets, replenishing his dwindling supply of water in his backpack and refilling his hydration bladder. As for food, he would have to return to the vehicle for additional provisions. Fortunately, the rain would significantly affect the zombies' perception. While the noise might render them more agitated than usual, it also offered a semblance of safety. After unlocking the safety on his handgun and securing it in its holster, he methodically donned his sheath and backpack before stepping out of his home, a knife in hand. His first destination was the Youth Road, the closest route from his home to Yunlin City. As I descended to the ground floor, the glass door that had been wedged shut by Chun Huan's thigh bone last night now hung precariously. Outside, the zombies, lured by the sound of rain, emitted continuous growls, aimlessly circling like headless flies, no longer attempting to batter against the barrier that obstructed their feast. Chun Huan cautiously approached, treading lightly, and removed the bone that had secured the door. He flung it far away with a sudden motion. Thud! At the moment the bone struck the ground, the rain-distracted zombies collectively turned, dragging their stiff bodies towards the decaying thigh bone, their vacant eyes momentarily revealing a glimmer of humanity, excitement, enthusiasm, desire. Seizing this opportunity, Chun Huan dashed out from his hiding place behind the wall. He did not engage the few zombies. Instead, he plunged into the downpour, running headlong. Although zombies occasionally appeared in his path, they posed no significant hindrance under the cold edge of his blade. A mere encounter resulted in a headless corpse on the ground. Given the sparse number of zombies on Huashu Street, Chun Huan swiftly returned to his vehicle, aided by the cover of rain and the zombies' sluggish movements. He quickly tossed his backpack onto the passenger seat, ignited the engine, and pressed the accelerator in one fluid motion. Before the wandering zombies could close in, the car surged forward with a jolt. In the blink of an eye, the only sound remaining was the patter of rain. As Chun Huan drove out of Huashu Street and crossed the intersection, he gradually reduced his speed. The apocalypse had arrived unexpectedly compared to Ana County. Binrin City was equally dire, offering no significant respite. While the side roads were manageable due to limited traffic, the main thoroughfares were chaotic, filled with various vehicles colliding haphazardly, and zombies were scattered everywhere, with several groups exceeding 100 in number. The ground was soaked with black blood and rotting flesh, rendering the scene increasingly grotesque. In light of this, Chen Huan resorted to using his horn to divert the zombies. This strategy not only ensured an unobstructed passage along Qingyan Road, but also served as a signal to other survivors. Reminiscent of the alerts raised by the Falcon and his companions in Anna County, he had no intention of rescuing anyone. His sole desire was to attract the survivors' attention, facilitating his eventual search for his parents, even if it meant uncovering just a fragment of information regarding their whereabouts. Jinxie, listen. There's a car outside. A car honking. In a fast food restaurant, Zhou Qingqing, armed with a knife, hurriedly approached to awaken a weary girl whose once radiant beauty had faded. Zhou Qingqing's previously despondent expression transformed into one of agitation upon hearing the horn. Not far from the kitchen lay 5 zombies, their heads gruesomely mutilated, black blood and brain matter smeared across the floor, the stench overwhelming and clinging to them. What? Despite her extreme exhaustion, how could Shun Jingxi, who had stood guard all night, possibly find peace in such an environment? Zhou Qingqing merely nudged her slightly, and Shun Jingxi, lost in slumber, was abruptly roused, instinctively grasping at the steel reinforcement beside her. Simultaneously, the faint sound of car horns from outside the fast food restaurant reached her ears. A vehicle. There are cars outside. Zhou Qingqing, fearing that Shun Jingxi might still be disoriented from her slumber, suppressed her excitement and spoke in a hushed tone. The experiences of the past 6 days had imbued them with a keen awareness of what circumstances could attract the undead. Hence, after narrowly escaping death on 2 occasions, their conversations were conducted in whispers, and every action was taken with utmost caution. Shun Jingxi nodded, fully aware of the implications that the sound of horns carried at this juncture. However, the pressing dilemma remained. How could they signal to others that they were present in this location? Trapped as they were, they had contemplated escape. Yet the overwhelming number of zombies outside rendered even venturing out a perilous endeavor, let alone seeking refuge elsewhere. The reason they had managed to eliminate 5 zombies against all odds was due in no small part to the deceased fast food restaurant owner and the years she had devoted to practicing Taekwondo in her youth. Chapter 31. Is it really you? In the streets, Chen Huan continued to drive his pickup truck at a steady pace, honking to attract the horde of zombies. The effectiveness of this tactic was strikingly similar to his earlier experience in Anna County. In the profound silence of the surroundings, punctuated only by the gentle patter of rain, the truck, boldly maneuvering back and forth, resembled a brilliant sun that had suddenly emerged amidst a sea of stars to the multitude of undead. In mere moments, zombies began to appear from every corner of Youth Road, swiftly converging upon the street, a dense mass akin to a seething ocean, their growls and shuffling footsteps echoing incessantly. Their attention was wholly fixated on the vehicle that incessantly taunted them, eager to pounce and shred the metallic shell, seize the humans within, and indulge in a feast that would satiate their insatiable hunger for flesh. As Chen Huan gripped the steering wheel, he remained vigilant of the streets flanking him. Whenever a zombie fell from above or lunged forward, he would press the accelerator to gain speed, only to decelerate once a safe distance was established. This repetitive maneuvering continued for quite some time, gradually leading the pursuing horde away from Youth Road onto the truck's irresistible allure. Upon finally outpacing the zombies and taking a detour back, Chen Huan noticed figures on Youth Road, both men and women. However, his heart sank as he did not see any familiar faces among them. "Hey, brother, could you give us a lift?" One survivor called out. "You've already drawn the zombies away. Why not do us a good turn and let us join you? Don't worry, we'll pay. Just name a fair price." As the pickup returned, several survivors emerged from nearby shops, their faces smeared with grime, yet illuminated with excitement akin to travelers spotting an oasis in the desert. They hurried forward, reaching out in hopes of halting the vehicle to secure a ride. Yet, Chen Huan remained oblivious, with no intention of stopping, despite a man fervently waving his arms in front of the truck. "Brother, please, just a short distance away from Youth Road. We've been trapped here for days without food. We're so weak we can barely stand. If we had strength, we wouldn't trouble you." Seeing Chen Huan's unwavering resolve to keep driving, the few survivors blocking the road finally grasped the futility of their situation. Realizing that money held no value now, they resorted to emotional pleas, particularly upon spotting the boxes of bottled water and food in the truck bed, their eyes nearly brimming with desperation. Chen Huan merely chuckled. "I'm afraid I'm not one to invite trouble." With that, he slammed the accelerator down. The vehicle, which had been cruising steadily, surged forward, startling the man in its path, who stumbled back in panic and fell into a puddle. They did not even bother to inquire whether those individuals had parents. "Jinxie, what troubles you?" Like other survivors, upon witnessing the numerous zombies on Youth Road being lured away by the young man who drove back and forth several times, Zhou Qingxing and her companion seized the opportunity to leave the fast food restaurant, intending to find a safer location to reassess their situation. As for the thought of having that individual take them away in his vehicle, it dissipated upon encountering other survivors on Youth Road. The unfolding events clearly indicated that he had no intention of facilitating their escape. Thus, why subject themselves to further humiliation? It was already quite commendable that he was able to divert the zombies, creating an opportunity for their flight. Yet, for reasons unknown, as they continued walking, Shen Jingxi suddenly halted her steps while glancing towards the pickup truck. She shook her head. Perhaps she had misjudged. But there was something familiar about the person in the vehicle. Zhou Qingxing turned her gaze to the now distant truck and grasped Shen Jingxi's hand, urging, "Let us not dwell on whether he seems familiar. We must find a suitable place quickly." Shen Jingxi nodded in agreement. In the current dire circumstances, the two young women found themselves devoid of direction, uncertain of where to venture next. Their sole focus was on surviving. Suddenly, as they held hands and dashed towards the outer edge of Youth Road, amidst the sound of pattering rain, a piercing scream filled with terror and anguish echoed in the air. They turned to see a woman being overwhelmed by zombies who were ravenously tearing into her flesh. In mere moments, the struggling woman ceased her fight, and blood gushed forth from her throat, staining the waterlogged ground crimson. Chunks of flesh and entrails were eagerly devoured by the zombies, who chewed without restraint. Those survivors hiding nearby were primarily ordinary individuals who had not ventured out since the apocalypse began. They had never witnessed such a horrifying scene up close. Merely casting a glance made their stomachs churn, and they doubled over, retching violently. However, having consumed little, all they could expel were gastric acid bile and an inescapable sense of dread. At this moment, Chen Huan, having confirmed that no other survivors appeared on Youth Road, returned to the scene. Were there any other survivors here? He halted the vehicle, ignoring the zombies feasting on the corpse, instead focusing on a sharply dressed man, a typical real estate agent. Upon catching a glimpse of the handgun in the man's holster, the questioned individual shuddered, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Huan scrutinized him, demanding, "Tell me, apart from those on the street, where else might survivors be found?" Before the man could respond, Chen Huan added, "I suggest you think carefully before answering." With those words, coupled with the intensity of Chen Huan's gaze, the man trembled and fell silent, muttering, "I don't know." Chen Huan felt a pang of disappointment and pressed on. When the rescue team arrived, "Why did you not leave with them?" He discovered that all the survivors on Youth Road had been present since the onset of the ominous thunderstorm, showing no signs of having departed with the rescue teams. Nor did they appear to have taken refuge here after encountering a horde of zombies. The man let out a bitter laugh, while others might be oblivious. He had certainly not witnessed any sign of the rescue teams. Chen Huan squinted, noticing the absence of military personnel among the zombies on Youth Road, as well as the lack of spent shells or traces of high-explosive grenades. Initially, he had merely speculated, but now he was certain that the rescue teams had indeed traversed Binren City and had reached the surrounding area. The reason for their absence on Youth Road, however, remained a mystery. Have you seen these two individuals? Abandoning further inquiries about the rescue teams, Chen Huan produced a photograph from his pocket and placed it before the man. "This, Chen Huan." As the man struggled to recall whether he had encountered the two individuals in the photograph over the past few days, a voice from the other side of the car chimed in, filled with disbelief. "Is it really you? How did you end up here?" Chapter 32. Preparation. A sudden and astonishing inquiry swiftly captured the attention of the two individuals. The first to react was the man who, while examining the photograph, was attempting to recall something. He glanced at Chun Huan before turning his gaze towards a girl seated a car's length away from him. Chun Huan was equally taken aback. It took him a moment to delve into his memory to identify her. Shun Jingxi, a classmate from both elementary and middle school, with whom his family had maintained a cordial relationship. In times past, their elders even entertained the notion of uniting them as a couple. Alas, this fanciful idea was shattered when they completed their college entrance examinations, leading to an ever-diminishing opportunity for them to meet. Particularly after Chun Huan joined a film crew as a screenwriter, dedicating himself to his career and rarely returning home, their interactions dwindled entirely. Coupled with the passage of 8 long years in his previous life, their reunion now felt steeped in profound estrangement. You. Chun Huan opened his mouth, poised to inquire about something from Shun Jingxi. However, her attention was swiftly drawn to the photograph, prompting her to exclaim, "Did you take the risk of diverting zombies on Youth Road just to search for your uncle and aunt?" Chun Huan nodded affirmatively. Shun Jingxi sighed, her expression tinged with melancholy. Hesitating, she continued, "I don't mean to discourage you, but this sudden turn of events is truly overwhelming. Your uncle and aunt might." "No," Chun Huan interrupted firmly. "They cannot be in danger." This assertion stemmed not from an undue sense of optimism, but rather from the environment at home, which assured him that his parents would have prioritized their safety at the onset of the apocalypse. Any subsequent departure from their home was a conscious choice, not the result of an incursion by survivors or zombies. Unaware of this context, Shun Jingxi assumed that Chun Huan was struggling to come to terms with his parents' disappearance. She remarked, "I understand that this is difficult to accept. Even as someone who witnessed everything firsthand, it took me several days to reluctantly embrace the reality. Although you have yet to find your uncle and aunt, you must prepare yourself psychologically for the harshness of reality." Chun Huan regarded her with surprise. It was worth noting that whether in this life or the previous one, Shun Jingxi was undoubtedly the first woman to adopt such a composed mindset merely days after the onset of the apocalypse. This intrigued him in the struggle for survival. An early acceptance of reality vastly increases one's chances of enduring. "Please, get in the car," he urged, inviting Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing aboard. He also tacitly permitted the suit-clad man's attempt to open the car door. Chun Huan's choice to engage with the man was, to some extent, random. However, it was primarily influenced by the man's profession as a real estate agent. In the realm of public service industries, real estate agents possess unparalleled familiarity with the city's streets and their distribution. Although Chun Huan would never forget Binren City, having a real estate agent along could prove advantageous. "Jingxi, what is your relationship with him?" Zhou Qingqing cautiously entered the vehicle. Casting a fleeting glance at the conspicuous Tang Hongdao and the handgun, an inexplicable sense of security surged within her. Recalling the moment of refusal to take anyone along, Zhou Qingqing, with her thoughts in motion, lowered her voice to inquire of Shun Jingxi. They were childhood friends and classmates. Shun Jingxi added, "Our families have been acquainted for generations." Zhou Qingqing's eyes brightened, with their families being longtime acquaintances and considering Chun Huan's various actions. Along with the visible Tang Hongdao and handgun within the car, she felt there was nothing safer than being in his company at that moment. With this in mind, Zhou Qingqing feigned nonchalance and introduced herself. "Hello, Chun Huan. I am Zhou Qingqing from the Marshal King Zhou, with Qing meaning favored, Jingxi's close friend, as well as a university classmate and colleague." Chun Huan merely acknowledged her with a sound, offering no further conversation. The apocalypse tests the human heart, and 8 years of survival experience allowed him to discern the ulterior motive behind Zhou Qingqing's introduction. It was merely an attempt to leverage her relationship with Shun Jingxi for protection. Meanwhile, the man in the suit, whose presence seemed superfluous, remained silent after entering the vehicle. "Which please Chun Huan? What is your name?" he inquired. Zhou Qingqing was taken aback, replying, "I." Just as her words began to escape her lips, the silent man interjected, "Li Junyi, a real estate agent with Ijia. And how familiar are you with the streets of Binren City?" Chun Huan pressed further. "I wouldn't claim to know them all, but I am quite familiar with most, especially around the commercial districts, Li Yujinyi responded. Chen Huan nodded, choosing not to speak further. As for the first stop, Youth Road, he had merely lured away all the zombies. Even without starting the search, he held no hope. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing, feeling overlooked and embarrassed in the back seat, initially felt a surge of irritation but quickly put on a smiling facade, asking, "If you're in a hurry to find someone, perhaps I could be of assistance." Suddenly, Chen Huan slammed on the brakes, turning to gaze at Zhou Qingqing in the back seat. "What method do you propose?" Even though the vehicle was not moving swiftly and the zombies on Youth Road had been largely diverted, the abrupt stop startled all three, especially as they witnessed several lingering zombies stumbling toward the pickup truck. Zhou Qingqing was taken aback by the intensity of Chen Huan's reaction, particularly the chilling gaze that seemed to promise imminent danger. In her flustered state, she struggled to articulate her next thought. At that moment, Shen Jingxi intervened, saying, "Chen Huan, this isn't the place for discussion. Let us wait until we're safe." With a roar, Chen Huan pressed the accelerator. The pickup truck nestled beneath the persistent drizzle, awakened like a colossal beast, growling fiercely as it surged forward. Unlike the previous steady pace, the tachometer of the pickup truck now surged wildly, and the speed escalated dramatically. Particularly as they were about to exit Youth Road, zombies began to emerge from other streets, their numbers multiplying. Bam! A violent impact sent one of the blocking zombies flying, splattering grotesque, putrid fluids, decaying flesh, and blood all over the vehicle. The three occupants, caught unprepared, were jostled violently amidst the chaos. "Slow down, Chen Huan, please slow down," urged Shen Jingxi, her face pale as she clutched the seatbelt tightly. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing, while bracing herself against the back of her seat, incessantly pleaded with Chen Huan to reduce his speed, especially as they left Youth Road and plunged into the throngs of zombies. An overwhelming dread engulfed the trio like an unstoppable tide. Chen Huan maintained his speed, continuously leaving one zombie after another in his wake. With both hands firmly gripping the steering wheel and his gaze fixed ahead, he declared, "I hope you are not jesting with me. I despise those who make light of my most pressing concerns. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation shortly, be prepared to face the consequences of your actions." Chapter 33. Chen Huan's assessment method. Chen Huan's insistence was not merely a trivial fixation. Rather, the words uttered by Zhou Qingqing resonated deeply, akin to an invisible hand stirring up the regrets of his 2 lifetimes. If Zhou Qingqing's intent was solely to seek refuge and thereby grasp at straws to demonstrate her worth, then he could hardly be blamed for his reaction. "Qingqing, what nonsense are you speaking? Given the present circumstances, how could you possibly offer assistance?" Shen Jingxi nudged Zhou Qingqing with her elbow, her voice lowered in inquiry. As a close friend, Shen Jingxi was undoubtedly aware of Zhou Qingqing's intentions, yet their prolonged confinement in the fast food restaurant for over 6 days, devoid of any contact with the outside world, left them ill-equipped to aid anyone, especially in the quest to locate Chen Huan's parents. Wasn't that utterly absurd? Zhou Qingqing bit her lip, falling into a momentary silence, before addressing the focus driver, Chen Huan. "I cannot guarantee success, but it is certainly preferable to your aimless search." "Qingqing," Shen Jingxi interjected, her brows furrowed in disapproval. Zhou Qingqing pressed Shen Jingxi's hand gently, shaking her head in response. Meanwhile, Chen Huan appeared oblivious to the exchange, simply urging, "Speak." Taking a deep breath amidst the accelerating speed of the vehicle and the relentless swarm of approaching zombies that quickened her heartbeat, Zhou Qingqing steeled herself to voice her thoughts. "It seems you have already returned home. Coupled with your earlier conversation with Jingxi, where you mentioned that your uncle and aunt are likely alive, I surmise they may have left with the rescue team. Therefore, rather than searching aimlessly in Binren City, it would be wiser to head to the military base where the rescue team is stationed. Perhaps your uncle and aunt are there." Chen Huan smiled silently, finding Zhou Qingqing's words rather superfluous. "If that's all you have to say, then you may exit the vehicle once the road is clear of zombies." His tone was remarkably indifferent, even somewhat chilling, devoid of any emotional upheaval over his own decision. Zhou Qingqing's expression shifted, and she was about to speak when Shun Jingxi interjected. Chun Huan, how can you say that, given the current situation on the streets? Asking Qingqing to get out is akin to sending her to her death. Chun Huan retorted, do you believe I would care about the life of a stranger? You. Shun Jingxi hesitated, recalling her earlier coldness before their acquaintance, and swallowed her words. Zhou Qingqing, lips pressed tightly together, interjected, I think I understand your plan. It likely involves a thorough search around the neighborhood and the routes leading out of Binran City. However, have you considered that sometimes having an additional person can provide more strength? A search that might take you 3 to 5 days could potentially be accomplished by us in 1 or 2. Chun Huan inquired, so you mean to gather survivors? Zhou Qingqing responded eagerly, exactly. That is the suggestion I truly wish to offer. Fearing that Chun Huan might doubt her, Zhou Qingqing emphasized, even if uncle and aunt are not in Binran City, but instead have accompanied the rescue team to the military base, the more of us there are, the more unexpected gains we may achieve. This time, Chun Huan did not refute her. For Zhou Qingqing spoke the truth. In any circumstance, a greater number of people translates to increased capability. However, amidst the apocalypse, a larger group can paradoxically pose a significant danger. After all, the more individuals present, the stronger the allure they present to the zombies. If the number is kept under 20, the situation would be different. Noticing Chun Huan's silence, Zhou Qingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and refrained from further commentary. It was not until later, when the pickup truck arrived at the entrance of Chun Huan's residential complex, that Shun Jingxi, who had remained mostly quiet, inquired, Are you planning to go home? Given the close relationship between their families and their long-standing friendship, it was improbable that they were unfamiliar with each other's addresses. Chun Huan did not respond directly, but instead asked, How have you fared these past few days? Shun Jingxi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the first question Chun Huan would formally pose to her would carry an inquisitive tone. We were trapped in a fast food restaurant. There's a fair amount of food inside, and not many zombies. Thanks to the assistance of the restaurant owner, we managed to survive until now. Zhou Qingqing interjected, also making sure to mention that she and Shun Jingxi had experience in dispatching zombies. The details were left unsaid, yet the implication was unmistakable. Chun Huan narrowed his eyes, evidently acknowledging the capabilities of the two girls. In the current circumstances, for 2 young women to have dispatched 5 zombies was indeed a remarkable feat, even considering prior training in Taekwondo. It must be noted that even he, while fleeing the apartment in Lansheng, had found it quite taxing, relying heavily on the advantages of terrain and environment. The only reason he could navigate so boldly among the zombies now was due to the convenience afforded by weapons and vehicles. Without these, his only advantage would be a modicum more of survival experience compared to the average person. And you? After grasping the situation of Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing, Chun Huan turned his inquiry towards Li Junyi. Upon hearing the recent experiences of Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing, Li Junyi, as a man, felt a flush of embarrassment. I just finished a business run and went to a supermarket to buy water. When I woke up, I had been hiding with the owner ever since. Zhou Qingqing regarded him with a hint of disdain. So, you've been hiding with the supermarket owner for 6 days in an environment abundant with food and water? Yes, Li Junyi admitted, lowering his gaze. Among the 3 who had joined him in the vehicle, he seemed the least capable. However, Chun Huan showed no signs of disapproval and asked, If I were to offer you a chance to accompany me, what could you achieve? Follow instructions. Without hesitation, Li Junyi responded almost reflexively. Perhaps this was a trait instilled by his profession. Chun Huan glanced at the 3 zombies staggering toward them in the rain, then gripped his broadsword firmly. Clang! With a forceful exertion of his arm, the chilling blade was gradually extracted, inch by inch. Now, I entrust you with your first task. Step out of the vehicle and eliminate them. Extending the hilt, Chun Huan's indifferent gaze settled upon Li Junyi. Aye. Grasping the cold, icy hilt, Li Junyi shuddered violently. The zombies outside were alarmingly close to the pickup truck, their frenzied roars reverberating with excitement. The air thick with the stench of decaying flesh, their faces resembling cracked, chalky visages devoid of pupils. The sensation overwhelmed him. as though he were on the verge of being torn apart and devoured. Had it not been for Chen Huan's presence beside him, he would have long succumbed to panic and fled, rather than sitting calmly in the vehicle to respond to inquiries. To his astonishment, just as he finished answering, Chen Huan placed the tang knife into his hand and assigned him his first mission, to step out and vanquish these 3 zombies. Chapter 34. Inferior to women confronting zombies and even slaying them with one's own hands, Li Junyi had mentally prepared himself for this scenario over the past few days. Yet when the moment actually arrived, accepting it proved far more challenging than anticipated. The fear that lingered within him was not easily dispelled. In particular, recent memories of witnessing living humans being devoured by zombies haunted him, alongside the echoes of their gruesome roars that bore an uncanny resemblance to the cries of the zombies outside. Excitement, longing, and impatience surged within him as he listened to the chilling growls. Grasping the hilt of his dagger, he swallowed hard, his body trembling violently, yet he found himself unable to push open the car door. Chen Huan leaned back in his seat and remarked coolly, "If you merely seek refuge without any resolve, even if you survive this moment, you will soon find yourself as food for them." Li Junyi took a deep breath, his palms slick with sweat from gripping the dagger. However, Chen Huan spoke with the detachment of a machine, his words devoid of empathy. "Do not expect me to display compassion. While I acknowledge the advantages your profession brings in this situation, if you lack the courage to face the zombies, you might as well find somewhere else to disembark and fend for yourself." Li Junyi turned sharply, pleading, "Could you grant me a moment?" He had heard this phrase from Chen Huan before, but it was directed at Zhou Qingqing, not him. He did not doubt that Chen Huan's words were meant to intimidate, as his actions on Youth Road had demonstrated a profound indifference towards everything except the search for his parents. Even Shen Jingzi, who was well acquainted with Chen Huan, had been notably taciturn. Chen Huan raised a finger, signaling 1 minute. After uttering this, his gaze drifted beyond Li Junyi, focusing on the world outside the car. However, once the zombies lunged at the vehicle, how to exit and eliminate them would be solely Li Junyi's concern. Gulp! Li Junyi swallowed again, feeling his lips dry. In the back seat, Shen Jingzi and Zhou Qingqing clutched their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending onslaught of zombies. The notion of killing zombies sounded simple, yet the reality was terrifying, especially for Zhou Qingqing, who lacked both the courage and any martial arts training, in comparison to Shen Jingzi. Her only advantage was her slightly greater ruthlessness. "You should hurry and get out," Zhou Qingqing urged as the 3 zombies drew within 10 paces of the vehicle, particularly mindful of the shattered window beside her. Li Junyi glanced at Chen Huan, then shifted his gaze to the approaching zombies, inhaling deeply before gritting his teeth and pushing open the car door to step outside. The zombies, already stimulated by the roar of the automobile engine, became increasingly agitated upon seeing someone emerge. Their grotesque faces were etched with a ravenous hunger, a desperate desire to consume every inch of flesh from the unfortunate individual, to tear open their abdomen and savor the innards as if they were a rare delicacy, even relishing the filth within the intestines. Li Junyi clutched the tang knife tightly, his back pressed against the pickup truck, seeking solace in the semblance of safety this position offered. Simultaneously, the cold rain poured down upon him, bringing not only physical chill, but also an unsettling freezing of his very soul, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably around the hilt of his weapon. Yet, the encroaching horde of zombies offered him little time to prepare. Within mere seconds, 3 frenzied zombies lunged forward, their mouths stained with the remnants of decaying flesh, snapping hungrily at Li Junyi. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses at that moment. "Ah!" Li Junyi screamed, gripping the knife with both hands and swinging wildly. His movements were devoid of any technique. He barely managed to strike the zombies, and in a moment of panic, one of them tackled him to the ground. "Help me! Help me! Chen Huan, Brother Chen, please save me!" Overwhelmed by terror, Li Junyi found himself scrambling backward in a desperate bid for survival, all the while swinging his tang knife at the zombie that was about to sink its teeth into his skull. With a sickening sound, just as the zombie tore at his pants, its putrid mouth poised to bite into his thigh, the blade cleaved through its head, severing it in two. Black blood and brain matter erupted forth, drenching Li Junyi in a grotesque shower. However, slaying one zombie was far from sufficient amidst the assault of the remaining two. The corpse of the vanquished zombie now lay atop him, pinning him down, rendering him incapable of escape, while the Tang knife, due to the awkward position, was nearly impossible to extract from the creature's skull. The death of their kin did not instill fear in the remaining zombies. Rather, it seemed to heighten their frenzy. Sansing Li Junyi's immobilisation. Brother Chun, save me. Brother Chun. With desperation, Li Junyi relinquished his grip on the knife, using both hands to brace against one zombie's head, pushing away its gnashing jaws that sought to devour his face. Yet, the other zombie's onslaught filled him with dread, leaving him with no recourse but to continuously plead for Chun Huan's assistance. Pathetic, even less than a woman, Chun Huan scoffed, pushing open the car door and stepping out. He did not reach for his firearm. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the zombie lunging at Li Junyi sprawling. In one swift motion, he drew a dagger from his left arm and plunged it with great force into the head of the zombie that Li Junyi had pinned down. The dagger's lethality, while efficient, lacked the dramatic flair of the sweeping strikes from the Tang knife. However, as the attention of the three was wholly fixated on Chun Huan, coupled with his fluid and unhurried demeanor, he effortlessly exhibited his distinctive approach within mere breaths. Pick up the knife and slay it. After alleviating the greatest crisis for Li Junyi, Chun Huan leaned casually against the front of the vehicle, speaking nonchalantly, entirely indifferent to the encroaching horde of zombies. Brother Chun, I. Li Junyi, who had just narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, struggling several times before managing to rise from the ground. Chun Huan, with arms crossed, remarked, "Your recent actions have left me quite disillusioned. With the advantage of the Tang knife, had you not succumbed to panic, you could have dispatched them all with a mere 3 strikes. Yet the outcome, you exhibited nothing but fear and confusion." Li Junyi, grasping the remarkably sharp weapon, faced the oncoming zombie, his expression shifting tumultuously upon hearing Chun Huan's words. He understood the implications behind Chun Huan's statement and was acutely aware of how he was perceived in Chun Huan's eyes. In truth, he was also secretly vexed by his own cowardice. Armed with a highly effective and sharp weapon, fully prepared, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of a zombie. All of this resonated with Chun Huan's assertion. He felt even less capable than a woman. Chapter 35. Preparing to establish a temporary camp meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Shen Jingzi and Zhou Qingqing, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, exhibited expressions of profound discomfort. Particularly for Shen Jingzi, she found herself increasingly perplexed by Chun Huan, whose demeanor had become unsettlingly foreign. In every aspect, behavior, character, and countenance, she realized that the individual before her bore no resemblance to the polished youth she once knew. It was as though they were two entirely distinct beings. The actions of Chun Huan at that moment struck her as both a display of dominance and a grim warning. "Qingqing, perhaps we should leave?" Sitting in the car, observing Chun Huan's detached demeanor, Shen Jingzi bit her lip, her initial excitement at encountering a familiar face evaporating, leaving only a deep-seated fear. This fear was not directed towards the zombies, but rather towards humanity itself. The prospect of Chun Huan suddenly wielding a blade against another did not seem far-fetched. However, Zhou Qingqing opposed this notion. "Why should we leave? You've seen the situation outside, Jingzi. Without someone to protect us, can we truly survive? If it weren't for Uncle Wang, we would have perished in that restaurant long ago. Besides, Chun Huan is your childhood friend and classmate. That alone makes him far preferable to strangers. Staying with someone familiar is inherently safer than venturing into the unknown." Zhou Qingqing had never entertained the idea of parting ways with Chun Huan, although his demeanor was exceedingly harsh and had left her feeling quite vulnerable. At one point, even contemplating surrendering herself. It was precisely this intensity that instilled in her a profound sense of security in his presence. Yet, before Shen Jingzi could voice another thought, Zhou Qingqing grasped her hand. "All right, trust me and stick with Chun Huan. Given the circumstances outside, even if we were to leave, we wouldn't get far before being surrounded by zombies. For now, remaining in the vehicle under Chun Huan's protection is our best option." After absorbing this counsel, Shun Jingzi cast a glance at the zombies meandering through the rain-soaked streets, then fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Okay. Chen Huan's training of Li Junyi was characterized by a brutally simple and direct approach. While Chen Huan recognized Li Junyi's detailed knowledge of Binren City, this did not imply he was willing to bear the burden of a liability, especially while searching for his parents. Thus, upon learning that Li Junyi had managed to evade the zombies for several days without direct contact, Chen Huan assigned him a task: to kill zombies. Only by confronting and eliminating these threats could one quell their fears and avoid becoming a complete liability. For the time being, as long as the zombies are not overwhelming, I will leave everything to you. Chen Huan retracted his tang knife and casually tossed the weapon used by Wang Yu to Li Junyi. Wait, you want me to handle it all? A flustered Li Junyi, still reeling from shock, grasped the weapon awkwardly, momentarily stunned by the magnitude of the responsibility placed upon him. Chen Huan stated, I will not serve as anyone's bodyguard, nor can I guarantee your safety. If you require my assistance to deal with even a couple of zombies, then such uselessness does not warrant following me. Upon finishing his words, he turned his gaze towards the two individuals in the vehicle, who were equally unremarkable. The notion of childhood friends and classmates, having survived 8 years in a post-apocalyptic world, no longer held any weight for Chen Huan. In a time when humanity devours itself, and the human heart reveals its most complex and repugnant nature, the only entity one can truly trust is oneself. The only thing worthy of reliance is the weaponry in one's possession. Therefore, regardless of who they were, Chen Huan would not extend any special treatment, except for his parents. Li Junyi tightened his grip on the military shovel, remaining silent. He understood Chen Huan's stance all too well. It was the same penetrating gaze. In retrospect, it sent shivers down his spine. He would rather face zombies and escape with his life than confront the enigmatic thoughts of Chen Huan. Returning to the vehicle, Chen Huan casually grabbed a towel to dry his damp hair and inquired, How many zombies can you two handle? Us two. Shin Jingzi was taken aback. Yes. Chen Huan's eyes were fixated on the growing horde of zombies outside. If you wish to accompany me, I need to ascertain your combat capabilities. This inquiry was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Since he had accepted Zhou Qingqing's suggestion to incorporate some survivors into his group, he needed to consider all aspects thoroughly. After all, 20 individuals marked the limit for a temporary encampment. Exceeding this number would attract numerous zombies, culminating in a tidal wave of the undead. At that point, even if the majority of the camp, or all of its members, possessed combat abilities, they would be utterly powerless against the onslaught. Conversely, maintaining the camp's population within a specific range would yield different circumstances. Although zombies instinctively converge towards human presence, keeping the count below 20 would significantly alter the number of zombies that gathered, remaining within a manageable threshold solvable by the combined efforts of the survivors. Moreover, the stronger the survivors' combat prowess, the higher the safety margin. Similarly, Chen Huan needed a comprehensive understanding to ensure that these survivors remained under his control. Shen Jingzi hesitated before responding. I should be able to handle two. Chen Huan paused in drying his hair and asked, What about Zhou Qingqing? Zhou Qingqing replied, 1. Chen Huan acknowledged her response, gaining a rough estimate. He understood that the figures mentioned by both Shen Jingzi and Zhou Qingqing merely represented the number they could confront at first sight, not their actual capabilities. Once the mindset began to shift and the fear of zombies diminished, the threat posed by the undead prior to any viral mutation was relatively manageable, provided they were not confronted with a horde. Brother Chen, where shall we go next? Li Junyi, finally having calmed from his earlier panic, wiped the rainwater from his face and inquired of Chen Huan. Chen Huan chose to start the vehicle, having no intention of entering the residential area. The zombies outside were drawing ever closer to the pickup truck, although he did not need to worry about immediate danger. The fear he felt could not be easily dispelled. Chen Huan calmly remarked, Let's find a suitable location to serve as a temporary camp. A temporary camp? Upon hearing the suggestion, the three individuals inside the vehicle were visibly intrigued. Zhou Qingqing, the proposer of the idea, took the opportunity to suggest, Shall we consider a spot along the main thoroughfare leading out of Binren City? It would certainly be more convenient. Chen Huan nodded slightly. Choosing to establish the temporary camp along or near the main road out of Binran City was undoubtedly a practical decision. However, it would also bring about its fair share of complications. After all, the chosen route would dictate many circumstances. This pathway would likely harbor numerous survivors in hiding, though it remained uncertain where exactly they concealed themselves. If the location they occupied was already home to other survivors, conflict would be inevitable. While Chen Huan was not fearful, he understood that any commotion could attract even more zombies, a predicament he wished to avoid. Chapter 36. The sauna. The temporary campsite was chosen within a sauna located on Chenglong Road, adjacent to a chain pharmacy and a large underground supermarket. Initially, Chen Huan had intended to enter the shopping mall directly. However, upon noticing the numerous zombies wandering within, he abandoned that plan and opted for the relatively overlooked sauna instead. The rationale behind selecting the sauna was quite straightforward. It possessed a secure internal structure and a discrete staircase for ascending and descending. The county town lacked the vibrancy of a provincial capital or a municipality, and correspondingly, its entertainment venues were less lavish. The sauna chosen by Chen Huan was situated on the third floor of a commercial building within a residential complex, with the only means of ascent, aside from the elevator, being an exceedingly concealed staircase. "Brother Chen, there must be zombies inside as well," said Li Junyi, gripping his entrenching tool tightly as he cautiously edged forward, swallowing hard. The eerie silence was palpable, the dim light casting shadows, with only the sound of their breathing and the patter of rain outside accompanying them. Chen Huan held his tang knife aloft, stepping lightly into the sauna, followed closely by Shan Jingzi and Zhou Qingqing, who did not receive a response to Li Junyi's inquiry. The question seemed utterly superfluous. After the apocalypse had descended just 6 days prior, it was evident that zombies would be present within. The exact number, however, remained uncertain. Despite the lack of customers during the day, it was improbable that the staff had vanished entirely from this public establishment. Since they had chosen this place as their temporary refuge, a thorough elimination of the zombies inside was imperative. The four moved with utmost caution, and as they entered the sauna, the disarrayed environment unfolded before their eyes. The reception area was in utter chaos, with 2 computer monitors lying on the floor and registration forms scattered everywhere, though no blood or dismembered remains were yet in sight. Reaching this point, Chen Huan leaned against the front desk and slowly crouched down, retrieving a powerful flashlight from his pocket. "What?" Shan Jingzi, who followed suit, was momentarily perplexed, but her voice was silenced by a mere glance from Chen Huan. He then activated the flashlight, illuminating the dark corridor. However, instead of directing the beam towards the corridor, he remained by the front desk, as if guiding spirits through the darkness. This left Li Junyi and the others utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Chen Huan's intentions. They yearned to inquire, but hesitated, intimidated by his commanding presence. Before long, amidst their swirling questions, a rustling sound echoed from the depths of the corridor, occasionally punctuated by a distant growl. "Zombies!" A chill ran down their spines as they gripped their weapons tightly. At that moment, they understood why Chen Huan had illuminated the corridor. It was a tactic to attract the zombies. Yet the underlying principle of this strategy eluded them for the time being. Even Shan Jingzi and Zhou Qingqing, during their 6 days of hiding, had only come to understand that zombies are easily attracted by sound. At this moment, Chen Huan turned off the flashlight, rose from the front desk, and said, "Let's go, they are coming." The few zombies drawn out by the light were not numerous, merely 7 in total. Among them, 5 were employees of the sauna, while 2 were customers who had come for a steam bath and massage. For reasons unbeknownst to them, they were entirely unclothed, their towels and robes having long since fallen away. One of the customers had nearly suffered a fatal bite to the neck. Blood splattered across their body, and a portion of their heaving chest had been gnawed away. Witnessing this gruesome sight, Zhou Qingqing trembled, gripping the kitchen knife tightly. 7 of them? Shan Jingzi also felt considerable pressure, taking deep breaths repeatedly. As for Li Junyi, he was in no better state. Upon seeing the 7 zombies, his legs felt as if they were cramping. "Brother Chen, are you sure we should confront them directly?" 4 individuals against 7 zombies was not an insurmountable odds. Yet the thought that one might face all 7 alone left little choice but to flee. Chun Huan flicked his tang knife, performing a graceful flourish. Nonsense. It's just 7 zombies. Is that really so difficult? He spoke without a hint of embarrassment, recalling how, when departing from the Lawn City apartment, he had exerted every effort and resource to finally slay them. Shen Jingzi and the others exchanged glances, utterly unsure how to respond. For Chun Huan, 7 zombies were trivial, but for them, it was enough to evoke a sense of despair. Yet, with Chun Huan already advancing with his weapon drawn, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow suit. Eat, eat, eat. Devour them. I must devour them. The 7 zombies, upon spotting the 4 humans approaching, emitted sounds of extreme excitement, their grayish-white, pupilless eyes filled with an insatiable hunger for flesh. The drool oozing from their mouths was utterly repulsive. In the face of such a situation, Chun Huan did not falter. Gripping the hilt of his knife, he held it horizontally, aiming the sharp tip directly at the forehead of the foremost zombie, and advanced with determination. The entire scene resembled a reunion between familiar friends, albeit one where both parties sought to take each other's lives. With a thrust, as Chun Huan closed the distance, the zombie lunged forward with its rigid body, devoid of any unnecessary motions, everything unfolding so naturally. The blade pierced straight through the zombie's skull. "Oh my!" exclaimed the previously tense Li Junyi, exclaiming a classic phrase of astonishment, for the spectacle before him was utterly absurd. Shen Jingzi and Zhou Qingqing were momentarily stunned by the scene. With a swift kick, Chun Huan sent one zombie sprawling, then stepped back to withdraw his blade, gripping it tightly before delivering a powerful downward strike. The same weapon, in different hands, yielded vastly different results. Li Junyi wielded the tang knife, merely cleaving the zombie's head from the crown down to its brow. In stark contrast, Chun Huan, with his own tang knife, delivered a near-fatal strike to the zombie's chest. Had his strength been greater, that blow would have severed the creature in twain. In an instant, darkened blood and nearly congealed brain matter erupted forth, splattering even onto Chun Huan's visage. Yet, he had long grown accustomed to such grim sights. The tang knife in his hand seemed almost animated, swiftly withdrawn before slicing upward at an angle. It appeared as though he grazed another zombie's body, its abdomen split open, viscera and blood spilling forth in a chaotic cascade. The distinct, rancid odor of its innards permeated the air at that moment. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the 3 individuals poised to advance and slay the zombies doubled over, bracing themselves against the wall as they retched violently, their eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. However, Chun Huan offered them no respite. After dispatching yet another zombie, he retracted his blade and retreated. The remaining 4 are now entrusted to you. Chapter 37. Graceful skills unlike his previous experience in Lawn City. Chun Huan, despite still being in a state of suboptimal health and limited physical capabilities, gradually adapted to his weakened body due to his extensive combat experience. Over the past few days, he dispatched 3 zombies with relative ease, a feat made possible by the significant advantages of the Tang Dao, as the virus had yet to mutate and the zombies moved at a sluggish pace. As long as they were not overwhelmed by a horde, it was a simple matter to counterattack or escape, provided his stamina held up. After dispatching 3 zombies, Chun Huan entrusted the remaining 4 to Shen Jingzi and her companions. He aimed not only to further acclimate them to the rigors of battle, but also to help them suppress their fears and disgust. Only by conquering these emotions could one hope to survive in the apocalypse. Such fortitude would enhance their combat capabilities, preventing them from becoming burdens or sources of trouble later on. Unbeknownst to Shen Jingzi and her companions, Chun Huan harbored these thoughts. Upon witnessing Chun Huan retreat with his weapon, their hearts tightened with anxiety. 3 individuals faced off against 4 zombies, one of which had its abdomen torn open, intestines spilling onto the ground, a sight both gruesome and striking. Lacking any experience in teamwork, the trio found themselves at a loss as to how to coordinate against the approaching zombies. Surely, they could not all converge on a single zombie while leaving the others to attack them. As the zombies drew nearer, their putrid stench, almost palpable, Beads of sweat formed on Shun Jingxi's forehead. She quickly addressed her companions. I'll handle two. You two divide the rest among yourselves. Time was of the essence, leaving her no opportunity for further discussion as the zombies closed in. At that critical moment, Chen Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as the zombies lunged toward them, Shen Jingxi sprang into action. She kicked off the wall, propelling herself high into the air, executing a split kick that struck one zombie squarely on the jaw. Upon landing, she fluidly turned and delivered a powerful kick to another zombie's chest. As she was propelled backward from the force of her strikes, both zombies collapsed to the ground. However, what truly captivated Chen Huan was Shun Jingxi's seamless transition. As she flew back from her kick, she thrust the sharpened rebar forward with precision. The gleaming steel pierced through the eye socket of yet another zombie, rupturing its eyeball and causing a gruesome cascade of dark, viscous fluid to spill forth. The zombie crumpled, lifeless on the ground. Such fluid and elegant movements left Li Junyi momentarily stunned. Yet, witnessing Shun Jingxi's prowess diminished his own trepidation. Gripping his entrenching tool, he aimed it squarely at a zombie's head and swung downward. Though the entrenching tool lacked the sharpness of the Tang Dao or a dagger, its formidable crushing power rendered it almost comparable to a small fire axe. Moreover, the immense force exerted by Li Junyi during his relentless strikes sent chunks of flesh and blood flying through the corridor. Similarly, Zhou Qingqing mirrored his actions. After Shun Jingxi dispatched two zombies, the duo only needed to handle one each, armed with a kitchen knife procured from a fast food establishment, equally as lethal as Li Junyi's weapon. In contrast, Shun Jingxi presented a comparatively composed demeanor. After a mere 20 seconds, with four zombies collapsing into silence, the three of them sank to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies splattered with black blood and shredded meat. Unlike Zhou Qingqing and Li Junyi, whose bloodied remnants were a result of their own strikes, Shun Jingxi was tainted by the aftermath of their brutal confrontation. Quite impressive, especially you. Your movements are remarkably precise. It seems your taekwondo skills must have been quite advanced, Chen Huan remarked as he approached, his gaze sweeping over the trio and the fallen zombies before settling on Shun Jingxi. Among the individuals he had encountered in this lifetime, Wang Yu, whom he had personally trained, could be considered a competent partner. However, due to his contradictory nature and excessive compassion, he had to be discarded. Now, Shun Jingxi's performance suggested she possessed the potential to be a worthy ally, particularly in the wake of the viral mutation, where survivors skilled in martial arts or combat were increasingly coveted. In that future, zombies would no longer exhibit their current sluggish, rigid forms. Thus, the greater one's combat prowess, the higher their safety. Shun Jingxi panted heavily, casting a complex look toward Chen Huan, who seemed to tower over her. It was not fatigue or exhaustion weighing her down, but rather the psychological burden she bore. You do not remember? After a prolonged silence, Shun Jingxi finally posed the question. Chen Huan met her gaze without responding, merely stating, with your level of personal combat ability, if you can suppress the various discomforts within, including fear, you will undoubtedly outlive many others. He refrained from elaborating further, implying the necessity of maintaining a correct mindset and acknowledging the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Trust no one. Shun Jingxi offered a bitter smile and remained silent as Zhou Qingqing assisted her in standing. Li Junyi inquired, Brother Chun, why do all the zombies converge when you shine the flashlight? Upon hearing this, Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing also turned their attention toward him. While they understood that light attracted zombies, the underlying reason eluded them. As Chen Huan walked deeper into the corridor, he explained, light, sound, the scent of blood, and the presence of living beings. These are undeniably fatal attractions for zombies. Lacking the capacity for thought, the only instinct that remains is the urge to consume. Thus, when any of these conditions are met, they perceive it as food beckoning to them. Zhou Qingqing furrowed her brow in contemplation and remarked, like catnip? Chen Huan glanced at her and nodded slightly. The principle is somewhat similar. Catnip possesses an irresistible allure for felines, while light and sound exert a comparable fascination on zombies. So that is how it is. Li Junyi nodded, finally comprehending the reason behind it. However, Shun Jingxi scrutinized Chun Huan once more. Initially, she had assumed that Chun Huan's recent experiences had enriched his insights. Yet at this moment, while addressing Li Junyi's inquiry, Chun Huan emanated an aura of omniscience, as if he possessed a profound understanding of everything. To distill such knowledge in merely 6 days, if it were attributed to the military or certain research institutions, it would be plausible, but for a mere screenwriter like Chun Huan, it seemed rather implausible. Nevertheless, Shun Jingxi refrained from voicing her curiosity. Moreover, she had already discerned that Chun Huan was starkly different from the person she remembered, as if they were two entirely distinct individuals. There was also his frigid demeanor, indifferent to all, and those chilling eyes that sent shivers down her spine. The mysterious handgun he possessed. In summary, everything about Chun Huan was shrouded in enigma. Well, I have conveyed what needed to be shared. Now we must conduct a thorough inspection of the sauna, secure the doors and windows, and take a moment to rest in preparation for the initial stockpiling of supplies. Chapter 38. The squad in regard to the various aspects of the temporary camp. Chun Huan had already devised a series of plans upon endorsing Zhou Qingqing's suggestions. He did not treat it with indifference simply because it was a provisional site. Rather, he recognized its significance as a sanctuary for their safety. After all, a temporary camp, despite its fleeting nature, serves as a crucial refuge. To disregard its importance would render survival in this apocalyptic world a complete farce. In an environment rife with peril, any lapse in vigilance could potentially cost one their life. Moreover, the establishment of this temporary camp necessitated the accommodation of additional survivors. As the number of inhabitants increased, so too would the consumption of supplies, without prior preparation. The provisions contained within their backpacks and pickup truck would soon prove insufficient. Fortunately, the violent thunderstorm erupted during daylight hours, coinciding with a weekday when the sauna was devoid of customers. The staff, too, were largely clustered together, seeking respite from the oppressive heat. Thus, during Chun Huan and his companions' inspection, they were able to secure the lounge infested with zombies with relative ease. The doors and windows were thoroughly locked one after another, with the main entrance secured by a nylon rope. Brother Chun, these waters and provisions. Li Junyi wiped the sweat, rain, and a mixture of zombie blood and flesh from his face, gazing eagerly at the bottles of mineral water and food just unloaded from the pickup truck, swallowing hard. Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing exchanged glances, their hunger palpable. Despite having eaten prior to leaving the shelter on Youth Road, the subsequent series of stimuli and physical exertion had left their bellies emptier than ever. However, recognizing that these provisions were brought by Chun Huan, they dared not take any without permission, waiting patiently for him to distribute them. Eat and drink as needed, Chun Huan stated, understanding well that to spur a horse to run, one must provide it with fodder. Thus, upon hearing Li Junyi's request, he readily acquiesced. Yet, as Li Junyi and the others rushed forward to devour the food in silence, Chun Huan interjected once more, while I have no objection to your consumption, my sole stipulation is that there must be no waste. Rest assured, Brother Chun, in such dire times, how could we possibly waste food? Li Junyi replied, his mouth full of salted chicken, his words somewhat muffled. Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing, though silent, nodded in agreement. Chun Huan gave a slight nod in return, indicating that they should eat and then rest, departing 3 hours later to gather more supplies. With that, he rose and made his way to one of the rooms. The sauna, though not expansive, was adequately sized. Besides the staff quarters, sauna rooms, and bathing areas, there were no fewer than 27 rooms designated for massages. Each door could be locked from the inside, a feature that Chun Huan greatly valued. The individual rooms offered both privacy and security. Unless someone intentionally forced the door, zombies would be incapable of breaching the space. Click. Locking the door from the inside, Chun Huan settled on the pristine bed, commencing the meticulous inventory of his ammunition. A rifle had been lost amidst the crows at the Lingnan observation station, yet he still possessed over 70 rounds of ammunition, which, for the time being, remained unutilized. As for the handguns, he had 2 fully loaded magazines, totaling 49 bullets. While this quantity may appear substantial, in reality, consumption would occur at an alarming rate. Therefore, during their imminent excursion to gather essential supplies 3 hours hence, he must remain vigilant for any airdrop crates containing weapons and ammunition in Binran City. 3 hours later, within the humid ambience of the Sauna's service hall, the three individuals stirred from slumber and emerged from their rooms, taking their seats on the sofa while directing their gaze towards Chun Huan, who had been awake for an indeterminate duration. This foray would see them paired off, with the primary objective of collecting necessities such as food, potable water, and medical supplies, the more the better. Furthermore, should they encounter any survivors, they might consider whether to escort them back. When the topic of bringing back survivors arose, Chun Huan paused, surveying the trio, and spoke with an undertone of warning. Do not let pity cloud your judgment in accepting others. You are all aware of my rationale for accepting survivors. Should any individual you bring back prove to be a burdensome liability, I may very well resort to lethal measures. Understood. Zhou Qingqing and Li Junyi shuddered, fully cognizant of Chun Huan's resolute nature. However, upon hearing the mention of killing, Shun Jingxi's expression grew increasingly complex. With a clatter, Chun Huan retrieved a triangular military dagger from his side, casting it onto the glass table, drawing the attention of the three. This dagger was designated for Shun Jingxi. As among them, her combat prowess was unparalleled, albeit her weaponry was lacking. Presenting her with a triangular dagger would not only compensate for her deficiencies in armament, but also maximize her combat effectiveness until she could overcome her fears. In this apocalyptic world, the triangular dagger was an exceptionally formidable weapon, distinguished by its strength and lethality among cold weapons. Were it not for the significant advantage Shun Jingxi could offer, Chun Huan would never have entrusted such an armament to an outsider. Shun Jingxi nodded, saying little, as she grasped the dagger firmly. Concurrently, her suspicions regarding Chun Huan began to crystallize. After all, acquiring a triangular dagger was no trivial feat. Chun Huan. May Jingxi and I form a team? Zhou Qingqing, casting an envious glance at the dagger, suddenly inquired. Of course, Chun Huan replied, showing no reluctance. He was indifferent to whom Zhou Qingqing teamed with, as long as the mission was accomplished. Li Junyi, observing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the pressure of being with Chun Huan was immense, akin to walking a tightrope, there was no denying that it was only in his company that one could feel a semblance of safety. Just as the four prepared themselves to depart the sauna, Shun Jingxi called out to Chun Huan, "Wait, may I ask? What is it?" Chun Huan responded. Chun Huan cast his gaze over, and their eyes met. Shun Jingxi bit her lip, expressing a desire to inquire about certain matters privately. Very well, Chun Huan replied without hesitation, stepping forward to follow Shun Jingxi to the corridor. Speak, what would you like to ask? Coming to a halt at the corridor's entrance, Chun Huan regarded Shun Jingxi with a calm demeanor. Do you have other plans? Hesitating while gripping the triangular military dagger in her hand, Shun Jingxi posed the question, for instance, is our outing solely for supplies? Or might there be weapons involved as well? Indeed, Chun Huan was not surprised by Shun Jingxi's ability to deduce certain aspects, for the triangular military dagger was indeed quite peculiar. Even though Shun Jingxi and her companions had not been exposed to broadcasting stations during their time in hiding and were unaware of the airdrop crates, when they inquired about Li Junyi on Youth Road, he had mentioned rescue teams. Thus, many matters could be interconnected quite seamlessly. It was merely a matter of understanding existing discrepancies. Chapter 39. The Inherent Flaws of Humanity in the Ensuing Days. Chun Huan and his companions devoted themselves to the arduous task of scavenging for resources, traversing various locales in search of survivors. The number of individuals of the makeshift camp steadily increased with each foray into the outside world. Within a mere span of 2 days, the count had risen to 17. However, due to Chun Huan's stringent criteria for accepting survivors, none of the newcomers were elderly or children. All were vigorous adults, regardless of gender. Ultimately, Chun Huan prioritized strength in combat over a mere inclination to shelter anyone in need. Nevertheless, he did not turn a blind eye to the elderly and children they encountered. He ensured that some provisions were left for them, so they would not succumb to starvation or become prey for the undead. Brother Chun, one team that went to scout has yet to return, It seems something may have gone awry. Within the temporary camp at the steam house, Li Junyi meticulously organized and categorized the day's collected supplies before approaching Chen Huan, who was diligently mapping the streets of Binren City. What direction did they take? Chen Huan paused his work, lifting his gaze to Li Junyi. The map before him was festooned with a multitude of densely packed red circles, indicating the areas they had already scoured. Yanjin Street, Li Junyi promptly responded. Owing to his extensive familiarity with Binren City, Chen Huan had entrusted him with the task of directing the survivors in their search for Chen Huan's parents and gathering supplies. Thus, today's plan was methodically devised, focusing on the primary routes leading away from Binren City. Yanjin Street, a major thoroughfare not far from the city, boasted a large shopping center, numerous supermarkets, and a variety of shops. Therefore, upon reaching Yanjin Street, Li Junyi had dispatched a team to assess the situation, preparing for a larger-scale search in the future. Chen Huan furrowed his brow, recalling that Yanjin Street was the very route he had taken when returning to Binren City that fateful night. However, the darkness had obscured his view, leaving him unaware of the street's specific conditions, as the illumination from his headlights only revealed a limited area. Yet, he did not consider the possibility that the scouting team had perished at the hands of the undead. All had departed in vehicles, and as long as they avoided the throngs of zombies, escape was undoubtedly feasible. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that they had been detained by other survivors. Let us proceed to Yanjin Street, Chen Huan declared, stowing away his hand-drawn map, securing his Tang Dao, and disengaging the safety on his pistol. Li Junyi nodded. How many individuals shall we take along? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Huan recognized that sometimes a larger group is not necessarily advantageous, particularly in such dire circumstances. Silently assessing the primary combatants within the makeshift camp, he replied, Shen Jingzi, Zhao Lin, and Qian Chengsheng. There was no need to elaborate on Shen Jingzi's prowess in battle. As for Chen Yu and Qian Chengsheng, they were among the more competent survivors, although they lacked martial training and combat experience. Their commendable temperament and physical capabilities were sufficient for one to engage two zombies in close quarters. Soon, he was almost comparable to the trained Wan Yu. As for Li Junyi, he has made some progress, yet he still pales in comparison to the other three. The reason for bringing him along was merely his familiarity with Binren City. Very well, I shall inform them at once. Li Junyi did not dare to delay and promptly rose to notify the others. Chen Huan also began making the necessary preparations, such as that backpack filled with supplies. Half an hour later, on Yanjin Street, as a car drove in, the zombies scattered throughout the street turned their heads in unison, directing their gaze toward the source of the noise, emitting excited howls. Even those zombies that were previously feasting on corpses abandoned their meals at that moment, eager to pursue the fresher humans. However, without gathering in hordes, they posed no threat to the moving vehicle. Even if zombies lunged directly at the car, they were all knocked aside, some unfortunate ones having their heads crushed beneath the wheels. Brother, do you think the car head belongs to them? After driving along the street for a while, Zhao Lin straightened up, pointing toward the white sedan parked outside a chain supermarket. The others in the car also turned to look. Indeed, it was their vehicle. Li Junyi nodded with certainty and then inquired of Chen Huan, Brother Chen, shall we disembark ahead? Chen Huan surveyed the surroundings of the supermarket and replied, let us disembark here. Although there were quite a few zombies, they were not overwhelming, and there were no signs of a horde surrounding the car. With that, he executed a series of maneuvers. He pressed the brake, shifted gears, and turned off the engine. Following these actions seamlessly, Chen Huan opened the car door, fully armed, and stepped out. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped the hilt of his blade, drawing forth the gleaming edge with a crisp sound. Subsequently, Li Junyi, Shen Jingzi, Zhao Lin, and Qian Chengsheng stood alongside Chen Huan, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Boss, the supermarket inside is a mess, and we haven't seen any zombie corpses. They likely didn't linger here. What if they deliberately parked the car far away and approached the location where survivors might be hiding to assess the situation? Qian Chengsheng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the chaotic interior of the supermarket, where several zombies wandered, casting a questioning glance at Chen Huan. Chen Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, offering no response. He turned his gaze toward the street ahead, as if he already envisioned the grand shopping mall. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp in the sauna, after Chun Huan and his team departed, the previously orderly environment quickly descended into chaos. After all, having lived in a civilized society, no one wished to be bound by constraints, especially when they lost control over their basic needs. Even though they understood the necessity for special treatment in these extraordinary circumstances. Sister Qing, since he is not here now, why don't we take a little break and sneak outside to gather some supplies? The youth, idly surveying the area before the door, inquired of Zhou Qingqing. After Chun Huan departed with his entourage, the authority within the temporary encampment inevitably fell to the most senior member, Zhou Qingqing. Indeed, Sister Qing, Chun Huan has consistently emphasized the importance of vigilant patrols to prevent zombies from approaching. However, the entrance to the stairwell is barricaded with iron railings, making it arduous for us to even venture outside. How could zombies possibly gain entry? Do they possess the capacity to drive cars and move doors? Consider this. Sister Qing, has there been any occurrence resembling what Chun Huan described in the past couple of days? Furthermore, we are merely indulging in a brief respite, not entirely neglecting our responsibilities. Each outing only permits the retrieval of supplies designated by Chun Huan. We are strictly prohibited from even touching anything else. Just yesterday, I yearned to procure a few bottles of wine, yet was thwarted. With one person voicing their thoughts, the rest of the assembly soon followed suit, igniting a fervor against Zhou Qingqing, seemingly disregarding Chun Huan's directives. Although a handful remained silent, once they spoke, they were met with ridicule and scorn, compelling them to retreat into silence. Zhou Qingqing surveyed the faces around her, a trace of derision emerging. How long has it been? A day, perhaps two? They have scarcely settled into a semblance of stability, yet have already forgotten the desperate pleas they once uttered, tears streaming down their faces. In her pursuit of protection alongside Chun Huan, she had exhausted every means, nearly provoking his ire. Yet these individuals, how amusing. Chapter 40. Boarding the vehicle beneath a leaden sky, a blood-red sun hung ominously in the heavens, casting its waning light over the city streets. In this eerie glow, aimless zombies wandered, colliding with overturned vehicles, leaving behind a grim tableau of blackened blood and scattered flesh. The air was thick with a noxious stench, a pungent aroma characteristic of decaying flesh. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the silence, with a flash of cold light. A head was severed and soared into the air before crashing to the ground, rolling a short distance. Strangely, the decapitated head did not succumb to silence. It continued to mouth open and shut, as if yearning to bite at something. Then, a group of individuals emerged from an alley, gazing at the nearby building. "Boss, the entrance on the first floor is sealed. How do we get in?" Led by Li Junyi, they had scoured the perimeter of the mall, yet found no point of entry. The underground parking lot was overrun with zombies, a veritable sea of the undead that sent chills down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Huan suggested, "Let us find a truck and ram it in." "What? Ram it in?" The audacity of Chun Huan's plan startled them. Shun Jingzi frowned. While a truck could indeed breach the entrance, wouldn't that create too much noise? And what about the zombies outside? What if we enter and cannot escape? This was no mere exaggeration. It was a harsh reality. Any sound was a beacon to the zombies, and a truck crashing through security glass would undoubtedly attract their attention. Moreover, due to the presence of survivors hiding within, the number of zombies surrounding the mall far exceeded those in other areas of the street. If a commotion drew them all in, the outcome would be catastrophic. Chun Huan replied, "That's why we need a box truck." He was well aware of Shun Jingzi's concerns, having considered them himself. Yet the mall's entrances were locked tight from the inside, rendering external access nearly impossible. While there might be a slim chance of persuading someone inside to open a door, such possibilities were exceedingly rare. Zhao Lin swallowed hard. "Boss, is your choice of a box truck meant to use the cargo space for concealment?" "Precisely," Chun Huan affirmed. As Shun Jingzi pointed out, ramming the door would create too much noise, making it likely we wouldn't be able to leave once inside. The advantage of a box truck lies in two aspects. First, Its substantial weight allows for easier navigation through a horde of zombies compared to a smaller vehicle. Second, should we find ourselves unable to escape, we could temporarily hide within the cargo area, providing us with a measure of safety. Chen Chengsheng pondered for a moment before asking, "What about the survivors inside the mall?" Chen Huan replied with a sardonic smile, "What concern is that of ours?" At these words, an unsettling chill crept over the group. Despite it being daytime, with the sun high in the sky, they felt an uncanny premonition of twilight, as if the temperature had plummeted. Chen Huan patted Li Junyi, who was already familiar with his temperament. "You go with him to find a vehicle." Under Chen Huan's direction, the original team promptly split into two divisions. Li Junyi, Zhao Lin, and Qian Qingshan ventured forth in search of a box truck, while Chen Huan and Shen Jingxi remained at a distance, observing the movements around the mall. "Ego, you have accompanied Chen to go the longest. Has he always been like this?" Zhao Lin inquired softly, carefully navigating the street while avoiding zombies, seeking the target vehicle and addressing Li Junyi, who was well-versed in the route. Chen Huan's temperament was notably cold, assertive, and selfish, a fact that had become abundantly clear to the survivors of the temporary camp. However, the extent of his indifference towards life was something they had never encountered before. Li Junyi sighed, acknowledging that this was already an improvement. Although he refrained from voicing his thoughts, the implications were unmistakable. Zhao Lin swallowed hard, contemplating the number of survivors in the mall, uncertain of their fate, should they inadvertently breach the door and a horde of zombies surge forth. Would they not be complicit in their demise? He could slay zombies, yet taking a human life was beyond his courage. Qian Chengsheng, after a moment of silence, suggested, "Let us heed the leader's directives. Do not forget what Qing Jie privately conveyed to me yesterday." Zhao Lin nodded, decisively opting for silence. Having joined the camp for just over a day, their understanding of Chen Huan remained limited. Initially, when Zhou Qingqing had shared her concerns, they had perceived her words as exaggerated. Yet, through their interactions, their understanding of Chen Huan had evolved to recognize his coldness and selfishness. Reflecting on Zhou Qingqing's earnest counsel, they now perceived it as sage advice. "Are you not concerned that your uncle and aunt might also be inside?" On the street, Chen Huan severed the arms of two zombies with his blade and proceeded to remove their teeth. Observing his actions, Shen Jingxi furrowed her brow and asked. Engrossed in his task, Chen Huan replied nonchalantly, "Precisely because of this, I intend to enter. If they are within, I shall protect and escort them to the military base. If not, then so be it." Shen Jingxi's gaze flickered momentarily. "From the very beginning, you did not intend to save anyone, did you?" Chen Huan candidly admitted, "More or less, but not entirely." Shen Jingxi tightened her grip on her triangular military dagger and inhaled deeply, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Chen Huan proceeded to bind the two zombies, mitigating the potential threat they posed. Despite the majority of zombies being drawn to the vicinity of the mall, several still lingered in their area, making their observation from a corner far from secure. Thus, restraining the two zombies would help prevent undue excitement among the others. After cleaning the blade stained with black blood on the bodies of the zombies, Chen Huan reiterated, "Once we enter the mall, you must swiftly assess the survivors' armament situation." Shen Jingxi's brow furrowed. "Are you worried they might be armed?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "For 2 consecutive days, they've been searching for airdrop packages, yet to no avail. However, they did manage to recover a high-explosive grenade from the body of a fallen rescue team member. Consequently, Chen Huan could not ascertain whether the survivors inside the mall had acquired firearms, especially considering the method the opposing party employed to seal off the entire mall, which indicated that they were not merely trapped there by chance. Furthermore, the environmental conditions of the location suggested that, following the apocalypse, the mall was certainly infested with numerous zombies. The fact that the opposing party was able to thoroughly cleanse the area speaks volumes about their capabilities and methods. Shen Jingxi raised her gaze towards the distance, nodding silently. Chen Huan was indifferent to her reaction. His focus remained solely on making the necessary preparations to achieve his objectives. After a little over 10 minutes, accompanied by the distant roars of zombies growing ever closer, the distinctive sound of a car engine reached their ears. Before long, a large refrigerated truck barreled through, crushing several zombies as it approached and came to a halt at the alley's exit. Qian Changsheng leaned out of the window, waving and calling out, "Boss, Sister Jingxi, get in." Chapter 41. Breaking in to be frank. Li Junyi and his companion's ability to locate the refrigerated truck was something Chen Huan had never anticipated. In his previous estimations, he merely expected to encounter an ordinary cargo vehicle. Little did he know, the trio would return with such an astonishing surprise. It is essential to note that a refrigerated truck differs significantly from a standard box truck. Due to its intended purpose, the walls of a refrigerated truck are thicker, sturdier, and far more secure. This ensures that anyone trapped within a horde of zombies, prior to the virus's mutation, remains unscathed. However, since the refrigerated truck is designed for transporting temperature-sensitive food, it harbors certain latent dangers. A moment's inattention could render anyone concealed within its confines into a mere ice sculpture. "Boss, are we really going to charge straight in?" Zhao Lin inquired of Chen Huan, glancing at the zombies drawn by the sound of the engine and licking his dry lips. If it were an ordinary sedan, barreling through would undoubtedly equate to a death sentence. Yet, a large refrigerated truck possesses considerable advantages in terms of weight and horsepower, making it less susceptible to being ensnared by the corpses than a typical car. Chen Huan, seated in the passenger seat, leaned against the window, gazing toward the shopping mall, and calmly declared, "Let us drive straight in." Meanwhile, inside the mall on the third floor, a young man with dyed, yellow hair was patrolling, initially indifferent upon spotting a large refrigerated truck on street. After all, in recent days, an overwhelming number of people had been fleeing Binren City, heading towards the military base as announced by the radio. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, as he leaned over the railing to observe the spectacle, he suddenly noticed the refrigerated truck veering sharply and accelerating toward the mall. Several zombies obstructing its path were instantly reduced to a pulpy mess. At this sight, the young man's face drained of color, and he swiftly turned to flee toward the opposite end of the mall. He could hardly fathom the consequences if the truck breached the first floor, endangering those who had taken refuge inside. In his panic, and with the mall's slick flooring, he stumbled and skidded, nearly rolling as he ran. "What are you doing, running around like a headless chicken instead of patrolling properly?" Someone called out, noticing his frantic demeanor. In their pursuit of perfection, the survivors had congregated on the third floor, where the height and defendable stairways provided sufficient safety. Even a small group of 10 could manage many troubles, and the open sightlines made it nearly impossible for the young man's chaotic state to go unnoticed. "Something has happened. Quickly prepare yourselves." With little time to elaborate, the young man dashed toward the area where Longgu was located, not daring to look back. Yet, his urgent words rang clear in the ears of everyone present. "What? How could there be trouble in our mall? Surely it can't be that we left an exit unsecured during our outing, allowing zombies to infiltrate?" Judging by the young man's expression, it seemed the situation was dire. Rich in material resources and under the protection of Longgu, the denizens of the mall, although free from concern for their safety, have never truly relaxed. Especially when gazing through the expansive windows of various shops, they are confronted by the sight of countless zombies outside, resembling a Damocles sword poised above them, ready to descend at any moment. Now, with Huang Mao suddenly in a state of panic, informing them of an emergency that requires immediate preparation, how could the crowd remain calm? In an instant, everyone collectively made their way to the necessary route upstairs. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that the roar of the zombies outside escalated to a frenzied pitch, accompanied by the distant rumble of approaching vehicles. Then, with a resounding crash, a large refrigerated truck barreled down like a bulldozer, clearing all obstacles in its path, and collided violently with the glass doors of entrance 3 on the first floor amidst the cacophony of gory screams and the stench of decaying flesh. The deafening sound erupted like thunder, sending shards of glass cascading to the ground. Panic ensued at the instant of the tremendous noise. The faces of everyone in the mall transformed in unison. Meanwhile, Longgu, who had yet to hear Huang Mao's warning, sprang from his chair in alarm. At this juncture, there was no need for further inquiry into what had transpired. The deafening roar of engines, the colossal impact, and the shattering glass had laid everything bare. "Longgu, A young man with a crew cut rushed in, brandishing a weapon, but was swiftly halted by Long Ji's raised hand. "Grab your gear and come with me." Long Ji's expression darkened. He understood the gravity of the situation. With the first floor breached and no sufficiently large safe haven within the mall, should the zombies breach their sanctuary, the fate of those inside would be sealed. Death would be their only outcome. As for the identity of their assailants, Longo had begun to form a conjecture. They had remained unharmed for so many days, only for the mall, their refuge, to be attacked upon the arrival of two unfamiliar figures. This was a clear indication that someone intended for them all to perish. Armed and ready, Longo exited the furniture store, disengaging the safety on his rifle and chambering around. The assault rifle he wielded was salvaged from the midst of the zombie horde during the evacuation of the rescue team. It was the very tool that allowed him to seize control of the mall and ascend to power. However, due to the extensive resources expended in clearing the mall, the remaining ammunition barely filled a single magazine. Where were they? Upon reaching the railing of the third-floor corridor, Longo peered down, his gaze lingering momentarily on the shattered entrance 3 before locking onto the refrigerated truck station before the clothing store on the first floor. It had not emerged, likely rendered unconscious from the impact. Responding to him was a middle-aged man, slender in build, clad in a leather jacket and gripping a baseball bat. Since the refrigerated truck crashed in, he has been closely monitoring its every movement. However, due to the angle, they have been unable to discern the situation inside the driver's cabin, compounded by the fact that the door has been breached and a multitude of zombies are surging in. They dare not abandon their post to investigate further. Brother Long furrowed his brow, raising his gun and aiming downward, utterly unconvinced that the occupants had been merely knocked unconscious. In a cold tone, he remarked, "Friends, I advise you to emerge on your own. Otherwise, even if I refrain from firing, those approaching zombies will be more than sufficient to claim your lives." Yet, upon uttering these words, there was no response from below. The buzz-cut youth turned to Brother Long, suggesting, "Brother Long, shall I go and bring those two out?" Brother Long cast a glance at the refrigerated truck below, then at the dozen or so zombies that had already entered, and replied tersely, "Bring them to me. I refuse to believe that once they are here, they will maintain their composure." "Understood." The buzz-cut youth, not daring to waste any time, acknowledged and beckoned the two individuals to follow him away from the area. Chapter 42. Confrontation. Brother Chun, are we not going out yet? There are quite a few zombies outside. On the first floor, several individuals concealed themselves behind a refrigerated truck, hiding within a clothing store. Li Junyi observed the staggering zombies with their rigid bodies shuffling in, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. If they lingered any longer, the entire first floor of the mall would be overrun. Chun Huan whispered, "There's no need to rush. Let's wait a little longer." At this juncture, it was not they who should be anxious, but rather the survivors within the mall, although they had gathered from the shouts that the opposing group possessed firearms. The number of guns and individuals remained an enigma. Upon hearing this, Li Junyi refrained from further comment, continuing to huddle in a corner, striving to minimize any sounds that might attract the attention of the zombies. Zhao Lin and Qian Chengsheng were equally cautious. "Friends, surely you recognize these two? Your purpose for coming to the mall was to rescue them, was it not? If you do not emerge soon, I shall toss them to the zombies." Seeing that there was still no response from below, Longo kicked the plump young man whose hands were bound and mouth gagged, his expression growing increasingly grim. The influx of zombies into the mall was surging, with several even beginning to ascend the staircase. If this continued, they would all meet their demise. Longo, no reaction. The buzz-cut youth remarked, gripping another middle-aged man's hair, his throat constricting as he gazed at the horde of zombies approaching, feeling as though he were witnessing the arrival of death itself. Longo inhaled deeply and removed the gag from the terrified middle-aged man's mouth. "All right." As the youth freed the middle-aged man, the latter, already on the brink of panic, erupted into a piercing wail. "Help me, boss. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to be food for the zombies." "Boss, it's Mom Maoyan," Li Junyi murmured. Chun Huan narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he leaned against the back of the shelf, attentively observing the upstairs. Just then, Longo's voice echoed once more. "Friends, My patience has its limits. If I reach 3 and you still do not show yourselves, I shall be prepared to fire and compel you to come out. And these two, they would make quite the fresh meal for the zombies. With that, Longer raised his rifle, aiming it toward the clothing store below. Brother Chun, boss. Li Junyi and the others all turned their gaze toward Chen Huan. There's no need to rush. Let us wait a little longer. Chen Huan gestured for calm. He was unconcerned about whether the adversaries would cast Ma Maoyan and the other man to the zombies. But he was resolute in not revealing themselves until they had ascertained the enemy's armament and numbers. Even though the clothing store was currently under threat, he was not fearful of gunfire, given the absence of a target and the protection offered by the anti-theft glass and shelves. However, at that moment, Zhao Lin was about to speak when Shun Jingzi stealthily returned, crouching low beside the vehicle. Chen Huan looked at her. How did it go? Shun Jingzi remarked. I observed that there are a total of 19 individuals, comprising men, women, and children. As for firearms, only the tattooed man is armed. Upon hearing this, Chen Huan's mind began to formulate a strategy. He exchanged glances with several companions and, while calling out, approached the refrigerated truck's cargo compartment. If you wish for us to show ourselves, brandishing a gun at us is hardly the manner of negotiation one would expect. As you can see, the current circumstances are precarious. Should we continue this stalemate, it is likely that your men will perish. Let's not forget, we are also within the confines of a shopping mall. We would not dare to invade in such a manner without a well-considered escape plan. You are undoubtedly more aware than I of which side holds the advantage. So, shall we persist in this course? Pausing momentarily, Chen Huan delivered a decisive blow. If I am not mistaken, your firearm is likely devoid of ammunition. Instantly, Long Ji's expression soured. Then, with a resounding bang, a zombie ascending the escalator had its head blown apart. At that moment, the zombies that had entered the mall let out a collective roar, turning their attention toward the source of the gunfire. Unfazed, Chen Huan continued, Indeed, firearms are formidable tools, possessing great deterrent power, yet marksmanship plays a significant role as well. There was no pretense in his words. They were laced with unembellished menace. What is it that you truly desire? Long Ji's hand trembled around the gun. As the other party had articulated, possessing a firearm is one aspect, but the skill to wield it effectively is another. Coupled with the presence of cover, the intimidation factor of his rifle was significantly diminished. Otherwise, they would not have been engaged in such lengthy discourse. Crucially, he had not anticipated that the other side was also armed, leading to an exceedingly precarious positioning, where it was entirely possible that he could be the next to be shot. The last shred of advantage rested solely upon the two outsiders. Chen Huan remarked nonchalantly, I merely wish to engage in conversation. Engage in conversation? Long Ge was utterly incredulous. If the sole intent was to converse, why then create such a commotion? Appearing intent on exterminating all survivors within the mall? Noticing the silence from the other side, Chen Huan added, Time is of the essence. Long Ge fixed his gaze upon the refrigerated truck, now nearly encircled by zombies, and took a deep breath. How do you propose we converse? Quite simply face to face. Chen Huan replied, kicking aside a zombie, stepping back a few paces, and then drawing his tang knife to decapitate another zombie. However, prior to that, we must collaborate to eliminate the zombies inside and position the truck across the breach. Given the elevated chassis of the large refrigerated truck, completely sealing the breach was an unrealistic endeavor. Nonetheless, positioning it across the gaping hole could effectively slow the influx of zombies, facilitating our subsequent retreat into the cargo compartment and eventual escape. Long Ge, are we truly expected to collaborate with them? The buzz-cut youth panted, clearly skeptical of this so-called partnership. Long Ge cast a glance at him, contemplating their predicament. What other choice do we have? Have you not noticed how thoroughly they have us ensnared? Currently, they are left with only two paths. One is to choose compromise, betting on the veracity of the other's words. The other is to refuse and seek refuge in a corner of the marketplace, awaiting death in a state of despair. The young man with a buzz cut tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Chen Huan remained unhurried, swinging his blade to fend off the zombies while inching closer to the cargo hold, which was only slightly ajar. The primary commotion originated from the upper floors, where a multitude of zombies surged upward. Although there were quite a few here by the freezer truck, they did not pose a significant threat in the immediate term. Brother Long's eyes were filled with a frigid intensity, and with a long exhale, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "All right, I agree." Chen smiled. Immediately afterward, with a resounding bang, the cargo door of the freezer truck, which was nearly shut, swung open again. Chen Huan gestured to Zhao Lin and instructed Shen Jingzi and the others, "Forget about everything else. First, eliminate the zombies at the front of the truck." "Understood." They nodded in agreement, just as gunfire erupted from above, marking the commencement of a reluctant collaboration. Chapter 43. Cooperation. A relentless tide of zombies surged through the breach, cascading in from the third floor like a flood unleashed from a broken dam. Additionally, the cacophony caused by the car crashing through the door and the gunfire drew more zombies from the surrounding streets towards the mall. Fortunately, the hole created by the refrigerated truck was not excessively large, and given that the mall's primary structure was composed of reinforced concrete, positioning the vehicle across the gap could effectively slow the influx of the undead. However, ensuring safety was far more complex than merely barricading the opening with the car. Confronted with the dense throng of zombies within the mall, it was undoubtedly perilous and challenging for a mere 24 individuals to systematically eliminate them in a short span of time. Moreover, among the survivors were the elderly and children. Even with firearms, there were only 2 available, insufficient to instill the commanding presence of a rescue force. Bang! Chen Huan raised his weapon and dispatched a zombie with a shot to the head, then swiftly sheathed his gun and drew a knife, preparing to cleave through the 3 zombies that lunged towards him. In close-quarters combat, firearms were clearly less effective than cold steel. Although the Tang Dao could not rival modern military weapons, it stood as a significant milestone in the history of Chinese armaments, showcasing formidable lethality. With a blade measuring 75 centimeters in length and 0.7 centimeters in thickness, Chen Huan swung with vigor, splattering dark blood as the heads of the 3 advancing zombies seemed to soar away, propelled by the force of his strikes. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and Chen Huan recognized that it was impossible to kill them all individually. Instead, he aimed to sever their heads, which sufficed for the moment. Wearing mountaineering boots, he felt little concern about a stray bite from a severed head, and the well-being of others was not within his contemplation. Qian Chengsheng slammed a zombie against the wall, using his left arm to pin its throat while his right hand wielded a safety hammer, ruthlessly smashing its skull, splattering black blood and brain matter across his face. Yet, despite the weapon's impact, the zombie remained animated, its head mangled yet still grasping at his clothing, rendering him unable to escape as other zombies closed in. The chaos was overwhelming. The zombies, devoid of thought, were singularly fixated on overpowering the nearest human and indulging in a ravenous feast. In such circumstances, there was no respite to be found. In an instant, a zombie latched onto Qian Chengsheng's arm, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The scent of blood wafted through the air, inciting a chorus of ravenous growls from the horde, akin to a legion of demons eager to drag everyone into the depths of hell. Bang! Just as Qian Chengsheng was on the verge of being pulled into the mass of zombies, Shen Jingzi executed a nimble turn and leaped, delivering a powerful kick to one of the zombies. Using the momentum, she shoulder-barged into the fray, granting Qian Chengsheng a momentous reprieve amidst the chaos. Sister Jingzi. Clutching his blood-soaked arm, Qian Chengsheng's complexion turned ashen. Although he had never witnessed the fate of a living person after being bitten, from the harrowing accounts relayed by Chen Huan at the makeshift camp, it was unequivocally clear that he too would succumb to becoming a mindless creature, driven solely by the hunger for flesh. He did not wish to perish. Yet, he had already been bitten. Shen Jingzi's gaze, laden with complexity, swept over Qian Chengsheng's arm before she thrust her triangular bayonet into the skull of a zombie. The inevitability of death had been apparent to her the moment Chen Huan resolved to breach the mall. But what could she do? She was powerless to sway Chen Huan's will. Meanwhile, Li Junyi's predicament was equally dire. Lacking any combat prowess, he found himself ensnared by the horde of zombies, paralyzed by fear and devoid of courage to retaliate. The entrenching shovel, which had felled dozens of zombies in Wang Yu's hands, now merely offered him a semblance of security. With a swift retreat and strategic combat, Chen Huan took note of Li Junyi's pitiful state but harbored no intentions of rescue. It was only when Qian Changsheng emitted a heart-wrenching wail, his body being eviscerated piece by piece by the relentless zombies, that Li Junyi's burden lightened slightly. Some of the advancing zombies, lured by the fresh scent of flesh, diverted their attention to the now silent Qian Changsheng. He was dead. Qian Changsheng was dead. Li Junyi scrambled to his feet, pressing against the wall, his hands trembling uncontrollably around the shovel. Chen Huan extracted his dagger from the zombified mouth, rolling away from a grasping hand and beckoning Shun Jingxi, who had nearly been ensnared by a zombie, to follow. As for Li Junyi, upon witnessing his sheer terror and inability to slay even a single zombie, Chen Huan had already relinquished hope. While he acknowledged Li Junyi's familiarity with Binren City, in the midst of such overwhelming hordes, he had become a liability. Besides, the valuable information he could have provided had already been meticulously mapped out. Thus, with his handgun clearing a path, Chen Huan managed to carve out a narrow escape route. As Shun Jingxi followed him in their desperate bid for survival, she glanced back at Li Junyi, who was flailing his shovel in a frenzy while emitting terrified cries. A liability. Chen Huan charged forward without a backward glance. The simplicity of those two words profoundly encapsulating his stance. Save me, Brother Chen, Sister Jingxi, save me, please. His cries, mingled with tears and snot, echoed in despair, only serving to heighten the excitement of the zombies. Even those feasting on Qian Xingxing's remains lifted their heads at his desperate lament. Soon, Li Junyi's breakdown was drowned out by the blood-curdling roars of the zombies. Amidst the relentless gnawing, blood gushed forth from torn veins, splattering the walls and the bodies of the undead, as if a rain of crimson had descended. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Lin gripped the steering wheel tightly, his entire body trembling, even his lips quivering uncontrollably. The engine attracted an overwhelming horde of zombies, and the ground was strewn with corpses. With only the initial acceleration at his disposal, he found himself unable to forge ahead for the time being. Bang! Bang! The sounds of 2 gunshots echoed, and aside from the zombies feasting on the bodies of Qian Changsheng and Li Junyi, the remainder either surrounded the slowly advancing refrigerated truck or were drawn towards Chen Huan and Shun Jingxi by the gunfire. On the upper floor, Brother Long observed the chaos, veins protruding on his forehead. He fervently brandished the fire axe in his hand, shouting at the refrigerated truck, which was inching towards the breach at a tortoise's pace. Hurry up! His limited ammunition had been exhausted, and the number of zombies surging through the breach was steadily increasing. Moreover, the defensive line at the staircase had been completely breached, resulting in several survivors within the mall meeting their demise. In that moment, all he could do, aside from wildly swinging his fire axe to crush one zombie's skull after another, was to hope that the breach would be sealed soon. Chapter 44. The living are mere mortals in a dire situation where survival hinges on sheer determination. Chen Huan and Shun Jingxi fled towards the opposite end of the mall after escaping the horde of zombies. They wisely chose not to ascend the escalator, as it was teeming with the undead, leaving them no viable route. Instead, they opted to bypass the escalator and ascend via the nearly ornamental emergency exit. Were they? After violently hurling a zombie from the 3rd floor, Long Gu, gasping for breath, suddenly realized that Chen Huan and Shun Jingxi had vanished from his sight, a wave of dread washing over him. Just then, a piercing scream echoed ahead, followed by a soft whimper. Long Gu turned to see a female zombie pouncing on Huang Mao, tearing in his throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Huang Mao. Long Ji's eyes widened in fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. He could only vent his frustration upon the advancing zombies. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Huan and Shun Jingxi had successfully evaded the undead and pushed open the barricaded emergency exit. What about Zhao Lin? He's still in the car, Shun Jingxi pondered aloud. Glancing back hesitantly, she feared that perhaps Zhao Lin had become yet another pawn abandoned by Chen Huan. The refrigerated truck had a high chassis, and the doors were locked from the inside. If he could just manage to get out, he would be fine. with a powerful flashlight in hand. Chen Huan led the way, responding casually. As for Li Junyi, he has truly disappointed me. I had hoped that facing his fears would yield some improvement. Yet he remains utterly ineffectual. He did not mention Qian Changsheng, nor did Shen Jingzi. The two were fundamentally different. The former had fallen victim to the zombies due to a moment of carelessness, while the latter had been intentionally forsaken by Chen Huan. Hypothetically, if I were in the same situation as Qingqing, would you abandon me? Shen Jingzi bit her lip and asked. Chen Huan halted, turning to face her. In my world, there are no ifs. Besides, you already know what kind of person I am, so why ask such questions? Indeed, if the answer was already known, why inquire further? Shen Jingzi lowered her head, refraining from speaking, and continued to follow Chen Huan as they ascended. She understood that his true intent was not to engage in conversations with survivors within the mall, but rather to gather information about his parents while eliminating the immediate dangers. Slowly, upon reaching the third floor, as Shen Jingzi instinctively reached for the emergency exit door, Chen Huan raised his hand to stop her. Startled, she hesitated, retracting her hand. She then observed as Chen Huan pressed his ear against the door, listening intently for any sounds outside. The act of discerning safety by merely listening at the door, rather than opening it, filled her with a sense of awe and trepidation, despite her myriad speculations about him. The entire scenario starkly contrasts the capabilities one might expect from an artistic soul. Rather, it resembles the prowess of a seasoned special forces operative. However, Chen Huan, diligently assessing the external circumstances, was disinclined to entertain Shen Jingzi's whimsical musings. After discerning the location of the zombies through the ambient sounds, Chen Huan abruptly flung the door open and raised his firearm, pulling the trigger in rapid succession without a hint of aiming. 9 shots fired, each one finding its mark in the heads of the undead. Within the briefest of moments, 9 of the 10 zombies loitering by the elevator on the 3rd floor collapsed lifelessly, a dark ichor mingling with cerebral matter oozing from the bullet holes in their foreheads. In that fleeting instant, as Chen Huan replaced his magazine, Shen Jingzi seized the opportunity to dart forward, raising her arm and driving a triangular military dagger forcefully into the eye socket of one of the zombies. Once reloaded, Chen Huan resumed his aim at the remaining fiends. With one wielding a firearm and the other a dagger, they worked in perfect synchrony, rendering the remaining zombies at the elevator entrance entirely defenseless. In mere seconds, a gruesome tableau of corpses littered the ground. The commotion, however, did not go unnoticed by Long Gu and his companions. The horde of zombies ascending the staircase was overwhelming, and Chen Huan had suddenly vanished from sight. As the 2 previously safe individuals became prey to the relentless undead, despair gripped Long Gu and his group, prompting them to retreat while searching for a temporary refuge. Fatigue weighed heavily upon them, not just physically, but mentally as well. Although they could gradually clear a significant portion of the zombies within the mall with a bit more perseverance, Long Gu found himself unwilling to press on. He could not bear to witness further loss of life, his own included. At that precise moment, a gunshot echoed from across the way. Soon after, Chen Huan and his companion reappeared in view. Long Ji's heart surged with determination as he waved his arms, urging his group to run towards them. The sound of gunfire was unmistakable. Not only Long Gu, but other survivors within the mall also spotted Chen Huan. Indeed, some survivors had already begun sprinting towards his location even before Long Gu had uttered a word. Simultaneously, Chen Huan remained vigilant, his gaze scanning for familiar faces among the survivors. Yet, to his dismay, he did not catch sight of his parents. Just then, an all-too-familiar voice pierced the air, causing Chen Huan to shudder involuntarily. It was a voice he knew all too well, a voice he could never forget. He turned to see a boy clad in a black long-sleeve t-shirt, desperately fleeing from the pursuing zombies toward him. His face bore not only terror, but also the joy of reunion. Xiao Tian? Shen Jingzi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, instinctively uttering his name. Chen Huan's normally indifferent gaze shifted, revealing an unusual intensity at the sight of Xiao Tian. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his firearm. Bang! 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 In an instant, the last 3 rounds in his magazine were discharged, each bullet finding its target in the closest zombie to Xiao Tian. Come quickly. Hurry. As Chun Huan hurried towards Xiao Tian, he swiftly exchanged for another full magazine. Shun Jingzi followed closely behind, her heart filled with astonishment. For it was the first time she witnessed Chun Huan lose his composure, displaying such concern for someone other than his parents. Despite their nearly lifelong friendship, which could be likened to childhood sweethearts, she had never garnered his attention to this extent until now, when his combat prowess was revealed. Bang! Bang! With a swift raise of his hand, he dispatched 2 zombies with precise headshots. Chun Huan then rushed in front of Xiao Tian, pulling him behind himself, and instructed Shun Jingzi, "You take Xiao Tian back and check for any scratches or bite marks on him." With that, he unsheathed his tang knife once more. Now armed with only the last magazine, there was no time to reload. He had to resort to using his blade. However, given that they were retreating, it proved to be far easier than breaking through amidst battle. All right. Shun Jingzi gazed deeply at Chun Huan before grasping Xiao Tian's hand and making her way back. Although she had long-standing ties with Chun Huan's family and was familiar with many of his relatives and neighbors, she had never formed an impression of Xiao Tian, which was partly due to her infrequent visits to Chun Huan's home after middle school. Chapter 45. News from Parents, Surprise, or Uncertainty. Even Chun Huan himself could not ascertain. However, the unexpected encounter with Xiao Tian evoked a sense of delight within him. For a person who was supposed to be deceased to manifest before his eyes and in an environment that mirrored his past life, could it not signify that he would surely locate his parents in this lifetime? With such thoughts, Chun Huan suddenly felt invigorated, as if he had received a potent shot of adrenaline, making the tang knife in his hand feel remarkably lighter. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the neck of a zombie, and with a powerful motion of his arms, he cleaved its torso in 2. He Long Gu, rushing over, glanced at Chun Huan, who was drenched in the blood and flesh of the undead, resembling a malevolent spirit. Yet upon meeting Chun Huan's gaze and sensing his imposing aura, an inexplicable fear stirred within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Downstairs," Chun Huan commanded, sheathing his knife and flicking off the blood, not even sparing a glance at him. Initially, he intended to glean some information from the tattooed man, but with Xiao Tian's appearance, those inclinations faded away. Long Gu felt a surge of anger, yet dared not express it. However, the buzz-cut youth who followed closely behind had no such reservations. Before even approaching, he blurted out, "Are you insane? Have you achieved satisfaction with this mess? Not good." Long Ji's heart sank at the sight of the youth's frosty demeanor. He then witnessed the youth abruptly halt, swinging his knife in a swift arc aimed directly behind him. The buzz-cut youth, having momentarily indulged in his impulsive outburst, now found himself drenched in cold sweat as the sudden blade's edge bore down upon him, forcing him to stop abruptly to avoid a collision. Coincidentally, just as he managed to halt, the blade, stained with the black blood of the zombies, hovered ominously at his throat, sending shivers across his skin. "What do you intend to do?" The buzz-cut youth stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The cold, indifferent gaze directed at him ignited an overwhelming urge to flee. He harbored no doubts that the other would not hesitate to take his life. Long Gu quickly intervened, "Brother, remain calm. Violence serves us no purpose. Every additional ally is a boon. Moreover, you're aware that blood is a fatal lure for the undead. If you kill him, the pursuing zombies will go mad." Chun Huan coldly interjected, "Mind your own tongue." In a departure from his usual brash demeanor, the buzz-cut youth found himself rendered speechless, nodding in agreement, unable to utter a single word under the menacing gaze and the knife's threat. Chun Huan cast a brief look at Long Gu before resuming his sprint toward the safe passage. Long Gu regarded the buzz-cut youth, who had just brushed against death, and cautioned, "Let us go. This individual is not to be trifled with." The youth with a buzz-cut swallowed dryly, nodding in understanding, without needing Long Ji's reminder. He was acutely aware that the individual in question was someone he could not provoke, and he lacked the courage to act recklessly, for the fear was overwhelming. Yet, as they hurried toward the safety passage, Long Ji's thoughts were occupied with other matters. From Chun Huan's equipment and demeanor, he discerned that Chun Huan was undoubtedly not a survivor trapped in Binren City. He was likely one of those who had driven into the city center late at night 2 days prior. And then there was Xiao Tian. He was uncertain of the exact relationship between Xiao Tian and Chun Huan. Xiao Tian had never mentioned having an older brother. Yet Longo was convinced that Xiao Tian was likely a vulnerable point for Chun Huan. As he ran, he glanced back at the other survivors, and some of his thoughts faded away. Upon returning to the entrance of the safety passage, Chun Huan inquired of Shun Jingxi. "How is it?" "No problem," she replied. Although there was a bite mark on her arm, the wrist guard had prevented the zombie from breaking the skin. Shun Jingxi showed Chun Huan Xiao Tian's wrist, revealing a distinct, reddened mark, but there was no wound, let alone any flesh torn away. "That's good." Chun Huan sighed in relief, moving forward to ruffle Xiao Tian's hair. "Come with me." Xiao Tian nodded, feeling an innate trust in his older brother, despite the upheaval in the mall being caused by Chun Huan himself. "Brother Chun Huan, what about the others? Will they come with us too?" Xiao Tian suddenly asked as they entered the safety passage. In the wake of the apocalypse, having witnessed unfathomable cruelty, even at the tender age of 12, Xiao Tian had come to understand much. Although it appeared that Long Gu and the others had followed, it was uncertain whether Chun Huan would include them, despite having not experienced much kindness from them and having received little warmth. They had ultimately provided protection that allowed him to survive the jaws of the undead, and his grandmother had taken good care of him. Chun Huan pondered the situation, setting aside the recent conflict and the loss of life on both sides, which had created an irreconcilable rift. He was naturally hesitant to accept the group indiscriminately. The memories of his past life were still vivid. Yet, glancing at Xiao Tian, he began to load bullets into the magazine and asked, "Why are you here alone?" Although it was a seemingly superfluous question, he felt compelled to ask, suspecting that his parents might have informed Xiao Tian's family after receiving his call, despite his instructions to keep it confidential. Xiao Tian's eyes reddened, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Dad and Mom, they say children have the shortest memories, but they can move past anything quickly. Was that really true?" Chun Huan sighed, wishing to say something comforting, but ultimately could only utter, "Just stay alive." Xiao Tian nodded, and then, as if recalling something, asked, "Brother Chun Huan, are you back to find Uncle Chun and Annie?" The child, accustomed to the convenience of life before the collapse of civilization, felt little impact regarding how Chun Huan managed to return from a distant place. Yet in moments of sorrow, thoughts of Chun Huan's parents surfaced instinctively. "Do you know where Uncle Chun and Annie have gone?" Chun Huan inquired. "I do." The two brief words escaped, instantly rendering Chun Huan speechless as a tumult of emotions, excitement, anticipation, and anxiety rose from the depths of his heart. Where had they gone? Unbeknownst to him, his voice trembled as he asked the question. Xiao Tian pouted. Tears that had just been stifled now flowed anew. "Uncle Chun and Annie went to Yunlin City with the soldiers. Originally, my parents and I were supposed to go too, but then someone suddenly turned into a zombie. And afterward, Sob, we got separated from Uncle Chun and Annie in the crowd, and my mother was pushed down in front of the zombies." Chapter 46. You sit in front of me. When Chun Huan learned of his parents' situation from Xiao Tian, a series of unexpected events began to unfold at the temporary camp. In Chun Huan's absence, the authority within the camp shifted to Zhou Qingqing. However, Zhou Qingqing, whose voice carried little weight amidst the scheming individuals around her, found her words largely ignored, dismissed as mere background noise. Such is the paradox of human nature. In the face of danger, people cry out for safety. Yet when ensconced in a secure environment, they become restless and unruly. Even when cautioned, they often dismiss the warnings as mere threats, exaggerating their severity until they have personally faced hardship. Consequently, after her attempts at persuasion proved futile, Zhou Qingqing chose to disregard the restless survivors and retreated to her room, locking the door from within. Having narrowly escaped the brink of death, she understood all too well the dire consequences that recklessness could summon, unwilling to sacrifice her life due to the folly of others. Among those sharing her sentiments were several survivors who harbored dissent but lacked the courage to voice it. "Xingge, why don't we just leave? After all, Chun Huan is a selfish individual who only knows how to command us. He has imposed so many rules. and staying here merely turns us into errand runners dependent on his whims. Can we not survive without him? He only has a gun, after all. We could devise a way to acquire one, and besides, it would be far more reassuring to have the weapon in our own hands. Before their departure, some resourceful individuals began plotting to take supplies from the camp and establish an independent enclave for survival, revealing the multifaceted nature of humanity. Initially, their sentiments were rooted in resentment and dissatisfaction. But as Zhou Qingqing proved unable to manage the situation, bolder ideas began to surface among them. The middle-aged man, referred to as Xiango, began to emerge as a potential leader due to his age, relishing this newfound sense of authority. Although the suggestions from the group stirred his interest, reason ultimately triumphed over desire. Let's not rush. After all, being near Chun Huan ensures the highest level of safety. I doubt anyone wishes to take the risk of venturing out alone. Even if we do plan to leave, it should be once we have exited Binren City. Although they were all aware of the military base in Yunlin City as their ultimate destination, Zhang Xian understood that they lacked the means to escape Binren City on their own. Thus, any ulterior motives had to be kept in check for the time being. But what if we venture out on our own? Will Zhou Qingqing report us upon Chun Huan's return? Some expressed skepticism towards Zhang Xian's assertions, voicing concerns. Indeed, Chun Huan is not one to trifle with. He dispatches zombies with the ease of chopping vegetables. I once saw zombie blood splatter on him, and he remained unfazed. Zhang Xian smiled confidently. Are we truly afraid he might eliminate us? If worst comes to worst, he would simply cast us out. Salt Jean Street, the mall. As the commotion intensified, the relentless tide of zombies surged from all directions, densely packed like waves crashing upon the shore. From a bird's-eye view, they resembled countless ants converging upon a cracked egg. Fortunately, the breach created by the impact had been obstructed by a refrigerated truck. Although some zombies continued to crawl beneath the vehicle and into the mall, the horror was no longer as overwhelming as it had initially been. Coupled with Chun Huan's formidable presence, the survivors found themselves teetering on the brink of life and death, naturally placing the leadership of the mall survivors in his hands. At present, there were 16 survivors, but after excluding the elderly and children, only 11 remained. Chun Huan divided these 11 into two teams, one led by Brother Long, tasked with clearing the first floor and eliminating zombies that had fallen from above, ensuring safety for the vulnerable. The other, under Chun Huan's command, focused on dispatching the zombies that crawled in from under the cars. No one was idle. Each individual was effectively utilized by Chun Huan. After all, the resources within the large mall were abundant, and there was no reason to hastily flee in a vehicle when safety was assured. Chun Huan, that should suffice for now. Everyone is exhausted. If we continue to collect, we might all perish here, remarked Shun Jingzi, who was at the rear of the vehicle slaying zombies alongside a short-haired girl. Her arms ached unbearably, and her legs felt as heavy as lead, while her clothes clung to her body, soaked in sweat, accentuating her graceful figure. Yet, no one had the leisure to admire it, nor the time to spare. With a swift kick, Chun Huan dispatched a lunging zombie, then deftly severed half its skull with his blade before responding, "Just a moment longer. Let us have Zhang Long send 2 people to assist." However, he knew they could not afford to wait much longer. Everyone was nearing their physical limits. "Just hold on a bit longer," Chun Huan urged, swinging his sword. While others were nearly spent, he too felt the strain. The Tang knife, though sharp and deadly, was heavy, and each swing tested his stamina. Yet, he understood that they had not yet reached their true limits. 8 years of survival in the apocalypse had taught him that human endurance could stretch far beyond what one might imagine. Albeit this limit was often born from the terror of life and death. Seeing Chun Huan remain unfazed, Shun Jingzi could only grit her teeth and persevere. It was tea until over 10 boxes of bottled water and food were loaded onto the truck that Chun Huan finally commanded the group to withdraw efficiently. "If anyone breaks formation, my gun will not discriminate. You sit in the front with me," Chun Huan suddenly said, halting Zhang Long as he was about to enter the cargo area. Zhang Long's eyelids twitched as he met Chun Huan's gaze but instinctively looked away. All right, in this dire situation, the cargo area was undoubtedly the safest place. Even if the vehicle remained stationary, those inside would be secure. However, Chun Huan preferred to take on the risk of sitting in the front. The reason was simple. He did not want to lose his judgment of the outside world. Nor did he trust the driver, despite the fact that the refrigerated circuit had already been forcibly damaged on the road. As the car roared to life, Zhao Lin's expression darkened slightly. "Boss, it seems we might be stuck here for a while." The mall's floor, a slick expanse of tiles, was treacherous with even a hint of moisture, compounded by the copious amounts of zombie blood and the fallen corpses strewn before the tires. Despite Zhao Lin's relentless pressing of the accelerator, the vehicle's progress was akin to that of a tortoise, let alone any hope of gaining speed. The weight and acceleration intended to thrust them forward only resulted in the gruesome disintegration of the zombie bodies beneath the rapidly spinning tires, transforming them into a shower of flesh. Meanwhile, the encroaching horde of zombies surrounded the car, their black blood and repugnant, unidentifiable fluids splattering against the vehicle's surface. Their claws scraped incessantly against the metal, adding a horrific symphony to the cacophony of their frenzied roars. In stark contrast, Chun Huan remained unervingly calm. He paid no heed to the chaotic scene outside, focused solely on loading bullet after bullet into the magazine, his foot firmly pressing the accelerator to the floor. Chapter 47. The stench of blood, the substantial tonnage of the large refrigerated truck was extraordinary. Even as it skidded, due to the gruesome mixture of zombie flesh and blood upon the tiles, it did not become ensnared like a mere sedan. After a brief moment, under Zhao Lin's firm acceleration, the truck extricated itself from its predicament. As the engine's RPM had already surged during the skidding, there was no need to circle back for more speed. Thus, when the tires finally made contact with the dry ground, the entire vehicle shuddered, as if it were a cannonball newly discharged. The resultant acceleration sent the survivors in the cargo hold tumbling, some even sustaining grievous injuries. The trio at the front clung tightly to their seats. Yet, despite this tumult, the truck's speed continued to soar, hurtling straight toward the relatively unimpeded entrance number 5. "Hold on tight." Zhao Lin gripped the steering wheel, veins bulging on his forehead, as he screamed while flooring the accelerator. Then, with a thunderous crash, the jammed revolving door crumpled and shattered like paper, sending a cascade of glass shards flying and hurling the zombies that had been battering it away. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the onslaught found their bodies mangled, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. The carnage splattered across the front of the truck, coating the windshield in a gruesome layer. The now activated windshield wipers, instead of clearing the grotesque remnants, only smeared the zombie blood like a sticky paste across the glass, emitting a foul stench that was nauseating. Outside, the zombies fell in droves before the advancing truck, reminiscent of rice stalks bowing in a field. And soon the horde outside the mall surged toward them. "Speak up. What do you wish to discuss?" After barging into the mall like a fish fighting for survival. Having escaped the danger zone, Zhang Long felt a measure of relief and shifted his focus to the young man in the passenger seat, who was meticulously cleaning his gun. Chun Huan, preoccupied with his weapon, replied without looking up, "There's nothing to discuss." "You." Zhang Long grasped the back of the passenger seat, struggling to suppress his rising ire, further provoked by Chun Huan's indifference. The violent intrusion into the mall had drawn an army of zombies, leading to the demise of several of his surviving subordinates, all while Chun Huan had coerced him into compliance with threats of force. Now, having narrowly escaped with their lives, Chun Huan's flippant dismissal felt like a cruel game, igniting Zhang Long's frustration. A slight smirk played at the corners of Chun Huan's mouth as he caught Zhang Long's shifting expressions in the rearview mirror. "What is it? Do you expect me to compensate you, or help you find a new refuge?" Zhang Long remained silent, his mind racing. After a brief pause, he queried, "2 nights ago, it was you who drove into the city center from here, wasn't it?" Though framed as a question, his tone carried an air of certainty. "Since you're already aware, why ask?" Chun Huan replied, a hint of challenge in his voice. Chun Huan was not surprised that Zhang Long was aware of his return to Binren City. After all, when he drove around and entered the city center that evening, it was inevitable that someone in the mall would have noticed him, although they were unable to make contact. Zhang Long, filled with rage, momentarily displayed an expression of realization. He gazed at Chun Huan's back and inquired, I wish to know the situation outside Binrin City. A faint smile crossed Chen Huan's face, laced with disdain. Do you truly believe you possess the standing to negotiate terms with me? With the news of his parents reaching him, Zhang Long and his companions had become utterly inconsequential in Chen Huan's eyes. Once they reached a less populated intersection teeming with zombies, he would simply release them, allowing them to depart. Despite Xiao Tian having received their assistance and care, Chen Huan remained resolute. He would not house individuals of questionable value who could potentially pose a threat to himself, even if he had briefly entertained the thought of acceptance during Xiao Tian's inquiries. Zhang Long discerned Chen Huan's intentions, his gaze sweeping over the polished handgun before he pondered and said, "Given our protection of Xiao Tian, it would not be unreasonable to inquire about some information, would it?" Chen Huan remained silent, his eyes glinting coldly. "I'm not attempting to morally coerce you. I merely hope you might share some information out of consideration for our care of Xiao Tian." Even without Chen Huan's piercing gaze, Zhang Long felt an inexplicable chill enveloping the car, a sudden sense of unease swelling within him. "So what do you wish to know?" Chen Huan's icy demeanor softened slightly. Zhang Long licked his parched lips and replied, "I wish to ascertain whether the military base in Yunlin City is sufficiently safe, and whether there are numerous survivors on the highway who have turned into zombies." Upon hearing this, Chen Huan, who had initially regarded Zhang Long with disdain, felt a shiver of apprehension. In a time when everyone was fleeing to the military base for refuge, it was astonishing that someone would question its safety, especially considering the apocalypse had only just begun 8 days prior. Nonetheless, regardless of his thoughts, Chen Huan maintained his composure, stating, "I cannot ascertain whether the military base in Yunlin City is indeed safe, as I have never been there. And I'm also unaware if there are many survivors on the highway who have transformed into zombies." In truth, Chen Huan could have answered both of Zhang Long's questions directly. Although he had never visited the Yunlin City military base or the Binrin City highway in this life, he had done so in his previous one. Zhang Long's expression fell, disappointment evident on his face, despite his skepticism regarding the truth of Chen Huan's words. He dared not voice it. "Boss, we have arrived." Shortly thereafter, the refrigerated truck pulled up before the supermarket where they had previously parked. Zhao Lin informed Chen Huan before directing his gaze toward Zhang Long. Zhang Long forced a bitter smile, aware that this was an indication for him to leave. Thus, he opened the car door and exited with Chen Huan and Zhao Lin, preparing to take his leave. However, no one anticipated that, as the cargo door swung open, a pungent stench of blood would greet them, overwhelming the senses and filling the air with foreboding. Within a cargo hold brimming with supplies, 11 individuals, regardless of age or gender, huddled together, shoulder to shoulder and back to back. Shen Jingxi wielded a powerful flashlight in her left hand while her right clenched a triangular military dagger. Blood trickling down the blade and splattering onto the floor in a grim display reminiscent of plum blossoms. Opposite them loomed an aged zombie, accompanied by the lifeless body of a child with a severed throat. "Quickly dispose of the corpse." Chen Huan furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the overwhelming allure blood held for the undead. Even though only a few zombies approached at that moment, he was reluctant to leave a trail of crimson for them to follow. Zhang Long glanced at Chen Huan, seeking understanding, but Chen Huan remained taciturn. After instructing everyone to disembark and cleanse the bloodstains, he drew his Tang Dao and boldly advanced towards the encroaching zombies. Fortunately, Xiao Tian provided clarity, alleviating Zhang Long's discomfort. "So, old you was bitten yesterday?" Upon learning the specifics of the incident from Xiao Tian, Zhang Long's expression soured, and he coldly directed a question at the crew-cut youth. "Is this the thorough inspection you conducted?" Chapter 48. The treacherous wolf Zhang Long found it difficult to come to terms with the outcome. Despite his somewhat reckless nature, he held a profound respect for life, particularly for the elderly and children. Yet now, they had all become lifeless corpses. Even though he knew that the buzzcut youth had conducted a thorough examination the previous night and could not have saved old U.S. life, at the very least, Minmin should not have perished. Feeling the intensity of Zhang Long's gaze, the buzzcut youth was suddenly engulfed by a wave of panic. "Brother Long, you know that I have always devoted myself wholeheartedly to every task you entrusted to me. How could I possibly overlook checking for injuries, especially when lives are at stake? It would be madness to risk my own life in such a manner. And what about old you? Zhang Long pressed on, while transporting the bodies. He had clearly seen the bite mark located on the abdomen. A mere glance would have sufficed for inspection. The buzz-cut youth fell silent. I do not know. At that moment, Chen Huan, who had finished dealing with the zombies, returned and calmly stated, I am not concerned with what transpired here. I merely wish to inform you that you must leave promptly. The stench of blood has begun to permeate the air, and if you linger any longer, escape will become exceedingly difficult. Little Tian, who was following Shun Jingxi, looked up and asked, Brother Chun, are you urging them to leave? Chun Huan nodded affirmatively. But you mentioned it depended on the situation. Is there something wrong with them? Little Tian was perplexed, unable to fathom why Chun Huan's stance had grown so resolute. It's fine, Little Tian. We cannot coexist peacefully, Zhang Long said, gently patting the boy's head while elucidating the complexities of the situation. In essence, it boiled down to mutual distrust. Chen Huan sheathed his tang sword and reminded them, the car keys are inside the vehicle, and it's full of fuel. Where you go from here is entirely up to you. Outside the convenience store, apart from their own vehicle, there was the car belonging to Ma Maoyan and his group. 2 vehicles for 10 people could be squeezed together, which also served to honor little Tian. Wait. Just as Chun Huan's group was about to open the frozen truck's door and depart, Zhang Long suddenly called out to halt them. What is it? Chun Huan turned to look. Zhang Long's expression shifted, his teeth clenched. The supplies. Chun Huan chuckled. Absolutely not. Besides, there's a supermarket right behind us. If you need anything, you can go in and take it yourselves, but I do not share my supplies. Have you no shame? We transported those items to the vehicle ourselves. Logically, we deserve a share. How is it that now they have all become yours? As soon as Chun Huan's refusal echoed, the voices of the survivors erupted with fury. First, you forced us out of our shelter, and then you caused the deaths of so many. Now, you wish to claim our supplies as well? Chun Huan, can you not feel any shame for your actions? Observing the tightly clenched fists of the survivors, Chun Huan scoffed. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? As he spoke, his hand rested on the holster at his thigh. Zhang Long felt a jolt of alarm and quickly interjected. It's fine. There's a supermarket here. A little supply won't make a difference. With those words, he awkwardly attempted to reassure the other survivors. As long as you understand, Chun Huan remarked curtly before boarding the vehicle, for he had no time to waste in idle chatter. As the refrigerated truck disappeared from view, Zhang Long's taut nerves began to relax. Being in Chun Huan's presence was exceedingly stressful. Akin to walking a tightrope on the edge of a precipice, one misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. However, just as he was gathering himself to direct the others into the supermarket to transport supplies, he was met with a series of discontented, disdainful glares aimed in his direction. Utilize the time wisely to move the supplies, Zhang Long thought, furrowing his brow as he recognized the reason behind their accusatory stares. However, this was not the moment for explanations. A young man with a buzz cut spoke with a complex expression, Brother Long, your recent behavior has left us somewhat disillusioned. Indeed, the supplies in the vehicle are rightfully ours. How is it that Chun Huan claims them as his own? And as our leader, why did you not dare to utter a single word of rebuttal? Is it merely because you are unarmed? From any perspective, it is Chun Huan who is in the wrong. Why are we being made to feel at fault? The young man continued, there are 10 of us, and only 4 of them. Even if Chun Huan is armed, can he truly eliminate us all in an instant? As the buzzcut youth led the charge, other survivors began to voice their grievances in turn. Zhang Long replied gravely, the stench of blood is too potent here. We shall discuss this once we have left. That will not suffice, spoke a middle-aged woman, fixing her gaze upon Zhang Long. We followed your lead because we believed you could protect us and ensure our safety. But it appears you lack that capacity. Had you shown even a modicum of firmness earlier, we would not be looking at you with such disdain. As it stands, let us be clear, we no longer require the protection of someone so spineless. How dare you speak like that? The buzzcut youth glared at the middle-aged woman. Though Brother Long's earlier actions disappointed us, your words are quite excessive. Excessive? I find Aunt Zhou's point to be quite valid. Why was Zhang Long once so resolute? It was solely because he was armed. And now, without a weapon, His courage seems to have evaporated. Is he not a coward? Indeed, in our current predicament, we are all striving to survive. Once is sufficient for certain matters to arise. I refuse to entrust my life to someone who cannot even speak up for reason. As Zhang Long gazed at those he had sheltered, only to find them now trampling upon his dignity, an inexplicable bitterness surged within him. And the buzzcut youth, after all their convoluted dialogue, it seemed they were merely engaging in a mockery, a synchronized performance of disdain. I comprehend your intentions, and henceforth, I advise you to proceed with caution. Zhang Long harbored no aspirations to beseech these individuals for his continued presence, even though the acceptance weighed heavily upon him. He would not demean himself by imploring a group of ingrates, merely having procured a bottle of mineral water from the supermarket. He resolutely grasped a fire axe and ventured deeper into the city along the street. Brother Hai, where shall we go next? The buzz-cut youth, having successfully displaced Zhang Long, assumed the mantle of leader among the surviving group, necessitating a decisive course of action. Qin Hai pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us gather additional supplies and prepare to depart from Binren City." Like Zhang Long, he surmised that Chun Huan was the individual who had entered the city 2 nights prior. In other words, the outside world undoubtedly presented a relatively secure environment. Should they choose to abandon Binren City for the military base in Yunlin, it would indeed be a viable option, for in his estimation, if Chun Huan could enter from the outside, then they too could surely depart from Binren City. Chapter 49. Perhaps they are all dead. August 18th, 2024, Wednesday, 4 p.m. 8 days have passed since the apocalypse descended. After an arduous journey back from 1,000 miles away in Lan City, Chun Huan finally learned the whereabouts of his parents from Xiao Tian, despite having his own suspicions about the location, which he had previously searched for in his past life. Although he remained uncertain about whether he could find his parents, Xiao Tian's appearance brought him immense hope, especially since he had returned a full 12 days earlier than in his previous life. Even though these 12 extra days had not allowed him to reunite with his parents at home, the reduction in time signified a substantial increase in hope. How long until we leave? Shun Jingzi, sitting in the vehicle, gazed out at the desolate landscape for a long while before suddenly inquiring. Chun Huan understood her question and replied, "Tomorrow morning." Indeed, he felt a pressing urgency within, yet the considerable physical exhaustion and the necessary preparations for supplies constrained his plans. Furthermore, having learned from Xiao Tian that the rescue teams had evacuated the populace via the highway, Chun Huan was acutely aware of the current situation on the expressway. Thus, to minimize the time spent searching for people, he could only bring along those from the temporary camp. Shun Jingzi nodded in acknowledgement of the timeline. Upon receiving the information, she fell silent, leaning back in her seat to rest her eyes. The fierce battles had left her utterly drained, and the subsequent events in the cargo area had further tested her physical and mental resilience. Now, as she relaxed, she quickly succumbed to slumber. Xiao Tian, feeling disheartened by Zhang Long and his companions, huddled in a corner, remaining silent. Chun Huan glanced back at him, his thoughts gradually wandering. Temporary camp. Steam room. Zhou Qingqing hid behind the door, her hands firmly covering her mouth and nose, too afraid to even breathe. Although she had secured the door from the inside, the occasional wandering zombies outside still deprived her of any sense of safety. She did not even understand how these zombies had appeared. She had merely taken a nap when Zhang Xian and the others were about to leave, only to be awakened later by the horrifying screams outside. Finding herself in this dire situation, someone had knocked frantically on the door, calling for help, and now she could still hear the sound of zombies licking the blood off the door panel. Chun Huan, please return quickly. The camp is gone. Alone and devoid of courage to face the zombies, Zhou Qingqing could only pray fervently in her heart. As for those who had ventured outside, she had never held hopes for them. Even if they returned and saw the condition of the steam room, she guessed they would likely turn around and leave. After what felt like an eternity, a sudden clattering noise erupted outside, followed by the excited growls of zombies and the sound of shuffling footsteps retreating. Zhou Qingqing's spirits lifted. She cautiously pulled open the door, which was barely held by the remaining security chain, to peer outside. In the blood-red corridor, a horde of zombies, drawn by the slightest sound, meandered towards the far end, their mouths busy gnawing on a mass of entrails. Not far from her door lay a grotesquely mutilated corpse. Its neck savagely bitten and abdomen completely hollowed out, the lower half of the body vanished. Zhou Qingqing recognized it as a survivor who had joined them just the afternoon prior. A university student and one of those who had previously challenged Zhang Xian and his group. Yet, she found herself perplexed by the source of the recent clattering noise. She cared little for the identity of the deceased. Her sole concern was her own survival. However, just as Zhou Qingqing prepared to shut the door, an unexpectedly large face startled her, nearly causing her to cry out. Fortunately, her reflexes kicked in, and she quickly covered her mouth to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies lured by sound. "Sister Qing, it's me," the large face whispered urgently. "Open the door quickly. The zombies have returned." Zhou Qingqing hesitated, glancing at him. She had intended to keep the door shut, but fearing that the hefty man might force his way in, she reluctantly unlatched the security chain and let him in. "Have you been bitten or scratched?" she asked immediately, her voice laced with concern. "No," he replied, fully aware of the dire consequences of being infected by a zombie. To reassure her, he promptly removed his shirt and outer pants as proof of his innocence. "Put something on." Zhou Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as her gaze instinctively averted, and she inquired, "What about the others?" "I don't know. They might be hiding in their rooms, or they could all be dead," he said, shaking his head. Although he yearned to gather more people and devise an escape plan, the sheer number of zombies outside far exceeded what 3 or 4 individuals could handle. The survivors' rooms were too distant for him to ascertain whether anyone else was still alive, so he had resorted to making noise with beverage cans. Zhou Qingqing had responded to the commotion he created. Biting her lip, Zhou Qingqing's expression shifted as she contemplated their precarious situation. At that moment, he asked Sister Qing, "Do you know when the boss will return?" The hefty man was acutely aware of his own limitations. He could only rely on his wits. Attempting to break through the chaos outside would be tantamount to courting death. Their only hope rested on the formidable strength of Chun Huan and his companions. "I don't know. It could be an hour, or perhaps 2, Zhou Qingqing replied, shaking her head. The heavy-set man's face darkened, and he inwardly cursed Zhang Xian and the others. Outside, the zombies, drawn back by the noise of the beverage cans, returned, failing to find fresh prey. They resumed their previous actions, some gnawing on the remains of the unfinished corpse, while others licked the bloodstains from the floor and door. As these sounds echoed within, Zhou Qingqing and the hefty man instinctively trembled, pressing their bodies together in silent solidarity, seeking comfort in each other's presence. 20 minutes later, Chenglong Road, 700 meters beyond the sauna. Although the vehicle had yet to arrive, Chun Huan sensed something amiss from a distance. The number of zombies on the street had noticeably diminished. "Boss, what is wrong?" Zhao Lin, having relaxed and awaiting their departure from Binrin City the following morning, inquired upon noticing Chun Huan's unusual demeanor. "There has been an incident at the camp." Without needing to delve deeper, Chun Huan withdrew his handgun, the click of the safety being disengaged echoing in the air as he chambered round. The sound jolted the slumbering Shun Jingxi awake, her muscles tensed, reminiscent of a predator poised for a hunt. "That's impossible. Although we left with our primary combat force, there's still quite a few individuals at the camp. It's only been a short while. As long as they don't act recklessly, there's no reason for any trouble." "Boss, are you being overly sensitive?" Zhao Lin slowed the vehicle, straining to peer through the bloodied windshield, but saw nothing unusual, especially considering the distance still remaining to the camp. "It's not about being overly sensitive," Chen Huan replied, his brow furrowed. "As you said, as long as they don't act recklessly, there should be no trouble." Chapter 50. Return to the camp. Humanity has never been a creature of simplicity, even as primates reigning over the earth. Our corresponding intellect renders our hearts intricate and unfathomable. Chen Huan, though uncertain of the disturbances at the sauna, was acutely aware that something had indeed gone awry. This did not require validation, for 8 years of apocalyptic experience served as the most compelling testament. On this street, the sauna was the sole gathering place for humans, which also explained the increasing number of zombies. Shen Jingxi's expression shifted subtly. As for Qingqing, Perhaps influenced by Chun Huan, or perhaps due to the harrowing experiences of life and death she had endured, Shun Jingxi, despite harboring goodwill towards other survivors, instinctively thought only of her dear friend, Zhou Qingqing. Perhaps she had already left, or perhaps she was still hiding inside. Chun Huan's impression of Zhou Qingqing was far from amiable, and coupled with her lack of demonstrated capability, he felt no concern for her fate, whether she lived or perished. Shun Jingxi tightened her grip on the triangular military dagger and urged Zhao Lin, drive faster. Zhao Lin hesitated, casting a glance at Chun Huan. Chun Huan replied coolly, do as she says. We will discover what has transpired at the camp upon our return. Understood. Zhao Lin nodded, pressing down on the accelerator, and the vehicle's speed began to increase. In a matter of moments, they arrived downstairs. What they beheld was alarming. The iron barricade that had once blocked the stairwell was now pushed aside, and the vehicle had vanished without a trace, undoubtedly providing a clear path to the cafeteria for the zombies. Although the stairwell appeared devoid of the undead, the walls, coated in an unknown viscous substance, bore silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded there. Damn it! Zhao Lin's face darkened at this sight. It was painfully evident that this was a deliberate act. After all, zombies lack the ability to move iron barricades and drive away vehicles. Boss, do you think they took the supplies and fled? Zhao Lin felt a surge of indignation. While the loss of some supplies was trivial, the sense of betrayal was profoundly disheartening. Chun Huan, pistol in hand, scoffed upstairs. Shun Jingxi inhaled deeply, wordlessly leading the way. In a daze, the dagger she held, poised in a reverse grip, seemed to pulse with a thirst for blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was left in the vehicle. The sauna was located on the third floor of the commercial space within the community, shrouded in darkness as a thunderstorm approached, rendering the elevator inoperative. The only means of ascent was this obscure staircase. However, with the iron barricade and car no longer obstructing their path, even though they had yet to encounter any zombies, the trio remained vigilant. The staircase was fraught with corners, and none could guarantee that a zombie would not suddenly leap out to assail them. Suddenly, as Shun Jingxi neared the second floor, she swiftly retreated, pressing her back against the handrail, her dagger raised high. Observing this, both Zhao Lin and Chun Huan, who trailed behind, promptly concealed themselves. The second floor was teeming with zombies, though the exact number remained indistinct for the moment. In a hushed tone, Shun Jingxi conveyed her thoughts. Chun Huan understood her silent suggestion to eliminate the obstructing undead with gunfire. However, he realized that he had only 41 bullets left from their expedition to the mall, making it impractical to expend them all here. After a brief contemplation, he declared, I will advance first. You two provide cover. Shun Jingxi paused momentarily before nodding in agreement, while Zhao Lin remained silent. At the moment Chun Huan deliberately created a commotion, the zombies wandering in the public area of the second floor turned their heads in unison. As if they had caught the scent of blood, their milky, pupil-less eyes fixated on him. Their grotesque, desiccated faces resembled bark, exuding a perverse excitement. The guttural howls they emitted sounding distinctly different, a manifestation of their insatiable hunger for flesh. However, before they could rush forward, a chilling blade of light suddenly erupted, and with a sharp cry, one zombie was cleaved in two. In an instant, the staircase was awash with repugnant black blood, brain matter, and entrails, splattering over Chun Huan and his companions. Spitting out a mixture of saliva and brain matter, Chun Huan pressed forward, a sinister expression crossing his blood-smeared face. Each swing of his tang, Dao, resulted in a zombie meeting its demise beneath the razor's edge. The zombies that he could not confront were systematically dispatched by Shun Jingxi and Zhao Lin, collapsing into pools of dark blood. Yet, such close-quarters combat with bladed weapons was not a sustainable strategy. Despite Chun Huan's extensive battle experience and Shun Jingxi's commendable combat skills, human endurance is ultimately finite, and physical stamina posed a significant challenge. As for Zhao Lin, his limitations were even more apparent. To conserve energy, after kicking aside a half-faced zombie, Chun Huan led the two of them towards the third floor, simultaneously retrieving his handgun. The third floor housed a sauna and a small gym. Since the gym had never opened, there was little concern about zombies emerging from within. They could proceed directly to the sauna. Boss, it appears they have all vacated. Zhao Lin panted as they reached the third floor, using an iron rod to topple two zombies. He leaned against the wall, surrounded by a tangle of scattered chains. Chen Huan, his expression grim, remained silent. With a swift slash of his Tang Dao, he split one zombie from jaw to skull, then pivoted to kick another that had just risen, preparing to lunge for its next meal. Shen Jingxi stepped forward, using her triangular bayonet to extinguish its life. Close the door, Chen Huan urged, striving to steady his increasingly labored breaths. The exertion of the day had pushed him to his limits. Zhao Lin complied, turning to pull the door shut, securing it with the iron rod, and then reinforced the handle with the heavy chains he had gathered. As he engaged in his tasks, a few wandering zombies within the sweat lodge were on the verge of closing in. Their numbers were not overwhelming, merely 11 in total. Chen Huan silently assessed the energy expenditure of his three companions, yet he refrained from opting for his firearm. The process of clearing the area, however, proved to be more arduous and fraught with peril. Qingqing, where are you? After a painstaking effort to cleanse the sweat lodge of its horrors, Shen Jingxi, exhausted, knelt amidst the entrails of the zombies, gasping for breath for quite some time. Eventually, she leaned against the wall and unsteadily rose to her feet, disregarding the relentless zombies battering against the door. With urgency, she called out and ventured deeper into the sweat lodge. Chen Huan stood by with his knife, choosing not to silence her, but merely cautioned her to tread carefully, as there were likely more zombies within. Chapter 51. Emptying out Boss. It seems unlikely that the zombies broke in, causing the panic, right? It is truly tragic, a living person reduced to nothing but bones. As Shen Jingxi fought against the zombies while searching for survivors in each room, Zhao Lin followed Chen Huan deeper inside, simultaneously dealing with the zombies that lunged towards them. Having bypassed Shen Jingxi, with a swift motion of his Tang knife, Chen Huan, unfazed, remarked, "That's impossible." Zhao Lin paused, puzzled. Why not? If they took the supplies and fled while we were absent, how could anyone have perished at the camp? While there was no blood at the entrance and reception of the sauna, the corridor appeared as if splattered with red paint. Dismembered corpses lay scattered, bits of flesh, entrails, and even bloodstains adorned the ceiling. If it were indeed a premeditated escape, it made no sense for anyone to be left behind. Chen Huan spoke calmly. Would you prefer to leave with them in safety or remain with us? This statement struck Zhao Lin like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a troubling realization. Indeed, in their current predicament, all anyone desired was safety. If a safer option existed, why would they still risk it? Boss, are you implying that the survivors in the camp split into two factions due to disagreements? One advocating for leaving with supplies, and the other choosing to stay and await our return? Zhao Lin inquired. I never stated such, Chen Huan firmly denied. The reasons behind the zombies breaching the camp were manifold. While Zhao Lin's theory was the most plausible, it could not encompass the entirety of the situation. After all, the human heart is the most challenging to fathom. Zhao Lin disdainfully kicked aside the entrails stuck to his foot and strode behind Chen Huan. The remaining zombies in the sauna were few, and with Shen Jingxi actively searching for people while dispatching the undead, even if there were any left, they fell swiftly to the weapons of Chen Huan and Zhao Lin. Before long, the sauna was entirely cleared of zombies. Wait, boss. The supplies are just as we left them. They haven't been touched at all. What about the others? Zhao Lin, not following Shen Jingxi to find Zhou Qingqing, focused first on inspecting the various supplies gathered over the past 2 days. Inside were not only water and food, but also essential medical supplies, walkie-talkies, and powerful flashlights. After gulping down nearly half a bottle of water, Chen Huan spoke leisurely. The truth will soon be revealed. Zhao Lin leaned against the doorframe, munching on beef jerky, lost in thought as he gazed in the direction where Shen Jingxi's silhouette had vanished. Suddenly, as the two replenished their energy, a scream echoed from deep within the corridor, followed by a man's voice pleading for mercy. Boss! Zhao Lin halted his chewing, looking at Chen Huan. Don't be so alarmed. Chen Huan continued to eat and drink, displaying an attitude of indifference towards the sounds emanating from ahead. Zhao Lin furrowed his brow, ultimately opting for silence. Soon, his curiosity was alleviated as Shun Jingxi, who had gone in search of Zhou Qingqing, returned with 3 companions, 2 women and a man, Zhou Qingqing, Wang Pongzi, and Sister Wu. However, Zhao Lin noticed an unusual expression on the faces of Zhou Qingqing and Wang Pongzi, while Sister Wu appeared visibly shaken. With the individuals located, they seized the opportunity to rest and regain their strength, replenishing their energy. Chen Huan casually tossed a bottle of mineral water, exuding an air of indifference, as if everyone were aware yet utterly uninterested in the details. Shun Jingxi, catching the water, was somewhat taciturn. After acknowledging the gesture, she seated herself on the ground and drank deeply. Chen Huan then inquired of Zhou Qingqing, prompting her to recount the events that transpired in their absence. They wanted to leave. Initially, one person proposed the idea, and soon everyone was in agreement. Furthermore, here, Zhou Qingqing hesitated, cautiously glancing at Chen Huan before continuing. They all claimed you were too selfish, exaggerating the threats posed by zombies, and that you wouldn't even part with something you liked. Chen Huan listened attentively as Zhou Qingqing detailed the unfolding events. Even as she recounted the criticisms from the survivors, he revealed no signs of agitation. It was only upon the conclusion of her narrative that he responded with a mere acknowledgement. In stark contrast to Chen Huan's composure, Zhao Lin erupted in anger, spitting vehemently and exclaiming, "These wretched souls, all ungrateful, biting the hand that feeds them. When they return, I shall have my vengeance." Among the group, Zhao Lin's emotions were the most intense. "If you've recovered sufficiently, gather the supplies from within. We shall move them all shortly," Chen Huan said, leaning against the wall with his Tang Dao by his side. Zhao Lin did not feign exhaustion. Upon Chen Huan's directive, he led Zhou Qingqing and the others into the room to begin organizing the supplies. Chen Huan felt a sense of satisfaction. After Wang Yu, he had finally encountered another obedient individual. Unlike Wang Yu, however, Zhao Lin demonstrated superior capabilities across the board. Most notably, he did not possess a savior complex, an attribute that Chen Huan greatly valued. And what are the others? Shun Jingxi inquired of Chen Huan, having finished her meal, as she observed the 4 busying themselves both inside and out. "The outside world suits them well," Chen Huan replied, understanding Shun Jingxi's underlying message. His answer served as a declaration of his stance. Shun Jingxi nodded, retreating into silence once more. According to his plan, Chen Huan intended to rest for the night before embarking on their journey at dawn. However, given the unexpected developments at the camp, he no longer considered bringing along the departing survivors. Thus, once the gathered supplies were loaded onto the refrigerated vehicle, preparations for departure would commence. He was unwilling to succumb to fleeting comforts that might invite perilous consequences. An hour and a half later, having temporarily regained some strength, Chen Huan and his companions pushed open the door of the sauna, once again embarking on a mission to eradicate the remaining zombies. Although the trio, including Zhou Qingqing, could not offer significant combat prowess, their presence alone alleviated some of the pressure on Chen Huan and his team, thus expediting the process of eliminating the undead. Moreover, by strategically employing the entrance and the sofa, they managed to clear the hallway of all zombies in less than 20 minutes. Fortunately, these creatures moved sluggishly. Otherwise, even armed with firearms, they might have encountered considerable difficulty. Zhao Lin rubbed his aching arm, feeling far from the relief one would expect after such a victory. Chen Huan cast him a glance, urging him to cease his idle chatter and to hasten the task of moving supplies. "All right, got it," Zhao Lin replied with an awkward smile, striding towards the substantial pile of provisions they had carried out from within. Chapter 52. The fragile little group with the obstruction of zombies eliminated, the transportation of supplies became a trivial matter, merely a question of time. Additionally, as the materials were meticulously organized in boxes, the 7 individuals swiftly transferred everything to the refrigerated truck below. Thus, the temporary camp fulfilled its mission. However, due to the considerable physical and mental exhaustion experienced that day, even when the camp faced unforeseen circumstances, Chen Huan opted not to depart immediately. Instead, he planned to leave Chenglong Road and select another location to temporarily rest. At dawn the next day, they would set forth from Binrin City to Yunlin, the capital of Jiang Province. The refrigerated truck, laden with an abundance of supplies, naturally became the mobile supply station for their group. Unbeknownst to the survivors who had left the temporary camp of their own volition, all these events transpired. It was not until Chen Huan and his companions had been on the road for over 40 minutes, with dusk approaching, that Zhang Xiankai, brimming with enthusiasm, drove a group toward the sauna from the road's end. "Xiangu, you truly are remarkable. This outing has provided us with everything," exclaimed a young man with short hair in the driver's seat, animatedly expressing his feelings. Oblivious to the stark contrast in the number of zombies on the street compared to their departure. "I am not selfish and dictatorial like Chen Huan. Given the state of the world, how could we live stifled by more rules?" Zhang Xian, seated in the passenger seat, lifted a bottle of beer, tilting his head back to take a hearty swig. After belching lightly, he continued, "And look at Chen Huan's behavior. Does he even regard us as equals? He leaves the dangerous tasks to us and brazenly demands we help him find his parents in exchange for our protection. Is his family's life more valuable than ours?" With the effects of alcohol taking hold, Zhang Xian no longer concealed his thoughts, openly sharing them with the entire vehicle. "He's right. We are all born of mothers and fathers. Why should he be treated differently? The world is in chaos. During the apocalypse, are we not allowed to indulge a little? He has Shan Jingzi, of course. It's easy for him to speak without concern. And what about that Zhou Qingqing? It's clear she would jump at the chance to be with Chen Huan," he added, as the increasingly uninhibited survivors in the vehicle echoed Zhang Xian's sentiments. None perceiving anything amiss, Zhang Xian chuckled, taking another deep draught of beer, reveling in the feeling of being surrounded by those who believed in him. The crude jokes swirling around him stirred a sense of recklessness within. Let us not forget how we agreed to handle things earlier. Everyone needs to be sharp. Before long, the convoy arrived downstairs. Noticing that the iron gate he had intentionally moved had not been restored, Zhang Xian immediately realized that Chen Huan and the others had yet to return. Otherwise, given Chen Huan's nature, he would never allow the gate to remain merely as a decorative piece. Then, with a resounding thud, he cast aside the unfinished beer, turning to remind the other survivors who were gradually disembarking to prepare for vigilance and gather what they deemed necessary supplies. "Ha. Rest assured, Brother Xian. How could we forget such matters?" Absolutely guaranteed. Laughter echoed, and no one disregarded Zhang Xian's words. Satisfied with their response, Zhang Xian nodded and instructed the few young men who shared his vehicle, "Proceed as planned." Understood. However, shortly after the young men armed themselves and entered the corridor, a sudden, agonized scream pierced the air, swiftly followed by the frenzied growls of zombies. "Help me, please." The cries of distress continued, but within just a breath or two, those harrowing screams faded into silence, leaving only two blood-soaked youths who stumbled out of the corridor in a panic. "What happened in there? Speak." The abrupt turn of events stunned everyone, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Zombies, it's infested with zombies. Lin Yihan is dead." The two escapees were pale and trembling, their legs quaking violently. Only after hastily barricading the corridor entrance with an iron grate did they catch their breath and respond to the crowd. "What? Impossible. How could there be so many zombies inside?" The others could hardly believe this revelation, though they understood that failing to secure the iron grate would allow zombies to enter. The idea of them being entirely overrun was unfathomable. According to their plan, they anticipated only 3 to 5 wandering zombies in the corridor at most. "Why are you still dawdling? Get in the vehicle." The roars of zombies from the corridor grew increasingly distinct. Even without sighting them, the reality was undeniable. Observing other survivors paralyzed with uncertainty, Zhang Xian cursed under his breath and shouted. He knew the makeshift camp was no longer viable. Returning was out of the question. "Brother Xian, Zhou Qingqing and the others are still inside. They can't all be dead, right? What if Chen Huan? To hell with Chen Huan. Our priority is survival. We can't afford to worry about those who oppose us at this stage." Zhang Xian's mind was far from contemplating whether Zhou Qingqing and her companions were still alive. The threat was not only from the corridor, but also from the gathering horde of zombies on the street, drawn by the earlier screams. if they delayed any longer. The vicinity of the sauna would inevitably become a veritable ocean of the undead. At that moment, another blood-curdling scream erupted at the corridor entrance, followed by the thunderous crash of the iron grate hitting the ground. The group, preoccupied with starting the vehicle, felt a jolt of fear as they turned to see a young man who had been using the iron grate to block the corridor, now pinned to the ground by zombies. Blood spilled from his abdomen, trailing onto the floor, while the zombie's fingers brutally pierced his left eye, blood gushing forth in a horrific spray. Another young man, though fortunate to escape being trampled to the ground, found himself ensnared by a zombie, which tore away a large chunk of flesh from his calf, greedily chewing it in its mouth. What were we waiting for? Lock the car doors. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone felt a surge of terror, and Zhang Xian incessantly urged the young man at the wheel to start the engine. However, he had already been bitten. Taking him along meant certain death, and he would inevitably transform into a zombie. Do you wish to have a zombie sitting in our vehicle? Seeing the hesitation in the other's eyes, Zhang Xian grew frantic, unfastening his seatbelt and lunging towards the driver's side door. Xian, go open the door. I don't want to die, the blood-soaked young man, rushing towards the car, grasped the door handle only to discover it was locked, rendering it impossible to open. As the zombies drew nearer, he had no choice but to pound desperately on the car window. Yet, Zhang Xian, resolute in his decision to keep the door shut and escape, felt no compassion. Did he not see the other vehicles that had already sped away? As for sympathy or reluctance, in the face of life and death, none could afford to uphold such sentiments, not even the once fervent declarations of brotherhood and sisterhood. The promises of shared life and death were left behind in the dust of their retreat. Chapter 53. The hotel. Anger, desolation, bitterness, and helplessness enveloped Zhang Long as he concealed himself within a convenience store. Though he indulged in salt-baked chicken and sipped on white liquor, the flavors only resembled the tastelessness of chewing wax. In truth, there was no need to shelter others, which consequently afforded him a greater hope for survival. After all, the fewer people there were, the less allure there would be for the zombies, as long as he remained cautious and had ample supplies. Aside from a tinge of boredom and heightened anxiety, one could almost argue that his existence was more prosperous than before the apocalypse. Yet, despite his attempts at self-reassurance, the thought of those he had protected, who ultimately turned against him, filled him with a suffocating sense of despair. If it were not for their safety, would he have bowed his head before Chen Huan in such a public manner? Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, Zhang Long leaned against the shelf, gazing through the glass at the desolate chaos outside, momentarily uncertain whether he should remain in Binren City or venture towards Yunlin City. His failure to extract valuable information from Chen Huan left him devoid of a precise understanding of the external environment. All of this bore a striking resemblance to the moment he chose to sever ties with the rescue team. Now, he found himself utterly alone. As Zhang Long leaned against the shelf, his thoughts drifted aimlessly, leaving him in a trance, unaware of the passage of time. It was only when he saw the zombies outside simultaneously turn their heads toward a certain direction that he was jolted back to reality. He recognized that survivors had appeared. However, his surprise turned to shock when he spotted a refrigerated truck parading ostentatiously past the store. How could it be them? After leaving the sauna, Chen Huan and the others were also in search of a refuge for the night. First and foremost, they had to eliminate the salted Jean Street, where the mall was located. The noise from the two forced entries and gunfire was undeniably excessive, even though the number of zombies had not increased significantly before their departure. With the passage of time, the zombies on salted Jean Street would only multiply. Moreover, Chen Huan opted to steer clear of large supermarkets. The larger the public venue, the greater the zombie presence within, since they were not in a position to clear a designated area for a campsite. It was unnecessary to take on risks or expend energy on futile endeavors. After carefully avoiding areas congested with zombies, Chen Huan and his companions disembarked and discovered an unassuming little hotel nestled within an alley. The sign reading Yunxin Hotel hung precariously from the wall. The hotel door stood ajar, with several zombies in casual attire aimlessly wandering about. In front of the door lay a dismembered corpse, now devoid of flesh. save for a few flies and maggots crawling over it. Nearby, a female zombie crouched, driven by an insatiable hunger. Despite her slightly distended abdomen, she continued to gnaw at the decaying flesh, finding the maggots an unexpected delicacy. Ugh! Wang Fatty, Xiao Tian, and Sister Wu emitted sounds of nausea, turning away in unison, unable to endure the repulsiveness any longer. Although Zhou Qingqing appeared slightly better, her complexion remained far from radiant. In contrast, Shun Jingzi and Zhao Lin, who had accompanied Chen Huan in numerous skirmishes, displayed a demeanor of nonchalance. "Boss, are we truly expected to stay here?" Wang Pengzi and Sister Wu turned their heads, their faces etched with disdain. While the sweat vapor chamber bore traces of zombies, it was ultimately far cleaner than this place. Chen Huan, maintaining an impassive expression, replied, "If you're dissatisfied, feel free to seek alternative accommodations. I will not hinder you." Wang Pengzi and Sister Wu were taken aback, awkwardly chuckling, "Not all. We merely find this place rather revolting compared to the sweat chamber." Chen Huan cast a glance at them, remaining silent as he made his way toward the hotel entrance. The inn was indeed quite modest, consisting of only 2 floors and situated in a remote location. Upon entering, an overpowering stench assaulted their senses, the distinctive odor associated with zombies. The first floor housed a lobby comprising the reception desk and the owner's living quarters, featuring merely a few scattered zombies. Ignoring them altogether, Chen Huan proceeded directly toward the staircase leading to the second floor. "Not going to kill them?" Zhao Lin whispered, trailing behind. Chen Huan shook his head, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, and swiftly ascended to the second floor. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a dimly lit corridor, approximately 1.5 meters wide. The dark red carpet obscured the origin of its color, whether stained by blood or inherently so. Chen Huan listened intently. There were no zombies here, but the stench of decay was pungent. Every few meters, a tightly shut wooden door lined both sides of the corridor. The power had long been cut off due to the severe storm, and the waning light of the setting sun filtered through the narrow windows, casting a sinister ambience upon the foul-smelling corridor. However, Chen Huan knew there were no zombies within the corridor itself, given the pervasive odor. The rooms likely housed not only zombies but also the remnants of devoured humans. Thus, as he advanced, Chen Huan moved deliberately, drawing his tang knife and pausing to listen attentively at each door before proceeding onward. Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi, as the primary combatants, naturally followed closely behind Chen Huan. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian remained with Zhou Qingqing, Wang Pengzi, and Sister Wu, each gripping a weapon tightly, mirroring Zhou Qingqing's stance. Suddenly, Chen Huan halted before a door, placing his hand on the doorknob and gently twisting it. Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi focused intently on his actions. With a loud bang, as the door cracked open just enough to reveal a security chain, a zombie inside howled and charged at the door, slamming it shut once more. Its pinky finger was caught in the door's force, severed and tumbling onto the carpet. Unfazed, Chen Huan turned and continued walking. "Let us go." Zhou Qingqing and the others were perplexed by Chen Huan's actions. Having identified the zombie, why not eliminate it? However, noticing that even Shun Jingzi remained silent, they suppressed their confusion. Due to the inn's small size and remote location, the number of zombies within was rather limited, until the second floor was thoroughly searched. It was not until he reached the third floor that Chen Huan discovered a room with an unlatched security chain and the presence of a zombie. "Breach the door," Chen Huan commanded, unsheathing his tang sword and addressing Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin nodded in agreement. He then took 2 steps back and, with a sudden burst of energy, lunged forward. As Chen Huan turned the doorknob to push the door open, Zhao Lin delivered a powerful kick, striking the door with tremendous force. Bang! The door, recently opened, slammed into a zombie with the ferocity of a bullet, sending it crashing to the ground. Almost instantly, a pungent stench assaulted their senses. The fallen zombie within the room appeared to be one that had endured prolonged hunger. It struggled to rise from the floor, dragging its rigid body upward, stumbling toward the doorway with a heavy gait. The level of decay suggested it had transformed into a zombie at the onset of the apocalypse, having feasted only upon the scattered remains of infant bones on the floor. However, the meager amount of flesh from the infants was insufficient to satiate its hunger. This extended period of starvation rendered it significantly weaker than other zombies, lacking both speed and strength. With its emaciated form barely covered by a thin layer of viscous membrane clinging to its bones. Chapter 54. The heart of Zhou Qingqing. Despite the presence of such a terrifying zombie, Chen Huan remained vigilant and cautious. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, one must approach every situation with utmost care. A single moment of inattention could result in the loss of life. Thus, he did not allow the zombie any opportunity to approach. Before the eyes of the onlookers, he raised his blade and delivered a swift, powerful vertical strike. With a sickening sound, the blade cleaved through the zombie's skull, releasing the putrid brain matter and dark blood that had been encased within flesh. The gruesome eruption splattered across him. Witnessing this sight, Sister Wu could no longer endure it. Although she had encountered more grotesque scenes in the steam room, the overwhelming stench now permeating her nostrils was unbearable. She stepped forward, intent on opening the window for ventilation. "If I were you, I would refrain from doing so," remarked Shun Jingzi, her expression indifferent as she observed the scene. This demeanor struck Zhou Qingqing as oddly unfamiliar, as if she were a stranger to her close friend. Sister Wu hesitated, her hand pausing midair. She turned to look at Chen Huan, who was holding the tang knife inverted, the thick, black blood mingling with brain matter, slowly trickling down the blade, each drop falling onto the floor. Although Chen Huan remained silent, his steady gaze upon her instilled a sense of foreboding in Sister Wu. She felt as if the very knife that had just dispatched the zombie might soon be directed at her. "Why? I only thought it was a bit too foul," she said with an awkward smile, instinctively stepping back from the window. With the zombies mostly cleared away, everyone took the opportunity to rest. Chen Huan sheathed his knife and turned, moving towards the last few guest rooms while casually speaking. All right, before long, everyone had chosen their respective resting quarters. "Jingzi, may I sleep with you tonight?" Zhou Qingqing called out as Shun Jingzi, stretching her arms, headed towards her room. Suddenly, Zhou Qingqing, leaning against the wall in deep thought, grasped her arm. Shun Jingzi paused, meeting Zhou Qingqing's gaze, which was laden with complexity, causing her to swallow the words that had been on her lips and instead nod gently. Zhou Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, and as if returning to their usual camaraderie, she lightly linked her arm with Shun Jingzi's, leading her into the room. "Brother Chen Huan, you have changed. Sometimes, you frighten me," spoke Xiao Tian, who had just emerged from a cold shower, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Chen Huan turned to him, pondering whether he should have abandoned Zhang Long and the others whom he had once saved. He understood that Xiao Tian had been brooding over the matter, grappling with the notion of treating his savior with a chilling indifference. For one so young, such a quality might be commendable. However, in this world, gratitude and loyalty had become virtues that were no longer celebrated. Xiao Tian lowered his head, his fingers incessantly fiddling with the label on the bottle of mineral water. Clearly, he possessed the capability to take them along, even if it was merely to lead them out of Binran City. And then what? Chen Huan sat across from Xiao Tian, pondering whether they could part ways amicably. Xiao Tian remained silent. Chen Huan inquired, "Do you recall what Zhang Long said to you after I rejected him?" Xiao Tian nodded, remembering, yet he could not comprehend, despite previous conflicts. They had all banded together against the zombies, making peaceful coexistence entirely feasible. In a civilized society, Chen Huan would refrain from shattering the youth's illusions. But in the current reality, survival necessitated a stark recognition of human nature devoid of romanticism. "Xiao Tian, you must remember, not just today, but even in the most dire circumstances, the amalgamation of two teams is implausible. Although they may momentarily collaborate, it remains a fade. Have you heard the tale of the two tigers unable to coexist? Today, we are in such a predicament with Zhang Long and his group. Even if Zhang Long is willing to heed my counsel, what are the others? Particularly those who have lost many due to my actions. A grievance that cannot be easily dismissed. Thus, parting ways is the only viable option. Human hearts are perpetually complex, inscrutable, and one can never truly fathom another's thoughts. The terror of zombies pales in comparison to the fear of humanity. Now that the constraints of law and morals have vanished, the dark facets of human nature, previously hidden, are now rampant. Even within our team, individual intentions diverge. Chen Huan did not expect Xiao Tian to grasp all these truths, but he felt compelled to convey them. At some point, understanding would inevitably dawn upon him. Darkness is a unique characteristic of night. Aside from the pervasive stench of decay and a temperature that belied the late summer, everything else seemed unchanged since the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, everyone knew this was an illusion. With the arrival of the apocalypse, there was no turning back. Zhou Qingqing, who had not slept since lying on the bed that evening, turned her back to Shun Jingxi and suddenly asked, "Jingxi, do you think I am a woman who indulges her desires and does not cherish her body?" After her words, silence enveloped the room. Zhou Qingqing sighed, a self-deprecating smile forming in the darkness. Indeed, she had witnessed the most unbearable scenes. What could be more direct than witnessing the truth firsthand? Moreover, after a day of relentless fighting, Shun Jingxi was utterly exhausted. How could she possibly remain awake after lying in bed for hours? However, just as Zhou Qingqing turned over and tugged at the blanket, preparing to continue her reverie, Shun Jingxi's voice suddenly broke the silence. "No need for explanations. I can understand." Zhou Qingqing's body stiffened. "Jingxiyu." Shun Jingxi did not respond, but continued. Plotinus once said that humanity exists between the divine and the beast, sometimes leaning toward one, sometimes toward the other. Some become increasingly divine, while others turn into beasts, with the majority maintaining a balance. In this ever-changing world, where many constraints have dissipated, individuals, in the face of fear, may easily resort to actions that defy conventional norms, seeking to release the pin-up anxieties within. For instance, I recall when I sheltered in a fast food establishment, my own fears driving me to acts of desperation. The zombies had long lost their original forms, and had I found myself in your position today, I might have engaged in similar behaviors. After all, we are all adults, and intimacy is merely a natural aspect of life, serving as an excellent outlet for emotional release, devoid of any psychological burden. Shun Jingxi's words were candid, lacking in subtlety, yet upon hearing them, Zhou Qingqing felt a wave of emotion wash over her, leading her to embrace Shun Jingxi and weep openly. Though she understood that Shun Jingxi's remarks were intended to comfort herself, her heart, which had felt so unanchored, found solace in that moment. When an individual grapples with overwhelming emotions or fear, they often seek any means of catharsis, akin to those who indulge in strong spirits to numb their senses. In this post-apocalyptic realm, the desire for intimacy has become one of the most prevalent methods to dull one's awareness. Chapter 55 Reunion the following day, as dawn began to break. Chen Huan had already risen, securing a dagger to his arm. On the table lay 2 bottles of mineral water for compressed biscuits, and 2 bags of duck legs, his and Xiao Tian's breakfast. As for the others, Chen Huan had no intention of concerning himself with them, having instructed each to bring their own provisions for the duration of their rest. During this time, Chen Huan and Xiao Tian exchanged little conversation, each savoring their meal at a leisurely pace. "Boss, when do we depart?" Zhao Lin, returning shortly after greeting others outside, appeared at the door with a piece of chocolate clenched between his teeth. A screwdriver, seemingly scavenged, was strapped to his left arm. "Just a little longer," Chen Huan replied, glancing at Xiao Tian, who was still finishing his food. "How's the packing coming along?" "All set, just waiting to leave," Zhao Lin cheerfully responded, plopping down beside Xiao Tian. He pulled a handful of fruit candies from his pocket and placed them on the table. "Make sure to eat some sweets. They may not look like much, but they are packed with calories. It's wise to keep some on hand. They could prove life-saving in critical moments." Xiao Tian nodded, his attention focused on the food. Zhao Lin chuckled, ruffling Xiao Tian's hair, then leaned closer to Chen Huan, speaking softly. "Boss, I can't shake the feeling that Wu Jie and Zhou Qingqing aren't suited to accompany us. What if we let them go once we reach the Yunlin military base?" Chen Huan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You don't want to go to the Yunlin base?" Zhao Lin shrugged. "Who wouldn't want to be in a safe place? But I believe it's safer to stick with you." Xiao Tian paused, looking up at this stranger he had known for less than a day. Puzzled as to why Zhao Lin felt more secure with Chun Huan than at the military base. "You're welcome to stay with me, but the decision regarding Zhou Qingqing and Wu Jie's fate should rest with them," Chun Huan replied. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of disappointment towards Zhou Qingqing. Having survived alongside Shun Jingzi in dire circumstances, her subsequent collapse when faced with a horde of zombies was disheartening. As for Wu Jie, Chun Huan had never regarded her as part of the team. She was merely a burdensome liability. Zhao Lin nodded, understanding. After he departed, Chun Huan turned to Xiao Tian. "Do you comprehend what I was conveying to you yesterday afternoon?" Xiao Tian shook his head in confusion. Seeing this, Chun Huan opted not to elaborate further, giving Xiao Tian a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Finish your meal quickly. We shall be departing soon." On the street, Zhang Long lay sprawled atop a frozen truck, greedily inhaling the rancid air. Beside him lay a fire axe, smeared with the blood and flesh of zombies. The relentless search and perilous encounters of the night had drained his spirit and strength to their limits. Yet just as he was on the verge of surrender, he spotted the familiar frozen truck nestled inconspicuously in a corner of an alley. At that moment, the pale light of dawn breaking through the darkness mirrored his own reality. "Come at me, you wretched hounds," Zhang Long bellowed, reveling in the cacophony of zombies howling beneath the carriage. Despite his fatigue, sleep eluded him, and the prospect of rest was a luxury he could not afford. He was acutely aware that Chun Huan would depart from Binran City at dawn. Missing this opportunity would render pursuit impossible. Yet, the exact timing of Chun Huan's departure remained a mystery, leaving Zhang Long to resort to the most rudimentary method of waiting. Time slipped by, and amidst his incessant battles with the zombie horde, an unexpected commotion erupted in the alley, distinctly human in nature. They had arrived. Zhang Long's spirits soared, and he promptly ascended from the roof of the vehicle. Before him in the alley, he beheld Chun Huan wielding a blade to pierce a zombie, while a woman named Shun Jingzi drove a trident deep into the creaturesque skull. Moreover, he noticed that everyone, save for Chun Huan, bore bundles of blankets and quilts strapped to their backs, including Xiao Tian. Brother Long, upon spotting Zhang Long perched atop the vehicle, Chun Huan and his companions naturally acknowledged him, with Xiao Tian exclaiming in surprise. Chun Huan furrowed his brow and, after motioning for Xiao Tian to quiet down, signaled to Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi to expedite their efforts in clearing the alley of zombies. "What brings you here?" Given the sparse number of zombies in the vicinity, Zhang Long descended to assist in the cleanup, and soon, Chun Huan and the others stood before him. "I wish to leave with you," Zhang Long gasped, the immense toll of exhaustion evident in his demeanor. Observing his state, Chun Huan surmised the trials Zhang Long must have faced, reminiscent of his own past experiences. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "You may accompany us, but you must remain within my line of sight." This was not a request, but a stipulation. Zhang Long chuckled softly. "In comparison to me, you are far more suited to be a leader." Chun Huan remained silent, for he had never perceived himself as the leader of a team. His past experiences had taught him to seek that which benefited him, including the nascent team that now formed around him. "Boss." At that moment, Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi approached after securing the rear doors of the vehicle. They nodded at Chun Huan before casting a glance at Zhang Long, then opened the door to take their seats in the front, starting the engine without uttering a word to Zhang Long. As they set off, Xiao Tian, seated in the back with Chun Huan and Shun Jingzi, could no longer contain his curiosity. He turned to Zhang Long in the passenger seat and inquired, "Brother Long, why are you the only one left? Where are the others?" Chun Huan's eyes were half closed, while Shun Jingzi and Zhao Lin exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Long. With a wry smile, Zhang Long replied, "There are no others left. It's just me now." This revelation left not only Xiao Tian in shock, but also Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi momentarily speechless. Sensing Xiao Tian's unvoiced concerns, Zhang Long turned and affectionately ruffled his hair, assuring him, "They are all fine. It's just that I am no longer suited to stay with them." However, as the young genius began to speak, Zhao Lin interjected, "So you were driven away by them?" "Indeed," Zhang Long replied, rubbing his face vigorously. "We all come together for various reasons, but now that they have rejected me, it is only natural for me to depart. You truly sheltered a pack of ingrate wolves. Shun Jingxi's voice chimed in, tinged with a hint of derision. It is merely human nature. Gazing out the window at the desolate landscape, gradually emerging from the darkness, Zhao Long felt a sense of resonance and uttered this sentiment almost unconsciously. The young genius sat in the back seat, equally absorbed in the view outside. He could hardly fathom that the brother who had protected them for so long had been cast aside by those very people. After all, if it had not been for Brother Long's unwavering kindness, how could they have survived amidst the encirclement of zombies? Casting a glance at Chen Huan, who had been quietly resting his eyes, the young genius found himself reminiscing about Chen Huan's lengthy discourse from the previous evening. Human hearts are perpetually intricate. No one can truly decipher them, nor can anyone know what thoughts lie within another's mind. Zombies may be terrifying, but humanity is far more so. Chapter 56. Habitual acceptance. On Thursday, August 19th, 2024, at 6 o'clock in the morning, 9 days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. The city, over time, appeared increasingly desolate and dilapidated. Once bustling thoroughfares were now strewn with wrecked vehicles and grotesque, fearsome zombies. Even the rats residing in the sewers had grown audacious, exposing their pallid, gray eyes. Amidst such surroundings, a refrigerated truck glided steadily through the streets of Binren City, colliding with a zombie and dragging it beneath, where the wheels mercilessly crushed its body. Black blood splattered across the ground, and the wheel wells were caked with decaying flesh. Boss, do you mean we won't head directly to the highway, but instead linger at the toll station for a while? Zhao Lin inquired, his expression one of surprise after hearing Chen Huan's plan. He had expected Chen Huan to hasten to the military base in Yunlin City in search of his parents. Yet he was taken aback by the idea of pausing before departing for Binren City. Glancing at the military map, Chen Huan explained, "The current situation on the highway is uncertain. Without prior confirmation, we risk becoming trapped, ultimately forced to abandon our vehicle and supplies to proceed on foot." In truth, Chen Huan was aware of the conditions on the highway. He merely wished to dispel any unfavorable speculations. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Lin continued, "What about the personnel arrangements? Since the refrigerated truck could not drive directly onto the highway, they needed to locate a smaller vehicle and finalize the team for reconnaissance." Chen Huan looked at Zhang Long and replied coolly, "It will be you, me, and Zhang Long." He then turned to Shun Jingxi, stating, this time, "You shall remain behind to handle any unforeseen circumstances." Understood. Shun Jingxi nodded in acquiescence. No one questioned Chen Huan's decision. As the core of the team, he needed to verify certain matters personally. Zhao Lin, adept in driving, would execute Chen Huan's orders effectively. As for Zhang Long, his inclusion stemmed from concern. He understood well why Chen Huan insisted on his presence for the reconnaissance mission. He wished to ascertain the outside conditions, and refusal was not an option, as this was part of the terms for Chen Huan to take him along. The Binren City toll station was situated in the northern development zone, with the train station visible from a distance. Due to its classification as a county-level city, the surrounding areas were less prosperous than first- or second-tier cities, with vast stretches of desolate land in certain regions. The dark, stormy weather had left the wild grasses and shrubs in these barren areas a dreary shade, reminiscent of early winter, showcasing the brutality of the apocalypse where all life withered. However, as they approached the toll station, the number of vehicles along the route increased. Some were wrecked on the road, others forcibly shoved to the side, while some were haphazardly parked, their doors flung wide open, as if their owners had encountered an emergency and fled in a panic. Amidst the gaps between these vehicles, one can occasionally spot clusters of wandering zombies. Judging by their attire, they were predominantly workers from nearby construction sites, along with ordinary citizens and toll booth attendants in their former lives. As the refrigerated truck approached from a distance, they all turned their heads in unison, their ghastly mouths agape, revealing yellowed and repugnant teeth, emitting a cacophony of excited howls, before dragging their stiff bodies toward it in a synchronized charge. Similarly, the refrigerated truck, perceived by them as merely a canister, barreled straight into their ranks. With a resounding crash, within mere moments, The accelerating truck, akin to a savage beast, violently collided with these zombies. The force of the impact rendered them as fragile as newborns, their bodies obliterated under the crushing weight of the tires, transforming into puddles of flesh. The unfortunate ones had their heads burst open on the spot, with black blood and brain matter erupting like blossoms in that instant. The sounds of crashing, crackling bones and exploding skulls reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, a relentless drumbeat of chaos. Wow! Zhao Lin exclaimed in exhilaration, whistling as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Ever since he had plowed the refrigerated truck into the mall the previous day, he had become enamored with the exhilarating sensation of crushing everything in his path, a tangible feeling of destiny firmly held in his hands. Chen Huan, wielding a knife in his left hand, cast a glance at him, then shifted the truck into reverse to crush the zombies once more. No problem. Without needing to be instructed, Zhao Lin had also intended to do that. Although they had cleared a considerable number of zombies by charging through, there were still some that had not yet approached. The dismembered corpses strewn on the ground had not perished simply because they had lost their bodies. It would only be after they had rolled over them again that it would be time for them to disembark and conduct a final sweep. With a roar, the truck engaged the gear and accelerated. The halted refrigerated truck let out a growl as it reversed sharply down the same path. The sickening sounds of flesh exploding filled the air once more, blood and viscera splattering everywhere, with the tires coated in various remnants. When the group finally exited the vehicle, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a battlefield. Gazing around, the sight was even more grotesque than that of a slaughterhouse. Every fallen zombie had been reduced to a pulpy mess of blood and guts, intestines, stomachs, livers, kidneys, lungs. Stark white bones lay scattered, filth splattered everywhere, and eyeballs that had been crushed or rolled out from the pressure. Black blood flowed like a stream, while the white brain matter and the pungent stench of decay filled the air. This spectacle was far more visceral and shocking than anything witnessed from within the vehicle. Particularly overwhelming was the odor. Aside from Chen Huan, who remained composed as he swiftly dispatched a zombie that was left with only its head, the others were largely doubled over, violently retching as if they were about to expel their very bile. Even Zhao Lin, the initial orchestrator of this chaos, appeared pallid, his legs trembling to the point of needing to brace himself with one hand against the ground. Driving and crushing was one thing, but confronting the aftermath up close was entirely different. The scenes before him were incomparably more harrowing than the collisions with zombies experienced the day prior. Xiao Tian, Sister Wu, and Wang Fati were undoubtedly in a state that suggested they were on the brink of fainting from nausea. With a clang, Chen Huan approached Zhang Long, who was positioned like Zhao Lin, and cast the fire axe to the ground. It was time to take action. Zhang Long glanced up at him, nodded, and grasped the axe's handle to rise to his feet. However, the overwhelming visual impact before him was simply too great. Despite having fought his way through hordes of zombies in the past, he found it difficult to come to terms with this hellish scene, his face turning ashen. Zhao Lin swallowed hard, moving beside Chen Huan. "Boss, don't you feel even a hint of disgust?" he inquired. "What is there to be disgusted about?" Chen Huan replied, "You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it." As Zhao Lin observed Chen Huan and Zhang Long, armed and ready to confront the zombies, a sudden shiver coursed through him. He turned to Shan Jingxi, who was following closely behind, and asked, "What do you think the boss has been through? Even I find it hard to bear, having driven over them myself. Yet he seems completely unfazed. Some things are better left unasked," Shan Jingxi remarked without turning back, as she boldly advanced toward a zombie. Chapter 57. Exploiting human hearts with the formidable power of the refrigerated truck, the remaining zombies were effortlessly cleared away. In a short while, the area around the toll station was devoid of zombies, leaving behind a landscape littered with corpses. Under Chen Huan's guidance, the division of labor within the team became distinct. Zhao Lin and Zhang Long would accompany him to investigate the highway, while Shan Jingxi and others would remain at the toll station, simultaneously replenishing the refrigerated truck's fuel tank with gasoline from oil barrels. "Boss, I have an unsettling feeling," Zhao Lin remarked. The toll station was approximately 5 kilometers from the main highway, and, as they progressed, the situation on the road proved dire. Numerous overturned vehicles obstructed their path, severely limiting visibility. In the midst of towing, Zhao Lin nearly fell victim to a zombie lurking beneath a vehicle, narrowly escaping thanks to Chen Huan, who swiftly dispatched the creature with a decisive strike to its skull, averting an untimely demise. Don't worry, the road ahead is surely in worse condition, Zhang Long stated confidently, wielding a fire axe with vigorous precision, rarely encountering resistance as the blade met bone. Chen Huan, it's quite possible that the highway has been completely incapacitated. Are we certain we want to proceed on it? Though their journey had only just commenced, Zhang Long's keen assessment of the current circumstances allowed him to surmise the chaotic state of the highway, likely overwhelmed by a mass exodus of survivors. With a swift motion, Chen Huan severed a zombie in half. Then, gripping his weapon firmly, he plunged the blade into the head of another approaching zombie, his expression impassive. The specifics of the situation can only be discerned upon arrival. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to avoid the national road. Is it due to mutated animals? Zhao Lin inquired, recalling that Chen Huan had mentioned such creatures and having witnessed a mutated pet dog in Binren City. Precisely, Chen Huan exhaled, taking a few steps back to regulate his breathing. The route I took back was the national road. It was manageable near Binren City, but as one ventures further, the situation becomes uncertain. The mutated animals from the Lingnan Mountains likely follow me down. This was not an exaggeration on Chen Huan's part. It was the stark reality. His escape from the Lingnan Mountains alongside Wang Yu had been a stroke of luck, but that did not imply that the vicinity was entirely secure. Given the previous commotion and the instinctual behavior of zombies, it was plausible that mutated creatures had already proliferated around the area. Furthermore, large-scale assaults on survivor camps by mutated animals had become commonplace in his former life, with the military base in Yunlin City being one such instance. Zhao Lin's expression shifted as he gazed at the still unmoved vehicles. It seemed the highway might indeed be the safer option. But zombies move slowly, Zhang Long countered, puzzled. Those mutated animals should be similar in pace. Even if there are more of them, with the refrigerated truck leading the way, they shouldn't pose a significant threat. Chen Huan chose silence, while Zhao Lin chuckled ruefully. It's clear you've never encountered mutated animals. Their mobility, though affected, pales in comparison to that of zombies. And do you know what kind of creatures inhabit the Lingnan Mountains? Based on the time since the boss's return, it won't be long before some of these animals infiltrate Binren City. Zhang Long fell silent, realizing how little he truly knew. Since separating from the rescue team, he had remained within the confines of them all, having never encountered any mutated creatures, and his understanding of them was exceedingly limited. At this moment, Chen Huan remarked, "If they were ordinary animals, it would be manageable, but I fear the larger and more social species." With that, Chen Huan ceased further commentary, as he had conveyed most of what needed to be said. Even if the national highway remained relatively safe, he would opt for the expressway. Zhao Lin and Zhang Long fell into a contemplative silence, the latter appearing particularly burdened by unspoken thoughts. However, the vehicles on the ramp that needed to be cleared were overwhelming in number, and by the time a passable route was established, the sun hung high in the sky, its corona radiating a faint sanguine hue. Nevertheless, after clearing the path, the trio did not set off immediately. Instead, they replenished their energy with food and scavenged some suitable weapons from other vehicles before continuing their journey. They maintained a sluggish pace. It was not until over 20 minutes later that they approached the main expressway. Upon reaching this point, they abandoned the vehicle and chose to proceed on foot, fully armed. Chen Huan was aware that numerous zombies congregated at the expressway entrance, effectively rendering the road impassable. Driving into that chaos would likely lead to encirclement by the undead, leaving no opportunity for retreat, only to await their gruesome fate as they were torn apart. In his previous life, he had witnessed such tragedies in a state of frantic evasion from zombies. Hush! After advancing for a while, Chen Huan suddenly raised his hand and crouched down, signaling the two behind him to remain silent. Zhang Long and Zhao Lin were startled, following suit to crouch beside Chen Huan. Using the cover of the trees around the bend to peer ahead, they beheld a multitude of zombies aimlessly wandering at the juncture where the ramp fed into the expressway. Even from a distance, They could see the bloodstains smeared across the road and vehicles, with numerous remains, stripped clean, lying amongst them, while large swathes of crows circled overhead. The sheer number of vehicles on the road was enough to induce a sense of dread, far surpassing the congestion typically seen during holidays. Chun Huan waved his hand, urging them to back away slightly to avoid drawing the attention of the zombies with their prolonged presence. Boss, the road merging from the ramp is completely blocked. If we intend to use the expressway, we must find a way to break through the guardrail to access another route. After retreating a bit, Zhao Lin lowered his voice and furrowed his brow. The blocked road led towards Yunlin City and was a one-way street. From the condition at the ramp entrance, it was evident that most vehicles had been wrecked in a hasty escape, unable to brake in time, which resulted in the blockage. Of course, other scenarios could not be ruled out, such as the appearance of a horde of zombies or individuals inside vehicles being infected. Chun Huan nodded slightly. Indeed, to ensure a relatively clear passage, they would have to utilize the opposing lane, though breaking the guardrail would not be a simple task. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin, who had made the suggestion, quickly fell silent. Without cutting tools, attempting to dismantle the expressway guardrail would be a formidable challenge. Relying solely on a vehicle to crash through, the noise generated in such a scenario would be tantamount to seeking death, and it was uncertain whether a standard vehicle could even overcome the barrier. It was likely that the car would be totaled, while the guardrail would merely be twisted and deformed. Zhang Long pondered for a moment and remarked, "At my previous workplace, we had a cutting machine that could be brought to slice through the barriers." Indeed, Chen Huan nodded in agreement. Although there was a stretch of greenery over 100 kilometers away that made it easy to inadvertently enter the opposing lane, breaching the highway entrance was not so easily accomplished. Furthermore, he deliberately overlooked the presence of the barriers to ensure that these individuals would willingly assist him. After all, there is a significant distinction between coercion and a certain degree of voluntary action. Otherwise, with his 8 years of experience from past life, how could he possibly commit such an obvious blunder and require reminders from others? Unbeknownst to Chen Huan, Zhao Lin also found Zhang Long's suggestion quite commendable, and he decided to return and accompany Zhang Long in procuring the cutting machine. Chen Huan rose, and there was also the motorcycle. Chapter 58. I demand your silence. As the circumstances on the highway became clearer, everything proceeded according to Chen Huan's plan. Upon returning to the toll station, Chen Huan promptly gathered everyone to assign tasks. First, he instructed Wang the Fat and Zhang Long to procure a cutting machine. Next, they needed to advance their temporary encampment. However, the most critical task was to clear the zombies at the highway entrance, as they would eventually need to use the cutting machine to dismantle the barricades. This arrangement was fraught with peril. Even if he wished to ascertain the presence of any relatives among the zombies, such a reckless approach was entirely unjustifiable. Besides, relatives had departed with the rescue team, so it was implausible they would linger at the highway entrance. After Chen Huan laid out his plans, Shun Jingzi approached, clearly displeased with his seemingly futile actions. While she understood Chen Huan's urgency to locate his parents, even if it meant using a process of elimination to confirm their survival, there was no need to pursue such obviously improbable endeavors. Chen Huan turned to her with a smile, wondering if a glimmer of hope was not worth pursuing. But this hope puts all of us at risk. Shen Jingxi's words were sharp. Leaning against the car, Chen Huan gazed into the distance. From the moment the apocalypse began, every individual's struggle for survival was a gamble with their own lives. Prepare yourselves. Let us strive to depart for Yunlin City before dusk. With that, Chen Huan stepped aside. Shen Jingzi was perplexed. In the early days of the apocalypse, effectively assessing a survivor's chances of reaching a fixed destination was crucial, and the highway entrance was a pivotal point. It was a convergence of numerous vehicles, making it a hotspot for unforeseen events. Even if his parents left Binren City with the rescue team, the mere presence of rescuers did not guarantee their safety. This was evidenced not just by past experiences, but also by the example of Anha County itself. Particularly in his previous life, his impatience caused him to overlook the zombies at the Binren City highway entrance. By the time he remembered and attempted to return, the opportunity had already slipped away. Even after learning from Xiao Tian about his parents' fate, he could not bring himself to believe they were dead. It was imperative to eliminate the points he had previously disregarded. Brother Chenhuan, I want a weapon too. Shortly after Shen Jingxi turned to leave, Xiao Tian, the only one not assigned a task by Chenhuan, approached him directly. You? Chenhuan scrutinized him, instantly discerning the boy's intentions. Choose a weapon that suits you, but we do not require your assistance in clearing zombies. Why not? Xiao Tian protested, a hint of defiance in his tone. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to confront a zombie alone? Chenhuan countered. If you had such ability, even against a single one, I would not refuse you. Yet, the reality is that when faced with zombies, your instinct is to panic and flee. You lack the courage to confront them, let alone use a weapon to end their lives. As Chenhuan spoke, his words became increasingly incisive, akin to a sharp blade piercing the heart of the young man before him. Do not utter anything about not understanding me. Based solely on your behavior at the mall yesterday, I have already discerned whether you possess the capability to confront the zombies. However, if you genuinely wish to assist, then behave yourself. Upon reaching this point, Chenhuan felt his words may have been overly harsh. From yesterday evening until now, many truths were perhaps too difficult for someone of such tender years to bear. Thus, he added a final remark. There will be ample opportunity for you to contribute later. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, but nodded earnestly. All right. Yet at that moment, Chenhuan had already turned away, striding towards the group nearby, bustling with preparations, and clapped his hands, ready to set forth. Due to the necessity of clearing zombies at the highway entrance, this temporary outpost was further equipped with a small car and a motorcycle in addition to the existing refrigerated truck. In essence, they were preparing to replicate everything accomplished at the toll booth, albeit with a decidedly riskier approach. Chenhuan tossed a bloodied plastic bag to Zhao Lin and advised him and Zhou Qingqing, when luring the zombies later, be cautious not to attract them all at once. Zhao Lin grinned confidently. Don't worry, boss. With this, luring a few zombies will be a piece of cake. That is reassuring. Chenhuan felt a measure of trust in Zhao Lin, though he was less optimistic about Zhou Qingqing. After all, her performance at the sauna yesterday had been utterly disappointing, and he held little hope for her. Chenhuan, entrusting this task to me would yield better results than giving it to Qingqing. Shen Jingxi sighed as she watched Zhao Lin mount the motorcycle alongside Zhou Qingqing. Chenhuan understood her thoughts and replied coolly, It's merely a matter of shedding some fresh blood along the way. There is no need for you to accompany me. Shen Jingxi fell silent, letting out another sigh, refraining from further comment. Currently, within the entire team, Wang Paozi and Sister Wu were the most burdensome. Zhou Qingqing's dismal performance yesterday had been particularly abysmal. Had it not been for Chenhuan's agreement to the suggestion that having more people would facilitate their search, they might have been abandoned long ago. As for Xiao Tian, he was the only unique individual within the team, not included in this assessment. Meanwhile, while Shen Jingxi and Chenhuan conversed, Zhang Long and Wang Paozi successfully achieved their objective. However, complications arose on their return journey. Although no one had been bitten, Wang Paozi had injured himself while transporting a cutting machine, resulting in a significant number of zombies being attracted by the scent of blood, surging towards them like demons emerging from the depths of hell. Dragon brother, I've lost so much blood. Help me. Wang Paozi cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding thigh, his face contorted in pain, his eyes filled with terror as he watched the zombies inch closer. Shut up. Bang. Zhang Long swung the fire axe, shattering a zombie's skull, before delivering a powerful kick to another undead creature. He turned and bellowed at Wang Pengzi, who was beneath him. However, the terror-stricken Wang Pengzi was far too engulfed in fear to comprehend Zhang Long's words. Instead, the excessive loss of blood rendered his body weak, and his frenzied cries for help grew increasingly desperate. No! Brother Long, save me. I do not wish to perish. Please staunch my wounds first, then slay the zombies. I can hardly endure any longer. Wang Pengzi pressed tightly against the upper side of his thigh, but his agitation only exacerbated his arterial bleeding, causing blood to spurt forth even more violently. I said be quiet. Do you not understand? Zhao Long, infuriated, swung the fire axe and struck the ground beside Wang Pengzi's head. The blade, smeared with viscous black blood and bits of flesh, came into view, sending a shiver down Wang Pengzi's spine and instantly silencing his cries for help. Chapter 59. Kill under the most direct threat of death. Even the fearful Wang Pengzi was rendered speechless, ceasing his frantic cries for help. Zhang Long let out a cold snort, seizing Wang Pengzi by the collar and forcefully pushing him into the vehicle. If you wish to live, keep quiet. If you continue to scream, I shall toss you out to feed the zombies. Wang Pengzi curled up in a ball, covering his mouth and nodding vigorously, his eyes fixed outside, terrified that Zhang Long might strike him down with an axe. With a resounding crash, another zombie's skull shattered, prompting Zhang Long to swiftly enter the car and turn the key to start the engine. Yet, given the dire circumstances, trying to escape the encirclement of zombies in a mere family sedan seemed like a fantastical notion, even if they could breach a gap in the horde. Similarly, Zhao Lin and Zhou Qingqing found themselves targeted by the zombies, although their situations were vastly different. In fact, to a certain extent, their actions mirrored those of a shepherd. However, instead of herding sheep, they were luring mindless, grotesque zombies driven solely by their primal instinct to feed. As they relied on the fresh blood and flesh provided by Chen Huan as bait, the zombies loitering at the highway entrance began to meander towards the ramp. However, due to the blood and meat scattered on the ground, the horde gradually fragmented into smaller groups, varying in size, some comprising 20 or 30, while others contained merely a few. Zhou Qingqing, disgusted, shook the blood from her hands and said to Zhao Lin, "Let us report back to Chen Huan and leave. Our task is complete. Even without further inducement, they will inevitably follow. There's no rush. Let us wait a bit longer," Zhao Lin replied, remaining in position, striking the guardrail with his weapon while observing the swaying zombies approaching. Despite knowing they would eventually come, the 3-kilometer distance to their base left room for potential stragglers along the way. He added, "Don't forget why our leader chose this method for clearing the zombies." Zhou Qingqing paused, then fell silent. With her immediate desire to leave dissipated, Zhao Lin focused on his task without further conversation. "Come here. Don't you want to eat us? Come and feast." The clanging sounds mingled with their shouts, heightening the excitement of the zombies, who were already eager to consume. Though their bodies were stiff and movements sluggish, their relentless hunger rendered them all the more terrifying. Zhao Lin and Zhou Qingqing continued striking the guardrail, edging closer to where their motorcycles were parked over 200 meters away. Gradually, not only the zombies, but even some mutated frogs leaped onto the road. Yet, these altered creatures posed little danger. Before they could approach, they were easily kicked away. "Get in the car." As Zhao Lin twisted the throttle, unleashing a thunderous roar from the engine, he casually handed the walkie-talkie, which Chen Huan had entrusted to him before leaving, to Zhou Qingqing. "This task is now yours. You know how to operate the walkie-talkie, right?" The static crackled. "Chen Huan, do you copy?" At the temporary outpost, Chen Huan leaned against the roadside railing, leisurely chewing on some beef jerky when a walkie-talkie clipped to his chest suddenly blared to life with Zhou Qingqing's voice. Instantly, the attention of the others shifted towards him, particularly that of Shun Jingzi. Chen Huan, after savoring the jerky, took his time to lift the walkie-talkie to his mouth and press the button. "I can't hear you. Go ahead." As he released the button, the static buzzed again, and Zhou Qingqing's voice emerged once more. "We have completed our mission and are now leading the zombies your way. At the current pace, they should arrive in about 20 minutes. What is the spacing between each batch of zombies?" "Approximately 10 meters. "Understood." Concluding the communication, Chen Huan tucked away his unfinished beef jerky and stood up, addressing the group. "You all heard the situation. I shall not reiterate. Prepare, as per our plan." Including Chen Huan, there were 4 individuals remaining at the outpost, which comprised a young boy Xiaotian, around 11 or 12 years old, and the somewhat ineffectual Wu Jie. In essence, the true combat strength lay solely with Chen Huan and Shun Jingzi. Although Zhao Lin and Zhou Qingqing would join the fray upon their return, it was Chen Huan and Shun Jingzi who would stand as the vanguard against the oncoming horde of zombies. There was no specific formation to arrange. Their positioning was merely dictated by the angles formed by the refrigerated truck and the sedan based on the road conditions, with the sole objective of exterminating the zombies. Stay hidden inside. I will let you out once it's over. As Shun Jingzi closed the refrigerated truck's cargo door, she advised Xiaodian, who gripped a dagger tightly. If you are afraid, just bury your head and sleep. The refrigerated truck served not only as a storage for supplies and an emergency refuge, but also bore some semblance of a mobile home. Despite the exceedingly rudimentary conditions and the supplies occupying most of the space, in this dire environment, comfort was a luxury that could not be afforded. Having a secure place to sleep was already a blessing. Xiaodian nodded in agreement. 20 minutes is neither excessively long nor particularly short. However, for Wu Jie, who had never encountered such a grand spectacle, the wait felt excruciating. Her hand trembled slightly as it clutched her weapon. They're coming. Almost simultaneously with the roar of the motorcycle zombies, Chun Huan instinctively grasped the hilt of his knife and drew it with a sharp sound. Shen Jingzi and Wu Jie readied themselves as well. Before them, a slow-moving motorcycle came into view, and one by one, the staggering zombies, dragging their stiffened bodies, emerged onto the road. Even from a distance, their faces, resembling cracked bark, were filled with a frenzied hunger, a testament to their insatiable craving for sustenance. As the destination drew near, Zhao Lin maintained his speed, the motorcycle barely a few steps ahead of the pursuing zombies. As if the undead could reach out and grasp Zhou Qingqing seated behind him with a mere extension of their hands. Then, boom! Just as he was about to navigate the angle formed by the frozen truck and the sedan, Zhao Lin abruptly twisted the throttle. The roar of the engine surged forth, and the once sluggish motorcycle propelled forward like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, the first wave of zombies, closely trailing the motorcycle, converged into a narrow line upon entering the angle, colliding with the trio of Chun Huan, who had been poised for action. Roar! Kill! At the moment Chun Huan's voice resonated, the tang knife in his hand rose sharply, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe. With the cooperation of Shun Jingzi, each swing of the blade sliced through the air, time and again claiming the lives of the encroaching zombies. Chapter 60. The Horde. At this juncture, the zombies had evolved from their initial forms at the onset of the apocalypse. Their bodies had deteriorated further, emanating an even more pungent stench. The decomposing black flesh clung to them like muck from a field, and those that had mutated due to infection often stumbled and fell, causing their rotting flesh to peel away from their wounds. Moreover, the first wave of zombies was scant, barely numbering a handful, before Zhao Lin and Zhou Qingqing could properly park their vehicle and engage in combat. They all succumbed to various weapons. However, this was merely a prelude to the larger swarm that had been drawn in. As Chun Huan and his companions caught their breath, a second wave of zombies surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of growls. 1, 2, 3. The origins of the ominous thunderstorm remained a mystery, as did the cause behind the mutation of numerous humans and animals. Yet, the zombies and mutated creatures had transcended their original species. During infection, their genetic structures collapsed and reassembled, undergoing a profound transformation. Their bones and muscular tissues had become soft and decayed, signaling to all that, given sufficient time and the might of modern military weaponry, the apocalypse would ultimately be vanquished. Yet, this notion was merely a fantasy. The 6-month mutation period was a grace bestowed by nature for the survivors to adapt. During this interval, the frailty of the zombies and mutated animals was less a global crisis and more akin to a phase of metabolic transformation. Once the 6 months elapsed, they would no longer retain such weakness. At that point, they would regain the speed and strength reminiscent of their pre-mutated states, devoid of pain, fatigue, or fear, mere monsters driven solely by the instinct to feed. Roar! The second wave of zombies had fully entered the fray, extending their arms and gnashing their teeth, salivating over the nearby prey. However, awaiting them was a tang knife stained with dark blood. With a swift motion, Chun Huan, wielding the blade with both hands, thrust it forward, the razor-sharp edge piercing directly through the mouth of the foremost zombie. With its brain damaged, the creature was utterly dispatched. Yet, Chun Huan did not immediately withdraw the knife. Instead, he maintained his stance, allowing the following zombies to impale themselves upon the blade's tip. Boss impressive. Zhao Lin, rushing in with his weapon, couldn't he help but give a thumbs up. It was his first time witnessing Chun Huan's prowess in slaying zombies. Enough chatter, let us assist. Chun Huan stepped back to extract his blade, then swiftly turned, harnessing his momentum to deliver a powerful strike to a zombie's neck. With a whoosh, the keen edge of the knife met no significant resistance, effortlessly slicing through to the second rib of a zombie. The creature, stripped of sinew and flesh, appeared nearly on the verge of breaking in two. Then, with a swift kick, the now harmless zombie was severed in twain, its innards spilling forth in a gruesome cascade. In response, Chun Huan displayed no excess emotion, his brow furrowed as he continued to slash, urging the others to act swiftly and not fixate on a single zombie. Dismember them appropriately before considering a finishing blow, he instructed. Shen Jingzi and the others nodded in agreement. Although the zombies were divided into several waves, they surged forth relentlessly, their mouths agape, tireless in their approach. Fixating on one would expose vulnerabilities that could easily be exploited by others. Chun Huan, how are you? Suddenly, Shen Jingzi asked, taking advantage of a moment while extracting her trident. Chun Huan shook his head, offering no reply. The second wave of zombies remained unfinished, while the third wave of a dozen had already drawn near. If they did not hasten their pace, the arrival of the fourth wave would pose a significant problem. At this stage, the angle formed by the refrigerated truck and the sedan was densely packed, filled with putrid, pallid faces and their accompanying stench. Some zombies, blocked from their path, had begun to climb onto the sedan's hood, attempting to vault over. Chun Huan raised his hand, driving his blade into a zombie that had crawled from beneath the vehicle, then turned to Wu Jie and Zhou Qingqing without glancing back. You two are responsible for the areas beneath the vehicles. Wu Jie, you take the sedan's side. Zhou Qingqing, the refrigerated truck, is yours. Eliminate every zombie that crawls underneath, maximizing the utility of their corpses. Am I alone in this? Wu Jie questioned, fully aware of her own limitations despite having felled a few stragglers while following Chun Huan and Shen Jingzi. Even if few zombies crawled from beneath the sedan, she understood the necessity of standing on her own. In contrast, Zhou Qingqing, having engaged in an in-depth conversation with Shen Jingzi the previous night, unhesitatingly agreed. She recognized that survival hinged upon aligning with Chun Huan, and to do so, she must demonstrate her abilities and value, thereby dispelling any unfavorable impressions she had left the day before. What are you waiting for? Chun Huan's indifferent gaze fell upon Wu Jie as yet another zombie met its demise. Leave it to me, she finally stammered, her resolve hardening. Shen Jingzi seized the moment, interjecting before Chun Huan could express annoyance. Chun Huan cast her a glance, his tang knife continuing its fluid motions. In pursuit of speed, he once more aimed for the necks of the zombies. Yet, the heads flying off and the accumulating corpses did little to deter the relentless onslaught. The zombies emitted eager howls from their throats, some even gasping for air, clashing their jaws in a frantic attempt to reach the tantalizing, yet elusive, food before them, producing a chilling series of clicks. Wu Jie trembled as she gripped her shovel, fiercely striking the severed heads still snapping on the ground, sweat beading on her forehead. Terror coursed through her. She doubted her ability to fend off the zombies emerging from beneath the sedan. However, dealing with the severed heads or any stray zombies posed no challenge. She thought to herself, perhaps this could be considered her utmost effort. Gradually, as time progresses, the encroaching horde of zombies has coalesced into a vast sea of corpses upon the road. Ultimately, the intervals between each wave of zombies have proven too brief. While a smaller number might be manageable, an overwhelming multitude renders even Chun Huan's efforts to sever their heads insufficient in the face of time constraints. The crux of the matter lies in the scarcity of effective combat personnel. Despite the seemingly modest count of over 100 zombies, one must recognize that these creatures are devoid of pain and fear, impervious to injury and incapable of succumbing to death unless their brains are obliterated. As long as their cerebral matter remains intact, they shall persist indefinitely. Zombies, the living dead, are also known as walking corpses. In contrast to the primary combatants led by Chun Huan, Shen Jingzi, and Zhao Lin, with the auxiliary support of Zhou, Qingqing, and Sister Wu. Had it not been for their strategic differentiation and the advantageous terrain they constructed, they would have been overwhelmed at the very first encounter. Nevertheless, the group remained composed, for aside from the increased pressure from the amassed zombies, everything was still proceeding according to plan. Zhao Lin, drive on. Chapter 61. Leaving it to fate, when Zhang Long returned with the cutting machine, the temporary encampment was transformed into a gruesome tableau of flesh, black blood, entrails, and brain matter strewn across the ground, leaving no place to step. It was a chilling replication of the earlier scene at the toll station. As for Chen Huan and the others, they were resting not far from the refrigerated truck, their complexions pale, each resembling someone just pulled from the depths of water, completely soaked. However, having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Long paid little heed to the surroundings. Upon exiting the vehicle, he called out to the group, "I need someone to lend a hand. The fat guy is on the brink of collapse." Chen Huan glanced up at the car with a shattered bumper, smeared with the blood and remains of zombies, his expression neutral. Shen Jingzi, Zhou Qingqing, and Zhao Lin remained as steadfast as ever, while Wu Jie and Xiao Tian hurried over at the sound of his voice. As the rear door of the vehicle opened, Wu Jie and Xiao Tian were taken aback by the pitiful state of Wang Fatty. Wu Jie instinctively took a couple steps back. "Don't worry, he hasn't been bitten. The blood is from a ruptured artery in his thigh. Although I've administered emergency treatment, it hasn't been entirely effective," Zhang Long reassured them. "So you think bringing him back here will solve our problems?" Zhao Lin remarked dryly from a seated position. "A ruptured artery is no trivial matter, especially since this useless waste has lost more blood than he can afford and is slipping into shock. I need someone to assist me. Afterward, we can administer some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications." Zhang Long was acutely aware of Wang Fatty's standing in Chen Huan's eyes. He had never hoped for Chen Huan to intervene, as in many ways, Wang Fatty was nearly indistinguishable from the dead. Indeed, that was the reality. Noticing that Chen Huan did not oppose the use of such critical medical supplies, Zhao Lin casually remarked, "Be my guest." A pang of anxiety shot through Zhou Qingqing, though her face remained devoid of expression, as if she were merely an observer. Meanwhile, Shen Jingzi, who had been watching Zhou Qingqing closely, felt a sense of relief. "What should I do?" Wu Jie asked, unnerved by the demeanor of Chen Huan and the others, as if she could envision herself in Wang Fatty's position. "First, go find some medicine and bandages," Zhang Long instructed as he busily drew fuel from the tank. He turned to Xiao Tian standing nearby and said, "Xiao Tian, help me gather some wood over there." "Understood." Gathering wood, siphoning gasoline, and preparing antibiotics, Zhang Long's series of actions were quite clear, leaving little doubt as to how he intended to staunch Wang Fatty's bleeding. "Wait a moment. You two hold him down tightly and stuff something in his mouth to muffle any sounds and prevent him from biting himself," Zhang Long instructed as he poured gasoline over the wood, preparing to ignite it to cauterize the knife. "Will he survive?" Xiao Tian inquired. "I don't know. Whether he lives or not is a matter of fate." Zhang Long did not deceive Xiao Tian. The excessive blood loss resulting from the rupture of an artery left him with limited options in a world devoid of civilized medical conditions. As for blood transfusions, setting aside the availability of medical supplies, the mere compatibility of blood types rendered all prospects futile. "Chen Huan, do you need me to bring Xiao Tian over?" Shen Jingzi inquired, noticing Chen Huan's gaze fixed intently on Xiao Tian. "No need. It is beneficial for him to confront the harsh reality of how little human life is valued now," Chen Huan replied, shaking his head. "Rather than incessantly lecturing him under the shelter of protection, it would be more effective to employ extreme measures to facilitate his growth. In this apocalyptic era, even the most inconspicuous circumstances could snatch away lives with ease. For instance, a simple wound leading to a blood infection, or a common cold that could be cured with a few pills. Zombies were not the only peril threatening humanity. Otherwise, medicine would not have become the most precious commodity in this new world, even surpassing the importance of food." Although Shen Jingzi found it difficult to comprehend Chen Huan's perspective, she chose to acquiesce, even if Xiao Tian had already endured countless lifetimes, witnessing the demise of vibrant lives before his eyes. Therefore, Your allowance for Zhonglong to utilize the medicine is, in essence, a means to foster Xiao Tian's growth? Zhou Qingqing posed a question. Meanwhile, as Chun Huan and the others engaged in conversation, Zhonglong's dagger had turned a fiery red, resembling a piece of charcoal freshly pulled from the bonfire, causing Sister Wu to feel a tightening in her jaws. Despite knowing the dagger was meant to sear the wound on Wang Pengzi's thigh, the chilling sensation it evoked made her shudder uncontrollably. Don't lose focus. Maintain pressure. Once inside the vehicle, Zhonglong swiftly tore open Wang Pengzi's pant leg and, with one hand, spread apart the gaping, bloodied wound on his thigh, directly inserting the glowing dagger. In swift succession, a hissing sound filled the air, and a cloud of white smoke mingled with the scent of burning flesh invaded the nostrils of the three observers. Simultaneously, Wang Pengzi, who had succumbed to shock, began to convulse in excruciating pain, briefly regaining consciousness, only to quickly slip back into unconsciousness upon opening his eyes. Only after the wound had completely healed did Zhonglong withdraw the dagger, turning to Sister Wu and instructing, "Please disinfect and apply some medicine." Xiao Tian, taken aback, released his grip, stammering, Is that all?" He had anticipated a series of intricate procedures, only to find the process astonishingly simple and brutal. Zhonglong exhaled a breath of relief. Yes, at least the bleeding has stopped. With that, he exited the vehicle, returning the dagger to the diminishing flames to be heated once more, and then using a stone to scrape away the remnants of human tissue. During this time, he refrained from conversing with Chun Huan and the others. Having just survived a perilous encounter and returned with Wang Pengzi, the group had expended considerable energy and required rest. However, given the urgency of their situation, this respite would be brief, primarily aimed at restoring their strength. Once they had rested sufficiently and consumed some food to replenish their energy, the group resumed their journey, officially heading towards Yunlin City. Wang Pengzi and the chainsaw had also been relocated to another vehicle. The vehicle that Zhonglong had driven back was abandoned at the same location as the motorcycle. To One's surprise, there were still quite a few valuable items here. Upon reaching the highway entrance, while Zhonglong and Zhou Qingqing utilized a cutting machine to slice through the guardrail, the remaining personnel patrolled the area, simultaneously scavenging the vehicles in search of useful supplies. In a mere moment, the refrigerated truck's cargo hold was replenished with numerous items. Particularly noteworthy was Xiao Tian, who unexpectedly returned with a weapons bag filled with illegal items such as machetes. This unexpected bounty naturally led to a collective upgrade of their weaponry, significantly enhancing their capacity to confront the zombies. It was a pity that the highway fell outside the military's airdrop zone, for otherwise, their nearly depleted ammunition could have received a substantial resupply. Chapter 62. Different vehicles, different hearts in the apocalyptic struggle for survival. The most crucial basic supplies are weapons, food, and medicine. Although a small stockpile of ammunition remains for emergencies, its quantity is woefully inadequate. Aside from 73 rifle bullets rendered useless due to firearm malfunctions, only 15 rounds for the pistol remain, along with a high-explosive grenade salvage from a zombie 3 days prior. This meager arsenal is far from sufficient for Chen Huan, as he is destined not to seek refuge in a military base or to establish a camp for survivors in a chosen location for long-term defense. Therefore, to ensure his safety in the outside world, the 5 fundamental elements of experience, weaponry, sustenance, fuel, and emergency medical supplies are indispensable. Boss, shouldn't we consider letting some people go? Zhao Lin, who was tidying up the cutting machine while others were acclimating to the new weapons, suddenly approached. Chen Huan smiled, unperturbed, confident that those wishing to leave would voice their intentions in due time. But they are merely a burden. Their presence not only fails to assist, but may hinder us, Zhao Lin stated earnestly. Boss, you understand this far better than I do. Yet, Chen Huan replied, I still require manpower, even if some are encumbrances. He patted Zhao Lin's shoulder, conveying that he was aware of the situation without delving deeper. What about Zhonglong? Zhao Lin grasped the implication. Among those who might leave, Zhonglong represented an unpredictable element. It depends on his behavior. If he is compliant, he can stay. If not, we shall find an opportunity to eliminate him. Chen Huan's expression remained unchanged, as if a life held little weight in his considerations. He harbored no sadistic tendencies for killing, yet it did not preclude him from taking a life if necessary. Zhao Lin nodded in understanding. I will keep an eye on him. Chen Huan turned. Let us depart. It is time to move on. Binren City is not far from Yinlin City. At most a 6-hour drive under normal circumstances. However, this is no longer the civilized society of pre-apocalypse. The highways are not free-flowing. Even opting for the opposite lane does not significantly increase speed, as it has already been 9 days since the cataclysm began. Although the opposing lane is littered with vehicles wrecked by severe storms, the road is not entirely blocked, but swarmed with wandering zombies. Consequently, the refrigerated truck must not only serve as a mobile warehouse and shelter, but also clear the path ahead by crushing the zombies that obstruct their way. Additionally, they must remain vigilant for any clues left by Chen Huan's parents along the route, rendering their pace inevitably slow. Heaven, one can only hope that not all of these people have perished. The devastation on the highway extends far beyond the entrance ramp. Since they entered the opposing lane through a breach in the guardrail, they have encountered nearly continuous steel serpents formed by abandoned vehicles along the roadside. Some vehicles are crumpled together from rear-end collisions, while others are forcibly obstructed on the road. In the crevices between the cars, numerous zombies wander aimlessly. However, they constitute only a minuscule fraction compared to the sheer number of vehicles. Despite everyone's preparations, the sight evokes a shiver down their spines. They are merely unfortunate souls who could not escape. The others had already vacated the highway upon sensing the danger. Gazing at the scene outside, reminiscent of his past life, Chen Huan, in a daze, offered an explanation. As for those uncles and aunts, I am unsure. Apart from the highway entrance, he had meticulously searched elsewhere in his previous life and encountered countless perils, yet he never caught a glimpse of his parents. Even now, having been reborn for over 10 days, aside from learning about his parents' whereabouts from Xiao Tian, everything remains unchanged from his former existence. Nonetheless, he continued to remain vigilant along the way. Zhao Lin inquired, Boss, should we disembark and investigate? Chen Huan shook his head, asserting, maintaining this speed suffices. I am aware of what needs to be done. The 2 lanes are adjacent, separated only by a low green belt enclosed by a guardrail. And with the speed under 30 miles per hour, his binoculars are more than adequate for observation. If they were to disembark and confirm every detail, reaching Yinlin City would take several days at the very least. Xiao Tian asked, Brother Chen Huan, what about Wang Fatty? If we take too long to reach Yinlin City, won't he perish in the vehicle? Chen Huan ruffled his hair and replied, as Zhang Long mentioned, survival is ultimately a matter of fate. If we rush to save him, I must relinquish the search for Uncle Chen and Auntie. Xiao Tian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Honestly, he preferred to find Uncle Chen and Auntie over Wang Fatty, as familial bonds are inherently more profound. Yet, the thought of abandoning a living being weighed heavily on his heart. Neither Chen Huan, nor Shun Jingzi, nor Zhao Lin spoke further on the matter. Zhou Qingqing remained silent, as some lessons must be grasped through personal reflection. Meanwhile, during Chen Huan's conversation, discussions in another vehicle never ceased. The topic shifted from the current highway situation to their present predicament. Brother Long, I believe you truly need to contemplate this matter. You are well aware of the truth of my words. Despite being part of Chen Huan's team, he does not truly consider us his own. The only reason we were brought along was due to his need for manpower, and your presence is perceived as a threat. Otherwise, why would he have us in the same vehicle, placing the gas cutter in the refrigerated truck instead of retaining it in this one? In essence, we are merely superfluous figures, prepared to be discarded at any moment. All resources must remain under his dominion. However, you're different. You possess far more humanity than Chen Huan. When you returned with Wang Pengzi seeking assistance, I observed everything clearly from my vantage point. Chen Huan, Shun Jingzi, and Zhao Lin, who is utterly subservient to Chen Huan, alongside Zhou Qingqing, who is desperately striving to prove her worth. What attitudes they all exhibited. With the departure of those who induced discomfort, Wu Jian no longer concealed her thoughts, pouring them out like a cascade of beans, as if in a cathartic release. A fleeting, indescribable expression crossed Zhonglong's face as his left hand rested on the window, while his right held the steering wheel. He inquired nonchalantly, "Do you think it would be better for Chen Huan to suggest our departure, or for us to propose it ourselves? Is there any distinction?" Wu Jie retorted, "A distinction?" Zhonglong glanced at the unconscious Wang Pengzi through the rearview mirror, contemplating whether he would survive this ordeal. Wu Jie turned to look at the uncertain fate of Wang Pengzi, her expression shifting constantly, leaving no one aware of her thoughts. Chapter 63. Night talks on the evening of Thursday, August 19th, 2024. It had been precisely 9 days and 5.5 hours since the advent of the apocalypse. The sky remained as gray as ever, devoid of stars, with only a blood moon faintly suspended above, resembling a watchful eye surveying the desolate earth. The atmosphere was frigid and eerily silent. In the desolate expanse of Binrun, 2 cars were parked in an orderly fashion, starkly contrasting with the surrounding devastation. For their safety, the survivors had gathered around the cargo area of the front vehicle, sharing meager rations while occasionally discussing matters pertinent to their dire situation. Having departed in the afternoon, the group had traversed merely over 50 kilometers, with a considerable distance yet to reach Yinlin City. Moreover, Chen Huan needed to search for any traces left by his parents, making it imprudent to travel through the night. Thus, they opted to halt as dusk fell, intending to resume their journey at dawn. "Boss, aren't you going to sleep in the cargo area?" Zhao Lin inquired, surprised as Chen Huan finished his meal and prepared to leave. "No," Chen Huan replied. While the cargo area was undoubtedly the safest refuge, allowing for a sound sleep, it felt too confined for Chen Huan, preventing him from sharing the space comfortably with others. The notion of sleeping alongside others in such a cramped setting left him feeling insecure, especially since not everyone was united in purpose. Conversely, the front of the vehicle, while less secure than the cargo area, presented a manageable risk. As long as the doors and windows were properly secured, the elevated chassis of the refrigerated truck would suffice to fend off any approaching zombies or wild creatures. Most importantly, Chen Huan desired to maintain control over the situation. "Boss, I'll join you. It's always better to have an extra pair of hands in case something happens," Zhao Lin said, biting into a half-eaten chicken leg, then rolling up a blanket to follow Chen Huan from the cargo area. Seeing this, Xiao Tian instinctively called out, "Brother Chen Huan." Chen Huan turned and instructed, "Stay in the cargo area. If you need anything, let your sister Jingxi inform me via the intercom." He cast a meaningful glance at Zhonglong, the implication unmistakable despite the silence. Shen Jingxi nodded, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Just then, Wu Ji interjected, "What if someone needs to go at night? We can't just take care of that in the vehicle, can we?" "I already mentioned, I know what to do," Shen Jingxi replied, preemptively addressing Wu Jia's concern. Wu Jia appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I was just asking." Zhonglong seized the opportunity to speak. "Everyone is exhausted. Let us eat quickly and rest. We should cherish this rare opportunity to sleep soundly without overthinking," as Zhonglong suggested. Qingqing rose to grab a few more bags of biscuits, settling against the closed cargo door beside Wu Jia, who was engrossed in her meal. "What about that fat guy? Should we give him some water? Let us wait until he awakens to discuss further." At this moment, Chen Huan remains oblivious to everything within the cargo hold. He has already joined Zhao Lin at the front of the vehicle, pulling open the door and taking a seat inside. "Boss, do you think that Fat Wang might have suddenly changed?" Zhao Lin, tightly wrapped in a blanket, sat cross-legged in the passenger seat, nibbling on an unfinished chicken leg while inquiring of Chen Huan. Though he had been injured by the gas cutter, aside from Zhonglong, no one knows if anything else transpired afterward. Furthermore, judging by the state of the vehicle they returned in, it is evident that they had narrowly escaped from a horde of zombies. Otherwise, the car would not have sustained such damage. What if? There are no what ifs. Chen Huan reclined against the rear seat, draping a blanket over himself. He understood his standing in the eyes of others. If Fat Wang had indeed been infected, he would never have returned, feigning concern for treatment. Moreover, even if Fat Wang were infected, do you believe Zhonglong could survive in the confined space of the cargo hold? Zhonglong paused. "Are you suggesting that Shen Jingxi, even without Shen Jingxi, Zhonglong would not permit such a scenario, especially since I was not present in the cargo hold?" Chen Huan had considered the situation Zhao Lin was worried about, but he firmly believed it would not arise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin nodded in agreement, realizing his own perspective had been somewhat narrow. As long as Zhang Long wished to survive, he would never act recklessly without absolute certainty of eliminating Chen Huan, particularly given Chen Huan's indifferent nature, unperturbed by threats. However, boss, I would like to ask you something. Speak. Have you considered expanding our team? I mean, appropriately bringing in others like us, rather than burdens like Fat Wong or Sister Wu. At this, Zhao Lin appeared quite enthused. Before finding his parents, he was destined not to linger in one place for long. Now, with zombies rampant and certain individuals posing extreme danger, having more capable companions would significantly enhance their safety. Chen Huan tossed a chocolate in his direction, countering with, "How many people do you think would willingly embark on perilous journeys with us?" This left Zhao Lin momentarily speechless. Compared to the allure of seeking refuge in major military bases, few would choose to live a life fraught with uncertainty. Chen Huan continued, "However, if the opportunity presents itself, I would certainly consider expanding our numbers. This notion is also tied to some words of wisdom that Zhou Qingqing shared with me recently. More people equates to greater opportunities, though I would not accept anyone indiscriminately." I understand your reasoning. Like Chen Huan, Zhao Lin was also wary of betrayal within their ranks. Regardless of their current circumstances, he remained vigilant. The world had changed, and human hearts were inscrutable. Chen Huan refrained from responding further and instead asked, "Are you skilled in vehicle modification? For instance, with engines and fuel tanks?" Zhao Lin shook his head, asserting that driving posed no issues. However, as for modifications, he urged his leader to abandon such intentions, expressing his reluctance to transform a perfectly good vehicle into a heap of scrap metal. Chen Huan sighed, realizing that external adjustments were the only feasible course of action for the time being, while the remaining issues could be addressed later. Despite having endured the trials of the apocalypse for 8 arduous years, amassing immense experience, he acknowledged that he was not an expert in all matters. While he could handle repairs to a certain extent, his skills were mediocre, and when it came to modifications, he had a propensity for ruining vehicles. Confused, Zhao Lin inquired, "Leader, our vehicle is in fine condition. Even if it were to break down, we could simply find another one later. Why suddenly consider modifying it? Let us prioritize stability and safety." Chen Huan refrained from discussing the impending threat of viral mutations, merely offering a vague response. Chapter 64. The Blooming Flame in Truth. There is no urgency regarding the modification of vehicles. The inquiry that arises now is merely a spur-of-the-moment thought. If one were to calculate the timeline, the viral mutation occurred 6 months after the cataclysmic thunderstorm. Even deducting the 9 days that have already elapsed, there remain a substantial 170 days. Ample time, indeed. Naturally, should one manage to complete the modifications beforehand, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous course of action. After all, when the viral mutation transpires, although human physical attributes may significantly enhance, the associated dangers will escalate exponentially. Beyond the swiftness and strength of zombies and mutated creatures, there exists a myriad of intangible threats. For instance, the duration of mutation could shorten, leading to the reanimation of individuals who have succumbed to death. At that juncture, possessing a modified vehicle would prove to be of paramount importance. As for the team, the sentiment remains unchanged. Chen Huan places his trust in no one. There are those he can utilize and accept, yet he would never dare to entrust his back to another. This includes the likes of Shun Jingxi and Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin shrugged. "Boss, you need not worry. A refrigerated vehicle is sufficient. We can always acquire another as the team expands." Perhaps. Chen Huan did not acquiesce to Zhao Lin's assertion. There are many thoughts he would keep to himself, aware that this is where his strength lies. Zhao Lin, understanding the unspoken, chose not to pursue the matter further. Chen Huan's display of vulnerability instilled in him a newfound perception, one that rendered Chen Huan surprisingly relatable, merely a person of cold disposition. As the hours passed, the two ceased their conversation, where they finally relaxed and prepared to rest. The weariness from a long day washed over them like a relentless tide. In mere moments, Zhao Lin's head had fallen against the car window, succumbing to a deep slumber. In the tranquil stillness, only Chun Huan remained, gazing silently into the encompassing darkness outside. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, Zhao Lin was jolted awake by the sound of faint, scattered footsteps. "Boss," he whispered. "Shoo," Chen Huan cautioned, signaling for Zhao Lin to be silent as he pointed towards the outside. The high-voltage power system had collapsed entirely at the onset of the thunderstorm, and the dimly glowing blood moon provided little illumination. Consequently, Chun Huan could hardly discern the situation outside, yet the sounds indicated that the number of zombies was not overly concerning. Zhao Lin, moving cautiously, leaned closer from the seat's crevice and whispered, "Boss, do you think those zombies will linger outside all night?" "Do not fret. They pose no significant threat," Chen Huan replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the zombies' every movement outside. Zhao Lin swallowed hard, while Chen Huan's words held truth. Sleeping beside the wandering zombies was undeniably a test of one's composure. "I harbor no particular concerns, save for the individuals behind us." Zhao Lin instinctively reached for his weapon, apprehensive that a zombie might collide with the vehicle or attempt to claw at it. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a stifled gasp echoed in their ears. The commotion instantly piqued the interest of the zombies outside the vehicle. In a mere blink, their attention fixated on the imposing refrigerated truck beside them. Although they failed to locate any food, an instinctual urge compelled them to believe that tearing through the steel plating would grant them access to delectable, fresh sustenance. Thus, almost immediately following the startled exclamation, a cacophony of roars, relentless thuds, and scraping sounds ensued as claws scraped against the metal, shattering the eerie silence of the night. "Damn it!" Chun Huan's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. He recognized that the sound had originated from Sister Wu. Did this insufferable woman not comprehend the importance of remaining silent? Noticing Chun Huan's grim demeanor, Zhao Lin awkwardly offered an explanation. "Boss, this is not my fault." Chun Huan remained unresponsive, observing for a moment through the car window, before turning to inquire, "What about the glow sticks you collected?" "Here," Zhao Lin replied, turning to extract 3 glow sticks from his backpack and handing them to Chen Huan. "However, boss, while Sister Wu's outburst did attract the zombies' attention, we are entirely safe inside the vehicle. These glow sticks," Chun Huan interjected coldly, "they are to divert the zombies' attention." "Divert their attention?" Zhao Lin was perplexed. "Boss, is that truly necessary? We are concealed within the vehicle. As long as we remain inside, we are not in any danger. Besides, you yourself have acknowledged the safety of the refrigerated truck. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent someone to find a box truck." As he disengaged the safety latch on a glow stick, Chun Huan remarked, "Safety is one thing, but have you considered how we will depart at dawn?" Zhao Lin paused, contemplating Chun Huan's words, and a shiver coursed through him. Indeed, while they were safe within the vehicle, that safety also rendered them effectively trapped, leaving them unable to continue their journey towards Yunlin City for the foreseeable future. It is essential to remember that zombies instinctively gravitate towards areas with human presence, and the desolate stretch of highway where they were currently holed up was devoid of any living beings. Consequently, the zombies wandering aimlessly along the highway would naturally gravitate towards the refrigerated truck. However, without a specific target, they would not actively collide with the vehicle, let alone strike or claw at it. Yet now, Sister Wu's exclamation had undoubtedly illuminated a path for the directionless zombies. The ensuing actions and the resultant sounds would inevitably reverberate through the stillness of the night, creating a chain reaction of consequences that were all too predictable. It was not far-fetched to imagine that by dawn, the stretch of highway where they currently found themselves might have transformed into a veritable sea of zombies and mutated creatures. When that moment arrived, the urgency of finding a way out had become paramount. "Boss, are these 3 flares sufficient?" Zhao Lin inquired, his demeanor markedly less relaxed than before. "That will suffice, but..." Chun Huan interjected, "Please use the intercom to inform Shun Jingzi that, by any means necessary, we must ensure absolute silence from everyone." "Understood." Zhao Lin refrained from taking on the task of throwing the flares. After receiving the instructions, he promptly grasped the intercom, notifying Shun Jingzi in the rear compartment, while also emphasizing the dire consequences of any noise. To guarantee no issues arose, he even resorted to a degree of exaggeration in his warnings. As for Chen Huan, once Zhao Lin had completed his communication with Shun Jingzi, he lowered the car window halfway, gripping a flare in his right hand while wrapping the fuse around his fingers twice with his left. With a swift tug, the fuse snapped, and in that instant, a burst of orange flame erupted from the flare, illuminating the darkness in Chen Huan's grasp. Chapter 65. A night of calm. The sudden burst of fireworks illuminated the night, akin to a beacon piercing through the darkness, casting a ghastly pallor upon the faces that emerged from the shadows, their expressions twisted in horror. As the illumination stick was ignited, they all lifted their heads in unison, drawn by the light. The cacophony of relentless roars intensified at that moment, while the zombies surrounding the vehicle became increasingly frenzied in their assaults. Chen Huan extended his hand out of the window, which, at that instant, became the most coveted morsel in the eyes of the ravenous undead. With a forceful throw, the lit illumination stick arced through the smoke, soaring over the barricade and landing on the adjacent lane. Despite the zombies closest to the vehicle remaining undeterred, those slightly farther away began to pivot toward the flames, gradually making their way closer to the other lane. However, the illumination stick had a limited burn time, and the sluggish pace of the zombies would not allow them to reach it in time. Thus, after casting the first illumination stick, Chen Huan grasped another, silently calculating its burn duration in his mind. Inside the cargo hold, the others held their breath, afraid to make a sound. They had all overheard Zhao Lin's earlier instructions via the intercom, even though they were shielded from the threat of being torn apart by the zombies. None wished to be trapped for an extended period in such a precarious situation. Above all, no one wanted to face the wrath of Chen Huan. Every one of them understood the reason Chen Huan had brought them along and offered them protection. If this delay resulted in a significant waste of time, no one could guarantee what extreme actions he might take in response. Particularly Wu Jie, who had made noise earlier, now desperately covered her mouth with her hands, forcing herself into silence. They were unaware of the events unfolding outside, yet the distant roars of some zombies were unmistakably fading away. Soon, with another illumination stick ignited, flames flickered back to life in Chen Huan's grasp. However, this time, he refrained from hurling it immediately. Instead, he waved it vigorously, drawing the attention of the zombies that were battering against the vehicle. 1, 2, 3 within mere seconds, over 30 zombies had gathered at the front of the vehicle. In stark contrast to the steel-plated cargo hold, Chen Huan and Zhao Lin, seated in the front, found themselves in a far more precarious position. At that moment, the undead were desperately attempting to ascend, to tear open the cursed doors, shatter the obstructing glass, and pounce upon the two men, intent on eviscerating them and feasting on their entrails. A few emaciated zombies even drooled with repulsive fluid at the corners of their mouths. Just a bit closer, just a fraction more. They were tantalizingly close to seizing that hand, seemingly clutching a flame. Yet, Chen Huan remained unflinching. As he wielded the second illumination stick to divert the zombies, he also utilized the light to survey his surroundings. In the distance, more zombies continued to draw near, while anything further away remained obscured from view. Zhao Ling had just intended to activate the powerful flashlight when Chen Huan intervened, cautioning him against it, as the intense beam would overshadow the illumination stick. Surveying their surroundings, Zhao Ling noted that the front of the vehicle was besieged by an impenetrable throng of zombies. Although they continued to batter and collide against the car, their nails scraping against the metal with a piercing sound, the cacophony was relatively subdued compared to before. Chen Huan exerted his wrist, hurling the half-burnt illumination stick far away, ensuring it landed precisely where the previous stick had extinguished. As long as the zombies refrained from pounding against the vehicle, their re-encirclement would pose little threat, particularly in terms of numbers, thus not significantly impeding their journey the following morning. Zhao Ling nodded in understanding, releasing a long breath. Much of his knowledge in dealing with zombies had been gleaned from Chen Huan, yet he was acutely aware that his grasp of survival strategies was merely superficial, lacking the requisite courage and composure. Then, whoosh, the final illumination stick ignited. However, this time, Chen Huan did not hold it, but as at the outset, tossed it out directly. Its placement differed from the previous two, for positioning it in an open area was far more effective than among the horde. Rest now. Completing this task, Chun Huan slowly closed the car window, reclined in his seat, wrapped himself in a blanket, and shut his eyes. Observing this, Zhao Ling was momentarily taken aback, instinctively attempting to shrink deeper into his seat. Yet, with dozens of zombies lurking just outside, how could he possibly find sleep? The intermittent roars and the rustling footsteps made it impossible to doze off, and after several failed attempts, he resigned himself to leaning against the seat, eyes wide open. The next day, after a night of rest, Chun Huan's vitality had returned to its peak. In contrast, Zhao Ling appeared utterly drained, yawning incessantly from the moment Chun Huan opened his eyes. "Boss, there are now 17 more zombies outside, along with some mutated creatures." Upon seeing Chun Huan awake, Zhao Ling wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and quietly reported his observations from a sleepless night. Chun Huan nodded slightly, propping himself up and using the blanket as a shield to peer outside. Amidst the rustling sounds, he observed over 40 zombies prowling around the refrigerated truck, including various mutated creatures such as snakes, frogs, and rats, with even more congregating on the roadway where the illumination sticks had been thrown the previous night. "Give me the car keys." Chun Huan, cautiously seated in the driver's position while still wrapped in the blanket, addressed Zhao Ling. Zombie encirclement was an inevitable occurrence when camping in the wilderness, especially now that the apocalypse had settled into a new norm. Each time they set out, the foremost task was to clear the area of zombies. Although the current situation would not affect the refrigerated truck, it would hinder the progress of the vehicles behind. Chun Huan was also reluctant to let some individuals remain confined in the cargo hold indefinitely. Zhao Ling understood Chun Huan's intentions, realizing they shared a common mindset. Thus, when Chun Huan started the vehicle, Zhao Ling began communicating with Shun Jingxi in the cargo hold via the intercom. "No, the streets outside are swarming with zombies. How can we possibly venture out? Brother Long, do speak up. You heard the commotion last night. There may be even more of them than at the highway entrance. If we simply walk out, survival is utterly impossible, especially with Wang Fatty reeking of blood." Upon hearing Zhao Lin relay this to Shun Jingxi, Sister Wu immediately voiced her discontent. With no one else to rely on, she deemed Zhang Long, who was in a similarly precarious situation, the only trustworthy ally. Yet, before Zhang Long could respond, Zhang Qingqing interjected, "Then you and Wang Fatty can remain in the cargo hold." The moment those words left her mouth, Sister Wu's face lit up with joy. However, the subsequent remarks from Zhou Qingqing plunged her into despair, akin to a fall from paradise to the depths of hell. Even Shun Jingxi cast a disbelieving glance at her dear friend. "Do not rejoice too soon. I have yet to settle accounts with you for last night's events. Moreover, what purpose did you serve besides being a burdensome liability, wasting resources? If you are unwilling to heed orders, then once the zombies are cleared, you and Wang Fatty may take your leave." Chapter 66 Decision. As Zhou Qingqing spoke these words, her expression remained composed, even tinged with a hint of coldness. She was unperturbed by the gazes of those around her. However, upon hearing her words, Sister Wu's emotions became utterly agitated. "It was indeed my fault last night." Yet Chun Huan did not voice any objection. "What right do you have to criticize me? Furthermore, if I am a burden, are you not one as well?" Zhou Qingqing retorted with a cold smile. "Indeed, Chun Huan has not spoken up, but does that not validate your role as a troublesome liability? While I may not be much better off than you, I will not drag everyone down to the point where we cannot even sleep through the night. You mad woman." Seeing Sister Wu's emotions spiraling further out of control, Shun Jingxi spoke in a low tone. "ISN, your voice loud enough already?" Sister Wu turned her head, glaring at Shun Jingxi with disdain. "You are no better." Shun Jingxi regarded her with indifference, dismissing her entirely. Zhang Long wore an expression of helplessness, resigned to the circumstances. While the argument ensued, the refrigerated truck came to a halt once more. Shortly thereafter, Shun Jingxi's walkie-talkie crackled to life, with Zhao Lin's voice instructing them to disembark and clear the zombies. Upon finishing his command, Zhao Lin set down the walkie-talkie and grasped his machete firmly in hand. As for Chen Huan, he had already flung open the door and leaped out, methodically dispatching the still-living zombies with precise strikes. The refrigerated truck, serving as a formidable weapon, made the task of exterminating the zombies exceedingly effortless. Even if some zombies remained with their skulls intact, they were rendered harmless without their bodies, posing as little more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Unless, of course, a hapless soul inadvertently suffered a bite to their foot. As the cargo door swung open, a potent stench of decay assailed their senses. Despite having endured two similar experiences the previous day, Sister Wu and Xiao Tian could hardly bear it, doubling over to vomit. Although Zhou Qingqing's complexion was far from pleasant, she managed to suppress her nausea. In contrast, Shen Jingxi and Zhang Long had fully acclimatized, much like Zhao Lin. The moment the cargo door opened, the two of them leapt from the vehicle, weapons in hand, joining Chen Huan and Zhao Lin in their unrelenting harvest of the undead. "Forget about that. Hurry and drive," Chen Huan exclaimed, kicking away a zombie that had scaled the railing, frowning as he addressed Zhang Long. Understood. Zhang Long did not hesitate. After Chen Huan spoke, he brandished his knife and advanced toward the car, which was smeared with rotting flesh and blackened blood. Though some matters were evident, they were part of the conditions of their partnership. Zhang Long would not seek unnecessary trouble as Zhang Jie did. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from beside the car. But before it could reveal its sharp teeth, Zhang Long wielded a fire axe and struck, shattering its skull. Brain matter and black blood splattered over him. Yet he merely wiped his face with a hand, then opened the car door and settled down inside, fire axe in hand. The entire scene unfolded seamlessly, as though the relentless horde of zombies attempting to scale the barriers beside them was but a figment of imagination. Chen Huan cast a glance at Sister Wu, who lingered at the edge of the cargo hold, hesitating to leap. "Hurry," he urged. "Oh, all right." Under Chen Huan's scrutinizing gaze, Sister Wu felt her heart momentarily freeze. However, upon witnessing the grotesque ground below, littered with decayed flesh and entrails, and a head that incessantly gnawed, terror and a wave of revulsion surged anew, extinguishing the courage she had mustered. Chen Huan observed this spectacle intently. After swiftly decapitating a nearby zombie with his blade, he coldly inquired, "Do I need to invite you down?" No, I can manage it myself." Sister Wu trembled, glancing at the advancing zombies and the repulsive surface beneath her. Gritting her teeth, she finally leapt from the cargo hold. The sensations that enveloped her were slippery, foul, and viscous, her initial impression as she collided with the ground, coupled with the nightmarish head mere inches away, incessantly snapping its jaws. Even as she fought to maintain her composure, a suppressed scream escaped her throat. Yet, Chen Huan remained indifferent to it all. His only concern was that during their respite, no one within the cargo hold would squander resources through reckless indulgence. In other words, he harbored doubts about their self-control. Despite Wang Fatty still being inside, his unconscious state rendered him an insignificant concern. "Get in the vehicle." As Zhou Qingqing secured the cargo hold door, Chen Huan continued to fend off the advancing zombies, allowing Zhao Lin and Shen Jingxi to board the vehicle in preparation for departure. "Boss, Sister Wu is definitely going to loathe you for this," Zhao Lin remarked as the refrigerated truck roared back to life. Sitting in the passenger seat, he kept an eye on the opposite lane with Shen Jingxi's binoculars while speaking to Chen Huan. "If looks could kill, you would have perished countless times from that glare." Casually, Chen Huan replied, "Once we are clear of the zombie-infested area, make sure to provide her with some supplies." Zhao Lin paused, recalling Zhang Long. Among their ranks, he held the least regard for Zhang Long, Wang Fatty, and Sister Wu. Although he had gleaned Chen Huan's sentiments toward them from their private conversation at the highway entrance, Chen Huan's decision to send Sister Wu away indicated that Zhang Long, as an unpredictable element, should also be reconsidered. Leaving behind a half-conscious Wang Fatty was sufficient. Xiao Tian, anxious, glanced at Chen Huan. "Brother Chen, is Dragon Brother also leaving?" Zhang Long had made it clear that he would part ways after leaving Bin City, a condition for his continued companionship with Chen Huan. Since their ascent onto the highway the previous afternoon, Xiao Tian had been plagued with unease. Fully aware that Zhang Long's departure was inevitable, yet her heart brimmed with reluctance. Chun Huan reassured her. Only Sister Wu is departing. Initially, I contemplated, as Zhou Qingqing suggested, that an extra pair of hands would bolster our strength, even if Sister Wu seemed less than capable. However, her performance last night and prior has proven disappointingly inadequate. Bringing her along would only squander our resources and energy. This statement is not a mere fabrication by Chun Huan, but rather an acknowledgement of the inherent brutality of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, setting aside the significance of resources. In contrast to certain benevolent survivors who readily offer shelter to others, he, having endured a series of betrayals, has come to a profound understanding of many truths. Were it not for Zhou Qingqing's insightful remarks, he would not have even contemplated Zhao Lin and the others, adhering instead to the mindset he adopted upon returning from Lan City. However, Wu Jie, were it not for her, the collective morale of the group would not have plummeted to such depths. Although he has regained peak condition after a night's rest, the others remain comparatively affected. Should they discover traces of their parents and embark on a search, it would inevitably influence their state of mind. Zhao Lin exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Tian. Realizing that certain matters pertaining to Zhang Long were not suitable for Chun Huan to disclose in his presence. Thus, after acknowledging it with a nod, he refrained from further commentary. Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing remained inexplicably silent, as though the unfolding events bore no relevance to them. Chapter 67. The Worthless Life. What? You want Zhang Long to stay while I leave? The situation on the highway is clear for all to see. Asking me to leave now is equivalent to sentencing me to death. Chen Huan, you were the one who brought me out, and it was you who promised to provide me with protection. What does it mean to suddenly abandon me on the highway to fend for myself? After departing from the horde of zombies, as the vehicle came to a halt, Zhao Lin retrieved some supplies and placed them on the hood of the car. When he informed Sister Wu to take the items and leave on her own, she erupted in anger, sweeping the supplies off the hood and pointing at Chen Huan, demanding answers. Though she feared Chen Huan, she was acutely aware that without protection, her chances of survival outside were nil, especially without any means of transportation. Chen Huan replied coolly, indeed, but have you brought me what I desire? Sister Wu, filled with rage, retorted, if I am merely a useless burden in your eyes, why did you not leave me in Binren City yesterday? She then pointed accusingly at Zhou Qingqing, her eyes seething with hostility. And you, were you not the one who incited him in the car? Zhou Qingqing responded with a mocking laugh. Blame yourself for being so inept. Her words to Sister Wu were an implicit acknowledgement that Chun Huan's decision to send her away was indeed spurred by Zhou Qingqing. As fury and hatred surged within her, Sister Wu lunged forward, tackling Zhou Qingqing to the ground, her hands tightening around her neck as she screamed, I will kill you. If you want me dead, I won't let you live either. What right do you, a filthy woman consorting with Wang Fatty, have to dictate my fate? Caught off guard, Zhou Qingqing found herself pinned down, her breathing constricted under Sister Wu's frenzied grip. Her face flushed crimson as the blood vessels in her neck bulged, hands desperately slapping at Sister Wu's arms. Tears began to well in her eyes, which were rapidly becoming bloodshot. Seeing this, Shun Jingxi moved to intervene, but Chun Huan restrained her, insisting she resolve it herself. Yet, though her steps faltered, Shun Jingxi's grip on her three-edged military dagger tightened. Chun Huan remarked, never underestimate a person's will to survive. Indeed, as he stated, the terror of life and death loomed large. While Zhou Qingqing was caught off guard, it did not imply she was without the capacity for resistance. After all, she and Shun Jingxi had fought off 5 zombies together to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. The searing pain, the throbbing ache in her temples, the darkness creeping in from lack of oxygen. Zhou Qingqing felt her strength waning, teetering on the brink of death at the hands of this deranged woman. In her fading consciousness, she began to scream internally, no, this is not what I want. I wish to survive, to persist in this wretched world. How could I possibly perish at the hands of a madwoman? This was the first time Zhou Qingqing had confronted death so closely, and it was also the first time she yearned for life with such fervor. In her desperate thirst for existence, she clutched at anything she could use, regardless of its nature, as long as it could serve as a weapon. Aren't you just like me? Look at yourself. Truly observe. You are on the brink of death. Is there anyone coming to your rescue? Even your closest confidant stands by, watching you await your demise. The act of snuffing out a life sent Sister Wu into a frenzied delight as she laughed maniacally while viciously squeezing Zhou Qingqing's neck, as if to unleash all her pent-up resentment and fury. Yet, in response, Zhou Qingqing wielded a can of luncheon meat. It was one of the supplies Zhao Lin had provided her. With a resounding crash, the can, gripped tightly in Zhou Qingqing's hand, struck Sister Wu's forehead with the force of a rock. Blood gushed forth immediately, and oblivious to the desire to spare Zhou Qingqing. Sister Wu's vision darkened as she collapsed to the ground with a cry of pain. Cough, cough. Chenhuan, may I kill her? Zhou Qingqing, having discarded the can, knelt on the ground, clutching her crimson neck as she gasped for breath, raising her eyes to Chenhuan, who was merely a few steps away. You may handle it as you wish. I shall not intervene. Chenhuan was quite pleased with Zhou Qingqing's response, yet upon hearing this, the dazed Sister Wu wailed, No, you cannot kill me. Chenhuan, Brother Chen, grant me a chance. I can be very obedient. You can do anything you desire, as long as you do not take my life. I do not wish to die. Furthermore, my skills in bed far surpass those of Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing. If you wish, you can treat me as a mere plaything. I implore you, spare me. Chenhuan scoffed. You really overestimate yourself. You. Sister Wu's face fluctuated between red and pale, her disheveled hair plastered to her face with tears, resembling a ludicrous clown, amplifying the grotesque aspects of humanity. Fine, very well. She surveyed the crowd one by one before settling her gaze on the speaker, Chenhuan, and screamed in a frenzied rage. Chenhuan, you are a selfish scoundrel. If you kill me, I curse that you will never find your parents. May they all perish. With a swift motion, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air, and Sister Wu's outstretched arm was cleanly severed by a tang knife, blood gushing like a fountain. As Chenhuan stepped forward, treading upon the severed limb, he pointed the knife at the howling Sister Wu, blood trickling down the blade, blossoming into droplets of crimson. His gaze was chillingly fierce, exuding an icy aura that even made the youngest among them shudder. Chenhuan, you said she would be left to my discretion. At this moment, Zhou Qingqing approached, gripping a dagger firmly, her hand resting upon the hilt. Chenhuan glanced at her. Then, after wiping the blade clean of blood with Wu Jia's garment, she sheathed the dagger with a swift motion, urging not to squander time. Very well, Zhou Qingqing replied, as she advanced slowly towards Wu Jia, whose eyes were wide with terror. With each step Zhou took, Wu Jia recoiled, desperately uttering no. The dagger in her grasp captivated the attention of everyone present. Sister Jingxi, little Tian, could no longer bear to witness the scene. Turning away and closing her eyes, Shun Jingxi gently pulled little Tian's head into her embrace, murmuring softly, It's all right. It will be over soon. She refrained from offering any other form of comfort, for she understood that such occurrences would become frequent in the future, an inevitability they could not avert. Chapter 68. Despair can transform a person, and hope can too. To the average individual, the notion of taking a life may seem deceptively simple, often flippantly discussed as a casual topic of conversation. Yet, when faced with the reality of such an act, one often grapples with profound internal conflict. However, in the present age, as the apocalypse unfolds, human life has regrettably become one of the most expendable commodities. Every moment, lives are extinguished for myriad reasons. Some are mercilessly torn apart, becoming sustenance for zombies or mutated beasts. Others meet a grim end at the hands of others, their remains discarded carelessly. Still others, unable to bear the brutal choices of this new world, resort to suicide to escape it all. Among them, Wu Jia is but a mere drop in the ocean. It is worth noting that merely 10 days have passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and many have yet to fully adjust their mindsets. While Zhou Qingqing decisively ended Wu Jia's life, she finds herself struggling to move past the psychological aftermath of such an act. Even though she outwardly appears unaffected, Chenhuan, glancing through the rearview mirror at Zhou Qingqing, who is calmly wiping the blood from her hands, inquires, What does it feel like? Zhou Qingqing is momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? What does it feel like? Chen Huan clarifies, I'm asking what it feels like to kill. After a moment of silence, she reflects. It was akin to stabbing a radish. The blade met no resistance, as if all my emotions were released with that single thrust. However, she pauses, biting her lip, and continues after the initial shock. A wave of fear washed over me. Panic, helplessness. I felt as if I had become irredeemably wicked, instinctively wanting to suppress my emotions and find a place to hide. Terrified that she might return as a vengeful spirit, Chen Huan nods inwardly, recognizing this reaction as entirely normal. Some experiences, once unleashed, cannot be contained. Yet, I must impart a crucial lesson. One must never indulge in bloodlust to alleviate emotional distress. While I perceive killing as a necessary means of survival in this new world, it is essential to remember that from yesterday to today, I have witnessed Zhou Qingqing's transformation and am quite pleased with her progress. Despite my ongoing skepticism toward anyone in our group, her actions undoubtedly qualify her as a capable ally. In the struggle for survival in this apocalypse, the rules of civilized society must be cast aside. The primal laws of nature, survival of the fittest, remain immutable. Zhou Qingqing nods in understanding. Chen Huan casts a sidelong glance at Xiao Tian, who is nestled closely against Shen Jingxi, and adds, Xiao Tian, this message is equally directed at you. I hope you will engrave it in your memory. Ah, Xiao Tian shivered slightly, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation and hastily affirming his understanding. This was the first time he had encountered Chen Huan's ruthless demeanor, which far surpassed the previous cold indifference he had witnessed. Despite knowing that Chen Huan's intentions were for his own good, a flicker of fear arose within him. However, given the current circumstances, Chen Huan had no intention of providing psychological guidance. In his view, severe ailments necessitated potent remedies, for it was challenging to rectify deeply ingrained beliefs in Xiao Tian. After all, nothing is more paramount than survival. Especially as time progresses, the days ahead would grow increasingly brutal. In such times, even the kindest of souls might succumb to apathy regarding the cycle of life and death. Thus, to survive, one must not only learn to slay zombies, but also to take the lives of fellow humans. While people might harbor biases against this notion, fate does not. Despair can transform a person, yet hope can also. At 11 in the morning, the team commenced a temporary respite. Due to Sister Wu's circumstances, no one aside from Chen Huan had received rest the previous night. Though they strained to maintain their spirits, it was ultimately an unsustainable strategy. Moreover, the need to remain vigilant to the numerous signs along the opposing lane further drained their mental faculties. After advancing for a while, Chen Huan decided to halt at a section of the opposing lane that appeared relatively clear for a brief respite. Chen Huan, you should take a break. I'll handle the lookout, he suggested, after hastily consuming their food, as the others settled into the cargo hold for rest. Zhou Qingqing unexpectedly returned to the front of the vehicle. Meeting Chen Huan's gaze, she smiled brightly. Although we all have photographs and you've provided many details, I have never actually met Uncle and Aunt. Given my current mental state, even if I lay down, I would find it impossible to sleep. Rather than tossing and turning in the cargo hold, it would be better to allow you this time to rest. Chen Huan shrugged, do as you wish. Upon receiving his tacit approval, Zhou Qingqing promptly walked around to the passenger seat, opening the door and sitting down. Yet, her demeanor suggested she had something to say, but hesitated. If you have something to discuss, just speak openly. I am not accustomed to guessing what others are thinking. Even if I were to guess, it would be towards the worst-case scenario, Chen Huan remarked, leaning back in his seat with a nonchalant tone. Zhou Qingqing bit her lip and inquired, how did you move on after your first kill? In truth, she understood many of the concepts, and Chen Huan's words resonated within her. However, some matters were not as simple as mere words. Chen Huan replied, there is no need to move on. You merely need to adapt. Adapt? Zhou Qingqing questioned, perplexed. She could not fathom how one could adapt to taking a life, knowing that even some murderers struggle with this, especially since she had been an ordinary person until now. Chen Huan did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. What do you believe is the difference between humans and zombies? Humans possess emotions, experience pain, and feel fatigue. While zombies, Zhou Qingqing seemed to grasp something. Are you suggesting I should engage in self-hypnosis? Humans, before becoming zombies, were they not just that? Humans? If one can kill a zombie, why not a human? Why must one bear such a tremendous psychological burden? Moreover, her act of taking a life was not without reason. Aptly reflecting the adage, all things are governed by cause and effect, and retribution follows retribution. With this thought, Zhou Qingqing suddenly felt a semblance of relief. Chen Huan chuckled softly, stating, I never claimed such a thing, and self-hypnosis is an exceedingly poor strategy. Zhou Qingqing, in a state of urgency, inquired, then what am I to do? Adapt, just as you are currently acclimating to this apocalyptic world. As I have said before, regardless of the circumstances, one must strive to adapt. Failure to do so will only lead to obsolescence. Chen Huan, indifferent to the methods Zhou Qingqing might employ to adapt, had long since lost his enthusiasm due to 8 years of experience. Had it not been for Zhou Qingqing's transformation, mirroring Zhao Lin and aligning with his expectations, he would have been disinclined to engage with her, let alone offer her any counsel. Chapter 69. Zhang Long's intentions soon, as the 2-hour respite came to an end. Those who had succumbed to slumber were gradually roused by the calls of Zhou Qingqing. However, the brevity of their rest left them in a state of drowsiness, disoriented and unsteady on their feet. Zhao Lin rubbed his face vigorously, stifling a yawn, and remarked, Why do I feel like I was just asleep when I was called? The others, though silent, mirrored his sentiments with their bleary expressions. Chen Huan tossed Zhao Lin a half-empty bottle of mineral water and urged everyone, make the most of this time to recover. In truth, none of them were invincible. After the exhausting exertions of the previous day and an entire night devoid of sleep, the scant 2 hours of rest could hardly suffice to restore their vigor. Yet, Chen Huan had little choice but to hasten their recovery, for the present moment was no longer akin to the initial days of the apocalypse. They needed to diligently seek out clues that might lead to their parents, and traveling by night had become impractical. Thus, the daylight hours had assumed paramount importance. Moreover, even brief respite was preferable to relentless fatigue. Chen Huan, may we converse? Zhang Long suddenly stepped away from the group as they attempted to regain their composure. Chen Huan nodded and moved aside, away from the others. Speak freely. What is on your mind? Zhang Long retrieved a half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Noting Chen Huan's refusal, he lit one for himself, leaning against the roadside railing as he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. You need not be so wary of me. I harbor no intentions of deceit. According to our agreement, you fulfilled your promise the moment we entered the highway, while I have merely been feigning ignorance. Chen Huan chuckled softly. So, you intend to part ways? Not at all, Zhang Long replied, taking a deep drag from a cigarette. I wish to accompany you, but I am uncertain if you would welcome that. You wish to follow me? Chen Huan leaned against the railing beside Zhang Long, arms crossed, as if he had heard an absurd jest. Surely, you recall how we became acquainted and the events that transpired in between. There is no need for me to recount them. Moreover, my character and intentions are no secrets within our group. What benefit could you possibly derive from following me? Zhang Long responded earnestly, to live. Yet, before the weighty simplicity of that word, Chen Huan remained unmoved, for to live is a shared aspiration among all humanity. In truth, I have harbored such thoughts since we arrived at the toll booth yesterday. While the military base offers a sanctuary that many desire, I have never felt an overwhelming attraction to it, nor can I deny a certain wariness. We have discussed certain matters in the past days, leading me to conclude that my need for military protection is entirely optional. But you are different, even if your current endeavors bear no relation to ours. Zhang Long's lengthy discourse seemed to stem from the depths of his heart. Even as the cigarette burned down to his fingers, he felt no sting. Yet, Chen Huan remained skeptical. He would not be swayed by mere words, for his only faith lay in his own judgment. Is that so? Yet that does not constitute a reason for me to accept you. Zhang Long discarded his cigarette, and turned to Chen Huan, inquiring how he could gain acceptance. Chen Huan did not respond directly. Instead, he asked, What do you consider to be the primary reason for your belief in me? He added that he required no grandiose expressions or flattery, only the most fundamental rationale. After a moment of silence, Zhang Long replied, "It is your capability. Do you recall when I remarked, you are more suited to be a leader than I am?" Chen Huan tilted his head, prompting him to continue. Zhang Long elaborated, "Setting aside your character, if I had to choose who could survive in this wretched world, it would undoubtedly be you. You are composed, calm, experienced, and decisive, maintaining vigilance even towards your own teammates. I may not know what has shaped you, but it is precisely this that ensures you do not falter in adversity, possessing the ability to endure. Although Shan Jingzi, Zhao Lin, and Zhou Qingqing may not find security in a military base under your leadership, they certainly gain the opportunity to live longer than those within it." Chen Huan smiled. "That still sounds like excessive praise." "I speak the truth. I trust my judgment," Zhang Long asserted. "Moreover, you need not worry about your concerns. In fact, on some level, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, even if I were not facing betrayal now, what about the future?" At this point, Zhang Long's gaze turned somber, his expression complex. The human heart remains an unfathomable enigma. Chen Huan concurred with this sentiment. Humanity is indeed a profoundly intricate contradiction, with a devil lurking deep within, capable of terrifying manifestations once unleashed. Nevertheless, Chen Huan still withheld an answer. He glanced at his watch and stated, "Let's go. It is time for a break." Zhang Long was taken aback, watching Chen Huan's departing figure, his brow furrowing tightly. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette, but upon seeing the meager supply left, he reluctantly returned it to the pack. This scene did not escape the notice of those around them. Upon returning to the vehicle, Zhao Lin and the others briefly regarded Chen Huan, but refrained from probing into the conversation between him and Zhang Long. They continued their journey according to plan amidst casual chatter. Though a few scattered zombies roamed the road, they were rendered utterly insignificant in the presence of the colossal refrigerated truck, which effortlessly crushed them into mere pulp. Time progressed slowly as they moved forward, and before long, evening descended. The blood-red sun had vanished, leaving a gray, overcast sky filled with ominous clouds. A fierce wind arose, bending the weary trees as if uprooted. Amidst the swirling debris of dead leaves and plastic bags on the highway, two vehicles continued their steady, deliberate pace. Despite this, their speed remained unattainable for the zombies who, left far behind, could only shuffle forward, emitting futile roars of despair. In this perilous and ever-changing apocalyptic world, a fleeting moment of tranquility does not signify that all subsequent paths will be similarly serene, especially as we draw ever closer to Yunlin City. As the crowd traversed the floating Cloud Mountain Bridge, it was nearly instantaneous when Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi, utilizing their binoculars to survey the opposing lane and surroundings, voiced their concerns in unison. "Chen Huan, goodness, boss, it seems the situation ahead is rather dire. Even helicopters are plummeting from the sky." Chapter 70. Journey to the crash site. It was uncertain whether it was the fierce winds or some other cause, but upon receiving the binoculars from Shun Jingzi, Chen Huan discerned a military helicopter plummeting from the sky, approximately 5 or 6 kilometers away. Within mere moments, the shadow of the helicopter vanished among the distant mountains, leaving behind only a swirling plume of black smoke. However, as their vehicle was situated in a narrow crevice between two mountains, the howling winds were overwhelming. The roar of the helicopter's rotor blades and the subsequent explosion upon impact were entirely drowned out. "Boss," Zhao Lin cast a glance at Chen Huan, awaiting his decision. The other occupants of the vehicle also turned their attention towards him. The crash of the military helicopter cast an inexplicable shadow over their hearts. Yet, Chen Huan decisively proclaimed, "Let's go take a look." With that, he released the brake and pressed the accelerator, urging the vehicle forward, while also reminding Shun Jingzi and Zhao Lin to continue their vigilant observation of the surroundings. He was uncertain if there were any other survivors nearby. Delaying the search until the following day might result in the weapons and ammunition aboard the helicopter being scavenged. This was a situation Chen Huan had not encountered in his previous life while traveling along the highway to the Yunlin military base. Back then, he had been excessively anxious about his parents' safety, and after cautiously avoiding the entrance to Benrin City, he had hastily found a vehicle to speed away, completely neglecting the surrounding circumstances, let alone noticing the downed military helicopter nestled in the forest. From his estimation of the crash site, they would need to trek at least 1 or 2 kilometers on foot. Fortunately, it was still evening. Although the overcast skies had drastically reduced visibility and darkness would fall sooner than usual, the short distance was manageable enough for them to return to the highway before nightfall. Qingqing prepare food, water, and medical supplies. Zhaolin, Jingzi, grab all the weapons you can carry, especially the powerful flashlights. Within moments, Chen Huan halted the vehicle at the roadside and began issuing orders to the group. What is happening? Zhang Long, lacking binoculars to assess the situation, stepped out of the vehicle, surprised by Chen Huan's sudden directives. This tool is more effective than a fire axe, Chen Huan remarked, tossing a steel knife crafted in the likeness of a Nepalese military blade toward him. There has been a military helicopter crash in the forest, and we're preparing to investigate. How far? Catching the steel knife, Zhang Long contemplated briefly and realized Chen Huan's intentions. It was no doubt the weapons and ammunition aboard the helicopter that piqued his interest. Based on their previous visual assessment, the straight-line distance seemed to be about 1 or 2 kilometers. Nonetheless, the noise from the helicopter's crash had been tremendous, despite the wind masking it. It had undoubtedly attracted numerous zombies or mutated creatures. Once they left the highway, they must remain vigilant, Chen Huan cautioned, gesturing with his fingers between his eyes and Zhang Long's to emphasize his point. Zhang Long chuckled. Rest assured, as I always say, I have no intention of plotting against you. I hope so. But what about Xiao Tian? I noticed he has armed himself as well. He isn't planning to join us, is he? Aside from Wang Pengzi in the cargo hold, everyone is coming. Chen Huan chambered his pistol and secured it in the holster on his thigh. He then shouldered his backpack and strapped the Tang Dao to his back. Zhang Long cast a deep glance at Chen Huan, understanding the latter's intentions. Excluding Wang Pengzi, there were still 4 of them left, including Chen Huan. Zhao Lin, Shun Jingzi, and Zhou Qingqing were currently Chen Huan's trusted allies, essential for the mission. Leaving Xiao Tian alone on the highway was certainly unwise due to his age. As for himself, he was merely a tool, ensuring he remained within sight to prevent any unsavory actions. Gather everything you need to bring along. It is prudent to be prepared for any emergencies. Also, remember to lock the vehicle. All right. After issuing the instructions, Zhang Long turned, raising the binoculars hanging around his neck against the howling wind to survey the distant landscape. Although they would soon traverse a nearly dry creek into the forest upon leaving the highway, it was wise to observe the surrounding environment while the light remained favorable. Boss, we are ready. As Chen Huan surveyed the area, Zhao Lin and the others, fully equipped, approached. Chen Huan nodded. Good, let us proceed. The journey away from the highway towards the site of the military helicopter crash was uneventful. There were neither zombies lurking nor signs of mutated animals. They merely needed to focus on the path ahead. Although Xiao Tian was the youngest, and his pace lagged behind that of the adults, he gritted his teeth and kept up with the group. Boss, shoo. As they were about to enter the forest, Chen Huan signaled for silence and spoke softly. Zhang Long, you lead the way in front. Qingqing, stay close to Xiao Tian. Zhao Lin, you and Jingzi will follow behind. Regardless of what we encounter along the way, we must maintain formation and remain quiet. The others nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding. Chen Huan continued, Jingzi, distribute the flashlights. Understood. Shun Jingzi nodded and promptly retrieved the flashlights from her small pack, handing one to each member. The flashlights were merely for emergencies, primarily to prevent delays that could lead to dangers in the dark. While the likelihood of needing them was low, it was always better to be prepared than to scramble in a crisis. The forest was eerily quiet, with only the howling wind and the pained creaking of trees filling the air. Though the scene appeared devoid of danger, this very tranquility demanded heightened vigilance. The current situation was indeed twofold. In the unfamiliar woods, the wind masked their footsteps, yet it also concealed the roars of zombies and the growls of mutated creatures, along with the rustling sounds of their movements. In this tense atmosphere, the spirits of everyone were taut, with Xiao Tian so nervous that he scarcely dared to breathe. Chen Huan, moving forward after walking straight for nearly half an hour towards the site of the plane crash. Zhang Long, responsible for the left wing, suddenly spoke up, gesturing for everyone to look in his direction. No need to worry. It poses no threat to us. Chen Huan cast a glance at the elderly zombie wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, aimlessly spinning in place, drawn by the rustling of leaves, about 30 meters away, and then continued on his path. Zhou Qingqing, puzzled, remarked, logically, when a helicopter crashes, not to mention the noise. Even the scent of blood carried by the wind should be enough to attract the zombies. Why is it just spinning in place? This was a question that lingered in the minds of all. Chen Huan explained, the factors that attract zombies are primarily blood scent, sound, light, and living beings. However, when one of these conditions outweighs the others, they will gravitate toward whatever is most alluring. Just like now, the allure of the rustling leaves surpasses that of the scent of blood. Chapter 71. Half concealed when it comes to understanding the nature of zombies. Chen Huan would assert that no one surpasses him. After all, 8 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world is not merely a tale. Countless experiences have been earned on the precipice of life and death. Nevertheless, even with such knowledge, Chen Huan dared not to relax even a fraction. Upon learning the reason, the others were enlightened and gradually shifted their gaze from the aged zombie, continuing their advance. As they progressed, the number of zombies they encountered began to increase incrementally. However, amidst the howling winds, they were akin to the elderly zombie, merely shuffling in place, posing no real threat to the group. Yet, as they drew nearer to the helicopter's crash site, the zombies ceased to be distracted by the rustling leaves. At this juncture, the allure of blood far outweighed any auditory distractions. Boss, how did the snake get inside the zombie's belly? Zhao Lin shuddered at the sight of the zombie that Chen Huan had bisected, involuntarily recoiling. What's so strange about that? Chen Huan casually drove his knife through the remaining half of the black snake lodged within the zombie's intestines. This zombie mutated after being bitten, given its wounds. It would be odd if it hadn't attracted mutated creatures in the wild. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing exchanged uneasy glances. Creatures like snakes and caterpillars have never been particularly friendly to girls, even though they had undergone profound transformations, no longer embodying the frail beings they once were. Does this mean that every zombie that mutated from a bite harbors some form of mutated creature within it? Zhou Qingqing gasped, instinctively distancing herself from the zombie she had just slain. No, just a few. Chen Huan rose, wiping the black blood from his dagger with a leaf before sheathing it back into his arm. Some matters should not be overthought. Even if what you suggest were true, it shouldn't occur here. Shen Jingxi pondered, contemplating the significance of location and probability. Precisely, Chen Huan acknowledged, casting her an appreciative glance. The diversity of species is intricately linked to varying climates, and considering that mutated creatures share similar traits with zombies, they are primarily interested in food. As for zombies consuming their own kind, have you ever witnessed zombies devouring other zombies? Only those mutated creatures that initially burrow into a zombie's body could develop a peculiar symbiotic relationship with it. Zhao Lin mused, so, if the zombies have nothing to eat, neither do the mutated creatures within them. One could say that. At this point, Chen Huan refrained from elaborating further and resumed his forward motion, gripping the tang knife that had pinned the black snake. While mutated creatures indeed do not consume zombies, under certain circumstances, they would not starve alongside them. The sight of the scattered corpses on the ground sent a chill through the group. Despite Chen Huan's incomplete statement, the implication of one could say that left an unsettling array of thoughts lingering in the air. Zhang Long beckoned to the crowd, urging caution as the wilderness was far more perilous than the city. A moment's inattention could result in a seemingly innocuous creature delivering a painful bite, and regrets would be futile thereafter. Zhao Lin implied, rest assured, it won't be us who regret it. Zhang Long chuckled, unbothered, and inquired of Chen Huan, do mutated animals retain their original instincts? Are you afraid? Chen Huan retorted, indeed, I am afraid. How could I not be? Zhang Long openly acknowledged his apprehensions. Compared to zombies, mutated animals posed a more insidious threat. If they retained their prior hunting behaviors, the dangers were manifold. Consider snakes, for instance. But even mere mosquitoes could prove deadly. Have you been bitten by mosquitoes these past few days? Yes. Have you experienced any discomfort? None. Chun Huan remarked. Regarding whether mutated creatures maintain their original hunting instincts, I am uncertain. However, I do know the characteristics of these mutated beings and how to distinguish them. Furthermore, pausing, Chun Huan added, do not expect that I possess all the answers. I have merely traversed more experiences than you. If you desire knowledge, the best approach is to seek first-hand validation. Zhang Long fell silent, pondering whether Chun Huan was concealing anything. Yet, the reality aligned with Chun Huan's assertions. In the face of the apocalypse, everyone was navigating their fears, gaining understanding only through experience. It's about to rain. We must hasten our journey. Should we encounter any zombies within proximity, we must eliminate them all to prevent them from gathering while we collect weapons and ammunition. Chun Huan commanded, glancing up at the sky through the canopy of trees as he quickened his pace. A tempest was brewing. The relentless winds heralded a deluge that arrived more swiftly than anticipated. Before Chun Huan and the others could reach the site of the military helicopter crash, a thunderclap resonated, and raindrops the size of soybeans began to plummet from the heavens. The storm lashed against them like a multitude of whips, driven by the fierce winds. A short distance away lay a grove of trees, severed by the helicopter's rotor blades, with countless broken branches scattered amidst the charred earth. The downed military helicopter was gruesomely fragmented into several sections. As for the finer details, the torrential rain obscured the view, and the group at the base of the slope could barely discern a few figures moving among the wreckage. Zhao Lin wiped the rain from his face, lamenting the ill-timed downpour. Are we going to be struck by lightning in this forest? Shun Jingzi shot him a glare, retorting, just because you're silent doesn't mean no one thinks you're mute. Truth be told, traversing the woods with cold weapons in such stormy weather was undeniably a test of one's nerves, coupled with the sporadic appearance of zombies that required dealing with. Each swing of their weapons was accompanied by the fear that their arms might suddenly attract a lightning strike. Wearing a hat from his mountaineering attire, Chun Huan found some solace amidst the relentless downpour that lashed against him like a whip. Fortunately, the waterproof and quick-drying properties of his garments spared him from the plight that afflicted others, whose clothes and hair clung to their skin, drenched by the rain. There was no time for idle talk. He needed to take his medicine promptly. After dispatching the few zombies lingering near the wreckage, he would gather his supplies and depart swiftly, leaving nothing behind. The rain intensified, and considering the encroaching horde of zombies, they could not afford to linger here for shelter. Although the chill was palpable, the medicine he had taken in advance would prevent him from easily succumbing to a cold. Moreover, the soil, saturated by the persistent rain. Chapter 72. A modest harvest. Chun Huan forcefully stamped his foot on the leaf-strewn ground. Despite the lush foliage above, the fallen rain had undeniably altered the terrain. Compared to before, the soil had become increasingly loose. However, Chun Huan was not preoccupied with concerns about geological disasters. Such calamities were unlikely to occur. The only real danger lay in the slippery path, which could lead to potential hazards when descending, such as slipping and tumbling down the slope, or being hindered during a sudden zombie attack. All right, we are ready. Let us proceed. As the group consumed their medications, the briefly halted procession resumed its movement. The rain poured heavily, and the wind howled fiercely. Although only a few dozen meters remained, traversing the distance proved to be quite arduous. Yet, as they drew closer, the obscured scene began to reveal itself. The aircraft was shattered, trees lay fallen, and branches and leaves were scattered across the charred earth. The propeller, which had severed the trees, was dislodged, with one end deeply embedded in the ground. The indistinct figures previously observed from afar were now revealed to be zombies, who had arrived ahead of the group. They squatted on the ground, some tearing open the abdomens of two soldiers clad in combat uniforms, voraciously devouring their entrails, while others gnawed at limbs and thighs, blood splattering everywhere. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps splashing through the mud, the zombies almost simultaneously turned their heads. abandoning their gruesome meals amidst excited roars. Chen Huan, brandishing his Tang Dao with an inverted grip, strode forward confidently and instructed, "Make it quick, without delay or unnecessary theatrics." The group executed a coordinated attack. The zombies, fully armed with their weapons, were denied even a chance to engage before they were reduced to headless corpses amidst a flurry of flashing blades. Instead of eliminating them one by one, swiftly severing their heads was undoubtedly the most efficient method. In order to conserve time, they did not even bother to dispose of the decapitated heads, proceeding directly to the disfigured corpses of the soldiers. Chen Huan, even though Chen Huan had previously instructed them to disregard everything else as the situation unfolded, Shun Jingzi felt a pang of compassion, reluctant to leave the bodies to be devoured by zombies and mutated creatures. There is no need to concern ourselves. Their remains are too mangled. Even if buried, the scent of blood would attract zombies or mutated animals, compelling them to unearth and consume the corpses. Chen Huan picked up a rifle lying beside the body, aimed it briefly, and then retrieved a fully loaded rifle magazine and a pistol from the waist where the entrails were strewn. This was the primary objective of his mission. Shun Jingzi stood momentarily stunned, then sighed and moved aside to maintain vigilance. The harsh realities of the apocalypse made it apparent that even a dignified burial had become a luxury. What she did not realize was that Chen Huan had one more unspoken thought. Even if there were no zombies or animals to dig up their bodies now, in 5.5 months, they would inevitably rise from the earth themselves. Thus, some actions were entirely unnecessary and merely a waste of time. After stowing the weapons and ammunition into his backpack, Chen Huan promptly rose and approached another corpse, inquiring Zhao Lin and Zhang Long, who were searching the broken cabin. "How is it?" Zhao Lin responded, "There are 2 airdrop boxes with parachutes inside, but most of the contents are food and water. As for the weapons, there's only a triangular military dagger, a knife, 2 handguns, and 2 stab-resistant vests. What about the ammunition?" "For boxes of bullets and 2 spare magazines." "For boxes of bullets and 2 spare magazines." Chen Huan narrowed his eyes, dismissing the food and water, and instructing them to take the weapons, ammunition, and stab-resistant vests. He calculated, a standard box of bullets contains 50 rounds, so 4 boxes amount to 200 rounds. Adding the magazines and the handguns, which total 36 rounds, he also retrieved 2 rifles, 2 handguns, and some additional bullets from the corpses. This means combined with what he had left, he now possessed 287 handgun rounds, 313 rifle rounds, 1 high-explosive grenade, 5 handguns, and 2 rifles, effectively alleviating the current shortage of firearms. However, as Chen Huan stood up, the pouring rain cascaded from the brim of his hat, further obscuring his gaze. At that moment, Zhao Lin and Zhang Long emerged from the cabin, having gathered the weapons and ammunition. Chen Huan's eyes lingered on the 2 briefly before turning to the vigilant Shun Jingzi, Qiong Qiong, and Xiao Tian, saying, "Let us go." The heavy rain fell relentlessly, the wind amplifying its force, while the thunder occasionally roared above, resonating in the hearts of all. Although the descent was considerably easier than the ascent, the horde of zombies converging from various directions slowed their pace. By the time they returned to the highway, darkness was nearly enveloping the sky. Without a significant gathering of humans, only the gluttonous Wang Pongzi, locked inside a cargo compartment, failed to attract any zombies or mutated creatures. Even the few zombies that had been wandering nearby gradually retreated, deterred by the storm and thunder. Chen Huan took the backpack handed to him by Zhao Lin and Zhang Long, addressing the group. "Take your medication once more. Do not fall ill. In these trying times, do not underestimate a mere cold." "Understood," the group replied in unison. Even without Chen Huan's reminder, they would have done so. The cold was unbearable. Since the apocalypse began, temperatures had plummeted significantly. While it was manageable at first, being drenched in the torrential downpour now left their clothes clinging to their bodies, sapping their warmth and leaving them chilled to the bone. Xiao Tian had already begun to shiver, his lips turning pale, despite having taken medication earlier. "Boss, aren't you going to change your clothes?" Zhao Lin asked as the group rummaged through the cargo for their collected garments, noticing Chen Huan's indifference. "No need." Chun Huan replied, weighing a bottle of liquor in his hand. You two can divide the stab-resistant vests among yourselves. After changing into dry clothes, put them on as well. Zhao Lin nodded, though his gaze shifted to Zhang Long. No need to look at me. I have no use for that. Zhang Long casually tossed his damp clothes into a corner and draped a jacket over himself before taking a seat beside Chun Huan. I didn't expect you to enjoy drinking, he remarked. Chun Huan extended the bottle of white liquor towards him, asking, What? Do you want a sip? No, thank you. Zhang Long quickly waved his hand. I still need to take my medicine later. If you desire my company for a drink, there will be plenty of time for that. His words carried an underlying meaning that Chun Huan was certainly perceptive enough to grasp. As he retracted the bottle of liquor, he replied, Time is something one must strive for, not merely spoken through the lips. However, Zhang Long found humor in this slightly evasive response, thinking to himself that he just happened to possess that very capability. Chapter 73. Hearts aligned the following day as dawn began to break. Chun Huan awoke from his slumber. He glanced outside the vehicle, observing that the tempest which had raged throughout the night was finally subsiding. Although the rain continued to fall in fine, persistent streams, driven at an angle by the wind against the windshield, it was a marked improvement from the previous night. Nevertheless, the already overcast sky had taken on a more dismal appearance. As for the zombies, Chun Huan surveyed the surroundings and noted a single, mud-caked female zombie meandering in circles outside. With a decisive motion, he opened the car door, grasped his dagger, and leaped out, striding purposefully toward the aimless female zombie. The commotion he caused successfully captured the creature's attention. As it turned its head, a guttural, excited growl erupted from the depths of its throat. This primal roar, emitted by the zombie, served as the clarion call for the team to awaken. Zhao Lin, startled by the opening door, sprang upright from the passenger seat. Peering through the gap, through the relentless rain, he beheld Chun Huan advancing toward a disheveled woman, her body caked in mud. As Chun Huan approached, the woman opened her arms, her face alight with fervor, as if she were greeting a long-lost lover. Yet, in Chun Huan's hand lay a dagger. The woman rushing toward him was devoid of humanity, driven solely by the instinct to feed. As he neared, confronted by the ravenous zombie, Chun Huan delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen, causing it to stumble and collapse, rolling several times in the puddles. Before it could regain its footing, he stepped forward and stomped down on its head, then lifted his arm, the dagger poised to strike, plunging it directly into the creature's skull. At this moment, Zhao Lin approached. Observing the zombie on the ground, its brow seeping dark blood, he remarked, Boss, you don't think this zombie followed us back from the mountains, do you? Chun Huan withdrew the dagger, wiping it on the zombie's body, which was indeed covered in mud. However, he was uncertain if it was the only one. What? By your tone, do you wish to linger here for another night? No, I certainly did not imply that. Zhao Lin hastily denied, aware that should Chun Huan take his jest seriously, it would be no laughing matter. He hurriedly began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. Chun Huan stated, Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, we should reach Yunlin City by noon or this afternoon. Zhao Lin nodded, but paused mid-stride as he approached the now-open cargo door. Turning back to ask, Boss, since we left Binrin City, don't you feel that something is amiss? His words piqued the interest of the others. What could be amiss? The absence of zombies, perhaps? Chun Huan understood the characteristics of the apocalypse and did not perceive anything unusual over the past 2 days. Yet Zhao Lin seemed convinced otherwise. Indeed, I find our journey thus far to be remarkably silent, devoid of any encounters with survivors. Observing Chun Huan's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Zhao Lin began to speculate. Ever since the radio station was repaired, the emergency broadcasts from the military base in Yunlin City have been relentless, with corresponding supplies and weaponry being dispatched to the vicinity of Yunlin. The highway we are traversing is the most accessible route to the city. Even if it were completely blocked, I refuse to believe that no one else has considered traversing the opposite lane. To be frank, Zhao Lin's analysis is not without merit. The idea of utilizing the opposite lane for travel is rather straightforward. It is not an unreplicable strategy. However, Chun Huan does not share this perspective and does not regard it with due seriousness. The inherent nature of individuals to seek advantage and avoid peril leads them to instinctively gather together when faced with the unknown and the dangerous, often choosing to hunker down in a specific location. This is the very genesis of various encampments. Moreover, it has only been 11 days since the apocalypse began, and few have entirely quelled the fear within them, especially given the dire conditions on the highway, littered with rear-ended and overturned vehicles and a dense throng of zombies. Under such circumstances, encountering survivors on the highway would indeed be a peculiar occurrence. Noticing the contemplative expressions of the others, Chun Huan inquired, "Then why is it that when I return to Binren City, I frequently encounter groups of survivors on provincial and national roads? Furthermore, even if we were to meet other survivors, what could we possibly do? Accept them? Not. Or perhaps eliminate them entirely to eradicate any lingering thoughts of our vehicles and supplies?" The group exchanged glances, pondering his words. Chun Huan clapped his hands and urged, "Let's not squander time on futile matters." Soon, after tidying up, the group resumed their journey, drawing ever closer to Yunlin City. Yet, throughout the remainder of the trip, Chun Huan failed to uncover any trace of life on the highway, not even a military vehicle from the rescue team or a single zombie. In truth, could this not be deemed a positive sign? Nevertheless, the sight of Chun Huan standing in the rain, binoculars raised high, led the others to perceive him as filled with disappointment and concern. In response, Shun Jingxi offered words of comfort. "Our lack of discoveries merely indicates that our relatives have safely departed Binren City alongside the rescue team and have reached the military base in Yunlin." Qingqing also concurred, stating, "Jingxi is correct. I too believe that not encountering anything on the highway is a fortuitous sign. Otherwise, it would be dire news." Throughout this journey, they had remained vigilant, not only observing the chaos on the opposite lane, which indicated a hasty exodus of many survivors, but also searching for any trace of Chun Huan's parents or individuals associated with the rescue team. Should any of these conditions be met, the implications would be evident. Otherwise, they would not have journeyed all this way to the exit leading to Yunlin City. Zhao Lin pounded his chest with a resounding thud, declaring, "Rest assured, my leader, once we arrive in Yunlin City, I shall turn the entire military base upside down to help you locate your parents." Amidst the chorus of voices, even Xiao Tian stepped forward to offer a few words of comfort. Chun Huan ruffled his hair and reassured him, "It's all right. This is well within my expectations. Moreover, I'm not as fragile as you might think. Besides, the search along the way is merely a means to address the gaps left by my previous life. The only truly overlooked place from that past is the entrance to the Binren City Expressway." However, Xiao Tian remained skeptical of Chun Huan's words, believing him to be feigning strength. Yet, Chun Huan set aside his binoculars and began to outline various matters to the group. Chapter 74. Yunlin City as the capital of Jiang Province. Yunlin City boasts a gross domestic product that, while not rivaling some coastal cities, stands out as a leader among the new first-tier cities. Furthermore, its geographical positioning has earned it the title of the largest city in the western region. The scale of the city indeed justifies this designation, housing the command center of the Northwest Military District. However, this once vibrant metropolis, alive with lights and bustling traffic, has tragically devolved into a desolate wasteland. The severity of its plight far surpasses that of Binren City. The larger and more prosperous a city is, the greater its peril in the face of an apocalypse. The zombie population is measured in the millions, not to mention the numerous mutated creatures that remain unaccounted for. Within Yunlin City, there are several large zoos, and when combined with wildlife breeding and conservation centers, as well as household pets and stray cats and dogs, the mere thought is enough to send chills down one's spine. Chun Huan distinctly remembers that 21 days hence, following the military's final rescue and evacuation of the populace, they would commence a forceful cleansing of Yunlin City, with zoos and wildlife conservation centers being the primary targets. At that time, the skies would be filled with the thunderous roar of armed helicopters, and various heavy weaponry would rain down indiscriminately from above, followed by widespread incendiary bombardments throughout the city. He had witnessed this devastation firsthand upon his arrival in Yunlin City, where a cataclysmic fire raged for an entire day and night, leaving numerous skyscrapers reduced to charred ruins. While some may view the military's tactics as excessively harsh, and despite the reluctance of certain citizens to part with their possessions, leading to chaotic protests at military bases, it is undeniable that this decision by the armed forces averted an even greater catastrophe. It prevented the necessity of relocating survivor camps after the virus's mutations and the potential use of nuclear weapons to obliterate Yunlin City entirely. Regrettably, the resources within the city were lost. As Chen Huan gazed out the window, slightly lost in thought, Shen Jingzi couldn't help but express her sorrow. After passing through the Yunlin City toll station, they found themselves traveling on the city's South Ring Road. Thanks to Yunlin City's rapid development, even without binoculars, the horde of zombies could be discerned from afar, resembling a vast, dark ocean. Chen Huan remarked, in comparison to the resources, it is already a stroke of fortune that the residents of Yunlin City have survived. Moreover, since the military has established a shelter, there will naturally be ways to address the resource issues in the short term. After all, being backed by the grand city of Yunlin, there are numerous storage and logistics centers, as well as granaries in the vicinity. If the apocalypse merely maintains its current state, with the present military strength, it will inevitably be brought to an end. At that point, we need only to clarify the changes in the Earth's magnetic field caused by the extreme thunderstorm. Unfortunately, while others remained oblivious to Chen Huan's inner thoughts, they all expressed agreement with his sentiments. As the strength of the nation continues to grow, no one would doubt their homeland's ability to handle the sluggish, rigidly limbed zombies. However, Zhao Lin, who was focused on driving, suddenly expressed his thoughts, remarking that the pressure from various military districts was indeed overwhelming. Zhao Lin's sentiment was not without reason. With the advent of the apocalypse, all modern communication methods had collapsed, severing the military districts from their superiors, rendering them incapable of receiving pertinent orders. In such circumstances, each military district was compelled to make autonomous decisions, establishing special teams to venture into universities and research bases to rescue numerous experts and scholars, while simultaneously seeking solutions to this calamity. They also had to respond swiftly, organizing troops to aid the populace, construct shelters, seize broadcasting stations, and distribute emergency supplies, among other urgent tasks. The weight of these responsibilities was immense, as could be easily imagined. Even the roads surrounding the military base had been gradually cleared. Otherwise, they would have been unable to navigate the bypass smoothly. However, as the group departed from the bypass, heading towards Taiwei County adjacent to Xing'an District, they faintly heard several gunshots. The leader, Zhao Lin's expression turned serious. In such an environment, the sound of gunfire was well understood by all. Chen Huan contemplated for a moment before instructing Shen Jingzi to retrieve a bag from under the back seat, then began loading ammunition to distribute firearms among the group. Zhou Qingqing was taken aback. Judging by the gunfire, the number of zombies should not be substantial, and even if a horde were attracted, they could easily escape in a refrigerated truck. Therefore, the gun seemed unnecessary, especially since she had no experience with firearms. Chen Huan snapped a magazine into his rifle and chamber round, stating, "The reason for providing you with weapons is not to combat zombies. Even if you do not know how to use a gun, possessing one serves as a significant deterrent." Shen Jingzi furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you concerned about the survivors whose whereabouts are unknown?" "Precisely," Chen Huan replied, lifting binoculars to survey the surroundings, particularly the road ahead. Although they were nearing the military base, the gunfire alone could not determine the identity of those involved. If they were soldiers, there would be no cause for concern. However, what if they were other survivors? The intentions of a human heart are inscrutable, and it is prudent to exercise caution. Given his past experiences, he did not believe that proximity to the military base would deter those with ulterior motives among the survivors, even if other possibilities existed. After more than 10 minutes, the speed of the refrigerated truck began to slow. Ahead on the road, a bus was diagonally positioned, blocking their path alongside vehicles that had been cleared by the military. Inside the bus hid 2 women, a little girl and a boy. Through the bus window, they could see 7 men frantically hacking at zombies. Whenever the number became excessive, they would decisively draw their guns and fire, ensuring that the zombies could not converge. Most striking, however, was a young man in a stab-resistant vest, armed with both a rifle and a handgun. Upon seeing the vehicle approach, the woman and child hidden within the bus displayed expressions of joy. The sound of the engine also caught the attention of the 7 individuals engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies ahead. One among them shouted amidst the chaos, "Newcomer, hurry down and lend a hand. We cannot proceed until these zombies are dealt with." Chun Huan squinted, remaining silent, his gaze fixed upon a young man with a buzz cut clad in protective gear. Although the young man was engrossed in slaying zombies and did not turn back, he evoked a faint sense of familiarity in Chun Huan, as if he had encountered him before. However, due to the change in hairstyle and bulky clothing altering his silhouette, Chun Huan could not immediately recall the source of this familiarity and chose to dismiss the thought. "Do not forget what I instructed," Chun Huan reminded the group just before disembarking, then unsheathed his knife, grasped his firearm, pushed open the door, and jumped down. Zhao Lin and the others followed closely behind, while Xiao Tian remained inside the vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Long, who had parked closely behind, approached. Chun Huan extended a rifle toward him, asking, "You know what to do, right?" Chapter 75. Taking it slow without excessive elaboration, a mere phrase, "you know what to do," stirred an unusual emotion within Zhang Long. "Rest assured, I understand." He nodded slightly as he accepted the rifle. He was acutely aware that, in contrast to the zombies ahead, the true threat lay with the living, particularly those armed with firearms. "Boss, if something were to occur, we might be at a disadvantage in numbers," Zhao Lin whispered as they advanced. "Moreover, none of us are familiar with firearms. Apart from you and Zhang Long, a gun in our hands is essentially ornamental. The disparity between 2 individuals is trivial. As long as we do not display panic, how would they know we lack experience?" Chun Huan replied with a calm demeanor. "Do not forget what I mentioned to Zhou Qingqing earlier in the vehicle. A firearm is not solely effective through pulling the trigger. Sometimes, merely holding it can suffice against survivors." Zhao Lin exhaled deeply, and as he exchanged glances with Shan Jingzi and Zhou Qingqing, he instinctively tightened his grip on the weapon. However, as they followed Chun Huan around the bus, towards the 7 individuals engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombies, Chun Huan's pace slightly faltered. "Chun Huan, what's wrong?" Shan Jingzi inquired, her keen senses picking up on the anomaly. "I've encountered an unexpected acquaintance," Chun Huan replied, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Striding forward, he grasped the hilt of his knife and swiftly drew the tang blade from its sheath. Upon witnessing this, the group felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Initially, they had merely been in a state of cautious vigilance towards the 7, but now they understood that once the zombies were dealt with, a confrontation was inevitable. If it were anyone else mentioning an acquaintance, it might indeed be a familiar face, possibly leading to mutual support. However, with Chun Huan, the best one could hope for was not to have offended the other party too severely. After all, everyone was well aware of Chun Huan's temperament, especially that fleeting smile, which could send chills down one's spine. Had the other party not already been wary, it was likely that Chun Huan would have shot them full of holes long ago. "It's you." As Chun Huan brandished his knife against the zombies, a young man with a buzz cut, clad in a stab-resistant vest, turned around, revealing a handsome face marred by a grotesque scar stretching from his temple to the corner of his mouth, adding a sinister edge to his appearance. Chun Huan chuckled. "I didn't recognize you at first after several days." As he spoke, he swung the blade, and a head severed cleanly from its neck, rolling several times across the ground. "You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you?" Wang Yu sneered, the scar twisting grotesquely as he spoke, adding with a final flourish, "Boss, boss." The moment those words were uttered, not only did Zhao Lin and the others freeze in shock, but even Wang Yu's companions were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chun Huan and Wang Yu shared such a connection. Moreover, from this brief exchange, it was evident that there were undisclosed events that had transpired between the two. "Indeed, I never anticipated your survival, alas." Seizing a moment amidst the chaos of fending off the zombies, Chun Huan cast a glance back at the bus, noting with disappointment that, despite the harrowing experiences, no progress had been made. "Do you think I lack humanity, as you do?" Whether it was the question or the subsequent remark, it undeniably provoked Wang Yu. In a fit of rage, drew his pistol and shot down the approaching zombie with lethal precision, then aimed the gun at Chen Huan. What do you intend to do? Lower your weapon. Do you believe I put you down before you can pull that trigger? As Wang Yu aimed his gun at Chen Huan, Zhao Lin and others, along with Wang Yu's teammates, also turned their weapons towards one another. Yet, Chen Huan remained unfazed, even continuing to wield his broadsword against the zombies. So you were blaming me? Upon mentioning this, Chen Huan smirked mockingly, reminding him that it was he who had taught Wang Yu how to shoot and imparted many survival skills. What is it? After barely surviving, do you wish to take the life of your former leader at our first encounter? Wang Yu's anger intensified in response. And so what? From the gas station to the Lingnan Mountains, I have accompanied you through numerous trials and perils. Yet did you ever truly acknowledge me? If you possessed even a shred of conscience, you wouldn't be so heartless, not to mention the status of Li Feng, who left midway in your eyes. Chen Huan retorted, have I denied you any opportunities? Opportunities? Huh. For someone whose moral compass is practically non-existent, who has blood on their hands. What opportunities could you possibly offer? Reflecting on the past, Wang Yu became increasingly agitated, his finger pressed firmly against the trigger. You merely wish to transform me into a soulless being like yourself. Boss, don't listen to his ramblings. I could simply put a bullet in this ingrate and be done with it. Understanding Chen Huan's character, Zhao Lin could discern much from Wang Yu's contempt, which was nearly etched across his face. Setting aside other considerations, though Chen Huan may be ruthless, his abilities and experiences are exceptional. To survive long-term in this apocalyptic world, one must embody the qualities of someone like Chen Huan. Wang Yu gazed at him with pity. Is he your leader? Quite the charmer, I must say. I hope your loyalty remains steadfast when he leads you to draw the zombies away. You needn't worry about that, Zhang Long interjected coolly. If this continues, with weapons aimed at one another, you shall deal with the zombies alone. Though the standoff had lasted but a brief moment, the zombies had already pressed in from over 10 meters away, leaving them with no retreat, their backs nearly against the bus. Despite Chen Huan's relentless swordplay, a single individual could hardly fend off dozens of zombies. The sound of gunfire would soon summon a substantial horde. Nevertheless, as the group exchanged glances, none were willing to lower their weapons. Ultimately, whoever lowered their gun first would relinquish control. Chen Huan posed a question to Wang Yu. Shall we test who among us shall perish first? Surely it would be. With a gun in hand and a knife wielded by Chen Huan, it seemed he held the upper hand. Yet following Chen Huan's provocative words, Wang Yu hesitated, uncertain if Chen Huan had a trick up his sleeve. He had shared numerous experiences with Chen Huan, fully aware that Chen would never entrust his life to another, even if it meant he could pull the trigger first. Observing the shift in Wang Yu's expression, Chen Huan brandished his saber while retreating, pressing his back against the bus. My patience was wearing thin. As the words left my lips, my hand reached for the rifle slung behind me. Stop. What do you intend to do? Chen Huan's actions struck a chord with everyone present, prompting one individual to lose composure and aim his weapon at Chen, bellowing in outrage. Are you seeking death? Chen Huan regarded him with an impassive gaze. The intensity of his calm eyes sent a shiver through the man who had shouted, evoking a surreal sensation of confronting death itself. Wang Yu cast a penetrating glance at Chen Huan before diverting his aim. Fine, let us first eliminate the zombies. We shall settle our scores later. Chapter 76. Threat in this tense standoff. The compromise made by Wang Yu temporarily alleviated the atmosphere, preventing it from escalating into outright hostility. Yet, all present understood that once the zombies were dealt with, this momentary reprieve in conflict would inevitably resurface, possibly with even greater ferocity. For now, the necessity of confronting the horde forced an uneasy collaboration. However, just as everyone believed that an accord had been reached and their weapons were collectively aimed at the zombies, Chen Huan abruptly pulled the trigger on Wang Yu. There was no warning. The event unfolded with startling suddenness. When the gunshot echoed, the onlookers were jolted to reality, only to find Wang Yu lying lifeless on the ground, a gaping wound at his temple, blood seeping steadily from it. Wang Yu, Brother Wang. The sight sent his comrades into a frenzy. As they desperately fended off the encroaching zombies, some turned their weapons toward Chen Huan, shouting in outrage, "What have you done?" As he continued to shoot zombies with deadly precision, each bullet finding its mark, Chen Huan coolly replied, "Isn't it obvious? Just a little murder." You. The remaining 6 were both shocked and enraged, their faces contorting with disbelief. "You are a complete lunatic. Aren't you afraid we'll turn you into Swiss cheese? I'll kill you." Yet, despite their fury and fierce declarations, those with fingers poised on the triggers found themselves unable to pull them. Perhaps it was due to Zhao Lin and the others aiming their weapons at them, or the grim reality that Wang Yu was dead, particularly as Zhang Long continued to fire at the zombies without pause. Chen Huan spoke calmly. "You needn't concern yourselves with my personal vendetta against Wang Yu. There is no reason for you to jeopardize your lives over a matter that does not involve you. Of course, if you wish to test me, I would be more than willing to oblige." At this, some fell into silence. Indeed, as Chen Huan stated, this was a private matter between him and Wang Yu. It was not worth risking their lives. Nevertheless, no one felt reassured by his words. After all, with Wang Yu as a precedent, no one could guarantee they wouldn't be the next victim of Chen Huan's gun. "How can we be sure you won't shoot us in the back?" one of them demanded. "Don't bother with empty promises. We don't trust you." Chen Huan shrugged nonchalantly. "If you don't trust me, that's beyond my control. However, I advise you all to remain calm. If I fall, none of you will survive." At this juncture, he revealed a high-explosive grenade from his sleeve. "I assume you all have come too far to be blown to bits in an instant, correct? You're threatening us?" The moment the grenade was displayed, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. A high-explosive grenade was no ordinary weapon, just one was sufficient to take them all down with him. The consequences of Wang Yu firing his weapon earlier were a chilling thought that caused them to break into a cold sweat. Chen Huan smiled and remarked, "I am merely stating a fact, so I advise you all to remain calm. Should a grenade detonate, the consequences may prove far more detrimental than beneficial." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhao Lin, Shan Jingxi, and others who were under the watchful eye of Wang Yu's team, and despite Zhang Long as cover, were perilously overwhelmed by the zombies. "Put down your weapons and clear the zombies properly. After all, we must demonstrate some sincerity, mustn't we? This is our goodwill. Now it is your turn." As Zhao Lin rejoined the effort to eliminate the zombies, he did not forget to issue a warning. "If you do not behave, then none of us will survive." In all honesty, nothing is more directly effective than intimidation. At least, that is how Chen Huan perceived it. And indeed, reality corroborated his belief. Under the threat of high-explosive grenades, Wang Yu's team no longer aimed their weapons at Chen Huan, channeling their pent-up frustration and dissatisfaction onto the zombies instead. "Boss, I thought you would eliminate them all." Zhao Lin sighed in relief once the zombies were cleared and they returned to the vehicle, still somewhat shaken. Chen Huan replied, "Is this truly how you perceive me?" Noticing Zhao Lin's sheepish smile, he continued, "Wang Yu is an unstable element. Eliminating him would be straightforward. However, the others have not reached a point where I feel compelled to eradicate them entirely." Chen Huan has never been lenient with those who harbor hostility towards him. Yet he refrains from taking ruthless action against those merely gripped by fear. Shan Jingxi inquired, "Is Wang Yu the person you met upon returning from Lancheng? I recall him mentioning someone named Li Feng." Indeed, Chen Huan admitted candidly. "Both sought refuge with me and chose to follow me. However, after the radio station was repaired, Li Feng opted to leave for the military base in search of safety." "And Wang Yu?" Zhou Qingqing pressed on. Given the considerable distance from Lancheng to Jiang province, it seemed illogical that Wang Yu, having followed Chen Huan through numerous trials, would resort to hostility. Leaning back against the chair, Chen Huan casually replied, "There is little to discuss about a dead man." Zhou Qingqing frowned. Chen Huan continued, "However, with Wang Yu's fate as a cautionary tale, there are certain matters that I must reiterate. In this current climate, while you may harbor kindness and extend sympathy to the weak, you must never, under any circumstances, misuse compassion, nor should you elevate yourself by adhering to the ideals of a civilized society, nor should you use such standards to judge my actions." Zhao Lin, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while thumping his chest with the other, assured, "You need not worry about that, boss. Though I sometimes feel compassion, I'm very much aware of what needs to be done and how to proceed." Shen Jingzi crossed her arms and smiled, choosing not to respond. Having completely grasped the unfolding circumstances, Zhou Qingqing simply stated, "I just wish to survive." As for Xiao Tian, Chen Huan did not inquire about his thoughts, nor did he feel the need to extract an answer from him, because Xiao Tian has changed significantly from before. Although he still feels sympathy and compassion for many people and situations, he perceives all potential transformations. By the way, Chen Huan, will those individuals cause us trouble once we arrive at the military base? Suddenly, Shen Jingzi recalled their destination. A military base that still adheres to the principles of a civilized society, where laws and regulations likely still prevail. After all, with so many survivors contained, a set of rules is undoubtedly necessary. Otherwise, if incidents of murder are reported, then Chen Huan narrowed his eyes. Rest assured, even if they report to the troops, it will not affect us in any significant way. It will merely result in some unnecessary chatter. Chapter 77. Covetousness. Though the source of Chen Huan's confidence remained an enigma, his words nevertheless brought a sense of relief to the hearts of those present. After all, regardless of his character, Chen Huan had never been one to engage in endeavors lacking assurance. Even in such cases, he would always retain a contingency plan. This was the reason why, despite their inability to ascertain the rationale behind his calm demeanor, the group felt a collective sigh of relief. However, as they drew nearer to the military base, the speeding refrigerated truck once again decelerated. This time, the cause was not an obstruction from zombies, but rather the influx of vehicles from various factions, rendering the already narrow road even more congested. Particularly upon nearing Taiwai County, a long queue of vehicles had formed, moving intermittently and reminiscent of traffic jams from the pre-apocalyptic era. Unquestionably, each of these vehicles bore the grim marks of zombie blood and flesh, with some even missing their bumpers, a testament to the harrowing experiences they had endured. Nevertheless, among these vehicles, there were exceptions. Not everyone failed to recognize the advantages of a cargo truck, although such individuals were few, continuing to inch forward at a snail's pace. The surroundings had been completely overtaken by dense foliage, with warning signs proclaiming military restricted area. Do not approach, dotting the roadside. More prominently, armed helicopters circled overhead, accompanied by soldiers fully equipped and bustling around the vehicles ahead. In addition, an authoritative announcement resonated through the air. ZZZZ. All individuals, immediately disarm and exit your vehicles for inspection. ZZZZ. Repeat. All individuals, immediately disarm and exit your vehicles for inspection. Listening to this incessant proclamation, every survivor arriving at the scene felt a sense of reassurance, promptly complying with the directive to disarm, exit their vehicles, and await inspection. Chen Huan and his companions were no exceptions. Yet, just as Zhao Lin prepared to open the cargo door and summoned Zhang Long to assist in bringing down Fat Wang, Chen Huan intervened, advising him to wait until after the inspection before opening the door. As he spoke, he subtly gestured to their surroundings. Zhao Lin's eyelids flickered as he lowered his voice. "Boss, do you think they will act recklessly here?" Chen Huan let out a cold laugh. "Just look at how famished those people are. If they catch sight of the supplies in the cargo hold, do you believe they will remain indifferent? Even with soldiers patrolling, who can think of anything else when driven by hunger? Moreover, the ingrained notion that soldiers will not harm civilians could embolden them to seize supplies. Human nature is inherently flawed, and coupled with the principle of collective responsibility, once a commotion ensues over resource acquisition, those who pride themselves on moral superiority will only exacerbate the situation, potentially leading to loss of life. The age-old truth that possessing valuable resources can invite trouble remains unchanged. Even if one were to proactively distribute supplies, chaos would be inevitable. Furthermore, Chen Huan had no intentions of altruistically sharing the resources he had painstakingly collected. Chen Huan was not mistaken. Even before the cargo door had swung open, curious glances were already cast in their direction. Should those onlookers catch sight of the contents within, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Zhang Long approached from behind, gesturing towards Zhao Lin, indicating the group whose eyes were nearly bulging with curiosity. Zhao Lin turned to see a few individuals by an SUV, whispering among themselves while stealing glances in his direction. aware they had attracted attention. They plastered on insincere smiles and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Zhou Qingqing's voice pierced the air. Someone is approaching from the front. Zhao Lin frowned, pondering whether these newcomers were akin to the earlier group. Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Zhang Long remarked, I certainly do not believe they've come merely for casual conversation. Then I shall send them on their way. Shun Jingxi interjected, but Shun Huan interrupted. No need. If we dismiss them, others will arrive. As they conversed, 3 figures drew near from the front, 2 men and a woman. The elder of the men appeared to be in his mid-30s, while the younger was just past 30. The woman, however, bore a youthful visage that made it difficult to ascertain her age. In this perilous world where death lurks at every corner, encountering one another is fate. Would you be interested in forging friendships? The elder man initiated, exuding a presumptuous air that belied any genuine intent. Zhang Long promptly declined, stating, I apologize, but I do not make friends casually. The middle-aged man chuckled, unperturbed by the rejection. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. ISNT, it said, that more friends lead to more paths. We will all reside in the military base, and it will be prudent to look out for one another in times of need. Zhang Long remained unmoved, his impatience evident. Since you've mentioned we will be living in a military base, should anything arise, you can certainly seek assistance there. As for anything else, it is entirely unnecessary. We are sufficient in looking out for one another. The woman frowned, retorting, Why must you be so obstinate? We genuinely wish to befriend you, hoping to support one another in the future. Why speak so resolutely? Zhao Lin countered, And what about you? What do you mean? The woman stammered. Are you truly unable to understand at this point? We do not require friends. If there is a need, we can directly communicate with the military base personnel. Moreover, with so many people around, why do you specifically wish to befriend us? Zhao Lin, tired of the pretense, reiterated Zhang Long's sentiments. The other man, sensing the tension, conceded, Among these individuals, you are the most distinct. If we could cultivate a friendship with you, it would indeed be beneficial for us. Beneficial for you. But what advantages would it offer us? Zhao Lin scoffed. The elder man did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he elaborated. Surely you are all well aware of the nature of zombies? Furthermore, considering the reactions from various military districts, it will not be long before we return to a civilized society. At that time, do you still believe that having multiple friends holds no merit? This statement elicited laughter from Shun Jingxi, who remarked that one should first persuade oneself before analyzing matters for others. The advent of the apocalypse led to the abrupt collapse of human civilization. Yet the journey back to a civilized society is not a matter of mere days or weeks. Moreover, the transformations brought about by the apocalypse extend far beyond mere zombies and mutated creatures. She is no fool. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not subscribe to such a flimsy line of reasoning. The man furrowed his brow and then turned to the ever-aloof Chun Huan and Zhou Qingqing, inquiring, What about you two? Do you also share this pessimistic outlook? Chapter 78. Surrounded by wolves, Yi Hongsheng and his companions were resolute in their desire to forge a connection with Chun Huan and his group. However, their overtures were met with nothing but rejection, no matter how subservient their approach. The young man clad in mountaineering attire was particularly dismissive, ultimately turning away with a haughty air. Brother Sheng, there must be valuable items in their vehicle. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so exclusive. The woman with a doll-like face remarked in frustration as they turned back. Indeed, their appearance alone speaks volumes. The eldest man spat contemptuously, clearly seething from the continuous rebuffs. If soft persuasion fails, we shall resort to force. Let us procure what we need before the inspection. As he spoke, the cold resolve on his face was unmistakable. Just before they were to halt for inspection, he had fixed his gaze on a particularly conspicuous refrigerated truck. Yet, uncertainty lingered. He was unsure whether the occupants had sufficient supplies, given the abrupt onset of the apocalypse, which had inundated the city with hordes of zombies. Even if they had managed to gather some food and water, it was scarcely enough to stave off hunger. While there were other box trucks ahead, the individuals disembarking appeared disheveled and traumatized. In contrast, those emerging from the refrigerated truck, though not impeccably dressed, exhibited a vitality that set them apart from the other survivors. showing no signs of having endured starvation. If this did not indicate something significant, then one might as well be devoid of reason. Unfortunately, the refrigerated truck's cargo compartment remained sealed, leaving them oblivious to the extent of its contents. One man hesitated. If we incite others, we may be held accountable. We might even be barred from entering the military base. Yi Hongshang scoffed. Do you think we live in the past? Since the military base has established a sanctuary, it would be improbable for them to exclude us, especially with so many others arriving. At worst, they would receive a mere reprimand. The woman concurred. Indeed, it's not just us. Others are watching them closely too. With a sigh, she added, yet this means the resources we could potentially acquire will be diminished. Ye Hongsheng, replied. Having less is far better than having nothing at all. If we wait until after the inspection, we might end up with empty hands. In these times of scarcity, even if the military base were to distribute supplies to each individual, the notion of having discretionary access after merely satiating one's hunger was utterly unattainable. It must be understood that the military base in Yunlin City was tasked with accommodating not just the residents of a single city, but the entirety of Jiang province. Even if only a fraction, 10% or even 1%, sought refuge at the military base, the sheer scale of Jiang province's population rendered that a staggering figure, imposing immense strain on the military base's resources. Thus, securing supplies before entering the military base undoubtedly provided a measure of assurance. From the very beginning, Ing Hongsheng and his companions harbored such intentions, albeit they initially masked their motives in order to procure more supplies once they entered the military base. However, at this juncture, they cared little for pretense. Meanwhile, Chun Huan and his associates, observing the retreat of Ing Hongsheng's group, remained largely indifferent. Or perhaps it was a futile concern, for the frozen truck had attracted more than just Ing Hongsheng and his companions. Yet, the arrival of trouble was swifter than Zhang Long and his group had anticipated. Shortly after Ing Hongsheng's party returned, they noticed an increasing number of onlookers casting unabashedly scrutinizing glances in their direction, their gazes devoid of any attempt at concealment. A chill ran through the group. Chun Huan, the leader, Chun Huan, arms crossed, spoke with an air of calm, instructing, no matter what transpires, do not open the cargo compartment. If anyone attempts to force it open, do not hesitate to take action. A little physical confrontation, as long as we refrain from weapons, is permissible. This marked his first utterance since the arrival of Ing Hongsheng's group. Zhao Lin abruptly turned, Boss, this is a military base. Are you certain? Chun Huan let out a cold laugh. What is there to be uncertain about? Shall we simply allow them to act with impunity? Concepts like the tide of events, helplessness, or moral coercion hold no weight with me. From the moment the frozen truck came under scrutiny, Chun Huan understood that some troubles were inevitable. However, as long as the cargo doors remained shut, there was still room for negotiation. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to stop Shun Jingxi from confronting those three. Zhang Long cracked his neck. This could be tricky, but rest assured, I will do my utmost to block them. Chun Huan replied nonchalantly, there is nothing tricky about it. They may be numerous, yet until they glimpse the contents of the cargo compartment, most will merely join the ruckus blindly. Throughout history, the folly of mankind has been evident. Even in the absence of certainty regarding the truth becomes inconsequential under the sway of incitement and collective opinion. Thus, before greater chaos erupted, Chun Huan understood that only through decisive measures could he instill a fleeting moment of clarity among them. Otherwise, these desperate individuals, upon seeing the supplies within the cargo, would undoubtedly abandon all reason. Shun Jingxi and Zhou Qingqing nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, as Chun Huan relayed instructions to the group, the survivors who had been casting furtive glances could no longer contain their curiosity and began to encircle Chun Huan and his companions. Leading the charge was a young man clad in tattered-down clothing. Hey, this truck looks impressive. Mind if I take a look? Unlike Ing Hongsheng's group, this young man approached directly, targeting the frozen truck. Zhao Lin retorted coldly, absolutely not. What do you mean, not? Just looking won't cost you a piece of meat. Countered another man. Besides, who knows where this truck came from? Do you really think it's yours just because you're here? Exactly. I suspect they might have acquired it from somewhere. Another chimed in. Acquired? More like stolen. As one individual began to speak, others quickly joined in, hastily branding Chun Huan and his companions with the label of thieves. Zhang Long scoffed, "Do not elevate yourself to a moral high ground. When criticizing others, it is wise to first ascertain what kind of person you truly are." "What do you mean?" Another man, nearing his 50s and speaking with a feeble voice, interjected with a chuckle, "Young man, your words are a bit excessive. As a car owner, is it not reasonable for me to inquire about any issues with my vehicle?" Shen Jingzi retorted mockingly, "Since you claim this is your car, why don't you enlighten us on where you parked it previously?" Chapter 79. The moral high ground in response to the words of the middle-aged man nearing 50. Shen Jingzi found herself both infuriated and amused. To achieve his objective, he concocted such a flimsy rationale, truly believing them to be fools. Moreover, the original owner had long since become a zombie. How could it possibly be this feeble man before her? Caught off guard by Shen Jingxi's retort, the middle-aged man momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, another voice chimed in with mockery. "What nonsense! Their vehicle was stolen anyway. What harm can come from us taking a look inside? Including that child, there are only 6 of them. Should we really be afraid of them? With such secrecy surrounding the matter, I suspect they must be hiding something shameful in their vehicle. What if it's a zombie? Wouldn't that place us in peril? A zombie? Surely not. This is a military base. Is that so? Have we forgotten the numerous suicide attacks by terrorists in the past?" These individuals began to escalate the situation, transforming it into a narrative of terror. However, rather than retreating, they pressed closer. Whether or not there's zombies inside can be ascertained by simply opening the cargo hold. Indeed, the truth must be confirmed. With that, several individuals broke away from the crowd, advancing towards the cargo compartment. Yet, as they passed by Chun Huan and his companions, Zhang Long suddenly reached out to halt them. "Have we granted permission?" Zhao Lin approached with a sneer, positioning himself opposite them. "Spare me your lofty rhetoric. Do you truly believe we are mere soft targets to be toyed with?" The abrupt obstruction darkened the expressions of the group. They had not anticipated that, even in such a dire situation, there would be those bold enough to resist. "What? Are you no longer soft targets?" One mocked, gesturing towards the gathering crowd. "Ask anyone who has made it here. Who among them has clawed their way out from a horde of zombies?" The threatening words of Zhao Lin fell on deaf ears. They dismissed any notion of the opposing group being formidable. Regardless of their strength, they were vastly outnumbered. Chun Huan's gaze followed the direction of the man's finger, surveying the surroundings before resting once more on those intent on opening the cargo hold. "So, you believe yourselves to be quite tough? What do you mean? Do you intend to make a move?" The sudden inquiry left the group momentarily stunned. However, upon meeting Chun Huan's indifferent gaze, a shiver ran through them. Without responding, Chun Huan remained silent as Zhou Qingqing stepped away from the vehicle, stretching her arms. "The vehicle belongs to us. How we handle it is our prerogative. Even if there are indeed zombies inside, it is not for you to decide their fate. If you must observe, you may do so once we have completed our inspection." Though she refrained from directly answering, her actions spoke volumes. "Stop playing psychological games and step aside. Don't force me to strike a woman." However, driven by greed, no one paid heed to Zhou Qingqing's words. Moreover, their justifications were merely fabricated on the spot. In any case, today, this ruffian must open the cargo, whether he likes it or not. As the words fell, Zhao Lin was suddenly shoved aside, his head colliding with the vehicle with a resounding thud. The one who pushed him, sneering coldly, took strides toward the cargo door. Yet, as his foot lifted, he was abruptly seized by Shen Jingzi, who grasped his collar and arm, and then bang. From the initial strike to the shoulder throw, Shen Jingzi executed a seamless series of maneuvers, leaving no time for anyone to react as she forcefully slammed him to the ground. Following this, instead of rising, Shen Jingzi bent down in a throwing posture and delivered a whip-like kick toward the man who had threatened Zhou Qingqing. However, all of this transpired far too abruptly, so sudden that there was scarcely time to evade. In the blink of an eye, the man who had menaced Zhou Qingqing collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again for quite some time. As for Chun Huan, his approach was even more straightforward and brutal. Lacking the elegance of Shen Jingxi's moves, his fists, nonetheless, radiated a raw aesthetic of violence. With a single punch, the man struck in the temple fell unconscious on the spot. Damn it, are we throwing down? Pushing me. Are you? I'll make you pay. Zhao Lin knelt on the throat of the man Shun Jingzi had thrown, his clenched fists raining down upon the man's face like falling raindrops, embodying the image of a madman. This display effectively deterred the other survivors from approaching. Let us not cause any fatalities here. Zhou Qingqing, having joined Zhang Long to subdue another assailant, turned around and admonished the frenzied Zhao Lin. This is a military base, not a place for you to do as you please. Spitting on the face of the man he had just struck, Zhao Lin stood up, rubbing his hands, and remarked, "What a hassle. If this were anywhere else, I would have fed him to the zombies." He scanned the surrounding survivors, their faces still etched with fear, and made a provocative gesture. Anyone else want to give it a try? As the saying goes, the tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Zhao Lin exuded precisely that aura, particularly with the ferocity etched upon his face earlier, the urge to kill practically written across it. A few began to retreat, yet the overwhelming greed lingered. In their eyes, the more Qin Huan and the others resisted opening the cargo, the more treasures it concealed. Surely, it could be filled to the brim. Let us not be intimidated by their bravado. Just because they've taken down a few, they think they're tough? If that's the case, I've been even tougher. Let us all go at once. How many can they truly handle? Are they really going to kill us all? Damn it! Just as the crowd was gearing up to advance amidst the din of shouting, the soldiers patrolling the area noticed the chaos. "What are you doing?" Accompanied by a thunderous shout, two fully armed soldiers rushed over. Here, not only were dozens of agitated civilians gathered, but on the frozen ground lay 4 individuals, 3 of whom were groaning in agony, while one had succumbed to unconsciousness. Most striking was one of the moaning trio, whose face was smeared with blood, having lost several teeth. Who did this? Who permitted you to gather and brawl here? Pushing through the crowd, a soldier, with a grim expression, cast his gaze upon Chun Huan and the others. It was not us, it was them. Upon seeing the soldiers arrive, someone, filled with indignation, began to accuse fervently. We complied with the directive to disarm and exit our vehicles for inspection, even leaving all doors ajar. Yet they steadfastly refused to open the cargo hold. We suspect there may be zombies or individuals infected within. Chapter 80. Turning black into white, the attention of the patrolling soldiers was aroused, and these individuals no longer had the audacity to forcefully open the cargo compartment. Instead, they shifted their narrative, lodging complaints against Chun Huan and others, thereby positioning themselves on a moral high ground, ostensibly concerned for the safety of the crowd. Numerous voices of agreement arose in a chorus. The sheer number of people present was staggering. If zombies were to emerge, it would be akin to confining a wolf among a flock of sheep. In truth, if it were merely zombies, it would be manageable. However, the fear lay in the potential presence of mutated animals within. Indeed, if they harbored no ill intentions, why would they hesitate to open the door? They persistently claimed they would wait for inspections before allowing access. Judging by this series of actions and their intentions, it was evident that these individuals harbored no goodwill. As the chorus of agreement swelled, the 3 individuals groaning on the ground seemed to have found their anchor, lamenting in succession. "We merely wished to inspect the cargo. We were struck before we even approached." Particularly, one man, missing several teeth, trembled as he pointed toward Zhao Lin, exclaiming, "He beat me mercilessly and threatened to feed me to the zombies," clearly wishing for my demise. Fearing that the 2 soldiers present might doubt his claims, he added, "If you do not believe me, you can inquire with others. There is absolutely no exaggeration." One soldier furrowed his brow and inquired of the surrounding civilians, "Is this true?" Indeed, their demeanor was hardly distinguishable from that of a murderer. If such individuals were allowed into the military base, I shudder to think of the atrocities they might commit in the future. They even killed along the way. A voice suddenly erupted from the crowd, causing a commotion. Moments later, 6 men, 2 women, and 2 children emerged, coldly gazing at Qin Huan, addressing the soldiers. "These individuals are not virtuous. They are treacherous and murderous. Were it not for our own firearms, their fate would likely be dire." "What? The uproar intensified at this declaration, and the earlier dissipated fear resurfaced on many faces. The individual who had received Zhao Lin's harsh words felt a chill run down his spine. Did that mean he was genuinely in peril moments ago? A fleeting cold glimmer crossed Chen Huan's eyes as he regarded the two soldiers. How credible did they find this testimony? However, the soldiers, with grave expressions, raised their weapons and commanded, "Hands on your heads, crouch down." Zhao Lin's expression shifted drastically. Things are not as they portray. How can you determine our guilt based solely on their words? Shen Jingxi also protested. Is it now acceptable to condemn someone without evidence? Hands on your heads, crouch down. One soldier reiterated, aiming his weapon towards them, asserting, evidence must indeed be presented, but until the situation is clarified, you shall not move from this spot. The clamor of many voices has already begun to reveal certain truths, despite the authenticity of the surrounding witnesses remaining unconfirmed. Yet, the identity of the suspect is now as solid as a rock. Chen Huan inquired, what if they are scheming to frame us? However, the soldiers had already chambered their weapons, their fingers poised on the triggers. It would soon be their turn to vindicate you. For now, however, it was imperative to crouch and cover your heads. Quickly, Chen Huan gestured for the others to comply, yet he remained standing defiantly. At that moment, as one soldier attempted to restrain Chen Huan by seizing his arm, Chen Huan, standing still and seemingly unresisting, suddenly whispered something in the soldier's ear. What? The soldier's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze filled with uncertainty. I have already conveyed the message. Whether you believe it or report it is entirely up to you. Chen Huan broke free from the soldier's grasp, flexing his sore arm. If you wish to inspect the cargo after subduing us, I have no objections. I am indifferent to whether you declare us innocent, but my sole demand is that you release us immediately after your inspection, ensuring our safety. As for their claims of murder, Chen Huan scoffed. If I had indeed taken a life, how could I possibly leave behind such troublesome evidence? It is precisely because we are armed. The soldier who was preparing to subdue Chen Huan abruptly withdrew, leaving the survivors in a state of astonishment, bewildered by the weight of Chen Huan's words. However, upon hearing his subsequent remarks, a chorus of dissent erupted once more, particularly from Wang Yu's teammates, who accused Chen Huan of murder. Does a weapon signify everything? Chen Huan stared intently at him. In truth, it is you who harbors the intent to kill. We graciously assisted you by clearing the zombies on the road, but what was the outcome? If I had not possessed a high-explosive grenade, you would have likely killed me and seized our weapons and vehicle. You, don't listen to him. He is sowing confusion and distorting the truth. We are the true victims. Wang Yu's companions were incensed by Chen Huan's counterattack, and as the soldiers cast curious glances, they hastily attempted to clarify the situation. Yet before they could recount the events, Chen Huan interjected again. They are no different from those nearby who incessantly claim there are zombies in the cargo. They are merely driven by greed. Otherwise, if it were merely a matter of not opening the cargo doors, how could such a commotion ensue? You are speaking nonsense. If there are no zombies in the vehicle, why do you refuse to open the doors? Chen Huan retorted with derision. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Why have you not lifted a finger to alleviate the pressure on the military base? Instead of merely constructing defenses against zombies, you could have at least cleared the obstructing vehicles on your way here. Enough. Now each of you presents your own arguments. But the truth remains to be uncovered. We must inspect the cargo to ascertain the facts. The chaotic environment left the two soldiers feeling overwhelmed. They had no fear of battling enemies, yet resolving disputes was far from their expertise. Chen Huan gestured to indicate that it was acceptable, but once the inspection was complete, it would have to comply with his demands. Inspecting the cargo compartment was not a time-consuming endeavor. Merely opening the door would suffice to confirm everything. The surrounding survivors, under the vigilant gaze of the soldiers approaching the cargo compartment, exchanged furtive glances fixated on the two locked doors. Brother Sheng, it seems we have labored in vain. A woman sighed amidst the crowd, her eyes filled with reluctance as she surveyed the scene before her. Ying Hongsheng spoke in a low voice. Once we ascertain what lies within, disregard everything else and rush in to seize it. There are only two soldiers here, and they would not dare to fire upon us. With sufficient numbers, can we not claim our share? As Ing Hongsheng articulated his plan, the soldiers at the rear of the vehicle, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, slowly opened one of the cargo doors. An audible gasp echoed through the air. Food, food and water. Charge. However, the unfolding events surpassed Ing Hongsheng's expectations. Once the cargo door was opened to reveal the supplies within, it was unnecessary for the three of them to lead the charge. A throng of desperate individuals surged forward like a swarm, driven by hunger and urgency. Chapter 81. An eye for an eye. Sufficient provisions to sustain dozens for over half a month were neatly piled within the cargo hold, filling it to the brim. Upon witnessing this scene, the famished individuals lost all semblance of reason, akin to ravenous zombies spotting fresh prey, surging towards the cargo without regard for the presence of Wang Fatty inside. Order and rationale were cast aside. They were consumed by desperation. Some even resorted to violently pushing those ahead of them to the ground, eager to eliminate competition. Stop! Stop! All of you cease immediately. The sudden upheaval caught the two soldiers off guard. As they valiantly attempted to restrain the frenzied survivors, they grasped why Chen Huan was reluctant to open the cargo hold. Even those who had previously questioned the veracity of Chen Huan's alleged crimes now maintained a skeptical stance. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation, as chaos had fully erupted around them. The moment the survivors beheld the supplies within the cargo hold, their behavior resembled madness. In their fervor, they lashed out at the two soldiers with fists and feet, knocking them to the ground, impervious to any attempts to halt their rampage. In the blink of an eye, some had already scaled the cargo hold, lunging towards the towering mound of provisions. Mine, all of this belongs to me. Ha ha ha, get down. They are all mine. Who dares to take them? I will kill you. The first to ascend the cargo hold shouted in exhilaration, only to be forcibly pulled down by those arriving afterward, their screams piercing through the tumult as they were trampled underfoot. Each individual yearned to be the first to indulge in the bountiful feast, each seeking to claim the goods for themselves, leading to an inevitable eruption of violence. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated through the air, accompanied by Chen Huan's chilling voice. If you wish to live, cease your actions. Everyone turned to see the eloquent young man, now armed with a rifle, standing beside a fallen soldier. In his other hand, he clutched a round grenade. What are you doing? Put down the grenade and the gun immediately. The soldier, bereft of his weapon, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chen Huan's audacity, not only to seize arms, but to discharge a weapon within a military base. However, Chen Huan disregarded the soldier's reprimand and continued addressing the suddenly frozen survivors. If you doubt my words, feel free to test whether your speed in seizing the goods surpasses the speed of the bullets in my gun. Do not act rashly. Quickly lay down your weapons. The fallen soldier raised his hand slowly, attempting to persuade the crowd. Chen Huan cast him a sidelong glance. If you will not direct your weapons at the populace, then I shall. Moreover, as you can see, the situation in the cargo hold is devoid of the zombies they spoke of. There is only one severely injured human on the brink of death. What happened to your earlier promise to ensure our safety? The other soldier replied, We will certainly uphold our commitment to you. But for now, please lower your weapons. Our guns are not intended for our own people, but rather to slay zombies and protect the citizens. Chen Huan sneered, You may lower your weapons, but first, they must keep their distance from my vehicle. Zhao Lin and others rose from the ground, retrieving their weapons from the car. The survivors, congested in front of the cargo area, trembled at this sight. They feared not those who were ruthless, but those who had nothing to lose. Ing Hongsheng bellowed, Everyone remain calm. He wouldn't dare to fire. Does he truly intend to slaughter us all here? Indeed, this was a military base, not an apocalypse overrun by zombies. The recent gunfire had already attracted the attention of patrolling soldiers. Should he dare to shoot, it would surely lead to his demise. With Ing Hongsheng's reassurances, the fear etched on the survivors' faces began to dissipate. What is there to fear? He would only dare fire into the air to intimidate us. As for shooting at us, he wouldn't have the audacity, even if he had 10 lives. They had ample food and water in their vehicle. Sharing some wouldn't be the end of the world. Exactly. We merely wish to procure some sustenance, not to commit murder or arson. Greed often clouds reason. And in this military enclave, under the influence of Ing Hongxing's words, no one appeared to regard Chen Huan and his companions' firearms with any seriousness. Instead, they jested among themselves. The previous chaos had subsided, and they were no longer at each other's throats. It seemed no one took my words to heart. Chen Huan observed the unfolding scene with indifference, then shifted his aim and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, following a blood-curdling scream. A man who had reached for provisions collapsed into a pool of blood. Instantly, screams erupted, and panic ensued among the crowd. He has killed someone. Someone is shooting here. The fleeing survivors abandoned their quest for supplies, desperate to distance themselves from this madman who dared to fire within a military base. Stop! Upon seeing Chen Huan's weapon trained on 3 civilians, a soldier who had spoken up was visibly enraged, while another soldier aimed his gun at the lunatic. The injured man was unharmed internally, the bullet having merely grazed his abdomen. With proper care, he would require only stitches and anti-inflammatory treatment. However, the 3 individuals he targeted could not escape. Chen Huan paid no heed to the approaching soldiers, unfazed by the numerous guns now aimed at him, and calmly stated, "If it weren't for their incitement, this chaos would not have ensued. We will handle this matter. Place your weapons down." Chen Huan's demeanor was markedly distinct from the ordinary, though he often concealed it. Yet now, he exuded an aura akin to that of a seasoned Special Forces operative, his frigid gaze profoundly unsettling. Very well. Chen Huan surveyed the more than 10 soldiers arriving around him, his finger relinquishing the trigger as he slowly crouched to place his rifle and grenades upon the ground. Do not forget the words I have shared with you and the promises you made. Observing this, Zhao Lin and the others gradually followed suit, lowering their weapons as well. This time, even when soldiers stepped forward to kick away the weapons and forcibly subdue them, no one uttered a word, let alone struggled or resisted. What on earth transpired? Was it not stated that everyone should disarm and alight from the vehicle to prepare for inspection? How is it that their weapons remain on their persons? And you, how did your gun and grenade come to be in his possession during the apprehension of Chen Huan and the others? A soldier clad in camouflage with stars on his shoulders strode forward. The soldier reclaiming his weapon stood at attention and saluted, stating, "Report. It is a case of looting supplies. My grenade and gun were taken during the interruption. I do not require an explanation. A soldier's firearm is his lifeline. Even in death, it must be firmly in his grasp. When you enlisted, did your company commander not provide you with this instruction?" As he spoke, the captain approached Chen Huan and demanded, "Name, age, profession." Chapter 82. Variables. The military base was drawn to attention, and naturally, a series of procedures followed, such as inspections, registrations, admonishments, and warnings. Although the process differed considerably from what Chen Huan had anticipated, the outcome remained largely unchanged. He merely endured some physical discomfort during his subjugation. In the presence of soldiers who trained day in and day out and participated in various combat missions, one could hardly expect them to go easy. As for the rioting populace and the trio led by Ing Hongxing, Chen Huan had no inclination to delve deeper into their circumstances. Nor did he concern himself with the potential repercussions that Ing Hongxing and his companions might face for instigating the unrest. "Boss, what exactly did you say to that lieutenant? He not only let us off so easily, but also left the vehicle looking pensive," Zhao Lin whispered as they departed the makeshift camp outside the military base. Initially, during the outbreak of conflict, Chen Huan had whispered something in the soldier's ear, and then he had a private conversation with the lieutenant during the inspection. Although Zhao Lin was unaware of the specifics of their exchange, the change in demeanor was apparent to all. Zhao Lin even began to suspect that Chen Huan was not merely the screenwriter known to Shen Jingxi, but rather a clandestine official embedded within the city. This theory seemed to elucidate Chen Huan's remarkable proficiency with firearms and his unsettling aura, alongside his cold, selfish, and autocratic traits, which he had skillfully used to mask his true identity. Chen Huan, flexing his arms, replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I merely relayed a few messages." "Merely relayed a few messages?" Zhao Lin scrutinized Chen Huan with skepticism, clearly doubting the simplicity of the situation. Shen Jingxi suddenly inquired, Was it because of this that you mentioned having a way to resolve the trouble posed by their report of murder to the military? Indeed, Chen Huan conceded without elaborating further. The information he conveyed to the military base primarily stemmed from what he had heard from the Falcon in Ana County, albeit with some embellishments. However, it fundamentally related to the flesh eaters and did not involve matters beyond his purview, as that would only invite unnecessary complications. Understanding dawned upon Shun Jingxi, and her previous speculations about Chen Huan became inscrutable once more. Did you inquire about uncle and aunt? This question instantly captured everyone's attention, particularly Zhang Long and Xiao Tian. One sought to validate the safety of the rescue team's retreat, while the other was motivated purely by concern. Chen Huan nodded slightly. The rescue team heading to Binren City had returned 7 days prior. However, due to the reliance on paper records, the search would not be swift. Nevertheless, despite his assurances, Chen Huan prepared himself for disappointment. After all, he had previously visited the military base in Yunlin City in his past life. Even with the variable of Xiao Tian present in this life, it did not guarantee that a single phone call before the catastrophe would equate to the flapping of a butterfly's wings across the ocean. Shun Jingxi took a deep breath and spoke soothingly. Rest assured, since the rescue team has returned, uncle and aunt must have come back as well. Perhaps they are currently at some location within the military base. Yes, Brother Chen Huan, it won't be long before we can see Uncle Chun and Annie. The prospect of reuniting with loved ones filled Xiao Tian with joy. Chen Huan affectionately ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, wishing fervently that his parents were indeed at the military base. However, after enduring countless disappointments in his previous life, he found that until he laid eyes on them, all hopes and reassurances fell hollow. Zhou Qingqing inquired, "Should we enter the military base now, or wait here for a response?" "Let us wait here," Chen Huan replied, casting a glance at the heavily guarded gates of the military base. His thoughts momentarily drifted, and he envisioned another version of himself, anxiously seeking news and assistance from others. The waiting period was excruciating, particularly when it involved those closest to him. Although Chen Huan had mentally prepared for this moment, he could not escape the torment of uncertainty. During this time, many survivors passing by the frozen truck cast longing, greedy, and fearful glances in their direction, an amalgam of emotions reflecting their attitude towards Chen Huan and his companions. However, Chen Huan and his group chose to ignore them. The earlier intimidation, coupled with the presence of heavily armed soldiers guarding the temporary camp, deterred the survivors from making any rash moves, even though they were aware of the supplies within the truck. After all, Chen Huan was the only one bold enough to seize a soldier's weapon and fire it. If he provoked them, the next gunshot might very well be fatal. "Boss, someone is coming," one of the group members announced. After nearly 2 hours of waiting while seated beside the frozen truck, they finally saw a soldier leave the tent and approach them to check the roster. Zhao Lin was the first to stand, brushing off the dust from his pants, and eagerly asked, "Hello, what was the outcome?" The soldier shook his head and addressed Chen Huan. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't find the 2 names you mentioned." "What? Not found?" Chen Huan exclaimed. "Did you overlook them? Or were they missed during registration?" Upon hearing this news, Chen Huan remained composed, but the others wore expressions of disbelief. It was known that the rescue team had returned, and all civilians evacuated from Binren City had settled at the military base. How could there be no record of them? The soldier replied, "That's impossible. When civilians arrive at the base, the very first thing that happens is a registration check and the issuance of passes. Moving forward, collecting essential supplies also requires proof of registration. If there is a lapse, not only would they be barred from entering the base, but even if they managed to sneak in, they would be discovered immediately." Chen Huan furrowed his brow in contemplation and asked, "What about the rescue team? Did they encounter any unforeseen circumstances on the way back that might have caused some civilians to stray from the group?" Since the military base had no registration information, the most plausible explanation was that something had gone awry en route. The soldier responded that they had been vigilant along the way, but found no relevant clues. "The specifics elude me, yet I am aware that the comrades heading to Binren City and Qingshui County were compelled to take a detour back via the national highway, resulting in considerable casualties." The soldier's words instantaneously cast a shadow over Chen Huan's heart. A detour, significant losses, a national highway. who possesses a deeper understanding of the situation. If possible, I would like to meet the members of the rescue team from Binren City. Chun Huan is now fervently eager to discern what they encountered and why they were forced to alter their route. After all, in my previous life, the rescue team from Binren City took the expressway directly to Yunlin City. Could this also be a butterfly effect indirectly triggered by my reincarnation? Just like Xiao Tian. Chapter 83. The distressing clue and overwhelming tide of confusion surged within, yet this was not the moment for contemplation. Chun Huan yearned to swiftly uncover the circumstances they had encountered on their return journey that necessitated a detour. Were his parents left behind during this deviation? Or had something else transpired? Wait a moment. Perhaps it was due to the captain's prior instructions that the soldier, named Hua Chun, was endeavoring to accommodate Chun Huan's requests. After a brief interval, he returned accompanied by a soldier with a square jaw, who was Rue Jiming from the Special Operations Battalion, also a participant in the rescue mission at Qingshui County. As they approached, Hua Chun extended his hand in introduction, stating, regarding our comrades involved in the rescue at launching. They are currently away on a mission and have yet to return. If you have inquiries, you may direct them to him as well. Nodding in acknowledgement and expressing gratitude to Hua Chun, Chun Huan immediately turned to Rue Jiming, posing the most pressing question that weighed heavily on his mind. Rue Jiming's expression grew pained as he spoke in a somber tone. At that time, the catastrophe had just begun. We were utterly unfamiliar with the situation. Our understanding of zombies was limited to certain films and television shows, unaware that not only humans were mutating, but animals as well, especially the inconspicuous little creatures. We only became aware of this during our evacuation from Qingshui County, but by then, it was too late. Too many people had been bitten, and numerous individuals concealed their encounters with the infected, leading to a tragic scenario during the evacuation where many succumbed to fever and died, only to rise again and begin savagely attacking those around them. As he recounted these events, a flicker of dread crossed Rue Jiming's face, as if he were reliving a nightmare he wished to forget. The sheer number of survivors was overwhelming. Despite our utmost efforts, we could not attend to everyone. They resurrected among the crowd, pouncing upon others, and in an attempt to avoid collateral damage, we even hesitated to use our firearms. Within moments, the tollbooths were drenched in blood, scattered flesh, and dismembered entrails, the stench of carnage attracting a massive horde of zombies and a swarm of birds. I had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. It was as if hell had descended upon the earth, with birds crashing against car windshields, feasting indiscriminately on the living within. As Rue Jiming's narrative unfolded, Chun Huan's mind conjured the despair faced by the survivors in Qingshui County. Yet, this was not the information he sought. The apocalypse had arrived, and the places they had traversed, such as Anha County and the now devastated Qingshui County, were merely fragments of countless tragedies. What relevance did this hold in relation to their forced detour? Could traveling on a national highway truly shield them from the mutated birds? Rue Jiming rubbed his face vigorously, attempting to compose himself before continuing. Although Binren City did not experience the same horrors we faced, there remains a significant number of individuals who concealed their bites. They wished to survive, fearing abandonment. Zhang Long interjected at this juncture. Indeed, but this has also placed many others in jeopardy. Rue Jiming did not dispute the notion that desiring to live is wrong. After all, who among us would willingly choose death if given the chance to survive? At that time, the highway was relatively clear, and once we extricated ourselves from the situation, our sole objective was to swiftly return to the base with the survivors. However, to our dismay, after merging with the survivors from Binren City, we were pursued once more by the mutated avian hordes. Moreover, among the survivors from Binren City, many began to suffer from high fevers, lapsing into unconsciousness, and even succumbing to death. So, you altered your route with the other survivors? Chun Huan inquired. No. At that moment, we did not change our course. Rather, we accelerated our pace, Rue Jiming replied. Though the mutated birds were numerous, their speed was not particularly swift. We quickly left them behind as we moved at full throttle. Then why were you compelled to change your route? Shen Jingxi posed the most critical question. It was a tide of corpses. Rue Jiming shuddered as he uttered those words. To be precise, It was a tide composed of mutated creatures. Chun Huan furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Impossible! There cannot be that many animals between Binren City and Yunlin City. Hui Ziming smiled bitterly. You are not alone in your disbelief. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe that such a multitude of animals, including rare protected species, could exist along the highway from Binren City to Yunlin City." Wait, rare protected species? Chun Huan's mind raced as he grasped a realization. After you veered onto the alternate path, did you encounter any more of these tides of corpses? Yes, and even more, Rue Jiming acknowledged, aware that Chun Huan had pieced together the implications. As you surmised, they all emerged from the Lingnan Mountain Range. Lingnan Mountain Range, Chun Huan murmured, recalling the familiar name. As he considered the timing of the rescue team's arrival at the military base, his heart involuntarily thudded violently. Zhao Lin and the others abruptly turned to Chun Huan. They remembered how Chun Huan had mentioned the Lingnan Mountain Range when discussing mutated creatures, and how he had subsequently brought it up multiple times in connection with Wang Yu. If that were indeed the case, the tide of corpses encountered by the rescue team might be intricately linked to Chun Huan in more ways than one. Chun Huan inhaled deeply. Where did you enter the National Highway? Additionally, after entering the highway, did any survivors fall behind during your escape? Rue Jiming fell silent. Upon seeing this, Chun Huan sensed he had found the answer. After learning from Rue Jiming about their detour, he spread out a military map on the ground to examine it closely. Boss, the emergence of mutated creatures from the Lingnan Mountain Range is connected to you. Zhao Lin lowered his voice cautiously after Rue Jiming departed. More or less, Chun Huan replied, his expression growing increasingly grim as he regarded the fan-shaped area sketched in pencil. The commotion he and Wang Yu had caused within the Lingnan Mountain Range had been monumental. Numerous mutated animals had pursued them along their path. Yet in their haste to return home, they had paid little mind to it. Who could have anticipated that their reckless crossing of the Lingnan Mountain Range would inadvertently trigger the premature exodus of the mutated creatures, resulting in a large-scale tide of corpses in the outside world? In other words, I am the principal culprit behind my parents' failure to reach the military base in Yunlin City. Even though numerous mutated creatures that surge towards the base have been eradicated, the mistakes made are simply irreparable. Zhang Long remarked, this cannot solely be blamed on you. After all, who could have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner? Indeed, and falling behind does not equate to death. At worst, we shall meticulously search through all the towns surrounding the National Highway. As Shun Jingxi spoke, she was acutely aware that hope was beginning to fade. It was possible that not only would they face infection from mutations, but even the remains might vanish. Moreover, there was Chun Huan's psychological turmoil at that moment, and Shun Jingxi's eyes were filled with concern. There is nothing more devastating than personally severing the hope of survival for one's own parents. Chapter 84. My decision to stay indeed. The reality was as troubling as Shun Jingxi had feared. Upon learning that his parents might lose hope for survival due to his reckless crossing of the Lingnan Mountain Range, Chen Huan was overwhelmed by waves of regret and self-reproach. He began to doubt whether he possessed the ability to amend the regrets of his past life, questioning if any effort on his part could yield a different outcome. What awaited him instead were cold, harsh realities time and again. In that instant, Chen Huan felt as though the very earth beneath him was crumbling. He dreaded the thought of his parents perishing, indirectly at the hands of their own son. However, such emotions were fleeting, dissipating as quickly as they arose. Until he received a definitive answer, Chen Huan refused to believe that his parents had simply perished. After all, in his previous life, he had searched tirelessly for 8 years without yielding. It's all right. My next plan is to use the military base as a starting point and follow National Highway 371, searching diligently along the way. As Jingxi suggested, we must meticulously explore the towns surrounding the highway. Quickly regaining his composure, Chen Huan wielded a pencil, outlining his intentions on a military map for the others. He was uncertain of the dangers they would encounter or the challenges they would face. If any of you wish to avoid a life filled with uncertainty and fear, you are welcome to remain with Wang Pongzi at the military base. However, if you choose to accompany me, the rules remain unchanged. I do not wish to see any exceptions. As soon as Chun Huan finished speaking, Zhao Lin promptly declared, "Boss, you know me. I can't say for certain about the others, but I will not stay behind." His decision to follow Chun Huan had been made long ago, and even upon reaching the military base, he had no intention of remaining. "I will leave with you too," Zhang Long chimed in with a grin. "The more helpers, the better, right?" Chun Huan regarded him with a deep gaze and nodded, acknowledging his support. He then turned to Shun Jingzi and Zhou Qingqing. It was expected that Shun Jingzi would choose to follow him, but Zhou Qingqing, who appeared resolute in her commitment, expressed her desire to stay behind. Noticing the attention of the group upon her, she offered a self-deprecating smile. "All along, I've merely been an ordinary woman striving to survive. Although I'm no longer the person I once was, stained by the loss of life, I still yearn for a more stable existence, even if it means sacrificing certain things." Zhao Lin scrutinized this woman who had once fervently showcased her worth and inquired, "So, from the very beginning, when you decided to come to the military base, you had this intention in mind?" "Not entirely, but what truly solidified my resolve was related to Wang Yu." "Wang Yu?" "Indeed." Zhou Qingqing candidly expressed that Wu Jie made her realize that only by becoming stronger and acquiring a certain level of strength could she protect herself and survive in this age where human life is treated as insignificant. The emergence of Wang Yu further illuminated the capricious and fickle nature of human hearts. Even if one becomes formidable and possesses the ability to defend oneself, a single misstep could lead to a swift demise. In that moment, doubts crept in. She pondered whether a life fraught with turmoil and constant anxiety truly suited her, and if she could stand steadfast amidst such chaos to live well. The answer, she concluded, was in the negative. Upon hearing this, the crowd gained a clear understanding of Zhou Qingqing's shifting attitude. Different individuals possess distinct ways of living. Zhou Qingqing's desire for stability is entirely justifiable. Moreover, her initial drive to showcase her worth was merely to gain Chun Huan's recognition and to lead a decent life. Zhou Qingqing's decision to remain was both expected and surprising. Yet, the itinerary of Chun Huan and his companions did not waver, due to her and Wang Pengzi's presence. Everything continued as planned. After leaving some supplies and the vehicle driven by Zhang Long for Zhou Qingqing, the group sequentially boarded their vehicles, embarking on a new journey. Compared to the numerous vehicles heading toward the military base, choosing the frozen truck that moved in the opposite direction resembled a solitary figure walking against the light, stepping into the unknown darkness ahead. "Chen Huan, why didn't you leave Xiao Tian behind?" On the road to National Highway 371, after a prolonged silence, Shun Jingzi, lost in thought while gazing out the window, suddenly inquired. "He is still very young, and it is far too dangerous for him to accompany us. Not to mention, we do not even know how many tomorrows we have left, let alone for him. However, if Xiao Tian were to remain at the military base, he would not only have the protection of the army, but also the care of Qingqing in daily life." Chun Huan understood that Shun Jingxi's words were undoubtedly the most suitable choice for Xiao Tian at this moment, as allowing a child to drift in a world overrun by zombies was indeed perilous and cruel. Yet, if there were alternatives, why should he resort to this? The military base in Yunlin City was merely a temporary stop on his journey. In the pursuit of his parents, he was destined to drift further away. Furthermore, with the viral mutation expected in over 5 months, a large-scale attack by mutated animals on the military base loomed ominously. If he did not keep Xiao Tian by his side, it was hard to believe that a boy of 11 or 12 could survive such upheaval, even with Zhou Qingqing's protection. However, these thoughts regarding the future remained buried deep within him. In response to Shun Jingxi's inquiry, he merely sighed and replied, "Compared to leaving Xiao Tian at the military base, I believe it is better to keep him close." Zhang Long, serving as the driver for the first time, concurred. "I also feel that bringing Xiao Tian along is the right decision. Although the military base is excellent and sufficiently safe, there are simply too many survivors there. I can't shake the feeling that some danger is lurking within. It is essential to recognize that the larger the gathering of people, the stronger the allure for zombies and mutated creatures becomes." Zhao Lin countered, "Do you truly believe that the esteemed command center of the Northwest Military District would be incapable of handling such zombies and mutated animals?" "No. If it were merely a frontal assault, the military base's capabilities would effortlessly decimate them. However, what if other factors are at play? Zhang Long remarked. Consider the ordeal faced by Rui Jiming and his companions in Qingshui County. Shen Jingxi's expression shifted slightly as she recalled the fate of Zhou Qingqing. The tragedy in Qingshui County had already transpired once, and the military base would undoubtedly prevent such an occurrence from happening again. Furthermore, even if certain mutated creatures are inconspicuous enough to be overlooked, distinguishing them from their unmutated counterparts is still a relatively straightforward task. Zhang Long continued. While it is true that the military base exercises great caution in personnel screening and knowledge dissemination amidst the escalating numbers, who can guarantee that not one or two unfortunate souls might be bitten and mutated? Probability is a fickle mistress, and such occurrences are often inevitable, particularly within a military base where the population continues to swell. Chapter 85 Encounter in response to Zhang Long's remarks. Shen Jingxi did not offer a rebuttal, for the truth was undeniably evident. The greater the congregation of humanity, the stronger the allure for zombies and mutated creatures. Moreover, military bases were continually consolidating survivors, and amidst the rapidly increasing population, it was inevitable that there would be one or two unfortunate incidents. However, a tragedy akin to that of Qingshui County could never occur, not to mention the military's vigilant patrols and inspections of the survivors in the shelters. The very nature of those who fought desperately to survive precluded the presence of danger in their midst. This is the essence of humanity. So what are you so worried about? Are you afraid that Qingqing might become one of those rare misfortunes? Noticing Shen Jingxi's silence, Chen Huan leaned back in his chair and inquired. Shen Jingxi chuckled softly, acknowledging the thought. Chen Huan continued. If that were to happen, it would merely be her misfortune. Unlike other survivors, Zhou Qingqing is far ahead of her peers in both experience and insight, which serves as her greatest asset in this apocalypse. This includes her ability to distinguish between mutated creatures like mosquitoes and hawks. Just yesterday evening, Chen Huan had elaborated on this to the group as they traveled back to the highway. Today, Zhou Qingqing listened along as Rui Jiming recounted the tragedy of Qingshui County. If she were to fall victim to a bite and infection despite all this, one could only lament her ill fate and resort to some rather derogatory terms. Zhao Lin stretched lazily and remarked, one must tread the path they have chosen, even if it means doing so on their knees. Besides, given the safety of the military base, you need not expend your energy worrying about such a minuscule probability of danger, Sister Jingxi. Qingqing is not foolish. She has certainly learned something from the leader. Shen Jingxi gazed out the window, perhaps still unaccustomed to the absence of those around her. August 22nd, 2024, Sunday, 3 p.m. This marked the second day since Chen Huan and his companions departed from the Yunlin City military base, coinciding with the 20th day since the onset of the apocalypse. The outside world remained unchanged, desolate, dilapidated, the air suffused with a faint, putrid scent tinged with the smell of blood. Along their path, the only sounds were the frenzied howls of zombies and the sudden appearances of mutated animals. While traces of humanity were discernible, they manifested as the gnawed remains of skeletons and abandoned vehicles littering the roadside. The scale indicated that most were survivors retreating from Qingshui County and Binren City. Situated merely a few dozen kilometers from Yunlin City, they had traversed this distance in a full 24 hours. Aside from the necessity of seeking their parents, the primary reason for their slow progress was the increasing difficulty of the terrain. As time passed, mutated creatures instinctively gravitated towards human settlements, particularly as military bases continued to accept survivors. The mutated creatures they had not encountered on the highway had all made their presence known on this stretch of national road. Now, Chen Huan and his companions were en route to their first destination after leaving the military base, Peng'en Town. Although Peng'en is merely a town, its economy has been steadily rising due to the rapid development of Yunlin City. Additionally, with some factories relocating in recent years, the GDP of Peng'en has even surpassed that of certain remote counties in Jiang Province. Consequently, whispers about the potential withdrawal of the town have begun to circulate privately. However, As the refrigerated truck approached a sharp bend, the passengers were suddenly thrust forward by inertia. Zhang Long slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. Damn it! Can you even drive? Did you learn from a dog? Before anyone could respond, a person from the opposite vehicle leaned out of the window, shouting angrily. Chen Huan's eyes narrowed as he removed his sidearm from its holster, securing it close to his body, before drawing a knife and leaping out of the vehicle. Following him were Zhao Lin, Zhang Long, and Shun Jingzi. The two vehicles nearly collided. Such occurrences were commonplace before the apocalypse. Yet now, in a world plagued by zombies and dwindling humanity, after exiting the truck, Chen Huan stood aside, patiently awaiting the other party to disembark. He would not make the first move. The opposing vehicle was a box truck, capable of concealing a dozen or more individuals, and it raised the possibility that these survivors might be stragglers from a retreat. Were his parents among them? Suddenly, a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, jumped from the truck, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud as he approached Chen Huan and his companions, his shadowy gaze fixed intently upon them. He was of unremarkable appearance, clad in a blue down jacket, but what caught attention was the firearm he clutched in his hand. His demeanor was decidedly rude, and it was evident that a confrontation was imminent. Chen Huan furrowed his brow, his right hand discreetly shifting to where his handgun was concealed. At that moment, Zhang Long chambered around and aimed his rifle at the approaching figure. Shun Jingzi and Zhao Lin quickly took up defensive stances as well. The young man halted, his expression unyielding, still wearing a displeased scowl. He twisted his neck and spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, can't you drivers even drive? Do you have a license?" Zhang Long shifted his grip on the rifle. "Do you think I don't have a license? Look at the mess you made. You think I'd drive like this if I had one?" Unfazed, the young man continued to berate him. "Have you only practiced the second level of your driving test?" Zhang Long, known for his short temper, retorted, "When I was driving, you were still in your mother's womb. How dare you insult me for your own incompetence?" Chen Huan narrowed his eyes, subtly retracting his hand from its position. Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi were taken aback by the unexpected exchange of insults between the drivers. At that moment, two men jumped down from the back of the truck, each wielding a firearm as well. "Jingzi, what is going on?" The leading man was burly and moved with a heavy gait, while the other man remained expressionless, occasionally casting a curious glance at Shun Jingzi. The young man named Jingzi, feeling irked, spat at Zhang Long and turned to respond. "This fool can't drive. He almost crashed into us." The two men glanced at Chen Huan and his group, consisting of 5 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, with a child in the vehicle. The woman and the man beside her seemed inconsequential, presenting no sense of threat. Although one man held a gun, the menace he posed felt minimal. It was the young man wielding the tang knife that stirred a sense of unease within them. "Greetings." The imposing man at the forefront stepped forward, halting at a suitable distance from Chen Huan. He discreetly tucked his gun behind him. "I am Lu Yiming, and this is Lin K. The individual you just had a verbal altercation with is our driver, Zhou Qing, whom we affectionately call Qingzi." Maintaining his composure, Chen Huan replied coolly, "Chen Huan." Lu Yiming scrutinized the young man who exuded an air of complexity, lingering particularly on the tang knife he held. "May I inquire if you have come from Yilin City?"